Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost to the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday, and the Pirates lost 2 of 3 games in that series. Now, coming up next over the weekend, they're going to play the Colorado Rockies. Also, Trevor Lawrence, Jacksonville Jaguars quarterback and former 1-1 overall pick, he signed with the team for $275 million. That reported yesterday. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis in Monroeville. Now open. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thinking of popping the question? Diamonds Direct has an offer you can't miss. This month only, buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. No one provides education, selection, and value like Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet from your friends at Diamonds Direct won't last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Hey, it's Pony. At Wiggle Whiskey, everything is for the love of whiskey. From the grain to the still to the barrel and to the bottle, their award-winning craft spirits are rooted in rich history and tradition, boasting unique and distinctive flavor profiles produced with locally sourced ingredients. Wiggle is proud to present the next era of small batch craft excellence, Wiggle Reserve. The next evolution of small batch handcrafted whiskey, Wiggle Reserve represents the most premium whiskeys crafted by Wiggle with distinct flavor profiles using the finest local grains. Wiggle Reserve, the proof is in the whiskey.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get the best price, the Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Tundra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
With schools out for the summer, the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank wants to make sure that children have access to healthy meals. Summer youth cafes are open across the region. The cafes are sites where anyone 18 years and under can get a meal at no cost. Go to pittsburghfoodbank.org to find a location near you. Again, this is completely free to those under 18 years old. More information at pittsburghfoodbank.org. Again, that is pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
We could try to explain what it feels like to get your work done on a John Deere. The way a Z-Track mower finishes in half the time you thought it would. Or how much easier it is to move mountains of soil with the 1 Series tractor. We could even go into detail about how it feels to tow up to 4,000 pounds behind a Gator XUV. But if you really want to know what it's like to run with us, you just have to get in the seat. Learn more at johndeere.com/get-in-the-seat or visit a dealer near you.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning. Good morning.
Time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the Early Morning Show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day, ain't it?
Tucking Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning, and welcome to the Fan Early Morning Show. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and the Fan Early Morning Show is for the average Joe. And when the average Joe wants to shop like a pro, the average Joe can go to CGR Wholesale, Fan Early Morning Show sponsor. There's an abundance of topics that I want to get into this morning related to the Pirates. Well, there's an abundance of them, but I'm going to just touch on little bits at a time and see what sticks here, see what gets me going, because there's a lot of topics surrounding the Pirates right now that have me just annoyed and a little frustrated. So call me if you want to join the frustration this morning, 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. I also want to tease, too, I'm looking for some advice. And it's on a purchase that I want to make. It's a rather significant purchase, but I think it could be fun. We'll talk about that at 5:40 today, the Fan Morning Show pre-show, as well. I'll talk about that. But I posted that on X, so a little teaser there for you that we will indeed talk about that. I want to make a big life purchase, but might be seen as ridiculous. So we'll get there. I'm not going to talk about it right now. I'll save that for 5:40 and the prodding questions from Crowley and Doran, but let's see here. Pirates this morning is what I want to talk about. So, again, 412-928-9370. You can call me and talk there, or you can type out your words on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And just a reminder for everybody, we're on YouTube now. Video live stream is on YouTube. My view's not as great right now, but if you tune in, you'll be able to see the hosts clearly when the main shows go on. So, go to youtube.com and then search 93.7 The Fan. And, yeah, there's a live stream going on there. And there's always a live stream at 93.7thefan.com. So whatever you best consume your visual media with, you can do that on the internet. Again, our video live stream now up on YouTube and on 93.7thefan.com. Okay. So the Pirates right now at 32-36. 8 games back in last place, and for the first time in a few days, the National League Central is not tied up. There is at least a half-game separation between all the teams, and as a matter of fact, that's also the most games that these teams are split right now. It's a half-game separation for each team. The Cardinals are 33-34, 6.5 back of first place. The Reds 33-35, 7 games back. The Cubs 33-36. 33-36 with and they're 7.5 games back of the Pirates. Again, 32-36. They're 8 games back. So it's not lost yet. All hope is not lost yet for this Pirates team, even though they just lost a series against the Cardinals, which frustrates me, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. But just going over the tangibles real quick, just to make sure that I understand, and if you haven't checked them since, that you understand that this team is still close despite losing. 32-36, again, is their record. That puts them 1.5 games back of the San Francisco Giants, who are still under 500 and are still qualifying for a wild card spot. The Cardinals technically are qualifying as well. They're 33-34. But again, winning percentages keep them out by a bit. And not every record's going to match up at this point in the season. By the end, they should match up, and then the tiebreaker scenarios will hit from there. But your last team that's qualifying for the wild card spot does not have a record over 500 still. Which frustratingly means that there's still hope for the Pirates. This team still has hope that it can make the playoffs. But that's extra frustrating because there were opportunities in this series in the 2 games that you lost against the Cardinals, against the division opponent, against a team that you are up against directly in the standings as well, that you are now still behind because you didn't come up with the proper opportunities during the 2 games that you lost to be able to forge ahead. And I'm frustrated, and I get it. St. Louis is not an easy place to play. St. Louis has not had a great history of success as the Pirates are concerned. Playing there is not easy, and it has not yielded rewards very frequently for the Pirates. I get it. But there's some time, there's got to be some point in time that you break through that. At least once. You don't have to automatically go in there and lose, and the Cardinals are not a strong team right now. I wouldn't call them a strong team. Not that I'm saying the Pirates are a strong team, but if we're talking about this from the Pirates' perspective, the Pirates are still in it. The Pirates are still in this race. The Pirates are in the thick of it. They've been bouncing around the outside. And not that 2 out of 3 games would have guaranteed them a wild card spot, but they'd be closer as they move into a series with the Rockies, who are not good, who we should expect the Pirates to beat this weekend. The Pirates lost. There are points in time where they can win. They can finally forge through. They can break through. They had opportunities on Wednesday against Sonny Gray that they didn't take early in the game. I talked about that yesterday at pretty good length. They had opportunities that they did not come through with many times in that game, and then they lost. Yesterday was almost as frustrating. Mitch Keller, 4 runs over 6 innings, 8 hits given up. I mean, the Pirates got peppered in this series, too. Just a lot of hits given up. Not a lot of runs, but a lot of hits. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, perhaps. Yeah, the Cardinals, 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 6th. Pirates got all 3 of their runs in the 5th. They didn't really distribute the offense, though 7 players who got a hit in the game. A lot of scrutiny, too, about not bringing Nick Gonzalez off the bench down a run in the 9th. Which, if you're disgruntled about that, too, that's fine. I think there is room for scrutiny there. But one thing at a time. Here we go. So, the Cardinals distributed their runs throughout the game. Pirates got 3 in the 5th to tie it, then gave up a home run in the 6th, and that was it. It was all the offense for both teams for the rest of the game. A valiant effort to try to come back in this one, which is all the more frustrating that a solo home run dictated the outcome of this game, not in favor of the Pirates. It's frustrating to see that they were so close twice. They were in the game against the Cardinals twice. It wasn't like a blowout. It's not like the Cardinals are immensely better than the Pirates. It's the Pirates didn't do some little things, didn't come through with runners on base when they could have, and they lost. And they lost 2 of 3. So, I mean, that's why I'm frustrated. You're there. You're in it. You're in the thing. There's opportunities that needed capitalized on, and they didn't. And it's just, again, it's because if they win some of these little games now, I'm not saying they can never lose, but they fell behind a little bit, struggling at the end of April and to start May. Then they've kind of balanced things out since Skeens got called up. You've got to still be able to counter some of those losses, though, because they haven't really gone on a run yet. I mean, we've been talking about this all week, too. A run, a little run, a streak, a winning streak could put them in secure playoff position. And then they could afford series like this. Right now, they can't. That's all the more reason why I want them to add on as well, to acquire guys who could make them just a bit better, who could distinguish them from these other teams, and they just haven't been. They haven't made any moves yet. It's not to say that they won't. But, don't wait. You're in it now. We talked about this a lot yesterday, too. The Pirates are the most exciting team right now in the city of Pittsburgh. The Steelers have a lot of question marks. They're exciting, but they're not a certain kind of exciting. They're a let's see what happens kind of exciting. And the Penguins, they just hired an assistant coach replacement, but, what are they right now? They're in limbo. Are you really excited for this next Penguin season with all they got going on? No, probably not. I'm not. I want to see the Pirates win baseball games. This is where you capitalize. This is the time. You're in a playoff race. It's been a subpar, sub-500 season, and they are still in the playoff hunt. They're still right there. I'm almost pleading. I'm almost talking right to the team here. I know I'm talking to you, but we might feel the same too. Maybe I'm preaching to the choir here too, but they're right there. They're in it. They haven't been in it in a while. They haven't lingered around this far into the season. The All-Star break feels like it's right around the corner. It's next month. Should Paul Skeens be an All-Star? We'll talk about that a little bit too in a little bit. But there's really no other way around this. This is how I feel, and this is how I feel like it should be. They've got to get somebody. I get too that there's not just an infinite well where you can swindle teams. I think we've gotten used to that with the Steelers and the Penguins. Somehow they've created miracles to get these high-end players for cheap. I think it's harder in baseball sometimes to find those players to acquire, and it's not easy to swindle baseball teams. It's not always a good idea to give up prospects as well. I understand that. But it feels like the future's here. You got Skeens. You've got a young pitcher in Jones. Henry Davis and Nick Gonzalez, 2 former first-round picks, are up here. Terramore Johnson looks like he's starting to figure it out in the minors. Probably won't see him this season, per reports, but, next season's a realistic possibility for him to come up. So it's just me pleading here right now. Get. I understand the idea of not giving up prospects or mortgaging the future. I get that. And I understand that there's not an infinite well of players just to pick from. It will. You can get for cheap. But there's got to be somebody. There's got to be an extra bat that you can get. There's got to be an extra pitching arm that you can get, which they also just traded one of the arms that they have been relying on for a little while now. We'll talk about who that is and how I feel about it. There's no other way to say it. They've got to add. They've got to do it. They've got to do it soon. This team is exciting right now. Eyes are on this team. National commentators are starting to make them points of contention, talking points. The Pirates are being talked about. Look, now the national people, you heard Jeff Passan on a podcast yesterday. We played the audio for you there, too. Of him saying that the Pirates are the second best team in the National League Central because of the pitching. That the Pirates could get through a playoff series just with the pitching. I'm starting to buy into that, too, because the offense has done enough. I wish the team would have capitalized more, but 3 runs? 3 runs isn't bad. If you've got the pitching staff on point, that's a game that you could easily win, too. I'm buying into that now that this pitching staff could carry the Pirates through a playoff series, but they've got to make it. They've got to make it first. 412-928-9370. I got the phone lines open for the entire half hour, 40 minutes that I'm on here. and we'll continue to talk about this. I do want to talk about that player. A Pirates player got traded, and it was announced last night. And so we'll talk about that. And, Pirates this morning, that's what I'm focusing on. If you want to call, you can talk about the Steelers, too. I won't hinder you from that, even if you do call in and kind of sway that conversation. I'll field questions there. Omar Khan spoke yesterday with the PM team yesterday afternoon, so he's said some stuff. I'm hot on the Pirates right now. That's where I am. I'm sure Crowley and Doran will touch on some Steeler things later on because they've got their entire 4 hours for their show. But, I just want to touch on the Pirates this morning while I have the microphone for 30, 35 minutes. So call me if you want to talk about it. And again, you could talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS _33. Pirates player got traded. Talk about him and what I think of the trade. When I come back, my name's Nicholas Harry Callas, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can shop like a pro. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Not a bad start to the Friday morning rush. This report brought to you by Mark Patrick Seminars. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Route 28 also looking good from Harmer to the north side. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the Parkway North. Mainly steady traffic on the main line, and the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Time for an oil change? Right now, you can save on Valvoline Restore and Protect, the only oil that restores and protects your engine to like factory clean. You can also save on brakes, tools, and more during the Father's Day sale with dad-approved deals through June 16th. AutoZone Father's Day sale, now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splash-tastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports, now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hey, Chris Muller here. Mark your calendars for an epic Awaken 180 open house event Tuesday, June 25th at Awaken 180's new Mars location. Both Donnie Football and I will be joining you from 5 to 7 p.m. This isn't just any open house. We're talking a deep dive into your health with a free body composition analysis. We're talking a free body composition analysis to see what you're really made of. How much body fat are you packing? What's the deal with that visceral fat? And if that's not enough, we've got giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks, and a chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches. Ask them anything, or fire away your questions at Donnie and me. Weight loss, 2024 black and gold rookie expectations, no topics off limits. This free open house event is from 5 to 7 on Tuesday, June 25th at the Awaken 180 Mars location, just minutes off I-79 at the Cranberry exit. Feel free to bring a friend. Reserve your spot by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Local sports talk before the sun comes up.
Wake up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Good morning. Hi, kinda. Was you're a Pirates fan, that was a tough series to swallow. This week, St. Louis Cardinals beat the Pirates in 2 of 3 games in the series in St. Louis. I'm sad about it. We're talking about it. 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line and talk about it as well. And on X at Callis_33 is my handle. That's CALLAS_33. Right now we got this call on the line who wants to talk. So good morning. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Brian from Shadyside.
All right, Brian, what's up?
I have a lot of hope for this Pirates team. I love the pitching, and we keep talking about, maybe the pitching can carry us through a playoff series. But I just feel like without the bats, you're not going to win in October. I think that the good teams hit and pitch, and as much as I love playing with the idea in my head that Skeens, Jones, Keller can get us through a series, you have to hit 2. And unless you have 2 all-star bats in your lineup at least, you're not going anywhere. That's just my thoughts.
All right, Brian, thank you for the call. Fair perspective. So here's the thing about the Pirates offense. Right now, the Pirates offense, they're hitting. They're scoring runs. I mean, if you can try to fathom what it was like a month or 2 ago, when they started to get cold, they were scoring 0 to 1 runs a game. Now they're scoring at least 3, which 3 should be enough to win a game. Now the concern is, okay, before they were putting up massive amounts of runs, they were scoring a massive amount for Skeens. Everything's exciting. They're getting it done. And then in this series, you see, again, it could be just the Cardinals' curse. I don't want to believe in that. I want to believe in the tangibles here. They had opportunities to score. This series was about not coming through in moments where they could have driven runners home. That was this series. They did not come through with runners in scoring position, with runners on base. They didn't have quality at bats in many cases. And with a runner on second, nobody out, a ground ball to the left side does you nothing. A ground ball to the right side might get that runner over to third. And just little things there. So now it's the little things. And some may argue that it's ticky-tacky to focus on these little things, but at the same time also, I would argue back that, A, you don't necessarily get through a playoff run in Major League Baseball without the presence of many fundamental aspects of the game. And B, they've done their losing. They've done all the losing that they can afford to do at the end of April and at the beginning of May. If they go streaky again on the losing side, they may fall out of the race at this point in the season. Now, again, we can only hope that the National League stays as weak as it is. But every team seems very consistent right now. Every team has some identity. Some are close. Some are closer than others. But as it stands right now, the Pirates, they're a game and a half out. They're there. Let the Pirates be the team that goes on a run. That's the perspective of this season right now. For me, and it should be for you. They're there. They are in it. They are one of the teams that is in it. There's 5 or 6 teams right now that are 2 games with a wild card spot, and the San Francisco Giants and St. Louis Cardinals right now, who each have that 3rd wild card spot, are each holding records under 500. This is when you want to capitalize. There's no reason why the Pirates can't go on a run. They have as much of a reason as any other team right now in contention. But if they start losing these games, if they start slipping away in these series, they're going to fall out of it. They're never going to get there. So that's my counter there. I'm not trying to be negative when I talk about this either. But that's why I'm just preaching this right now, and this is what you should think. You should be excited about this Pirates team. More so than anything else because they're in it. And that's the difference between this season and some of the other previous recent seasons, is that right now they're there. They're in it. They have an opportunity. If they start slipping, they could lose that opportunity. And I don't want that to happen. Pirates also traded Jose Hernandez yesterday to the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim for cash considerations. So, stocking up on money for perhaps a good reason. I'm sad, though, because Jose Hernandez was one of those guys that I wanted to keep seeing work through games and work through opportunities. And he was one of the pitchers that I think that the team could rely on. Not for, those high intensity situations, but for the middle relief role that I was talking about before that the Pirates were struggling with. And they had him in the majors. They sent him down earlier this year. They got him back up. And then they DFA'd him and then traded him. That's just frustrating. It seems like the Pirates and Angels have been playing footsie all year as well. Going back and forth, just like, we'll trade you Roansy Contreras. And, and then we'll pick up Nico Goodrum. We'll claim him. And then, we'll trade you Jose Hernandez, but no players in return. Maybe this is just the ultimate build-up to a blockbuster Mike Trout deal. Well, which wouldn't really be blockbuster because Trout has so many years left on his deal, he's not really a rental. And I say that sarcastically. I mean, that's, But I didn't get that trade so much. I liked Jose Hernandez, and if anything, I think he's had enough established time in the majors that you could have got some player back for him. But I also know the Pirates stocked up on a lot of the guys, who are veterans or, those bottom of the barrel bargain deal pitchers that they got, which is not inherently bad, but I don't know. I liked Jose Hernandez, so I'm sad to see him go. Take one more caller, 412-928-9370. Good morning. What's your name?
Hi, Nicholas. Terry from Ligonier.
Terry, you got about 30 seconds, so I need you to make your point brief, okay?
Okay, yeah, I agree. We still got to get a couple bats. I mean, Sawinski and Davis, they're really hurting us right now. And the bad thing is like you said, everybody's in the race right now, and there's probably only 4 or 5 teams that are willing to deal anybody. So that's not good for us.
No. All right, Terry. Thank you for the call. I appreciate your perspective. It's good to hear from you when I do in the mornings. All right, that'll do it. My name is Nicholas Ericalis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Coming up next, which should be a very interesting Fan Morning Show pre-show. I endorse tuning in. My name is Nicholas Ericalis. Oh, fan weather, by the way, real quick. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Washington Road in McMurray. And you can also shop online at sunchevy.com today. High of 79, low of 62, 50% chance of rain tomorrow. High of 79 and clear skies expected. Fan Morning Show pre-show coming up next here on The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get-Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hug rib sandwich are back. Download the Get-Go app today to order and get free tots. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Looking to start your weekend early? Head to Rivers Casino every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for live entertainment. Visit riverscasino.com for the full schedule. Salem's Market on Center is your one-stop shop for summertime savings. Save weekly on fresh produce, halal meats, sweet treats, and everyday essentials. 1850 Center Avenue in the legendary Hill District. Salem's Market is your passport to global cuisine. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Summer's finally here. Time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. I mean, every surface in your home and or your business could be Zero Resified, so why not call the cleaning pros at Zero Res? Get 3 rooms in your home cleaned starting at just $129. Perfect time of year, too, to get your air ducts taken care of with $100 off. It'll help alleviate allergies and asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. And do not leave deep cleaning to yourself with those dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. There's no possible way to extract all that dirty water out of your carpet. Actually leaves your floors worse off than they were before. This deal, not going to last long with Zero Res. You owe it to yourself, your health, your home, and or your business to schedule your appointment now at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
There is so much this summer that Schultz Ford has to offer. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about them. Well, first of all, there's the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, and down in Wheeling. And by the way, a lot of people buying cars down in Wheeling. That's awesome. Always online too, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. I was just at 2 of the locations. Stopped out at Wexford, went over to Harmer, said hello to some of my friends that are working there, and so much inventory of all the Fords that you're looking for. Mobile service, that's great. Let's say something goes wrong or you need a tune-up of some sort. They'll come out and they'll do it right there in your driveway if that can happen. How about pickup and delivery? You need that? They'll come grab your car, take it, service it, bring it right back. That's spectacular. So check out SchultzFord.com for everything you need. Richard Bazzi and his staff have you covered. Again, all those locations and always online at SchultzFord.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
Stop at the Crane Room Grill in Newcastle and enjoy $4 Blue Moon pints every Thursday all day. Every Tuesday is burger night, and don't miss custom salad night every Wednesday. The Crane Room Grill in Newcastle, Wilmington Road. CraneRoom.com.
2% cash back on every swipe. A balance transfer of just $3.99. Holy smokes, it's the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Visa Card Promotion. Dan Zang really inviting you to unlock a world of rewards. Terms and conditions at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding. Now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Diamonds Direct has done it again. This month only, get ready for an offer you can't resist. Buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right, a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet will not last long. Details Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Glen Osborne, crews checking reports of an accident down at the intersection of River Road and Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard. Watch for delays. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing a little bit heavier traffic on the inbound Parkway East between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West a little heavy into the Ford Pit tunnels, while Route 28 and the Parkway North are up to speed, and the HOV lanes open alongside that roadway and the crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you. Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
God, let's go. Fan Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Doran, Callis behind the glass. And I've never been more excited, frankly, for a pre-show than this one. We'll tell you why in a second. How are you, Doran?
I'm fantastic. Happy Father's Day weekend.
Yes.
Happy Father's Day to all of you fathers out there. We get, one day a year?
That's right.
And, yeah, we're dads. That's about it.
That's about it.
One Father's Day, I had to, cook. We had a party, and Rochelle's like, hey, you want to cook some stuff on the smoker? I'm like, no.
Not really.
She's like, well, you should. And I'm like, okay.
If I wanted to do that, I would do that.
Right.
But I don't want somebody to tell me that I have to do that or ask me to do that. If that's how I want to spend Father's Day, fine. My perfect Father's Day, you get the girls, get some meat, drink some beers, hang out, low stress. That is not what's happening this year. I have 3 different things to go to.
Really?
Yeah, I am not controlling my own Father's Day destiny. We will have fun at all 3 things. My one buddy's got a birthday party for his 1-year-old on Father's Day that I should have said no to.
Yes.
What do you think you're king, Dad?
Right.
You think you get to dictate the terms of Father's Day? But who cares about any of this? The reason we're excited is because, Callis, what the hell is going on? Tell the people. Just tell the people what you told to us at about 4:50 this morning.
I am interested and am closing in towards buying a bus.
What kind of bus?
A school bus. One of those old ones that, yeah.
For what?
So, a little background.
Well, you better get up a lot of background because this doesn't sound like it's a good idea from you buying a bus right now.
You live
a school bus
at home. You live at home. Get an apartment. Go on.
So, when I was younger, I always, my big dream job, I always loved the buses, like the school buses, because they had all the fun buttons and stuff to press. And they're surprisingly cheap online, which is incredible.
Yeah, we're talking about $4,000, just so people know what we're talking about here.
Relatively cheap on the car market. And so
that's because
I figured I'd get one. Now, if I wanted to live in a bus, I could. But also, staying in that RV, the little Panther bus we had, was interesting to me. And it was cool. And I thought, well, why can't I get one of those myself? But I can't afford an RV, but you can register a bus as a recreational vehicle.
All right, buddy, listen.
And to counter your living argument, I could theoretically live in the bus.
You could live in the bus. A cursory Google search Dorn and I were able to find like a dozen RVs that you can get for $4,000.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Because
well, listen, now it's the school bus aspect. I'm not gonna lie. It's something that,
that's weird.
as I grew up, it is weird. That's
what are
okay.
you, Pee Wee Herman?
No. Well, think about this, too. I mean, think about the adventures that I could have going to tailgated games with a bus. It doesn't necessarily have to keep the school bus aspects to it. I could paint it. I could rearrange some stuff. I could take some seats out and make it a whole thing.
So, Callis, whenever you told us this story and you didn't want to tell us why you're getting the bus and what it was for, you went back into the producer booth, and I looked at Crowley. I was like, I think I have it figured out. I think he was so fascinated by the RV that he's going to renovate a school bus and live in it. And I think I'm on par. But then that's what led us to let's find a real RV that's the same price that you could renovate, paint, and it would be yours. But you like the, I guess, nostalgic feel of a school bus.
I've always wanted to drive one.
Okay, so where are you going to park this?
That I haven't thought very far about yet.
Clearly.
And my mom said the same thing.
Yeah.
But she's on board, too, because she told me that she wants to get a boat, and you could now – because she's always wanted a boat.
Callis. Okay.
I've always wanted some sort of recreational vehicle, and so it would only make sense that we could tow the boat with the bus.
Oh, my God. Imagine this guy flying down a parkway. What kind of bus are we talking about? Long bus, short bus?
What?
Probably a short bus would make the most sense.
Well, what's the one you're going to buy for $3,900? Tell me what size we're working with. I don't need hypotheticals.
It's a 19-passenger. It's got one of those little wheelchair doors in it too, so you can have a ramp on one side of the bus. The back door opens, the emergency exit. You can get in the traditional way on the front.
So the Callis family is just going to be flying down 376. You driving the short bus with a boat in tow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Callis, you're supposed to move out.
Yes.
You need to spread your wings. But I don't know that you need to spread them this widely.
Right.
I think you just need to get like an apartment in Dormont or something.
This ain't the magic school bus.
Do you know?
Miss Frizzle's not included, man.
Do you know how expensive living situations are these days?
Callis.
I could get a bus for $4,000.
You have 2 jobs.
Use that money to get an apartment. You're going to get a bus? You're not going to be able to go anywhere. You're not going to be able to – say you want to go to Burger King drive-thru. You want to go get a Whopper.
I'm not saying that I'm going to get rid of my other cars.
Well, where are you going to park it?
I don't know yet. We'll figure that out.
No.
Side note, I went through a drive-thru the other day. My window doesn't go down because of the car accident. I had to leave the drive-thru, park it, go inside. Anyhow, so does it have a stop sign on the side? Like you hit a button, the stop sign?
No, I mean, now think about this as well.
We are. 2 of us are thinking about this.
Yeah.
If we ever go to a game and we want to tailgate, perfect vehicle right there.
So 6 Saturdays a year and 8 or 9 Sundays a year. That is approximately 15 days out of the year. There are 365 of those things. 366 in a leap year.
Nobody said we can't go to away games in it. I mean, come on now. Think outside the box here.
I'm sure
Think
it's
into the
cheap
bus.
to gas up a bus. I'm sure that doesn't cost much money at all.
Well, no, the fill-up costs a lot, but the nature of the engine, I believe, makes them efficient.
Why don't you just –
There's no way that's
just get
true.
an RV?
Because it doesn't have the same nostalgic value.
But it has
And
a
it's-
bed and a kitchen
You could
and
paint it like a bus.
bathroom. There's no bathroom in your bus if it's a
Right.
school bus. You can't live in there. You'd have to get an outhouse.
Right.
You can't live. What? You're not going to plumb the thing?
Plumb the thing you could.
I don't think you can.
I've seen people do it. I've done my research on this. I've thoroughly thought about this
Where are you
for
parking?
exactly 1
Right.
week.
Yeah.
Done your research. You don't even know where you're going to park it at.
Well, that doesn't require research. That requires logistics. You got to plan that. I'm talking about research as in how much does it cost?
Research
What
in
would
the
it take?
park it, but where you're going to park it. You have to research where you're going to park it.
Texter, say goodbye to any love life, Callis. Want to come home with me to my parents' driveway where my bus is parked?
Yeah, there's my mom's boat. What? How about that? My mom's boat. We could tow it down the street.
My dad's tractor's in the back.
Now he's upset with us because we think it's a dumb idea. He's getting a bus and he can use that money to get an apartment.
No, I'm not upset.
There's so many other things you could.
Now think about this too. You know what you can't do with an RV? You can't have a realistic Fortnite reenactment. There you go. I got a bunch of Nerf guns too. I'll take them to the park with the bus. You know, because in the school
You're
bus.
gonna get arrested.
This is like the movie. Have you seen Role Models?
Of course not.
Whenever they reenact all the scenes and like the I don't even know, like they fight in like medieval, and it's a bunch of kids. Like that's Callus.
Oh,
well, we could have a real Fortnite battle because we're jumping out of a school bus. In Fortnite, you jump out of a school bus to begin.
Callus, please do not drive this thing to a school and invite children into it.
Okay, I didn't say I was going to do that. Nobody implied that. I'm not driving it to a school.
Well, who are you going to play Fortnite with?
I got friends
that want to play Fortnite with you on your bus, in your bus.
It's not in the bus.
Have you thought about the costs associated with souping it up to look like you want it to, and to allow you to use it recreationally?
Yes.
What's that going to cost?
Enough that I can afford.
If you have the notion that you want to like use this for Fortnite, and if you love Fortnite and you want to like recreate that, if that's like your main like imagination for this, you should just create a Fortnite paintball course with the bus.
Mm-hmm. Start a small
that would still
business.
Require me to buy the bus.
Yeah, but at least you could get
like,
something out of it.
Right. You should recreate like a course that is Fortnite, and use your bus.
People are texting in saying that we need to lay off of Callus. This is something that he obviously really wants to do. We are being supportive in that we don't want him to flush $4,000 down the drain.
Right.
And this isn't even bit stuff. Like, we're an honest show. Like, we don't soup up. Well, I'll use that for the second time. We don't manufacture crap. We sit down, we turn the mics on, we're ourselves. This is real. This is all very real. And he wouldn't give us any of the details off the air because he said it would make for great content, and he is correct about that. But we are, as a friend, I am torn here because I do not want you to spend $4,000 on a bus. But it's like that rubbernecker thing, right?
Yes.
I want to see, my interest has been piqued. Like, I do kind of want to know what this would be like if Callus had a bus.
You can come to games. We'll do stuff. We'll take people. We'll go on road trips. It'll be fantastic.
Don't you need a CDL?
No, not if you're registered as a recreational vehicle because you're not actually doing business things with it.
All right, well, at least you looked into that.
Man.
Texter, $4,000 is the smallest amount of money you're going to spend on this bus. They're right about that.
Yes.
What are you going to put in there?
I don't know yet.
Oh, for God's sakes.
What do you mean, what am I going to put in there? We're going to drive in it, and we're going to go places and do fun stuff.
Are there seat belts?
Yeah, on the short buses there are.
Okay, cool.
I was going to get a long one, but then it was like, 72 passenger. What's the point? Because you can't park it in the driveway anyway. You could park the short bus. That could fit in the driveway.
I mean,
what's the point of that?
I know one thing.
16 seats.
My ass ain't getting in that
No
thing.
chance. That's the Deathmobile.
No way.
Are you going to paint it? Or are you just going to keep it a yellow school bus? The Callusmobile. What's the name for this thing?
I might paint it black and yellow.
Aren't they already black?
It is black and yellow.
But it's like a deeper... Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. No. It's yellow and black. I'm going to paint it black and yellow, so the majority of it will be black, not yellow.
So, let me get this straight. Your lifelong dream
Since it was a lifelong dream,
I'm going to buy a short bus that's yellow and black, and my dream is to paint it black.
I didn't say that was
yellow.
the dream, but if we're talking about Pittsburgh sports, and if I go tailgating in this thing, you're going to want a little more... Maybe just take off the school bus stuff.
A texter says you need a CDL if it has air brakes. Does it have air brakes? I'm going to guess that it does.
It doesn't. It's too old to have air brakes.
Oh, great.
Oh, no.
What year is this thing?
2001.
So it's as old as Bechtold.
2001 with 155,000 miles. But the lifespan...
155,000
I researched that with the proper maintenance, the lifespans on these things could be anywhere from 350 to 500,000.
Where do you... So you got it for 200,000 miles. Where do you even go to get this thing serviced?
Haven't thought that far, but I'm sure there's some businesses that will that are in the area that could.
Like, I don't think you're taking it to Bowser Collision. Like, if someone hits you.
I did not think
what
about
if he drives past a school? You're going to have kids, like, running up to the side of the thing.
I'll take the school stuff off of it. I'm not trying to lure kids. This is not why I'm doing this. I thought it was a cheap option to be a recreational vehicle. That was the honest truth. And I've always loved the mechanisms of buses since I was little. So, it has nothing to do with children.
So when you retire, just drive a school bus. You'd be beloved.
Yes, you would. He would be like, you never seen Billy Madison, though.
No.
Chris Farley was the school bus driver.
You would be like Chris Farley, though. Chris Farley I am familiar with.
You got to see the scene. It's funny.
R.I.P.
I think when I retire, though, I actually want to just, like, not do much.
But live in your school bus. But by the time you retire, that school bus will be long gone.
Oh, he'll be on the school bus 3 or 4 at that point.
Yeah, right.
I am at a loss.
I don't know what to say.
He texts me, man, last night at 9:15, and I was long since asleep. And the text said, I want to get this right. We're going to have to revisit this during the show proper. This is insane to me. And we care about you. I need your opinion if you've got a minute, is what he said. I'm thinking, you know, I love this guy. He slept on my couch before. He could have a relationship issue. Maybe there's woman advice, although he probably would have texted you for that, Doran. You know, I wake up at 1 a.m. and I'm looking at that going, oh, dang, like, I hope he's okay because it's been 4 hours now. And he wanted to talk about getting a
school bus.
Yeah, so I texted my...
Wait. Billy Madison.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen Billy Madison.
Remember they're going on that field trip?
Yes.
And Chris Farley.
Dude, I'm out of it today. I've been up since 2. I've been in the office since 3, like a full hour and a half or more before we're supposed to be in here. Baby wasn't sleeping. My recall's bad. My reaction time's going to be slow today, so apologies on the front end. You guys carry the show most days anyhow, but you're really going to need to today. Yeah, I've seen Billy Madison. My God, what the hell's going on with me?
So, Callis wants us to travel.
He called the bleep poop. That's my favorite line.
Callis wants us to travel to football games with him in the school bus. Is that what I'm getting?
I mean, I guess you don't have to, but I mean, think about the wonderful publicity we could get as well from doing adventures with this on the Fan. I mean, I'm just saying, it's a win-win right here. I don't see very many losses in this unless I buy it as a lemon and it breaks down immediately and I lose value in it. That's the only thing I could think of, but it's still $4,000.
Yeah. No offense, man. I don't think you're in a position to just go, let me light this $4,000 on fire. I know I'm not.
But that's assuming that it's going to fail. I'm not assuming it's going to fail.
It's assuming that the reward from where I'm sitting, it ain't worth the squeeze. The juice ain't worth the squeeze.
I still don't really know what the reward is.
I'm not understanding the plan. All I hear is he's got a bus, doesn't know where to park it, doesn't know where it's going to get serviced.
He wants to change the colors, but maybe wants to go tailgating with it, but also wants to play Fortnite off of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't really know what the end game is.
That's the point. There's so many possibilities, it's hard to fathom.
Texter, if he didn't live with his parents, this wouldn't even be an issue. But the fact he does live with his parents makes this extremely irresponsible. Yeah, move out and then save up more money and buy your bus. If in a year you still want the bus, okay, buy the bus. You got to think on it. You got to ruminate on it. It's been 1 week since we lived in an RV for 24 hours. This is very impulsive.
Priorities, Callis.
Priorities. That's the word, Doran. You're right. Another texter. Doran and Crowley have never done anything outside the box or unpredictable in their entire lives.
Right.
Yeah, okay, please.
I just said I built 19 tree houses when I was little.
Now, I might have done nothing in my life, but I know a bad idea. And this smells like a bad idea.
Dude, it's hard for me to believe that from you, though, about bad ideas and stuff, because you've told me several times that ideas I have aren't good, and then they turned out to be good.
You are 25 years old. You don't have the life experience to make this decision on your own. You need help, and we have offered you help.
Oh, that's what I was going to say, though. My friend and my brother-in-law are on board.
Text from Nancy in sales. We found our next vehicle for the 5-alarm.
Yes!
There is zero chance in hell that unless you turn the thing in a year into a suitable living situation, that I'm getting on that thing for 24 hours.
No doubt.
Well, nobody said you have to be on it for 24 hours. You weren't in the RV for 24 hours. You need a place to sleep. I could put a TV in it. all
Callis, invest the 4K. Someone text, $4,000 with 7% interest over the next 40 years will give him close to $1 million, if not more.
Look at that.
Invest. You think you'll be around for 40? Yeah, you'll be 65.
Yeah, but that's 40 years. I couldn't live to 65. You got to live for now.
You're going to die in the bus.
I'm not going to die in the bus. I'm not going to die in the bus.
I don't know, man. I don't know. But do what makes you happy. That's all I have to say.
Go ahead, Crowley. Tell me to be happy. Go ahead.
I do just want you to be happy. I'm not seeing the vision here.
Yeah.
We can suss it out more over the course of today's show. We can maybe take calls on this. It's a Friday. We can only kill the Pirates for their loss last night so much. We can only listen to Omar Khan say nothing so much. And God bless the PM guys. They did everything they could, but GMs are going to do GM things. All right, coming up in 15 seconds. The Pirates lost, and they may have lost before the game even began. Kind of like this Callis idea. I think he's lost before the purchase was even made. Back in 15 seconds. Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I have printed nothing. We have no show rundown. We're getting after it today. We are going to have a fun Friday show. I have slept not at all. I am punch drunk. Nick Callis wants to spend $4,000 on a bus. And Doran, you have a golf outing today.
Yes.
Where are you going for that?
Beer Valley Golf Club.
What's it for?
Pitt.
Oh, okay. Why wasn't I invited?
I don't know.
Bostic going to be there?
I'm not sure.
All right, I'm happy you have all the details.
Yeah.
Pirates yesterday, they lost.
Deep drive to right. And Brendan Donovan has given the Cardinals the lead. Home run number 5.
Fireworks, really?
Opened up on an inside pitch, and the Cardinals retake the lead 4-3.
Side note, you could not, I don't think, pay me to go to a day game in St. Louis and sit there and roast alive.
No.
Oh, my God.
So hot.
So hot. We had Wayner on. This was probably a couple of years ago. He was cramping in St. Louis. Remember, they took him in, they put him in a cold tub, and then they gave him a six-pack?
Yeah.
Just drink beer, get cool, and you'll be fine. That's how they did that. That game yesterday was a disaster, but not necessarily the game itself. Okay, you lose a one-run baseball game, things will happen. You lose the series, that stinks. But when you zoom out, it hurts. And here's why. Now, the Pirates are a game and a half back now in the wild card race. It's June 14th. They're in the thing. But when I saw the lineup yesterday, I knew it was an L. I knew it was an L. I think a lot of people came to that conclusion. I tweeted it out. I said, Mitch Keller better throw up zeros, and he didn't. He goes 6, gives up 4. It wasn't a great Mitch Keller performance, but hey, bless him for giving the Pirates an extra inning. He busted his hump, and he didn't have it, and he goes that extra inning when it's 875 degrees, and he was fighting it all day. You know, Mitch Keller was not the problem yesterday. The problem was, you look at the lineup, here's the bottom 5 of the lineup. Every one of these humans hitting below 215. Rowdy Tellez, Jared Triolo, Jack Sawinski, who, my God, is a disaster.
Jeez.
Yasmani Grandal, Michael A. Taylor. That is the bottom 5 of your lineup. You were going to lose that baseball game, and here's where the zoom out comes in, Doran. The Pirates have lost their last 6 rubber matches. So you win one game in a series, you lose a game in a series, winner take all. They've lost their last 6 opportunities, which I didn't know, but anecdotally, that felt right.
Mm-hmm.
And how many times we got in, they got a chance to win the series, and then they don't. 6 in a row, and it's because Derek friggin' Shelton throws out lineups like this. Look, I know it's a day game after a night game, and you don't want to throw Henry Davis out there. But the guy is in his early 20s, and he just hit a home run, and he's not been hot all season. He's been an abject failure. I would have liked to trot out the young man out there to just see if he can keep it going. No Kutch. Your best hitter's been Nick Gonzalez. You don't have Nick. Your most consistent hitter all year has been Connor Joe. He's not in the lineup. Doran, why do you have to rest every guy at one time?
Like, the timing of this is so odd to me because the next series is the Rockies, right?
Yes.
Like, so I could see if it was reversed. I could see if they were playing the Rockies now and then wanted to rest and then get guys ready for a Cardinal series, a divisional opponent. The timing is just so wild.
I can buy that. Yeah.
I don't get it at all. And especially all those guys. I could see one guy here, one guy there, maybe that, but your best players at the plate were out of this game.
And
like, what?
And
you basically were like, here's a win.
Yes. St. Louis put their A lineup basically out there because they understood, Marmol understood, that this is a big series in June. The Cardinals hadn't won a series against the Pirates in 2 years. Think about that. The Pirates had not lost a series to that franchise, to that bugaboo team in 2 years, and you handed it to them on a silver platter. Tellez, Triolo, Sawinski, Grandal, Michael A. Taylor. I totally agree with you, Doran. If it was the final game of a Rockies series and you had St. Louis coming up next,
right,
and you knew the importance of the St. Louis series and you were reading the tea leaves and you thought certain guys needed a breather, I can wrap my head around it. At least it can be explained away. But this is the first time you've played St. Louis this year. They haven't played a ton of division games to this point. You're all lumped together in the standings. You want to be in a good position at the trade deadline. You win this game, and you're a half game out of a playoff spot. You lose this game, you're a game and a half out of a playoff spot. I just don't get it.
Make it make sense.
It doesn't. It can't. I can't put it in a box, man. And if you think that Andrew McCutchen needs a day off, give him yesterday off and let him play today, or alternate guys.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Gonzalez plays yesterday, Andrew McCutchen plays today.
Mm-hmm.
Or Connor Joe plays yesterday and Michael A. Taylor plays today. But to rest everybody all at once, and then this is even more unforgivable. You punted. 9th inning. You're down 1 run. 1 run. Their closer couldn't even go. 1 run, you're down. Grandal leads it off. Michael A. Taylor's hitting second. You've got Kutch, Gonzalez, and Joe on the bench? How do you not pinch hit for one of those guys?
One of those guys, right.
Michael A. Taylor is hitting below the Mendoza line. He is very, very, very Austin Hedges. Like, that's who this guy is. He is maybe the best defensive center fielder in Major League Baseball right now. Like, if you look at defensive runs saved, which maybe I shouldn't say it in that tone because, okay, it matters. Michael A. Taylor, I'm sorry, he's hitting 204. Yasmani Grandal's hitting 167.
Did we get any type of explanation? Is that anywhere?
It's a long season, Doran. That's pretty much what we got. It's a long season. It's hot. Got to give guys the day. Got to think about the future. Got to think about the season overall and not just one game. It's ridiculous.
You got to think about the future. There won't be a future if you don't take care of games like this, like yesterday.
Right.
Like, I just...
And it's just 1-162, but it's a division game, so it carries more weight. And, man, I don't think Cherington's going to do anything unless the club forces his hand. And so if you're Derek Shelton, you kind of get this Moneyball feel where it's like management versus ownership, or I guess more to the point, Major League, where it really is management versus ownership and versus the general manager. If I'm Derek Shelton, I want to win baseball games, and they all want to win, right?
Yes.
But if I'm Derek Shelton, I'm doing everything I can, knowing that I manage this club day to day, to try to make it so that my general manager gives me a better opportunity to win games. Tellez is hitting 211, Triolo's hitting 212, Sawinski's hitting 170, Yasmani Grandal's hitting 167, Michael A. Taylor's hitting 204. They basically trotted 5 pitchers out there.
Honestly.
And then not to mention your cleanup hitter, Edward Olivares, who hits lefties well, is hitting 230 on the season.
What would we have said if they would have won that game? would we still be talking like this?
I would have brought it up because I think they would have gotten away with one.
Yeah, same.
Right?
Like if they would have won 4-3, if it was reversed.
Yeah.
They'd have won by one run. Like you got lucky.
Yes. They would have gotten away with one. They would have stole one. They would have won in spite of their manager, is the way I think we would have looked at it. At least I would have looked at it. It didn't make sense from the drop. And that's why I did want to get out there with a tweet ahead of time. Because I don't, look, we're in the radio industry. I don't love second-guessing things. That's why one of the few reasons that I like Twitter, because it gives you the opportunity to, in real time, question things so that you're not just Monday morning manager or Monday morning quarterback, you know? It was a bad call from the jump, and Rowdy Tellez goes 1 for 3. Triola 0 for 2. Sawinski 0 for 3. Yasmani Grandal had a hit, hip hip hooray, and Michael A. Taylor had a hit. So, 2 of the 5 guys actually got hits, but that would put them, 2 for 7, 2 for 10, 2 for 12, 3 for 15. Come the hell on!
Unreal. Unreal.
St. Louis. I feel like we're going around in circles here because there's really not much to add. But, he would look at it, Derek Shelton, as seeing the forest through the trees. I am setting it's load management. I'm setting my team up for success down the road. Sometimes you got to win that baseball game in front of you, man. And what you've done now is you throw that lineup out there, and today it's going to be a bullpen game. It's going to be Majinski. I've been crushing his name, by the way. I've nailed it.
Yeah,
I nailed it.
Wow, you said that was smooth.
Majinski, Carmen Majinski, probably going to pitch today. Luis Ortiz probably going to pitch today, and they'll have a chance. The Rockies are terrible, but it's not like you got Keller. It's not like you got Skeens. It's not like you got Jones. It's not like you got Falter on the mound. Like, if they were going to lose a game to the Rockies, you would say, it's probably the bullpen game. So now you've set yourself up where you could be losing 2 games in a row, and it's just, for all the people that crushed Derek Shelton, and I happen to really like the guy, and I think he's a good sport when he's on with Joe and those dudes. I don't want to see him lose his job, but this is ammunition for anybody who wants to criticize Derek Shelton that he does not understand the big picture. That was baffling yesterday. Tweeter, Matthew, @_Adam Crowley, @ScoreandDoran. Derek Shelton's decision-making, lineup choices, bullpen choices, etc. have been terrible for years. It's been tough to say that because their rosters have been so bad. And frankly, I don't kill him that much for the bullpen management because beyond Holderman, Chapman, and Bednar, they don't have much. I look at that more as a Cherington thing. But throw your best lineup out there in a rubber match against the Cardinals.
Right.
Like, that should not be controversial.
No.
Like, I don't even know what leg you have to stand on. And I can't wait to hear him have his conversation with Starkey next week because I think the beat writers do a good job of asking Shelton questions. I do think he is more expansive in his answers when he talks to Starkey and Zeiss and Pompiani. I'd love for him to get into that for like 10 or 15 minutes. Like, what the hell are you thinking here? Stupid. 412-928-9370 if you'd like to react to any and all of that. There might be a manager on the market who I think would make a lot of sense for the Pirates. We'll talk about that coming up. I don't want to pre-fire Derek Shelton, but if they did, I think there's an obvious place to turn. And I also had a really bad take yesterday that I immediately wanted to take back, and now I want to take back. We're kind of going rudderless today, and I like it. Who's coming on? Trey Essex at 8 o'clock. I reached out to Caboli too, Doran, because he said that Pat Narduzzi thought he was the ice cream man. I don't even want to talk football with Caboli. I just sent him a text at like 4 a.m. I said, hey, man, can you just come on and tell us what happened with Narduzzi?
I gotta know. I have
to
know. Oh,
like,
I have to know.
Did they have an ice cream truck pull up to the pit facility, and did he try to order ice cream from, like, what happened there? Right. So we'll try to get to the bottom of that, too. But first, we've got a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates dropped the series to the Cardinals after losing yesterday 4-3. Pirates going to next start a series with the Colorado Rockies. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
What do you guys have lined up for spring, Patty?
Well, CGR Wholesale gets super fast lead times on Trex and TimberTech decking, as well as Montgomery trusses and West Virginia metal panels. We also are fully stocked with Owens Corning Duration shingles in all the beautiful colors. Plus, we stock 11 colors of Provia Cedar Peak siding and Bourne & Batten.
Located on Route 51 South in Ross Draver and online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at lgkg.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
Leases 36 months, $10,000 per year. $29.99 due at signing. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1B2 plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fees. Stock units only. Offer ends 6/30/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month, or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Want to put your baseball skills to the test? Then get ready to show your stuff with MLB Pitch, Hit, and Run. The official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. Sign up for free for a chance to play your way to the Pitch, Hit, and Run finals at the 2024 World Series. Visit pitchhitrun.com today.
Father's Day is this Sunday, so now's the time to save on the perfect gift at Macy's Father's Day sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take 25% off great gift ideas, or shop Father's Day specials like 50 to 60% off designer suits, blazers, and pants, and 40% off belts, wallets, and travel accessories. Plus, find watches from Citizen, Bulova, Seiko, and more. Give love today at Macy's Father's Day sale. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Cloudy with showers today, the high 78.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is your one connection for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Visit expresspros.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Time for an oil change? Right now, you can save on Valvoline Restore and Protect, the only oil that restores and protects your engine to like factory clean. You can also save on brakes, tools, and more during the Father's Day sale with dad-approved deals through June 16th. AutoZone Father's Day sale, now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So who's Jackson Suber, you ask? The 24-year-old was slated to play at a Wichita Korn Ferry Tour event this week. Then John Rahm withdrew from the U.S. Open. As the first alternate, Suber replaced Rahm in yesterday's threesome with Green Jacket owners Jordan Spieth and Hideki Matsuyama. The former Ole Miss golfer shot a 1 under 69. Pretty impressive if you ask me. Only 4 strokes behind co-leaders Rory McIlroy and Patrick Cantlay. I'm Boomer Esiason.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss a second of NWSL action.
Heel pass, LaFonta, shoots, scores!
Every club, every matchup. From kickoff to equalizers. Every PK, every save. The best players in the world play here. Find where to watch at nwslsoccer.com/watch. NWSL. We play here.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Friday Morning Rush continuing to move along. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Glenn Osborne, crew still on the scene of an earlier accident at the intersection of River Road and Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard. Watch for lane restrictions in the area. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing mainly steady but a little bit of heavy traffic on the inbound Parkway West between Banksville and the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East slowing at Edgewood Swissvale. Route 28 and the Parkway North are up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, get 50% off all windows. No interest for 5 years, plus a bonus 10% off through June 30th. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection. You can text us 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. So, should I apologize for my bad take, or should I give you the next Pirates manager?
Bad take.
Yesterday, we had a caller say the Pirates need Trevor Bauer, and I said their problem's not pitching. They don't need Trevor Bauer with everything that comes with it, and I immediately regret that.
Mm-hmm.
I immediately regret it. Like, they're going to have another bullpen game today, and while Marco Gonzalez is throwing and Martin Perez is coming back, there still is the risk that this team were to pull back the reins on Skeens and Jones.
Right.
And so if they want to go six-man rotation, I don't think they have the bodies to do that. They just called up Ashcraft from AA to AAA. He's like coming on like gangbusters. Maybe he factors into it down the stretch. I don't know. Maybe he's a bullpen arm down the stretch. I don't know. But if you only have 4 starters, you're going to have those bullpen games. And then even when you come back healthy, Falter's taking on water. Jared Jones is taking on a little bit of water, although he was fabulous against the Dodgers. An extra starter would actually help preserve the bullpen.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to be able to trade for hitters, a bullpen arm, and a start. Like, I just think that that's asking probably more than they're willing to do.
Yeah, they're not going to be they could do it, but they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. It's going to be one or the other. I mean, Bauer would take some time to get acclimated to.
Yes.
So, I mean, how long would that take? So, I mean, I was, whenever you said that, I was like, oh, maybe, maybe they could use a guy like that. And I'm leaning towards yes, but it would take some time.
And I can't be a hypocrite either. And I wanted to bring this up when Cam Sutton got signed, but it happened right at the end of our show, and then it was Fan 5 Alarm Marathon, and then that was old news. Hey, I crushed the Browns when they got Deshaun Watson. But it's professional sports. I mean, you sign football players, baseball players, hockey players, basketball players. Do they win? Do they not win? Do they help you win? Are they good? Whatever. And I didn't have a problem with the Steelers bringing in Cam Sutton, even though we know what happened there, or at least we know what details have come out there. I said the Steelers needed a corner. He's cheap. Get him. So why would I say something different about Trevor Bauer at this point? And I'm not going to apologize to Browns fans. I still think that whole thing's a terrible look, and I think they set a terrible precedent paying that guy what they did, but you try to win, and you got to separate art from artist, frankly. I just want to see the Pirates win.
That's what I said. I posted that video, that cigar video. That's kind of what I said yesterday. I was like, they need to do something. Basically, you can't. you can't look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that if we don't add, it wouldn't be a good decision. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to be in the thick of things. I know they lost yesterday. I know that it was a bad management decision about the lineup. But still, like, if you do add to this team just a little bit, or even a lot of it, like, just think where you could be.
I'm wondering what the downside is from adding. Because at the worst-case scenario is it doesn't work out, and if you're Cherington, you got to take a little flack. Oh, he made a bad trade. But from a public perception standpoint, them just trying, I think, will get them a lot of brownie points.
They don't want to give up prospects. They're homegrown.
So stupid to me.
I know. They don't. They just don't. I guess loyalty. These are our guys. We're developing these guys. We want these guys in our system. They came up in they just won't risk giving away Bubba Chandler for a rental. In their mind, it just doesn't make sense.
And
that's
then,
probably, I mean, in my opinion, that's why.
I'm guessing that, it's an educated guess. I think that's a good take by you. And again, I'd like to see this club force the hand of Ben Cherington. I'd like them to be 5 or 6 games over 500 at the deadline and just say, hey, we are in this. I'd love them to be in the number 1 wild card spot when that comes around and you force his hand. And I bet you he would do something. But even if it doesn't work out, they should be trying to do it now to bolster your opportunity to get to the deadline.
To get there.
Right? Like, legitimize your roster. You might even internally think, our rotation's good enough, we have some pieces in the lineup, or we've got some pieces in the bullpen, I don't know what that's really going to do for us. Well, then bolster it. Bolster it. And again, if it fails, no one crushed Neil Huntington at the time of the Tyler Glasnow trade. Austin Meadows, Shane Baz, nobody killed him. That was widely celebrated. I was at Steelers training camp. I had a tear in my eye. Oh, my God, they did the thing. And it did not work out. It was maybe the worst trade in Pirates history. But at the time,
it looked good.
It looked
Perception-wise, yeah.
It was the thing they never do. And maybe that's not the strongest argument to do it now because that one did fail, but you're not going to go into it with any assumption of failure. And again, the window is now. At 7 o'clock, I saw on The Athletic, Jim Bowden, who's a former Major League Baseball general manager. He's really tapped in. He listed 9 guys the Pirates could be interested in. Who makes sense? What makes sense? Dollar figures, stat lines. I got here very early, so we can get into all that coming up at 7.
Who's the manager first? Or do you want to do that next?
We can do that right now.
Yeah.
Tim Kirchin said that, and from ESPN, that Terry Francona is going to want to get back into managing. And he's got to take care of his health stuff. This was back in April. It kind of just got brought back up in the last few days. I think they were talking about it on Cleveland radio or something. I can't think of a better place than here. And I actually think it would be tantalizing. In years past, I think, hey, you want to come manage the Pirates doesn't have all that much cachet. It's one of 32. That much is nice. But they didn't have much to sell beyond that. That's why they hired Derek Shelton, a first-time Major League manager. Now you have a chance to manage Skeens and Jones and Keller, and you have to think this thing is at least moving in the right direction.
I mean, on his end, it would be a better situation than it ever has been. But are the Pirates willing to give up on Shelton? Is the question.
And
for that.
And hey, I don't know that they even should. I would wait and see how this year plays out. Like, bare minimum, you got to win more than you won last year. To lose more games than you lost last year is unforgivable, and I think heads need to roll for something like that. Not to be dramatic, and again, I like the guy, but if you win fewer games than last year, that's a disaster. And maybe you can even make the argument that if you miss out on the playoffs by a couple of games, you would consider a change at the top. I'm not firing him in June, but come the end of the season, if they did decide to pull the trigger, because we don't even know how long this guy's signed for. We know Tomlin's going to be here through 2027, and we know he'll be here as long as he wants. We have no idea with Derek Shelton. We knew that they signed the deal early last year. Like when they were 20-8, I think they did it. We didn't know for how long or how much. Could be at the end of this year. I don't know. But if they moved on, Tito, for a couple-year stretch,
Not bad.
I don't think you can do better than that.
Nope.
And I would throw a ton of money at that guy. This Pirates Conversation is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Enjoy a hassle-free summer with our lifetime clog-free gutter solution. Visit gutterhelmet.com. I mean, I couldn't think of a better situation for Tito. Health stuff, but come back here. Ron Cook would probably come out of retirement.
Yes, he would.
Dude, he really might. Hey, did you guys Zeiss doing that show full time? Let me come back. Don't have Pompin on Tuesdays. Ron Cook's coming back. All right. Coming up next. It might be the dumbest clip I've ever heard. I don't know if you've heard this. I stumbled upon it this morning. Emmanuel Ocho on Steelers quarterbacks.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Doran.
Here we go.
Doran. It's so bad that it's good.
I can't wait to hear it.
It's amazing.
I can't wait to hear this.
We got it. For you, the people. Coming up next. But first, it's a Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pittsburgh Pirates lost 2 of 3 to the St. Louis Cardinals during the week. They're going to start a 3-game weekend series with the Colorado Rockies in Colorado tonight. 8:40 is the scheduled start time of the game. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 7:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callus. Crowley here, and it is Father's Day weekend. What are you going to get your dad? Dads like beer. I know that because I'm a dad. You need beer, so head on out to my friends and see my friends at Hampton Beer Outlet. They got the best customer service around. They got the best prices around. It's not some dark and dingy beer distributor. No. It is a beer experience. Go and see them. Best prices around. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't miss a second of NWSL action.
Heel pass, LaBonta. Shoots. Scores.
Every club, every matchup. From kickoff to equalizers. Every PK. Every save. The best players in the world play here. Find where to watch at nwslsoccer.com/watch. NWSL. We play here.
As a manufacturing professional, there's a lot that keeps you up at night. From equipment malfunctions to unplanned downtime, your operations demand constant attention. Finally, there's a solution, thanks to Maintain X. All across the greater Pittsburgh area, manufacturers are eliminating unplanned equipment and operational downtime with Maintain X. Maintain X is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. With Maintain X, leading enterprises like Titan America have improved production where it matters most. Equipment uptime and on-time delivery increased by more than 40%. Maintain X lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Right now, you can try Maintain X for free. Control the daily operations of your business by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Pennsylvania deer hunters, resident antlerless licenses go on sale June 24th for Wildlife Management Units 1B, 2G, and 3A on a first-come, first-served basis until sold out. Then beginning June 27th, resident antlerless licenses for all remaining WMUs go on sale and are guaranteed for 11 days through July 7th. Purchase your license at huntfish.pa.gov or any in-store issuing agent. Visit pgc.pa.gov to learn more. And thank you for being a Pennsylvania hunter.
Paid for by the Pennsylvania Game Commission.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I got hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
Hi, we're Comparion Insurance Agency. Never heard of us? We know. But to help it stick that our local agents are insurance experts, we're going to say local agent 3 times in the next 5 seconds. Local agent, local agent, local agent.
Find us at ComparionInsurance.com.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. From brakes to exhaust kits and beyond, eBay Motors has over 122 million parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home that kind of big win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We might need a new segment, Dumbass of the Day. We found one here, Doran. We found one here. Emmanuel Acho, wherever he's working now, he's always got to take, Emmanuel does.
Smartest man in the room.
Always the smartest man in the room.
Good God.
You think Emmanuel Acho likes himself?
Yes.
Just a smidge?
Mm-hmm. A lot.
Well, he wanted to give his opinion on Russell Wilson, and he did just that. It's so good.
I love that Russ is a man of faith because he's going to need God to revive his career. But Pittsburgh is where quarterbacks go to die. Byron Leftwich, Mike Vick, their careers, they came to an end in Pittsburgh. Charlie Batch, his career came to an end in Pittsburgh. Dennis Dixon, his career came to an end in Pittsburgh. Kenny Pickett, his career as a starter came to an end in Pittsburgh. Mitch Trubisky, his career as a starter came to an end in Pittsburgh. Mason Rudolph, his career came to an end in Pittsburgh. Devlin Duck Hodges. This is only dilemma I fall into with Ben Roethlisberger is Ben Roethlisberger was acquired by Mike Tomlin. All of these other quarterbacks that I'm naming and all these other quarterbacks that you see, Mike Tomlin, he didn't inherit them like he inherited Ben Roethlisberger. Every quarterback that Mike Tomlin acquired, they just, their careers, they come to an end there.
Well, he inherited Batch. I mean, what?
These,
This man listed Pickett too, and Tomlin didn't acquire him, absorbed him as well.
What do you mean? He drafted him.
He said that Ben was.
He inherited Ben.
Inherited is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah,
he inherited Pickett too.
Correct. Well, no, he didn't. What are you talking about?
I'm stupid. I'm sorry.
I agree. And you're trying to buy a $4,000 bus.
These were all backup quarterbacks, and most of the backup quarterbacks that he listed and named, their careers didn't die. Mitch Trubisky's still playing. Mason Rudolph is still playing. Kenny Pickett is still playing. I have no idea what the premise or purpose was of that conversation.
Did Charlie Batch not have a second career with the Steelers? That's the way I'd look at it.
Yes.
I think he was a rousing success as a backup quarterback.
Yes.
And in fact, you had games in 2010, 2005, and 2008 all won by backup quarterbacks that if those games aren't won, things in Steelers history change dramatically. Now, 05 doesn't matter, but you think about 2008, you win the division, you go 12-4, you get to host the AFC Championship game because of the way things bounced. You don't win a game with Byron Leftwich in there.
I don't think we need to sit here and roll this out, Adam. What is he talking about? Some of these people just want to hear themselves talk.
That's right.
And then we're gonna link it to Russell Wilson. I still don't get I don't get the link here.
No.
What is he trying to say?
He's saying quarterbacks' careers go to die in Pittsburgh, Dorn. And then he mentioned Duck Hodges.
Which his career was his career.
He was never going to have a career.
And he had an NFL moment here.
Yes. I don't get it. Dennis Dixon in 2010. Good. Byron Leftwich got hurt. Charlie Batch. These were all, like you said, backup quarterbacks. Mitch Trubisky didn't die here. He was dead on arrival. Like, they shouldn't have brought him in, but he was a backup the year before. He comes here and plays, and he's a backup again. He's exactly the same as he is when he left as he was when he got here. You're right. We don't need to break it down chapter and verse. It's better to just point and laugh, because I think you nailed it. This is just a guy that is trying to have a hot take, and he thinks he's a genius, so I'm going to bring up a whole bunch of quarterbacks that were here.
Yeah, look at me. I did my research on the backup quarterbacks of the Pittsburgh Steelers in the last 20 years. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, awesome. Awesome. Did they come here to die, though? Like, I don't.
Dennis Dixon went 2-1, not for nothing, as a backup quarterback. They're backup quarterbacks! Now, if you want to say, but, like, we talked about this, did the Steelers crush any chances of Kenny Pickett to be a really good player in this league? I mean, I think there has to be personal responsibility. I think that they screwed up, like with Matt Canada. I think you didn't put him in a great position to succeed. I don't think they did a good job with Mason Rudolph. There's some validity to that, but I think you flush all your credibility down the toilet if before those guys, if you just mention those guys, if you say the Steelers don't know what they're doing at quarterback after Ben, we can have a conversation. But why you bring up any of those guys is just smartest man in the room.
Sense.
BS.
No sense.
Emmanuel Acho.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
If they told you that Emmanuel Acho was coming to work at 93.7 The Fan, what would you say?
Not hitting on this show.
Well, no. Here's my 2 weeks. See ya.
What?
Am I right, though, dumbass of the day?
Absolutely.
That's one of the dumber things I've ever heard.
Every day from him, though.
Yeah, it is.
Every single day.
I wonder if he's a nice man.
He probably is, but he's probably one of those people that you just could do without, because he'd probably rub you the wrong way, but not in a mean way, but in just, he likes himself too much.
Someone get Charlie Batch on the phone and see his opinion on the subject.
We should do that.
Yeah, you think your career went to die, Charlie, here in Pittsburgh?
We should do that. We should text. I'll text Charlie and see if he wants to come on and respond to. Or I won't even say that because he might be listening right now. But I won't even say that because he probably wouldn't want to respond because I know Charlie. He's the ultimate professional.
High road.
But we can get him on and then we could ask him the question.
Yeah, we could do that. Hey, Charlie, something.
We'll play the clip for him.
Yes. That's really, in fact, it's disrespectful to a lot of the guys mentioned. And also, what kind of career was Mason Rudolph supposed to have? He's a third-round pick. Like, they said they had a first-round grade on him. He was never going to be Ben's replacement. I really don't even think.
I feel like they got the most out of all those guys.
They got the most out of Batch, and Byron got hurt. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Right.
Like, what are you supposed to do there? They definitely got the most out of Duck Hodges.
Yes.
My God.
At the end of the day, they got the most out of Mason. I mean,
it just took a while.
It took a while, but look what he did for you.
Yeah. You tell me the day they draft Mason Rudolph, he takes you to the playoffs. I say, all right, worth it. Achieved his potential.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to say they screwed up Kenny, I can get there. If you want to say that they handled Mason weirdly, I can get there. If you want to say they gave Mitch Trubisky too much money and then too much leash, I can get there. But bringing all the other guys into it just muddies the argument. All right, coming up next, saw something pop up on social yesterday, Doran, that it made me feel old. Starkey and Zeiss went on some epic rant at the start of their show yesterday, and where Starkey said, "We're in our mid-50s. So is Mike Sullivan. Mike Tomlin's in his 50s. We are in our primes." I felt very old for a specific reason yesterday. We'll tell you why. Pirates trade targets. Coming up at 7 o'clock. You can give us a ring on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 2 of 3 to the St. Louis Cardinals in that series. Pirates lost the rubber match yesterday, 4-3. Pirates going to go to Colorado and start a 3-game series over the weekend with the Colorado Rockies. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Game time is set for 8:40. Coverage starts at 7:45 here on The Fan, and that's presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Storm.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy. Introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs you to get going.
Yeah, and after hearing that stupid take there, I need my day to get going. It's a revitalizing burst of energy, caffeine, vitamins, minerals. It gives you everything you need to turn the fun up to 11. Drop by or order ahead on the Dunkin' app today. America runs on Dunkin'.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Troubles on Route 28 now, and this report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to cleaning your gutters forever. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at a vehicle into the median accident on Route 28. This is near the Pittsburgh Mills interchange. Now, crews have just rolled up on the scene. Start to see a little bit of heavy traffic in both directions as you head past the scene. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that gets in line near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. You're jammed just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Swissvale. The Parkway North is up to speed. Route 65, just traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Summer downpours have arrived. Protect your home from water damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%. That's 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Boutte Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. Medical benefits, sign-on bonus, and top pay in the industry. Visit careers.2men.com. What are you waiting for? Get off the couch, get moving, and change your life.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off, plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, and so much more. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals.
We're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Last month you said more to come, so
last month we introduced our free 3RP lease protection program.
Another Three Rivers exclusive, and
now everyone can shop Three Rivers' completely renovated outdoor customer-centric facilities. We've renovated both our new and pre-owned outdoor showrooms. New lighting, banners, window graphics, 24/7 lot access, immediate price quotes, and free 3RP. We remain Pittsburgh's lease leader that's customer-centric, customer-centered shopping.
Customers can cruise the lot after regular hours and Sundays.
That's right. And during the Make This the Summer of Ram event, you can drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn from as low as $479 a month.
To experience Three Rivers customer-centric shopping and get all the details, shop ramofpittsburgh.com or get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky.
We are Pittsburgh's customer-centered Ram store.
It's time to start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. From the everyday essentials to your must-have branded favorites, Deals for Days has low prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. Don't delay. These discounted prices on your go-to groceries will only be available for a limited time. Learn more about Deals for Days at GiantEagle.com or dive into savings today at your local Giant Eagle or Market District.
A leaky faucet, a clogged toilet, a drain is backing up. Plumbing problems are just a hassle. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. When you have a plumbing issue, you need to call the experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh is the area's trusted go-to plumbing company. McVeigh can handle any type of plumbing issue you may have, including sewer line repairs. McVeigh's highly trained plumbing experts are knowledgeable, honest, and will get that plumbing problem fixed fast. So save the day. Call McVeigh. That's McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit McVeighPlumbing.com.
Small business owners, we know finishing your to-do list can feel like climbing a mountain, but that mountain is also covered in banana peels. Then when something new gets added to your list, you're like, nope, I'm already climbing this huge super slippery banana peel mountain of a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy to manage your policy on our mobile app. So climbing that banana peel mountain feels more like a leisurely stroll. See if you can save on commercial auto insurance in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
You're ready for a perfect summer on the lawn, but all these weeds and brown spots are totally killing the vibe. It's time to call True Green. Save some green this summer with our limited time offer. One free application with an annual plan. So all you have to do is water, mow, and enjoy that perfect lawn. Hurry. Offer ends June 18th. Visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
All right, so there we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo, when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful VC turbo engine, well, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Oh, we killed the clock. Son of a mother! Son of fathers. Happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We just got a text back from Mark Cabali. He's going to join us today at 9 o'clock. because he had a run-in with Pat Narduzzi at the facility yesterday, and Narduzzi, at least according to Cabali, he said he thought Cabali was the ice cream guy.
That's unbelievable.
Need the story.
Need it so bad. Was Cabali eating ice cream? Because you know how like the end of mini camps or end of OTAs or end of training camp, they'll have like the Kona thing, the ice cream chuck.
Yeah.
I was probably there because it was the end of mini camp. And Cabali was probably, slurping on some ice cream. And Narduzzi comes out and was like, hey, where'd you get that? How much is that? What are you selling? Cabali's probably out there by himself.
Real talk, Choco Tacos, GOAT.
No doubt.
Let's go!
No doubt.
I just heard the end coming out. I thought you were just going to say no, and I was about to debate you for the next 3 hours on that.
No, they're a GOAT.
Callis, you a big Choco Taco guy?
I'm more for those little ice cream sandwich cookies with the chocolate chips in them. The Chips Galore, I believe they're called.
So we're talking a chocolate chip cookie on each side of the ice cream in the middle? Those are dope.
But there's like those little chocolate chip bits, too, surrounding.
Yeah, those are dope.
Choco Tacos are good, though.
You know what I like? Like an old school with nuts Klondike bar.
Yep.
Like I could eat those.
What would you do for a Klondike bar, though?
A lot.
Yeah.
What would you do?
Talk about Evgeny Malkin's hair.
What?
Did you see this?
No.
I just tweeted it out. @_Adam Crowley. This is what aged me, man. And I want to talk more about ice cream because it's a Friday and we can only kill the Pirates for losing yesterday so much. And we will react to Omar Khan over the course of the show, who joined the afternoon guys yesterday. But Evgeny Malkin, there was a picture on his Instagram, and he looks like he's 150. He's got the male pattern baldness thing going on. And then I saw a quote from Ovechkin the other day. He's working out, right, in Russia, and he said, "This sucks. I wake up, I work out, I get a skate in, and it sucks." I don't think if he were Ovechkin, if he were close-ish to Gretzky,
he's done.
He'd be done.
Yeah.
I think he'd be done. And Gino, you can see it on the ice. As far as the big three is concerned, he's the one who has taken the most precipitous drop-off in the level of play here. The hair's no good. Did you see the pic?
Wait, you tweeted it?
Yeah. @_Adam Crowley to those uninitiated out there. If you're Gino, you got to shave it. You got to go full Craig Riley. You got to go full Chris Muller. It's a bad look, man. It's a bad look.
Oh, no.
And that happened fast.
I mean, Crosby, remember that video he posted?
Mm-hmm.
They posted of him going to those people's house?
Mm-hmm.
His hair was like all white.
Yeah.
That made me feel, yes.
That's me, though.
That's whenever I was like, that's that one moment that I will remember for a long time where I was like, Sidney Crosby's basically a year older than me.
Yeah.
And I was like.
You don't have a single gray, by the way.
I do. You have to look close.
In the beard a little.
Yeah.
In the beard a little. I'll get close. If I go out in the sun, I'm all gray. I've been told the women like the gray.
By who?
A touch.
Who has told you
Well,
that?
because they sell it. A touch.
Your mom?
They sell a touch of gray. No one ever sells a touch of bald.
A touch of gray?
Like, you ain't going to Costco and you buy a touch of bald.
Who sells a touch of gray?
I think just for men.
No, they don't.
Just for
There's
men.
No
touch of gray.
Why would anybody want that? Unless, I mean, okay, if you're all gray, or if you're going gray,
and you don't want to just
it,
dye it,
right?
Yeah. I guess that you could make that argument.
But nobody that has a normal hair color is like, oh, I want to throw some gray in my hair.
You've never heard salt and pepper?
I have. Whenever
you
you're
want to look
50,
distinguished. Well, that's who it's for.
A touch of gray.
Riley is correct. There is.
Okay, I'm sure that there is.
He's
but there's
debating the why, though.
There's not a 22-year-old out there that's, Callis, you want to go to the store and buy just for men a touch of gray so you have a little bit of gray in your hair?
Well, I haven't had too much success with women, so I'd try anything at that point.
You go get a school bus. That'll help.
Callis is trying to buy a school bus, is going to buy a school bus for $4,000, which we will get to again later on in the show. I would much rather go gray than go the way of Gino bald.
Yes.
Now, bald's fine. We know a lot of great bald people. People can pull off the bald look. Gino's not pulling off the balding look. Bald is fine. Balding, tough.
I was thinking about this the other day randomly. Do people with a bald head, do they wash their head with shampoo or do they wash their head with soap?
That's the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. If you are bald, do you wash your head with soap or shampoo? And you can text us 412-928-9370. Callis, call Craig. and get him on the line. We'll talk to him. We'll wait till 8. He might be asleep.
Craig.
Riley.
For what?
I want to know how he washes his head. Up next, big-time Major League Baseball insider has linked the Pirates to 9 potential trade targets. We tell you who they are and if they make sense, and if they do it, coming up next. But first, let me tell you about fan weather. It's brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com.
Morning. Afternoon highs in the upper 70s with isolated strong to severe storms possible, then becoming mostly clear through the evening and overnight with lows in the upper 50s. A sunny, seasonable Saturday with highs in the low 80s and partly cloudy Saturday night with lows in the upper 50s. I'm First Alert meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hello, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. I want beer. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad, me, enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot, Route 8 in Hampton.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Summer's finally here. Time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. I mean, every surface in your home and or your business could be Zero Resified, so why not call the cleaning pros at Zero Res? Get 3 rooms in your home cleaned starting at just $129. Perfect time of year, too, to get your air ducts taken care of with $100 off. That, it'll help alleviate allergies and asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. And do not, I repeat, do not leave deep cleaning to yourself with those dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. There's no possible way to extract all that dirty water out of your carpet. Actually leaves your floors worse off than they were before. This deal, not going to last long with Zero Res. You owe it to yourself, your health, your home, and or your business to schedule your appointment now at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Thinking of popping the question? Diamonds Direct has an offer you can't miss. This month only, buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. No one provides education, selection, and value like Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet from your friends at Diamonds Direct won't last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com. 93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In
Fraser Township, crew still on the scene of an earlier vehicle into the median accident on Route 28 near the Pittsburgh Mills interchange. Now the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look live on the scene where crews are blocking the left lane on the northbound side. Traffic is slow in both directions past the scene, the northbound getting by in the right lane. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that's jammed up near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Swissvale. Parkway North is up to speed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Evgeny Malkin is going bald. Follow us on Twitter @_Adam Crowley, @ScoreandDoran, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And so Doran has asked the question, a good one. When you go full bald, when you shave it or you wax it or whatever you baldies out there do, like the Moleseys and the Craig Rileys of the world and Colin Dunlap, when you do this, do you shampoo your head or do you just body wash your head?
Right.
And people are saying bald people use soap.
No, isn't that kind of odd?
Yes. So your scalp ceases being a scalp when you have no hair?
Right, it just becomes your normal skin because it's exposed to, I guess, the sun. So I guess it just forms the normal skin as like your arms and everything. I don't know.
That's a good guess. I don't know.
I don't know why I was thinking about that, but I was.
I never seen a bald guy like that with the dandruff.
Right.
Right? It's not like flaky. It's shiny. It looks like a helmet. Text us 412-928-9370.
Oh, never mind.
What happened?
Nothing.
Text lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. One more chance?
No.
Not worth it? Okay, not worth the squeeze. That juice, that orange, not going to do it. 412-928-9370. It's also the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Was doing some reading this morning because I was up at dang 2 a.m. with the baby. Love you. Love my wife. The things I do for love. And I saw Jim Bowden, former general manager, Major League Baseball. He linked the Buccos to 9 guys, or at least said there's 9 guys the Pirates should be interested in. And there's a big difference between guys that they're linked to, guys that they are actively pursuing, and guys that would just make sense. And the one that everybody's in love with and infatuated with right now, Doran, and I can't blame anybody who's on board with this, is White Sox center fielder Luis Robert Jr. Not that expensive if you're worried about the money. $12.5 million this year, $15 million in 2025. And here's where this is really enticing. Club option for $20 million the following 2 years. You could have this guy for 3.5 years. You could have him for 1.5 years. Choose your own adventure.
Mm-hmm.
He's only played 16 games this year. He's been hurt. 7 homers in 16 games.
Wow.
38 homers last year. An OPS of .857. Meanwhile, the Pirates are trotting out Michael A. Taylor to play center field for them on almost a daily basis, as they did yesterday.
And Sawinski.
Who, in addition to being not good at hitting right now, like even close to good at hitting right now, is not a great defensive center fielder. Before we get more into Luis Robert Jr., I'm happy you brought up Sawinski, man. I think I'm beyond concerned. Like, I'm to the point where I don't know that I would give up on him, but if they did give up on him, I don't know that I would blame them.
I would absolutely give up on him because whenever he's at his best, it's a streaky best. Like, he goes on those heaters, and he hasn't this year, but last year he would go on those heaters, and then he would fall right off the cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he wouldn't dangle off the cliff. He would just fall right off the cliff, and that's the type of player he's been. That's the most he's given to you. I don't see him becoming a consistent bat, a consistent big bat. It's going to be a streaky bat. And you don't need that.
If he's like your 6th best hitter, and like by a long shot, I think you're okay. Coming into the year, I kind of thought he and Cruz would be the boppers.
Yes.
Like, I thought those would be your guys. And he had a strikeout looking yesterday, man, where the 5th pitch, I'm looking at the MLB at bat thing here. The 5th pitch, 91 miles an hour, right down the middle, swings right through it. And then the final pitch of the at bat, 4-seam fastball, 93 miles an hour. It's not like you're staring at 103 from Chapman, 93 miles an hour. It split the plate 4 ways. And he strikes out looking. How? Yeah, if they gave up on him, I can't say I would blame them. And I do wonder if he could be a sweetener in a deal. Like, he's not going to be,
no, he's
especially
not
now.
anything.
No. He would not be the principal piece of any deal you would make because other general managers have eyes, and they can look at stat lines, and they can look at advanced analytics. But if you're making a move for Luis Robert Jr., could you package Jack Sawinski, send him back home to Chicago? Maybe. But he'd have to probably be the 3rd or 4th player in the deal. If they were really interested in Luis Robert Jr., they would have to pay a lot for that guy in terms of prospects. And I think you and I are both on board with doing something like that.
I don't care what any of them. Bubba Chandler,
Solomedo,
Johnson, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Get somebody.
How many years have they sold at the deadline? They'll bring players in the offseason, parlay them into prospects
all
the time. So where are these prospects? And what good are they if you're not going to use... You want some of them to come up and help your major league club, but they're currency. You use them to acquire other players.
You got your prospects. They're up here. Jared Jones, Paul Skeens, and Nick Gonzalez.
You getting emotional?
No, I had something in my throat.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. There they are.
They're right here. And Ashcroft, whomever. Gorski's been doing pretty good things down at the AAA level. Like, it's not like you don't have bodies. And for me, I would trade out of the pitching well, because you know what your top 3 is going to be for the next 5 years. You hope Oviedo comes back next year. And we have seen Ben Sherrington be able to piece together like 4th and 5th starters that have actually been effective. Vince Velasquez, Marco Gonzalez I thought was okay.
Hill.
Rich Hill was good. That's a good pull by you. Jose Quintana. Like, they found guys. You don't need to find a 1, 2, 3. You need to find a 4 or 5. They can do that. So trade from a position of strength, which is your rotation. And if you are going to make a move, yeah, giving up prospects is hard. You develop an affinity for these dudes, no question about it. But if you're giving them up for a player that you can control for the next 3.5 years, who's already hit 38 homers as a center fielder, you should be able to go to bed and sleep real easy at night.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I look at it. I mean, how old is Luis Robert?
Good question.
Well, I look at it like that. Like, if you... And I look at it like with the Steelers. Like, that's why I am okay with the Kenny Pickett and giving up on Kenny Pickett, because you got Justin Fields in return.
Yeah, young guy for young guy.
Yeah. First round pick, and one was actually higher. I mean, kind of the same type of player, same type of career. No, one guy played a little bit longer, but still unknown. It's a kind of a swap. So I don't think that you lost out on your first round pick with Kenny Pickett. Like, in these situations, if you can have control of a guy that does profile high with their bat and high as a player, like, it's basically like, okay, like we got that's what the prospect we hope was going to develop into.
Yeah,
like,
we want this guy to be good, or we can acquire a player who's good now.
Right, and you have him for as long as you probably would have the prospect to get to that level of being good.
He is 26 years old, Luis Robert Jr., and you would have him under control if you wanted him, because there's 2 team options on the back, and you'd have him until 30.
Right, exactly.
You'd have him in his prime, his absolute prime. Has he been hurt? Yes. Is that concerning? Of course. But take a risk on a player who would be here. And Brian Reynolds and Luis Robert Jr. are your left fielder and center fielder? Okay. Now we're talking. I hope O'Neal Cruz can develop into a 30 home run guy. Go get a dude who already done it. My wife texted in. She probably doesn't want me to read this. But she's weighed in on Callis wanting to spend $4,000 to buy a bus. We have called it Callis's lifelong dream. She said, is Callis's other lifelong dream to never get laid?
Wow. Wow.
Pew, 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 pew. And she likes Nick. She sees similarities between her and Nick because I get
Which
under
ones?
I get under their skin in similar ways, and they get under my skin in similar ways. Your thoughts, Nicholas?
She thinks I wouldn't get laid if I had a bus.
Yeah.
That'd be tough. You have to find that unique person. Honestly, I think the first time you would get laid whenever you had the bus, that's who you're going to marry. If somebody's willing to lay you,
oh yeah,
and you had a bus, that's who you're going to get married to because you'd be unique and you'd be one of a kind.
You could travel.
See, but I mean, because I've already gone through the dating pool in college, right? This would be we're separating the right one now. That's all the more reason to get one.
Imagine him just driving around the country on that bus for his honeymoon. Just him and Sally just driving around on the bus. Dear God. There are 8 more guys that Jim Bowden linked the Pirates to. We'll give you a couple more of those dudes coming up next and if they might make sense. Does it make more sense for the Pirates to get a rental or someone with years of control? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost 2 of 3 to the St. Louis Cardinals this week. They're traveling to Colorado, and tonight they're going to start a 3-game series against the Colorado Rockies. Game time scheduled for 8:40. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 7:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law's playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's 888-265-9608.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Score free gifts for the greatest dad this Father's Day at Lowe's. Get a free 8-piece Blackstone accessory kit and soft cover with purchase of a 28-inch flat-top grill. $50 off, now just $248. And get a free select DeWalt, Craftsman, or Cobalt tool with your purchase of a select battery kit. Lowe's knows dads. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/16 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Father's Day is this Sunday, so now's the time to save on the perfect gift at Macy's Father's Day sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take 25% off great gift ideas. Or shop Father's Day specials, like 50 to 60% off designer suits, blazers, and pants, and 40% off belts, wallets, and travel accessories. Plus find watches from Citizen, Bulova, Seiko, and more. Give love today at Macy's Father's Day sale. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. Save $40 on select 5-gallon HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams paint, like Weather Shield, Showcase, or Ceiling Paint. Plus, save $10 on drywall PVA primer and get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Offers valid through 6/14. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Memo to NFL defensive coordinators. Andy Reid wants Patrick Mahomes to take full advantage of free agent wideout Marquise Brown and draft pick Xavier Worthy, both of whom can fly. According to Mahomes, if he doesn't throw deep in practice, Reid needles him with jabs like, oh, you want to throw the check down here? Now, this is going to be fun to watch, as it always is. I'm Boomer Esiason.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems persist on Route 28. This report brought to you by Window Nation. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam still looking at that accident. The vehicle into the median on Route 28. This is just past the Pittsburgh Mills interchange. They're still blocking the left lane on the northbound side. Traffic a little heavy getting by in the right lane. A flatbed tow truck has just pulled up on the scene, so that vehicle should be out of the way shortly. Meanwhile, the Parkway West getting in line at Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East to just a little heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. Northbound 79, a little heavy in the construction zone between the Craft and Moon Run interchange and the Neville Island Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, get 50% off all windows. No interest for 5 years, plus a bonus 10% off through June 30th. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sorry about that. I had a plan there for a song, and then I botched it.
Plan didn't come to fruition there?
What's that?
And now you can't hear? What happened there? Are you focused on buying this bus?
I actually haven't done any research on the bus.
Okay.
I honestly had a plan. I'll make sure it works for the next segment.
I did tweet this out. Our intrepid producer, Callis, is going to buy a bus for $4,000. Will this help or hurt him with the ladies? We'll get the responses later on in the show. It feels very weird to me now with no music.
Oh, did you see the first response?
Bang bus.
See, that's another good. That's a good idea. I wasn't thinking about that.
Oh yeah, real good idea. Callis Jeremy.
By the way, this update from Pinehurst is brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Tiger Woods 4 over tees off today at 114. Neil Shipley, 16th overall right now. At even par, he tees off at 209.
Nice.
So there is your update from Pinehurst. Shall we look into some more of the names that Jim Bowden threw out there, former GM in Major League Baseball? Guys, the Pirates should be interested in.
Go with it.
Let's go with it. So Luis Robert Jr., I became an old person there. They throw S's on the end of everything. Luis Robert Jr., he was the first name mentioned by Jim Bowden. And he's under control for 4 years, club option the final 2 years of that deal. So it's a choose-your-own-adventure thing, 38 homers last year. That's a guy you'd have to give up a lot for, but you would get him for a while, and you'd get him from 26 to 30. You'd get him for his prime. This is another guy with term, and I think you would have to give up less for him. A's designated hitter / outfielder Brent Rooker. $750,000 this year. Arbitration eligible the next 3 years. He'll command a raise. How big? We'll see. He hit 30 homers last season. He's got 13 this season with an OPS of 852. Let's go.
Yeah.
And both the White Sox and the A's, look, these teams would be smart to wait until the deadline to fetch as much as possible. But it's not like the White Sox are really contending for anything, and it's not like the A's, come on, are really going to contend for anything. So I think these are conversations that you could be having right now. That's an intriguing guy. There are some rentals out there that I also think make some sense. Like J.D. Martinez for the Mets. I don't know if they think they're in it. What are they, 3.5 back, which is kind of crazy because they suck. I mean, they are terrible. $4.5 million this year. You'd have to pick up the prorated number on that one. Free agent at the end of the year. He's hitting .271 and OPS is .785. He's a professional hitter. Like, unfortunately, I think that's the kind of guy they're going to be in the market for. Like, an upgrade. And honestly, at .785 OPS, a significant upgrade.
Yeah.
He is a designated hitter. Does that mean Kutch has to play the outfield? Can you play around with that? I'm fine with it. $4.5 million this year. You'd give him a flyer for that guy. Like, you're not going to have to give up an A prospect for J.D. Martinez, I don't think.
I mean, do we really think that? What are the odds that they actually do something?
I think if they do,
anybody on this list.
I think if they do, he'd be a guy. I think Angels outfielder Taylor Ward, $4.5 million this year, arbitration eligible the next 2, so potentially 2.5 years of control. 774 OPS, 12 home runs. Like, not a big name, but an upgrade, I think, is kind of what they're going to be angling for. I'd love a really good player with term. And I'm going to keep beating that drum. We can keep beating that drum. Just because they won't doesn't mean they shouldn't.
Right.
But I do think they're more likely to go the rental route and not give up a big-time prospect.
Like, I got a tweet yesterday after that video I posted, and it was like, Dorn, how long have you been doing this? You know the Pirates aren't going to spend money. And I was sitting there, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know what? I mean, there comes a time whenever the time is the time. And even though that history says that they're not going to spend money, but they've never really been there's only you could count on one hand how many times they've been in situations like this-ish, where it's like, okay, we have something, we could be in the thick of things, what do we do? That's why I have a little bit of faith that they are going to make a move. Now, it's probably not going to be a big move, but I understand the history that's going on and why people feel that way. I do. But that doesn't preclude me to thinking that they can recognize the situation and act on it. I think any normal person in business would act on a situation to enhance their business.
Yes.
And this would do that.
Yes. It's not just about making the playoffs. It's everything that making the playoffs does for you. And revenue-wise, you're packing the ballpark.
Yes.
You go out and you get Luis Robert Jr., and you go on a little bit of a run, which I think you would when you put an impact bat in the middle of the lineup. Ballparks sold out. Hot dogs flying off the shelves.
Merch,
beers, everything associated with it. Like, extra games if you were to make the postseason. And I think I'll just go out and say, you get Luis Robert Jr., you're also going to keep him from going to another contender potentially in the NL. I think you make the playoffs with that move. Presuming he stays healthy, like, you can never know, but you trade for that dude and you put him in the heart of your lineup. You have Kutch, Reynolds, Cruz, Robert Jr., Gonzalez. Now you're cooking with gas. Like, O'Neal Cruz, who has an 850 OPS since the end of April, I didn't even know that, but he does. He's rounding into form. You'd like to see more power from him. But you're going to have to pitch to him. You're going to have to, because Luis Robert Jr. would be up next. I do think it's going to be more like the rental. Like, here's another guy. You asked, like, who do I think is realistic on this list? This dude I think is realistic. If Boston waves the white flag. Outfielder, designated hitter, Tyler O'Neill. $5.8 million this season. Free agent at the end of the year. So full-on rental, OPS of 865 with 12 home runs. The last time he was fully healthy for a season, so health is an issue with him too, he hit 34 home runs. So you can do it both ways. If you're afraid to give up prospects because you're concerned about the long-term viability of your franchise as a small market team that doesn't like to spend a lot of money, you don't have to give up big-time prospects for a rental. Or if you're worried about the long-term viability of your team in contending, you go out and you give up prospects for a player with term. And again, Luis Robert Jr. makes a ton of sense. 12.5 this year, 16 next year, 20 each of the following years, but they're both club options. If you want to pull the plug, you can pull the plug. You reserve the right to do that. And then also a guy like him, if he's good for 2 years and God forbid one of your pitchers gets hurt, you can flip him for prospects. There's a couple of more guys that I think we should mention from Jim Bowden's list as players the Pirates should be interested in. We'll mention them when we come back. A couple more realistic options as well. Plus, the rest of the hour, we got Omar Khan. He joined the PM team yesterday. He talked about what went down with the Steelers and Najee Harris. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Cardinals finished up their 3-game series yesterday, and the Pirates lost the third game, the rubber match, 4-3. Pirates are going right to Colorado. They're going to start a weekend series with the Rockies tonight at 8:40. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Dan Zangrilli will host the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 7:45. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Greetings, beer lovers. Sunday is Father's Day. What does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. He wants beer. I want beer. And you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet's got it all. So for the best variety, the best service, the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
There is so much this summer that Schultz Ford has to offer. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about them. First of all, there's the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, and down in Wheeling. And by the way, a lot of people buying cars down in Wheeling. That's awesome. Always online too, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. I was just at 2 of the locations. Stopped out at Wexford, went over to Harmer, said hello to some of my friends that are working there, and so much inventory of all the Fords that you're looking for. Mobile service, that's great. Let's say something goes wrong or you need a tune-up of some sort. They'll come out and they'll do it right there in your driveway if that can happen. How about pickup and delivery? You need that? They'll come grab your car, take it, service it, bring it right back. That's spectacular. So check out schultzford.com for everything you need. Richard Bazzi and his staff have you covered. Again, all those locations and always online at schultzford.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off, plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, skee-ball, air hockey, and so much more. 2 weeks only. Everything for Dad's game room. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals. Professional installation and financing available. Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale happening now. 724-934-5888 or leonsbilliards.com.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Plus, Universal Windows Direct backs it up with a true lifetime warranty, as long as you own the home, and a 20-year warranty to the next homeowner. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Universal Windows Direct.
Join Mark Patrick's seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking, Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar, 8.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, one more guy Jim Bowden says the Buccos should be interested in. That might make some sense. How about Jesus Sanchez, Marlins outfielder? $2.1 million this year, arbitration eligible the next 3 years. OPS is 629. But last year it was 777 with 40 extra base hits. When I say it makes sense in that I could see the Pirates getting him.
Yes.
Because you probably don't have to give up a lot, and he would be cheap for the next 4 years. But he would be another bounce-back guy. You know, hey, he had a good year last year, not so much this year. We'd like to think he can turn it around. I don't know that I have any faith that they would turn him around.
You need somebody that's hot right now.
Yes. Yeah, you don't want to get a guy that comes in here and he...
Tellez. That's what they did with Tellez 2 years ago.
Yes.
What did he have, 30 home runs? 20-something, like high 20s?
34.
Oh, 34. 35. That's why they got Tellez. It's like, maybe we can get that rowdy Tellez. No. You don't need to waste time doing that.
No, you're making a bet, but it's not a smart bet. Another one. White Sox DH Eloy Jimenez. 13-8 this year. It's a lot of money. Career OPS of 800, but he's 668. It's just,
Too much money for not producing now.
Here's one. You ready for this? This would be a blockbuster. This would be a baseball trade, Doran. I don't hate this. Rockies' third baseman, Ryan McMahon. You got Ke'Bryan Hayes. They paid McMahon $12 million this year, $16 the following 2. 4 years in his career with 20-plus homers. Now, you got to take into account he plays his home games at Coors Field. 12 homers this year with an 812 OPS. You would probably do a change of scenery swap. Ke'Bryan Hayes, for Ryan McMahon.
Ain't going to do that.
They're not, or you wouldn't, or
They're
both?
not.
I doubt that they would.
They're not going to do that.
I think, just talking this out, I think the rental route is probably more the way that they would go. A guy that they think would bolster their chances this year, but they would think that it also wouldn't screw up whatever their long-term plan is because they wouldn't have to give up a ton of prospects.
But if you're a GM, so you have somewhat of a nucleus of young players and obviously the young pitchers, and you have Mitch Keller for how many years?
5, yeah.
I wouldn't go the rental route. I'd go the route where I know a guy can be here for this block of young talent. Like, I would go the 3-4 year guy where I know that is doing well right now, spend some money, and I can have him for this.
Yeah, and even if you're not good this year, or even if it doesn't work out this year, he bolsters your chances for the next 3.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, you can get better with another guy that is doing well this year.
That's what I would do. But I have my doubts. Like, I feel like they're kind of, and this is just
because if you're renting and you don't win and you don't make it, then you're kind of throwing money down the drain.
Yeah, which they also don't like to do.
They're not going to do. Yeah, they don't want to do that. So I don't know.
When I think about bringing in someone for 3 or 4 years, like my guess is, and this is all educated guess based on what Ben Cherington has said and based on his career track record and what he's done as general manager of the Pirates, so this is a totally different circumstance. I think they look at this year as the start of the opening of the window.
They said that last year.
I know. I don't think they look at I don't think they really look at it as though the window's fully open right now. And that's not the right way to look at it. Like, take advantage of this year for what it is, a legitimate chance. And we got people blowing up the text line right now. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. We said the Steelers were never going to fire Matt Canada. No one believed they would. We talked about it because it's what they should have done. We're talking about what they are probably going to do. We're talking about things that make sense, but we're also telling them what they should do, which is the window is now. The window is now. Go and get a guy that gives you a chance. Because the other text we're getting is, they're not going to do anything even if they made the playoffs. Well, why not? Because if they made the playoffs, they'd have done so with a roster clearly that's been augmented, that you would think that they would have a chance. And we could been saying this till our ears turn blue, but with this rotation, and you add a bat, and you're in a playoff series, no one would want to play them. I would love, like, even the Phillies. Like, their rotation's great, but I'll take my chances with Skeens, even against the Rangers, Suarez, or any of those guys. All right. I've left no time to hear Omar Khan talking about Najee Harris. Shall we do that next?
Sure.
Or Omar on Cam Hayward.
Najee.
Let's do Najee. Trey Essex going to join us at 8 o'clock. What a man he is. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates are starting a 3-game series with the Colorado Rockies tonight. It'll last over the weekend. Game time's at 8:40 for the first game. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 7:45. Dan Zangrelli is going to host the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Some
Good news on Route 28. This report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. The good news is they have cleared the earlier accident, reopening all lanes, especially that left lane on the northbound side of Route 28 near Pittsburgh Mills. Traffic pretty much up to speed. Elsewhere on 28, you're fairly steady all the way down into the north side. Parkway West, you're jammed inbound at Parkway Center. Outbound delays past Carnegie up toward Roslyn Farms, and the Parkway East lining up at Edgewood Twistvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's spring cleaning time for your car. Keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wetco Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, Chris Muller here. Mark your calendars for an epic Awaken 180 open house event Tuesday, June 25th at Awaken 180's new Mars location. Both Donnie Football and I will be joining you from 5 to 7 p.m. This isn't just any open house. We're talking a deep dive into your health with a free body composition analysis. We're talking a free body composition analysis to see what you're really made of. How much body fat are you packing? What's the deal with that visceral fat? And if that's not enough, we've got giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks, and a chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches. Ask them anything, or fire away your questions at Donnie and me. Weight loss, 2024 black and gold rookie expectations, no topics off limits. This free open house event is from 5 to 7 on Tuesday, June 25th at the Awaken 180 Mars location, just minutes off I-79 at the Cranberry exit. Feel free to bring a friend. Reserve your spot by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports, now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich, and we have a special invitation for you from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
You've got to see what we've done. We have several new displays and changes that give you even more affordable quality options than before.
In the Petite showroom, you'll see the new materials and great ways to use them to create the kitchen or bathroom of your dreams.
No matter what your style, our designs range from the traditional to the very contemporary and everything in between.
Great new designs and ideas that will fit your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
If you've been here before, you really need to come in and see what's new. or call today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222 for an in-home appointment.
If you've never been to Petite, please accept our invitation and come visit our showroom.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
In a world where paying high retail prices is dumb, you need a hero, someone who knows how to save money.
You. Yep, it's you. Saving tons of money with your MacBit app.
Up to 80% off retail.
Okay.
It's an auction-packed summer.
Get it? Not action-packed, but auction-packed?
They get it.
It's clever.
It's good.
You.
Versus evil.
Think he means the people you're bidding against, or maybe big retail. I don't know.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid or on the free app.
Tired of being taken advantage of by the big box stores? Get fitted for your next set of clubs at Golf Specialties. 3732 Library Road in Castle Shannon. You'll be fitted properly on their new state-of-the-art simulator. Test all major brands, TaylorMade, Callaway, Mizuno, Tour Edge, to name a few. Limited budget? Check out the used club section. Golf Specialties also offers on-site repairs. Update your driver with a new shaft that fits your swing. Don't overpay. Visit or call Golf Specialties, 412-343-2323.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, this is Callus's music. Composed, wrote it, performed it. Look how proud he is of himself.
He is.
I put my music in. Got played on the radio.
Been asking us about it for 2 weeks.
You asked me first, but I finally did it.
Good. Sounds good. Gets the vibe going. 50-minute mark on the Fans, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We got Trey Essex joining us in the next segment. And we've got Omar Khan here talking to the PM guys yesterday about Najee Harris. Why did they not pick up the fifth-year option?
Yeah, it was just it was a business decision that we had to make by, I think it was May 2nd. But, Najee's awesome to have around here. Love Najee as a player and a person. And, just because we didn't pick it up, it doesn't exclude us from, doing something with Najee, for long term. I'd love to say that Najee's was here had a long career in Pittsburgh. He really represents us well on the field and off the field. But it was just one of those things that we had to make a decision on, and we just felt right now that was the right decision for everyone. But I love Najee and would love to have him here long term.
So what I heard there, I believe. I don't know why a general manager would say we could see him be here long term if he didn't mean it. I figured, though, if you were going to do that, you just would have picked up the option and have him for 2 more years guaranteed and then kind of see where it goes. I still don't really understand the why if that's the case. If they do want – I'm fighting with myself on that one because when you decline it, I just think, all right, this will be it. Lame duck season, you're gone, and you go try to spend money elsewhere. But when he talked there, I do believe him because he could be more tight-lipped on the subject matter than he was.
Well, it was a business decision because they have Jaylen Warren, and they don't know how it's going to play out. And why would you pay somebody? This would be for next year. Mm-hmm. That's why I always get confused. It'll be for next year. It was, what, $7 million around there?
Yeah, thereabouts, yeah.
So you still have Jaylen Warren underneath his undrafted rookie contract. You don't know how the disbursement's going to play out this year. If Jaylen Warren has a better year, then you made a right business decision of not paying somebody already this year for next year whenever you have a guy that you think may be percentage-wise the ball carrier or the ball toucher. So business-wise, it's like, okay, if Jaylen Warren wasn't a factor or say like he was in there sporadically, say he was, Anthony McFarland behind Najee, they probably do pick it up because they need that security and then you don't have to go look in the draft. But like now with how their running back situation is, it's going to be 50-50, and I'm not going to pay you $7 million for 50% of work.
That's true. $7 million for you to be one half of the equation.
Yes.
Yeah. And I do think, the way the world works,
In football, it all comes back to the quarterback. I wonder if, hey, we're not going to earmark $7 million
that too
to a running back, not this year, but the following year, when we have zero idea who our quarterback's going to be.
Right.
Maybe it's Russ Wilson. Maybe it's Justin Fields. Maybe it's none of the above. And so why are we spending $7 million for a guy guaranteed? Maybe he gets hurt this year.
Right.
I mean, that's what makes sense to me. I don't know that I would have answered the question the way Omar did if that's the way I was looking at it. You know what I mean?
Like we want him to be around, but we're not willing to do it, kind of?
Yeah.
Is that how you're saying?
Now, maybe, and we're just sort of thinking aloud here, maybe it's we do want Najee to be around, but we don't know what our quarterback situation is going to be, so we'll kick the can down the road. We'll see how this season goes at running back. We'll see how this season goes at quarterback, and then we'll figure out how to divvy up our money after that. Could be that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think trying to read the tea leaves here, Najee didn't speak.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought he had to. I guess he didn't have to. He says he's going to talk at camp. And we're going to talk to Mark Cabali about some of this stuff coming up at 9 o'clock. But I'm wondering if they haven't talked to him about any long-term. I'm guessing, actually, that they haven't talked about any long-term plans.
No.
If they had, I think he would have spoken, and I think he would have said, yeah, or spoke English. And I think he would have said, yeah, well, yeah, that didn't work out, but we're having conversations.
Yeah, no, they haven't.
Yeah.
They haven't talked to him one bit. Yeah, just go play this year, and we'll see it. We'll go from there.
Yeah.
For sure.
Which is tough. Like Najee's he's kind of an enigma. Sometimes he's super friendly, sometimes he's not. He's a human. That's what humans do. And there have been times where he's been really good. There's been times where he's been just so-so. There's been other times where he's been hurt. If he has his feelings hurt by this, I'm not going to blame the guy for that. Like, you don't have to talk unless you have to talk. He didn't want to talk. I'm actually not going to blame him for it.
I'm honestly, I'm with you. I kind of understand how Najee kind of operates.
Yeah.
And he's hit or miss. Like, one day he's like, Jekyll and Hyde. But I think that this is more, I just want to focus because I'm going to be a terror this year. Like, I don't want any distractions. I don't want to answer any questions. I don't even want to think about that. All I want to think of, I mean, my man, he lost even more weight. Watching some of the drills, he looks quicker. He looks faster. I mean, that's just with my, trained football eye. He looks explosive way more than he's ever had in his career. And I know it's OTAs, and I know that. But, like, it's watching it, and I've watched him a lot. I've sat there, and I've taken time to just watch every single step that he's done in his drills. I think he's going to have a huge year this year, and I think he's so focused on, I do not want any distractions right now.
This pissed off for greatness kind of deal.
Yep.
Yeah.
Watch.
I hope that's the case. I mean, we've seen him finish strong. Like last year, he finished strong. And I'm not the biggest fan of the player. I think he's okay. But he's also not had great lines to run behind. He's had a bad play caller, and he's had bad quarterback play. And maybe that's what folds into it, too. We got a new play caller. We got a new offensive line. We got a new quarterback. Yeah, let's see how you play with all of that.
Mm-hmm.
The whole offense kind of a question mark. They think that they're going to be better, but it is a question mark. Let's talk to Trey Essex coming up next. I wanted to get his thoughts on the Tomlin extension and then so much more about the Steelers. So we'll talk to our friend Trey when we come back. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Today, highest 79.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
So I just went to Kohl's to shop their first ever customer appreciation event. And now I'm here to spill the details. Because I'm a Kohl's card holder, I got an extra 30% off. Or if you're a rewards member, you get 20% off. Even non-members can save with 15% off. And as an added bonus, Kohl's also has great prices on Father's Day gifts. Like top activewear, Sephora cologne, grilling gear, and more. So what are you waiting for? Don't miss out. Hurry to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Offers end June 16th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Would you like to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services for no interest up to 5 years and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know you can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
You know, it's called spring cleaning for a reason. You don't want to be clearing out that junk in July. Enjoy a clutter-free summer and book us online. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you're shopping at GetGo, you might meet the Maximizer. He knows how to get the most from MyPerks, like up to 20% off his groceries, or a free tank of gas for the ride home. The Maximizer, leading the way to big savings. Really big. Find your MyPerksonality and transform your shopping into free gas and groceries. Full details at gianteagle.com/MyPerks. Perks cannot be earned or redeemed on select items. Restrictions apply.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Leases 36 months, $10,000 per year, $29.99 due at signing. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2, plus tax acquisition through title plates and dealer dock fees. Stock units only, offer ends 6/30/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month. Or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Diamonds Direct has done it again. This month only, get ready for an offer you can't resist. Buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right, a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet will not last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble for you now on the Parkway West. This report brought to you by 4th Generation family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread. Delays inbound just past the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Outbound, though, that's where the trouble is. You have some debris blocking the left lane just before the Roslyn Farms interchange, and that is backing traffic now pretty much back toward Parkway Center as you make your way past the scene, getting by in the right and center lanes. Meanwhile, the Parkway East still lining up near Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 just a little heavy past the 31st Street Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93. 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. And the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Here's the Twitter poll. It's a super serious sports day. If you're bald, do you wash your scalp with shampoo or soap? 61% of the people, Doran, saying with soap.
That's very interesting to me.
Your scalp just stops being your scalp. It just turns into skin.
Yeah.
Amazing. Trey Essex joins us now. He's our friend. We like Trey a great deal, and we're very happy that he is with us on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Good morning to you, Trey. How are you today?
Fantastic, fellas. How are you guys doing on this fine Friday?
I'm doing awesome.
We're good.
Hey, happy Father's Day weekend to you, too.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, man. Is it really our weekend, though?
Nope.
Is it really Father's weekend? It's not my day.
No.
It's my kid's day. It's my wife's day. It's not my day. But I'll take it.
We were talking about that earlier. Like, I got 3 events I got to go to. Like, I got a birthday party, I got a grad party, and then I forget even what the third one is. There's no time for Dad on Father's Day.
No.
Not to digress.
No, I'm trying to etch out a tea time on Sunday, and it's not working for me because, I got a birthday party to go to as well. I got to take the kids to the pool.
See, the birthday party thing, just real quick before we get into the nuts and bolts of why we had you on, Trey, but like the birthday party thing, you think you're a better dad than me? You think you are a king, top dog dad, and you get to have the birthday party for your kid? So, that's my kid. I'm a dad. Nah, screw you. Anyway, all right, Trey. So Mike Tomlin gets a 3-year contract extension. When that comes across, you see it on social media, however you find out, what was your reaction to that?
I was happy for him. He deserved it, especially the way he ended last year. I know last year was a roller coaster as far as, every year with Coach Tomlin, they're calling for his head at some point, especially since he hasn't we haven't brought a trophy home in a while. But I thought with the way things were going and the way we started and the way we ended, he deserved it. I think there isn't a better coach out there for what we have on the roster right now. And I know Coach T is ready and roaring to go this season, so I'm excited for him.
Trey, do you think there was a changing in the guard of the hiring processes and Mike Tomlin's power and his overriding ability throughout the years of saying, I want this guy, I want to do this in the draft? Do you think that Rooney and Tomlin had a heart-to-heart conversation saying, hey, let's go in a different direction? Art is going to make some decisions. Omar's going to make some decisions. And, Mike, you could be a part of that process. Do you see a situation where Mike Tomlin kind of has backed off of the decision-making part of things?
I think maybe it's a different approach for him. I don't know if he actually let go of the power as opposed to maybe delegating some of it. I know with Omar coming in, I know him and Kevin Colbert were in lockstep with how they approached the draft and free agency and stuff like that. But with them bringing in Andy Weidel from Philly, I think with Omar and his approach being more analytical and being a numbers guy, I think there was more of a consensus to look at things through a different perspective and maybe share the decision making and have more hands in the pot, so to speak, when it comes to making decisions, as opposed to just having one or two voice being the end-all, be-all.
2-time Super Bowl champion Trey Essex joins us, and you played under Bill Cowher. You played for a long time under Mike Tomlin. How did they coach the same? What were the similarities? What were the differences? Because both guys have been deemed by some as players coaches, but how were they similar? How were they different?
They were very, very similar in approaching players from a perspective of letting men be men, not micromanaging personalities, really understanding that people come from different cultures, different backgrounds, different home situations, and just letting them figure themselves out as opposed to how football fits into their life and how they approach the game and how it works in the whole grand scheme of things when it comes to building a team. They were really good at both letting guys figure their way. As far as differences goes, I think maybe Coach Tomlin was a little bit more in tune with the younger guys as opposed to Coach Cowher is more veteran-laden. But I think I came in at two different points. Like came in at the end of Coach Cowher's tenure and came in at the beginning of Coach Tomlin. So my perspective is a little different because I'm sure Coach Tomlin might be more in lockstep with the veterans now, more so than Coach Cowher.
Just so you know, I was giving hand signals to Doran because I wanted to ask you a follow-up question on that. That didn't mean to shut up or anything like that, Trey. I know you can see it.
What is that?
Yeah, I know.
What does that mean?
I don't want you to think I'm being rude. Like, shut your mouth, man. No. What I wanted to ask was, yeah, right. Like, you're gonna have me on, or you're gonna tell me to cut it out? Come on now. So you came in, like you said, 2 different points. Could you tell that Cowher had been through it? That he had that because you had. And really, you saw Tomlin grow on the job too, but was it obvious to you that Cowher, had done it for a while, and then when Tomlin came in, was there a big learning curve for him, or do you feel like he walked in and he was just the man for the job day one?
No, there was definitely a learning curve because he came into a veteran-laden team. I mean, we had guys. We were 2 years from a Super Bowl, and 1 year removed from a Super Bowl. We had went 8-8, Coach Cowher's last year. And we still had a lot of the same cats on the team that had went through it, and we were ready to go back to the show. And so Coach Tomlin had to come in and kind of mark his own territory because we were still very much a Cowher team and wasn't ready necessarily for Coach Cowher to leave. And so he had to come in and really make his own way and not try to be Coach Cowher. He had to make his own footsteps, do things his way, and it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way initially. And so he came in hard. He came in very hard, and I think he had to do that because he had to be Coach Tomlin. He couldn't come in and be Coach Cowher 2.0. And so because of that, he rubbed guys, Alan Faneca, the beef between him and Alan Faneca, who was one of our leaders, was well documented. But I think it worked in the long run, and he learned from his mistakes. I mean, that training camp was brutal his first year, but he laid off his second year and started to really get into the program of realizing what it means to be a Steelers head coach. And he started listening to the veterans a little bit more, and that's why we had success early on in his tenure.
Trey, I've spoken to 2 big football minds this week, one being Pat Bostic, former quarterback of the University of Pittsburgh, and the other one being Doug Whaley, who was a former GM. And both of them were basically in lockstep saying that they aren't high on the quarterback situation for the Steelers with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. Like, they basically said the same thing. How are you feeling about the quarterback situation going into this season? How do you think it rolls out? How do you think it ends up? And what do you see this being? Do you see this as an upgrade? Do you see this as a sideways move? Do you see this as a downgrade? What's your feeling around the quarterback spot?
I think we are better at this point this year than we were last year. And so I'm a glass half full type of guy. I'm an optimist. I smile every day. I like to wake up, have my coffee, and just speak good things into existence. That's me, and I'm not going to be naive and say that we're probably 3rd or 4th when it comes to AFC North as far as quarterback situation goes. But I think, and I truly believe that Russell Wilson can thrive in this type of offense that I think, why is my OC, Arthur Smith, is going to put on the field. I think the run-heavy offense is going to work well. I think taking the ball out of his hand a little bit more and kind of curtailing where his reads are as opposed to just letting him have free reign of the offense like he was doing in Denver is going to work well scaling back as far as his decision-making is concerned. I understand Whaley's point of view and Bostic's point of view with having 2 quarterbacks on 1-year deals, not really sure how that's going to play out when it comes to training camp because if Justin Fields is more talented, what do you do If he has a better training camp, what do you do? And so there is some confusion there. I'm interested to see how all this is going to play out because we don't necessarily have our quarterback of the future, but I do think we are better this year than we were last year at this point.
I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about the offensive line. Do they finally have the mix to where they can, maybe not right at the beginning of the year, folding into rookies, but do they finally have the guys to where you think they can get back to being a dominant O-line?
Yes, that's the one thing I am so geeked about seeing is how this O-line hashes out. I think we finally got some dogs in there. Really excited about Zach Frazier. We have our center. And I think it always starts there. For the O-lines that have had all the success in Pittsburgh, it always started at the center position, and I'm really excited about what Zach Frazier brings to the table, his consistency, his dog mentality. Obviously, I'm excited about Troy, too, and I'm excited to see what Broderick does in his second year. And what we're going to do at the tackle position. I'm really interested to see who's going to be our left tackle. Is Dan Moore going to come back again? I know a lot of fans want to see Troy put right in there right away or move Broderick to left tackle. But I think we have 3 starting capable tackles, and obviously we have 2 first-round pedigree tackles. I wonder how that's going to play out. But I am really geeked because I think we have the bodies and we finally have what seems to be the mentality to be the offensive line that we've been wanting and needing since the Pouncey, Ramon Foster, DeCastro days. So I think we finally found that.
Let's go. Trey, thank you for the time. You were a very nice man. Hopefully you can fit 9 holes in on Sunday, at least.
Dude, 9? Only 9? Yeah, that's what might be the only thing I can do. I want 18, though. Damn it.
Trey, thanks a lot, man.
All right.
Thanks, Trey.
All right, fellas.
What a guy. Trey Essex. He got me excited and geeked up about this offensive line.
I mean, think about it. I mean, that's what you need. You needed some dogs. And I don't expect Dan Moore Jr. to be the starting left tackle to start the season. I think Broderick Jones is going to be moved to left. And to me, Troy Fautanu profiles as a right tackle. I know he played a lot of left tackle at Washington, but the way he's built, stout, mean, can protect that front side, can lead that front side of the offensive line. Then you got Frazier and you got Sam. And I was just thinking, I was like, it's crazy that we haven't, we've almost forgot that we have Sam Allo and James Daniel, who had a pretty good year last year.
Yeah, and I thought both of those guys got better over the year, just especially Sam Allo just getting up to speed with the guys from a chemistry standpoint. It's going to be nice to see him play, hopefully next to a good center. No offense to the previous center.
It's going to really help out Zach Frazier having – veterans on each side of him.
That's true.
James Daniel and Sam Allo, that is just – I can't even explain how much that helps young offensive linemen whenever you have a veteran next to you, whether you're a tackle and there's a veteran guard or a veteran tackle and a guard. It just helps out so much. And that is going to expedite Zach Frazier's process of being a stud a lot quicker than it would if there was another rookie guard next to him.
Yeah, well, and that's the way it works out is great then because you got young guy left, vet. Young guy, vet, young guy. So you space it out a little bit. When he starts talking about DeCastro and Pouncey and this group's got the pedigree, that's the one position, there's a few, but that's one of the positions you have to invest in. You have to spend high draft picks on that because we've seen what it looks like when you don't.
That's how you play football. Like going back to when football was created, the only teams that really win are teams that have good offensive line. It starts up front. And even the cliche saying, it really, really does.
And even when you had Munchak, who helped Villanueva, who had the body type, learn, you still had Pouncey, you still had DeCastro. And look, Ramon Foster, it took him time, but he wasn't the quote-unquote super pedigree guy. But you had dudes who could help them develop. I don't know that that's been the case. And so Kendrick Green... I mean, the better example is Dotson, who left and then got paid. You either develop or you invest. They've now invested, and then you do have to develop your investments, but it's easier starting from here than it is starting from there. I was pointing at 2 different spots.
Yes.
More to react to from Trey when we come back. That was really good stuff with him. What a great guy. The Cowher Tomlin thing is where I want to go. And something Mike Florio said the other day about Mike Tomlin, I think bears revisiting as well. We'll do that next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost to the Cardinals yesterday, and the Pirates lost 2 of 3 games in the series. They've lost their last 6 rubber matches as well. Pirates are going to Colorado. Now they're going to start a weekend series with the Rockies tonight at 8:40. If you want to listen to that game, that first game today, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, hosted by Dan Zangrilli at 7:45. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Crowley.
Crowley here. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Callis. It's going to be warm today. It was hot yesterday. Next week, 90s every day. You need your house to be cool. That means you need good windows. You need good doors. Well, I got Renewal by Andersen windows in my house. They're made of Fibrex material. They're twice as strong as vinyl, just as beautiful as wood. So if you like the aesthetic, it's going to keep that cool air in your house. They're going to last a long time, and they're going to look nice. Plus, Renewal by Andersen's windows and doors are installed by master installers, certified master installers, so you know they only focus on windows and doors. You're getting the best of the best. And right now, through June 29th, radio listeners can get this first-time ever offer from Renewal by Andersen. Buy any window, patio door, or entry door. When you buy 4 or more, you get the next one 40% off. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. Pick up your phone. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel, not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman ad, sponsored by Prevagen. Jacksonville's Trevor Lawrence has just tied Cincinnati's Joe Burrow as the highest-paid player in the NFL. Their deals are worth $275 million over 5 years. I missed this by 30 years, folks. Like Burrow and the other 3 quarterbacks in the $50 million plus per year salary stratosphere, Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, and Lamar Jackson, Lawrence has no Lombardi trophy to show for his gaudy paycheck, but he doesn't have a lot of wins either. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news on the Parkway West. Crews have removed the debris that had blocked the left lane on the outbound side approaching Roslyn Farms. Most of the earlier delays have gone away. Just some heavy traffic now approaching Parkway Center down toward Carnegie. Inbound, your delays approaching Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, you are jammed at Edgewood Swissvale. In West Mifflin, crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident tying up Lebanon Church Road near Regis Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thanks to Trey Essex for joining us in the last segment. We had so much fun with Trey. We totally killed the clock here. Mark Cabali involved in a classic mix-up yesterday at the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex. We're going to talk to him about that and some Steelers-related things at 9 o'clock. But I do want to react to some of Trey. Great stuff by Trey. We got into the offensive line talk there at the end of this segment. But he compared and contrasted Tomlin and Cowher. And I have been told the story by Tunch and Wolf. R.I.P. Tunch, great guy. Wolf's a great guy. They were sitting up with Kevin Colbert on the hillside at St. Vincent College in Latrobe. Tomlin's first ever training camp practice that he was running. First play. Team drills. Bang! Tackling. I knocked my headset off. Kevin Colbert didn't know they were going to tackle.
Mm-hmm.
He had no idea. And they just start tackling. And Kevin was like, all right, I guess we got full contact training camp practices now. It was more commonplace back then. And even still, the Steelers are more physical at training camp than any place else. I respect the hell out of what Trey said about Tomlin, which is Tomlin knew it was Cowher's team and came in and said, I'm taking this thing over. And from day one training camp, this is going to be tough, guys. This ain't no country club. It's going to be tough. That's a great Tomlin story right there.
A great one. I mean, you're like Trey said too, you're a year removed from a Super Bowl. Same guys are still there. They know what it takes, but you want to initiate your ground and initiate who you are. And Mike Tomlin was a defensive-minded coach. And that was a time where you could play defense and play defense the way that football's supposed to be played. So he wanted to, bring that upon what his philosophies were and what they were going to be as a head coach. And that probably scored him some points from some veterans, but that's how football is played, man. I love that story, but it doesn't shock me. It doesn't shock me at all. That's how a lot of the camps were back then. But a lot of coaches, and especially new coaches back then, weren't going into a situation where you had a Bill Cowher, where you had a Jerome Bettis, where you had all these players that just won a Super Bowl and the history of the Pittsburgh Steelers. It was almost the perfect storm.
Yeah, and that's one of those things where you hear, I got to be honest, there is some validity to the whole Cowher's players thing.
Yeah.
The best players were guys that Tomlin inherited. Now, they went 8-8 the year before, and there were reasons for that too, Ben, motorcycle, things of that nature. But think about coming in, you're Mike Tomlin, and this is why I don't buy hook, line, and a sinker into the Cowher's players thing. You got Aaron Smith, Casey Hampton, Brett Kiesel, Clark Higgins, James Ferrier, Larry Foote, James Harrison, Ike Taylor, Deshae Townsend, Troy Polamalu, Anthony Smith. You had all those guys, and you say day one, veterans too, you're all hitting. You're all hitting. And now Tomlin kind of gets, veterans are going to get the Wednesday day off. Well, it's his team.
Right, you adapt.
But you come in and you say, I know what you guys have accomplished. You didn't accomplish it last year. We're going to try to accomplish that thing you accomplished 2 years ago this year, and we're going to do it my way.
And look what happened 2 years later.
2 years later. And they got off to a great start that year. They were 9-3, and then they couldn't stop the run, and David Garrard and yada, 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 and Anthony Smith guaranteed a win over the undefeated Patriots. By the way, speaking of Patriots, did you see that piece of Tom Brady's speech from the other night?
No, I didn't.
Man.
But people were talking. I saw people talking about it. What was the gist of it?
You know how I don't want to give Brady his flowers. So I'm begrudgingly saying it was really good stuff. So he said, growing up playing football, it's not for the faint of heart. Because your friends are waking up on Saturday morning and they're having pancakes, and you're waking up early, you're going to go do two-a-days, and you get your head knocked in. And then the next day, you do it all over again. And your friends are having sleepovers, and they're hanging out, and they're doing all kind of fun stuff. And he said, it's hard, and you've got to persevere through the hard, and football can teach you lessons. And I think people now, after the fact, you think Tom Brady, 7 Super Bowls, the golden boy, yada, yada, yada. He worked his tail off. And you know better than most, he worked his tail off when he was in the league. It landed on me, man, and I did not want it to land on me. I saw Brady's speech, and I'm thinking, oh, my God, give the hand motion. No, it was really, really good. Really good. I would recommend. Hate the guy.
That's what it takes. It's just, you think about all those times you sacrifice, as a player, and just those moments, and, just, making it a little personal. There's times in high school where, my friends would steal their parents' cars to go to parties, and I was stealing my parents' cars to go run the bleachers. And I could be going to those parties, and I wanted to go to those parties, but there was just something inside of me that I had to sacrifice because I knew what was at stake. And get sentimental about those moments, and I'm sure he did, and I did see the picture of him crying, but I don't think people realize the investment that you have to put in to get to not only a college level, not only the NFL level, but to be an all-time great. That was the moment whenever I met Tom Brady and I got to practice with him. That's the moment where I was like, I don't really love football because he loves football. And I wasn't willing to do all the things that he did because I guess I loved football, but I didn't love it as much as him.
Yeah.
And that's why he's great, because he was just obsessed with it.
People don't think about it, and I didn't experience it, but I've been around it. Professional athlete, it's your life. What goes into your body, what you need to do to stay fit, to stay healthy, to recover from things. It's 24/7, 365. Mm-hmm. The discipline that you guys have, Antonio Brown, for all of his warts, that guy worked his ass off.
Hardest work I've ever been around.
Oh, my God. And he would go and do the radio show where he'd fall asleep on the microphone with Jerry Dulac. Like, literally would fall asleep on the microphone. And they'd do it at a restaurant, and he'd bring his own food. And he'd say, hey, I don't want to be... And he actually cool about this. I don't want people to see me eat my own food. Can you just put it in your bowls or your dishes so it looks like I've ordered from here? But he very meticulous about what he put in his body 24/7, 365. So I will point people to that Brady video. I thought it was quite inspiring, actually, from one Tom Brady. All right, coming up next, the Pirates have lost 6 consecutive rubber games of series. Callis pulled the lineup of all of those games. Is there a common thread that runs through all of them? We'll talk about that coming up next, because the Pirates lost another rubber game yesterday with a terrible lineup. But first, it's a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost, indeed, yesterday to the Cardinals. They lost 2-3 in the series. Now the Pirates are going to travel to Colorado. They're starting a 3-game series tonight against the Rockies. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have coverage starting at 7:45, presented by Pella Windows. Game time is scheduled for 8:40. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Greetings, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day. What does Dad want for Father's Day? Come on now. He wants beer. And you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Thanks to you, we exceeded our goal for the Fan 5 Alarm Marathon. Over 50 local volunteer fire departments will benefit from your generosity. A special thanks to our partners, Og Murphy Perkoski, The Firm, Firehouse Red Ale, North Country Brewing, Sullivan Supercenter, and Metropolitan Windows. Thanks from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Greetings, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Thinking of a new vehicle as spring approaches? Think South. South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. This month, they have deals that you can't miss. 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee payments starting at $299 for 36 months. Or the 2024 Jeep Compass Limited with payments starting at $219 for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for lease details.
Zero Res has the best deal this summer for you right now. 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $129, and take $100 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188 or go to ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
ABC Fire Extinguisher Company is a local family-owned business that has been the region's trusted partner for all things fire protection and life safety, fire extinguishers, suppression systems, fire alarms, and monitoring, first aid, restocking, and safety equipment maintenance. If your business needs any fire protection or life safety equipment, give ABC Fire a call at 412-821-9345 or visit them online at abcfire.com. ABC Fire Extinguisher Company, your one-stop safety shop.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane as Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online to switch today. In 6/23/24, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet. Equal bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times downloads for current, essential, and standard customers.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So the Pirates lose yesterday, the rubber game of that 3-game set against the Cardinals. And here's the bottom 5 of the lineup. Rowdy Tellez, Jared Triolo, Jack Sawinski, Yasmani Grandal, Michael A. Taylor. So, yeah, in some ways you feel like you lost the game before you started the game. And many people, myself included, tweeted that out before the fact, hey, Mitch, you better go out there and put up zeros. Well, he gives up 4, and you knew that lineup wasn't going to score 4. To make matters worse, you had 2 of those sub-215 hitters up in the 9th inning with McCutchen, Connor Joe, and your best hitter, Nick Gonzalez, on the bench, and you don't pinch hit for any of them. That is just a complete dereliction of duty. But to zoom it out, is this a theme? The Pirates are now 0 for their last 6 in the final game of a series, a rubber game. A 3-game series, you split the first 2. They're 0 for their last 6. So is there a common thread? Nicholas Callis doing the producer work over here, and he pulled the lineups from all those games. So the Pirates lost to the Blue Jays in the rubber match there. Oh, God. Bottom of the order, Rowdy Tellez, Jared Triolo, Ji-Hwan Bae, Grant Koch. Grant Koch, not a major leaguer.
Nope.
He was in there. Ji-Hwan Bae, not good. Was that the game he lost the ball in the lights? Or in the sky? That was that series. So, okay, there's 2 not great lineups. They lost to the Giants 7-6. Now, that was one of those 2 games, Jones or Skeens. That would have been the Skeens game that they lost. You had Triolo, Tellez, Bart. That's fine. That one's okay. They blew that game, though. Here's another one. 10-2 to the Brewers. Pitching probably wasn't going to let you win, but it's the principle of the thing. Alika Williams. Oh, my God. Jared Triolo, Michael A. Taylor, Rowdy Tellez, all in the lineup. Lose to the Cubs 5-4. Alika Williams, Michael A. Taylor, Rowdy Tellez, Yasmani Grandal, all in the lineup. They lose to the Angels 5-4. Alika Williams, Jared Triolo in the lineup. Now, some of those, you had Key Brian Hayes, who was hurt, so Jared Triolo's your third baseman. But this guy takes Sunday lineup to the next level, is what he does.
Yeah.
And you made a great point, I thought, earlier in the show. If this was the rubber match of a Colorado series, and St. Louis was on tap next, and you wanted to rest guys for a divisional series, a team you're fighting for directly with the wild card. You know, it's not your favorite, but you can at least understand it. I don't know what happened yesterday.
No.
And why you can't spread out off days among a couple of different days. And the Pirates are in a stretch right now where they've had, you know, before I think the last series, they had 6 off days. Rain out in there. 6 off days in 21 days in Major League Baseball. These are young men. Kutch is a DH. If he needs a day off, fair enough. He's 37, but you don't need to give Kutch, Connor Joe, and your best hitter, Nick Gonzalez, who's a very young man. You don't need to give them all off at the same time.
I mean, you really took all your bats out of your lineup, like all of them. Like, that just didn't make any sense to me, and I just can't wrap my mind around it.
And Edward Olivares batted 4th. And so, you know, you don't have a great 26-man roster when it comes to lineup construction. Like, we understand that they are limited, but you go Olivares all the way down through what we listed before. I mean, you're really putting a ton of pressure on Mitch Keller. And going into the game as a fan, I'm thinking, you know, betting favorites got to be the Cardinals here, and they were. And you don't want Mitch Keller to have all that pressure on him. You know he's going to go 5 or 6 innings. He's done that 45 starts in a row. You know even if he's not great, he's going to battle for you. You would like a lineup that can battle with him. And it's not just that the lineup was bad. It's that, you know, Derek Shelton waved that white flag in that 9th inning, which to me was unforgivable.
He waved the white flag before the game.
Yes, he did.
I mean, just was like, here. That was just bizarre.
Here's the line. Let me just write in all the guys who never play, and we'll play them all at once.
Right.
And I haven't even mentioned Henry Davis, and it's day after a night game, and it's hot. It's hot in St. Louis, and you're crouched for 9 innings. But you are a 1-1 pick.
23 years old.
Exactly. Let him sweat. Don't have him play game 1 in Colorado, which is a 9:40 game the next day. You got over 24 hours to recover anyhow. And has Henry Davis been good? No, he has absolutely not been. He's been a colossal disappointment. But Henry Davis just hit his first home run of the season to left center field. The first time he hit a ball that landed for a hit that was not to the left side, like full on to the left pull side. Like, I'd at least like to see, okay, he's kind of hot then.
Right.
Trot him back out there. And Derek Shelton did not do that. Good stuff from you, Callis. Thank you for pulling that for us. Took a long time. Not an easy thing to do. And for that, we appreciate you. You guys also pranked me when I was out of the bathroom. You sent something out on Twitter that I did not tweet. I'm not going to say it on the air, but it was immature and my feelings are hurt. Texter, Grandal is Mitch's catcher. Mitch is a big boy. He can throw to Henry Davis. Come on. Come on. That's like the least of my worries as far as yesterday's lineup construction, but it is another one you can quibble with.
Yeah.
And I saw Zane Grilly tweeted out before the game that Andrew McCutchen was not great against that starting pitcher, and he had a fairly large sample size. Okay, fine. You want to sit Kutch? Fine. Sit Kutch, but don't sit Kutch and Gonzalez and Connor Joe. It's laughable. You are in the wild card race, and every one of these games is important because if you take 2 out of 3 of the Cardinals, you keep momentum. You would have won 3 series in a row. Going into a series you should win in Colorado, that's not a good team. You have Skeens and Jones, and today is going to be a bullpen game. So you basically had the equivalent of a bullpen game yesterday with your lineup, the hodgepodge lineup, and now you got a hodgepodge pitching stuff today. It's stupid.
At least let Henry Davis DH.
Oh, I love that.
Right? I mean, if he hit a home run.
I love that.
To get him into a groove, to get him in some momentum, why wouldn't you just let him DH yesterday?
That's a great idea. See if he can keep that stick going.
If you're already going to give out the L, you're already going to concede to it's going to basically you were with the lineup. Why not try to learn something and try to grab some momentum with a young player that has been struggling, that has been down and up, and finally hits a home run, keep him in the lineup by make him a DH.
I like that better than me just saying he's a big boy. If you really want Grandal to be his catcher because you feel like that gives Mitch the best chance to be successful, you're right, fair enough. But give him Henry Davis. I dig that. Derek Shelton should talk to us before the games. We could help him out a little bit.
A little bit.
All right, coming up next, Father's Day just around the corner. We'll talk about Father's Day. How? I don't know yet, but we will. We got Mark Caboli to tell us about an awkward interaction he had with Pat Narduzzi at the facility yesterday. But first, it's a Callis headline.
Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Cardinals finished up their 3-game series yesterday in St. Louis, and the Pirates lost the series after losing the third game. Pirates lost 2 of 3 in that series. Now they're going to travel to Colorado. They're going to start a series that'll last over the weekend against the Rockies. Game 1's tonight at 8:40. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Dan Zangrilli will host the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 7:45. You can listen here or on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, Odyssey. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's, I guess it's breakfast because Doran just brought in food, but it's Crowley with a mess.
Thank you, Callis. If you like going to the casino, you will love the BetParx Online Casino and Sportsbook app, the only app I use myself and that I ever recommend, because you bring the casino right to your home with the BetParx app. Blackjack, roulette, Texas Hold'em with a live dealer right on your phone. They got daily promotions, live dealers, and more. Download the BetParx app, play all your favorite classic casino games, and this too, you can bet on all your favorite sports. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. BetParx has a great offer for new users. Download right now. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at betparx.com for details. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Ohio, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news on the Parkway West. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to cleaning your gutters forever. The delays left over from the earlier debris that had been cleared from the left lane of the outbound Parkway West approaching Roslyn Farms has disappeared as well. It's a straight shot now from the tunnels out toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Inbound, your delays at Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, Parkway East at Edgewood, Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Say goodbye to gutter problems and costly repairs with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy a hassle-free summer with their lifetime clog-free gutter solution. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Guys, can I let you in on a little secret? Women just love to receive jewelry for those special occasions. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler, and I'm personally inviting you to experience Urbanowitz Jewelers, where we can help you find the perfect gift for that special lady. We offer the area's finest collection of unique diamond and gemstone jewelry, all at prices you can afford, designer lines, and all the elegant classics. And now during our spring sale, you can save up to 30% off. We even gift wrap. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casti Village, and Peters Township.
Thinking of popping the question? Diamonds Direct has an offer you can't miss. This month only, buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. No one provides education, selection, and value like Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet from your friends at Diamonds Direct won't last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. In about 10 minutes, Cabali going to join us just briefly because we want to know what happened between he and Pat Narduzzi. We don't really need any football stuff with Mark. We just figure out what happened to him and Pat Narduzzi. He said Pat thought he was the ice cream man. So we need to know what happened there. And then I want to talk about the massive contract handed out to Trevor Lawrence yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And then I think the second biggest NFL story of the day would have been a really fun one to discuss and would have been the number one story on other days. So we'll get into all that great NFL-related stuff coming up at 9 o'clock, but first with Cabali telling us about being the ice cream man. That happened to Rob Rossi, too. Rob Rossi and Jim Rutherford had it out in an elevator.
What?
Yeah. And he said, go sell ice cream.
No way.
To Rossi. Swear to God. And then Rossi wrote a column about it, and I don't know that they were thrilled. The Penguins, yeah.
Wow.
Because Rossi's family owned Dairy Queens? Question mark?
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he said, go sell ice cream. And Rob has lasted a lot longer in this town than has Jim Rutherford.
That is correct.
Sure is. Father's Day plans. What do we got cooked up?
Chilling.
Is it more? So here's the confusion for me. Is it supposed to be more about our dad or us as the dad?
A little bit of both.
Yeah.
A little bit of both.
Well, you should want to spend time with your dad, and you should be able to, I guess, kill two birds with one proverbial stone.
Yeah, I divvy it up. So tomorrow I'm going to spend time with my dad and do things that we like to do, which is hang out, have beers, and drink and smoke cigars. And then Sunday, my family will probably do something for me.
Very nice.
Yeah, divvy it up.
You want breakfast in bed?
Nah. Yeah.
If you're listening out there, Rochelle, and
she does that already, though.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Lunch in bed because, our clocks.
Do you sleep in on the weekends?
Yes.
I can't.
Oh.
Baby.
Yep.
My wife texted me during one of the last segments a strategy for getting our 5-month-old to sleep. And it just sounds like I'm going to have the weekend from hell. It's the sit-back method. Stop, watch, and observe about 5 to 8 minutes. Then increase the sound on the sound machine for 1 to 2 minutes. Then touch the baby's chest for 2 minutes. Then binky for 2 minutes. Then add in some rocking of the baby's body for 2 minutes. Then cuddle for 2 minutes. And then, K, if all else fails, it's time to feed.
I did the let them cry it out method. Took like 2-3 days. And they just cried. And all my kids after that, bang.
They learn how to put themselves down.
I soothe themselves.
That's more or less what we did with our first. I think we tried the sit-back method with her. I don't know what I'm doing.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Then they're probably confused. Like, they're going to want...
I don't know.
Wow.
All I know is I'm hoping that when we get to I and sit back, I'm hoping that works. I'm hoping that all it takes is stand back for 5 to 8, and then whatever I is, do that, and then bang, asleep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've been having trouble. And I am punch drunk today because I have nary a wink slept.
Nary?
A wink slept, yeah. Mark Cabali joins us next. He's the ice cream man. Confused for one, at the very least, by Pat Narduzzi. And then we got to talk about Trevor Lawrence. 5 years, $275 million big ones. Here's the question, just so everyone has time to think about it. Honestly, would you rather have Trevor Lawrence for 5 years at $275 million or Russell Wilson for 1 year, 1.2? Honestly. We'll talk about that next. First, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevy, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com today. High 79, 50% chance of rain.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. As a player, you want the most advanced equipment to keep you safe on the field. As a professional driver, safety behind the wheel should always be a priority. PGT Trucking has invested in over 200 new trucks and is hiring drivers for both regional and local flatbed routes. Begin your new career with the leader in the flatbed trucking industry. Great pay, top benefits, and new equipment. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Bellevue, crews on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Lincoln and South Jackson Avenues. Watch for delays around that roadway. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, you're in line right around Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound, fairly steady from the tunnels to the airport. Parkway East jams at Edgewood Swissvale, and Route 28 heavy past the 31st Street Bridge toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What I do know is Tiger Woods, 4 over, tees off at 1:14. Neil Shipley, he of these parts, tees off at 2:09. This update from Pinehurst, brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you are not being fit. So Mark Cabali, our friend from The Athletic, yesterday tweets out, Pitt coach Pat Narduzzi thought I worked for an ice cream truck. Cabali joins us now. What happened here, Mark?
Well, it was the last day of minicamp on the south side, and the Steelers provide a ice cream truck outside in the parking lot for, the players, the staff, and us media folk. So I'm like, I'm not passing this one up, right? So I head on over, get my scoop of vanilla with the little jimmies on top. Meanwhile, I don't know what is happening at Pitt yesterday, but there was 1 million kids there. And all of a sudden I look, and here comes Pat Narduzzi leading the whole group of kids outside the gate. He goes, ice cream. I'm like, hey, Pat, why don't you have some? He says, I can't have that. He goes, but let me tell you something. We need to bring this to our training camp in August. Why don't you get me the information and why don't you get me the information and we'll set it up. I look at him. I'm like, okay, does he think I work or what? And he starts saying, yeah, just get the information. And one of his co-worker, I don't know who it was, said, that's okay, Pat, I already got the information. And away goes Pat. But here's the best part. About a couple hours later, I get a text message from one E.J. Borghetti. And he sends me a picture of my tweet and goes, is this true? And I said, absolutely it is. And little did I know, EJ's pretty up the speed on his emojis. So he gives me a couple crying guys, laughing emojis.
So you just let it happen. You don't correct him at all. You just kind of roll with it.
Nah. Pat is, obviously I don't know him. He doesn't know me. Whatever. I've never obviously covered Pitt, but he's always on the go. So he didn't even wait long enough for me to respond, and he was like, wham, out the door, on the bus, out the whatever. And I'm thinking, okay, I guess I look like a guy that would be running and owning an ice cream truck.
Just like Rossi.
So Mark, was this the first interaction that you've had with Narduzzi?
No, he's always around. You're like, hey, Pat, or whatever. But
the thing is about Coach Narduzzi is he's really, really in tune with he doesn't forget anybody's names. He remembers faces. He remembers people. He could tell you about, your whole family tree. That's how he is, and that's how a lot of head coaches are. So if you've met him before and actually had an interaction, this was on purpose.
Either way, well, if it's on purpose, I respect it even more then.
You would have to respect it more, because if not, he totally forgot you.
He was absolutely in that move, in that mode of going 100 miles an hour because he had to get somewhere. And it was just a comment and go. And I'm thinking, okay, this is interesting. But I guess I look like an ice cream truck. By the way, it was spectacular ice cream, and I'm not quite sure why.
What'd you get? Last thing, what'd you get?
Vanilla and Jimmy's.
Vanilla and Jimmy's. I was a little worried about. They had cookies and cream. They had all this other stuff. But I just went with the plain Jane scoop of vanilla, homemade.
Lame. Do you have a question for Mark?
I have a question and a comment. Do you think it would be good if Mark and I sold ice cream out of the bus?
You couldn't even clear your throat and swallow whatever it was you were chewing before you got on the mic there?
Nope, I was eating the donut.
Very good. Thank you for your time, Mark.
All right, fellas. We'll see you.
See you. Mark Cabali, the ice cream man. He will forever be the ice cream man now. I love that Deuce goes over and just just give me the information. And then, actually, no, just get me the information.
He 100% knows who Cabali is, which makes it even funnier. He definitely has to know who Cabali is.
Mark is at every single Steelers practice and has been for as long as Pat's been the Pitt coach.
And he's unique. You don't miss Cabali.
No, it's not like generic sports writer guy.
Right.
It's Mark Cabali. Mark is he might be the most recognizable beat writer in Pittsburgh.
For sure.
He's definitely the most recognizable beat writer, yeah. Although he does there's something about Mark. Like, he told us what flavor he had at the beginning of the interview, and then I forgot by the end because I was so bored of him that I didn't even register it. So what would you get before we dive into the Trevor Lawrence thing here?
Twist.
What's that?
The chocolate and vanilla.
Mm-hmm.
Just a regular soft serve twist cone.
They'll do soft serve out of an ice cream truck?
I don't know, maybe, probably.
If they do, I think I might be inclined to do that with
I'm
you.
not a big ice cream guy.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I would get.
I was not an ice cream guy until my wife came around. So about half my life, I've been an ice cream guy. Makes me thirsty, the ice cream does.
Does it?
Mm-hmm. Although I guess I'm lying because I would get a Choco Taco every day at lunch at Mount Lebanon High School. And it porked me up quite a bit.
And you obviously know that I worked at Cold Stone. You know that story.
That's true. That's what happened to your forearms. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the Fan Morning Show, we are happy to say, is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Dude, how about the Trevor Lawrence contract? For a guy who's got a record, everyone wants to bring up Justin Fields' record, as if that's supposed to mean something. If you're one of the people who says Justin Fields' record does mean something, Trevor Lawrence, best season, 9-8. Last year, he was hurt for a game, 8-8. First year, 3-14. First year, 12 touchdowns, 17 picks. Last year, 21 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, and a quarterback rating, Doran Dickerson, of 88.5. 5 years, $275 million, $200 million guaranteed. Look, we're smart enough to know the business of football. The next guy gets a ton of money. That's just the way it works, regardless of position. Man, I don't know how confident I'd be handing out that money, though, to Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, we talked about this last week, I think. Like, I'm not high on Trevor Lawrence. I feel like he hasn't done enough or really anything thus far to warrant his draft position. He was supposed to be the next coming of the best quarterback that we've ever seen coming out of college. He hasn't, and I know he's been through different coaches and things of that nature, but this really screams to me that he's the next Kirk Cousins. I mean, he's Kirk Cousins. I mean, Kirk Cousins has been in the league longer, but,
right.
I mean, do you see Trevor Lawrence winning a Super Bowl?
Man.
I mean, you're paying that much money for him to do what?
I totally underwhelmed by him so far. Totally underwhelmed. Like, he was supposed to be the next one.
Yes.
And he wins a playoff game year 2. That's great. But he also threw, I think, 4 picks in that game, and they had to dig from a hole against Justin Herbert to win that game, and he was spectacular in the second half. But the last 2 years when, he's figured it out, he's got a good coach in Doug Peterson, 1 game above 500. 1. And the statistics, they point out, not all that good. And I know he was banged up. So what? Ben was banged up for every game of his career. When was Ben ever healthy? Russell Wilson last year, Doran. 26 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, a quarterback rating of 98. Statistically speaking, Russell Wilson was a fairly significant step above Trevor Lawrence last year.
Mm-hmm.
And they started 8-3 and totally collapsed down the stretch. So I want to play this game. We should make this our third and final Twitter poll of the day for just this year. You feel better about Trevor Lawrence or Russell Wilson? 412-928-9370. Like, it sounds crazy to even think about that, but you're always looking for the quarterback of the now and the quarterback of the future. They feel like they've got the quarterback of the now and the quarterback of the future in Jacksonville. We don't know who the Steelers' quarterback's going to be next year. There's value in knowing. But for this year, I can't say with any kind of confidence that Trevor Lawrence is going to outperform Russell Wilson. And I darn well know at $1.2 million, the Steelers haven't taken on the risk that the Jags have. That is a pretty penny.
That is a lot for not doing that much. Man, I don't know. And that division, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson coming back. And you have a lot of young quarterbacks that, I don't know how that's going to unfold, but, man. I would have waited a year.
Yes.
But I don't think that that's warranted at all.
Is he better than Tua?
They're the same.
He's not better than Josh Allen.
No.
Is he better than Aaron Rodgers?
No.
Is he better than Lamar Jackson?
No.
Is he better than Joe Burrow?
No.
Is he better than C.J. Stroud?
No.
Is he better than Mahomes? No. Is he better than Dak? Oh, I can't get there.
No.
Not better than Jalen Hurts. Is he better than Jared Goff?
No.
I'd rather have Jordan Love.
I feel like they're the same.
What about Baker? At Baker's price tag, which is what, $33 million a year? Boy, I can't say definitively that I'd take Trevor Lawrence. He's talent, and he had a good year his second year. But even his second year, his quarterback rating, and that's not the be-all, end-all, but just as you got to find comparative analysis. We can't watch tape here live on the air. His quarterback rating in his second year, his breakout year, worse than Russell Wilson's last year. The same guy that they're paying to not play for them.
Be there.
Hey,
I can't say that if Trevor Lawrence was on the Steelers this year that they would be any better, put it that way, in the division. They'd still be in the same spot.
I guess I'd rather know who my quarterback's going to be the next 5 years, but his quarterback rating's 85 in his career. What are you getting in this guy? He's not what Andrew Luck was when Andrew Luck came into the league, and all those guys that we mentioned before we would take above Trevor Lawrence. And I thought, last year as the year wore on, you're thinking, okay, they were a great running team, actually, Jacksonville was. And I'm thinking, okay, Trevor Lawrence doesn't look like this force to be reckoned with, so we've kind of included him in the conversation of where do the Steelers stack up quarterback hierarchy in the AFC. Well, this is great. He's fine, but he's not the next one, at least not yet, and then he gets immediately replaced by C.J. Stroud. Rather have Stroud. I mean, to do it in year one where you were basically an MVP candidate in C.J. Stroud, to do that your first sniff in the NFL. And we saw regression last year from Trevor Lawrence. More on this coming up next. Plus, there is another NFL story yesterday that kind of got swept under the rug because of the Trevor Lawrence signing. We'll tell you what that is. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 2 of 3 to the St. Louis Cardinals this week. Now they're going over to Colorado, and they're going to start a 3-game series with the Colorado Rockies tonight. Game 1 tonight, scheduled for 8:40. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, hosted by Dan Zangrilli at 7:45. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. 90 degrees all week long coming up next week. You want the cool air to stay in your house. You want to be comfy and cozy in there. That means you need good windows. I've got good windows. Renewal by Andersen windows. In my house, they're made of Fibrex material, which means they're going to hold up twice as strong as vinyl. And not only is it not an eyesore, they're beautiful windows. Plus, Renewal by Andersen's windows and doors are installed by certified master installers. All they do is windows and doors. So you know you're getting the best, not a master of all trades or whatever the heck you say. No, these guys know exactly what they're doing. And how about this deal? Now through June 29th, radio listeners can get this first-time ever offer from Renewal by Andersen. You buy any window, patio door, or entry door, and when you buy 4 or more, you get the next one 40% off. What a deal. Plus, you take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. All you got to do is pick up the phone. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-345-2789. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-345-2789. 2789. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-345-2789. 800-345-2789 or biglou.com.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Gallagher Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Gallagher Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGallagherRoofing.com. Craig Gallagher Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, it's Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your game, all with the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Free is key during Craftsman Days at Lowe's. Right now, get one free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of a V20 drill or impact driver kit for $69. Don't miss your chance to save on the high-quality, high-performance tools you need during Craftsman Days. Because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/19 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to fight pain. Another member of the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame passed on this week, the legendary Texas high school coach Robert Hughes. He, the winningest high school boys basketball coach in history, died Tuesday at the age of 96. During his 47-year career in Fort Worth, Hughes amassed a remarkable record of 1,333 wins, with only 264 losses. I'm Boomer Esiason.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, inbound delays near the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Northbound 79 is heavy from the Craft and Boone Run interchange up through the construction zone, through the S-Bend to the Coriopolis McKees Rocks interchange. Route 51 approaching those ramps also heavy as construction work continues there. Meanwhile, tonight at 8 o'clock, they'll close the inbound boulevard to the Allies between McDevitt Place and Jamonville Street coming out of Oakland all the way through the weekend till Monday at 6 a.m. for construction. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Thanks to you, we exceeded our goal for the Fan 5 Alarm Marathon. Over 50 local volunteer fire departments will benefit from your generosity. A special thanks to our partners, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Guardian Protection, Bowser Chevrolet, MSA Safety, and the National Fire Sprinkler Association. Thanks. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So Trevor Lawrence gets 5 years, $175. And he had a quarterback rating last year, Doran, that did put him 19th in the NFL. 19th.
$175 guaranteed, or I think it was.
Or excuse me, it's $275 overall, $200 guaranteed. My bad. Geno Smith had a better quarterback rating than he did. I mean, no one had a better quarterback rating than Mason Rudolph's 118. I forgot about that. How quickly that left my mind.
What would you do with $275? I mean, like, we know what it is. I mean, we kind of discussed it with Trevor Lawrence already, but, like, for real, like, if you were a quarterback and you had 5 years, $275 million, and say you got most of that, well, you would probably get half because of taxes. So say you're clearing $170 million.
Okay.
What would you do? I think about that all the time.
I would donate it.
All of it?
Yeah.
To what? No, I already know.
West Virginia football.
You're ridiculous.
Timeout. I know exactly what I'd do. I could buy 42,500 buses for $4,000. If you missed it, Nicholas Aricalis, he have 2 jobs, and not full-time here, I don't think yet, is going to spend $4,000 on a bus. He's living at home with his parents. He owns and is paying on, correct, 2 cars, and he wants to buy a bus for $4,000. I would donate some to the athletic department. I'd give some to family and friends. I'd pay you back for Fubo, and I'd probably throw a little extra on there. And then I really don't think my life would change that much.
Would you work?
I think I would.
Would you buy me a bus with
Yeah, I'd buy you a bus.
Let's go.
I can't believe that's what you want, but yes, I would buy.
That's all you would want if Crowley somehow, say, hit the lottery for $200 million. You just want that bus?
I would probably want a house at that point too.
I'll buy you a house. I'll buy a house.
I already got every car that I could want, you know.
I'd pay them off for you too. I'd pay off Callis's cars. I'd buy him a bus, and I'd get him a nice house down the street where I can keep an eye on him. Make sure he's not getting in any hijinks with that bus.
I get to live on the streets of Lebo.
I do think I would work.
You're trying to tell me you'd wake up at 3 a.m. every day still?
I'd probably wake up at 6:50 or 5:50 and roll in here like right at 6 o'clock. And if the show's bad, they'd just fire me. But I really like doing this. I'd put less effort in, yeah. But I'd still do it. I love this job. I love you. You'd leave, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And you love the job too.
Right.
And I presume that you love me. And we both tolerate Callis. When Cookie retired and he described everything that he had going on, I thought, man, that sounds awesome.
Mm-hmm.
You wake up, you go for a long walk. You come home, you have coffee and breakfast. You go to the beach, happy hour at 5, in bed by 8 o'clock. You mix reading a book in there. I'd probably throw that one out. That sounds wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'd get bored pretty easy. I need to be stimulated.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that you could do to stimulate yourself.
That isn't work.
That isn't work if you had that much money.
That's true. Travel would be big. What would you do?
I would try to get a minority. If I had enough money, like I would try to get a minority stake into a team.
What team?
I don't know. Whatever sport. I mean, one of the big sports.
NBA?
Sports. Maybe NBA. I'd probably have a house in Miami and try to see if I could invest into the Heat or something like that.
They're underwater right now. Did you see that?
No, I haven't.
Oh, they're underwater. Floods.
Hurricane or something?
Rain. I don't know when hurricane season is. It's rainy and floody there. Tough situation going on in Miami right now. Yeah.
I saw...
Except for the Panthers, who are now up 3-0 against the Edmonton Oilers in the Cup final. Those series suck.
Terrible.
And as a consumer of wanting to see interesting things, we are getting no interesting things in either series.
Neither.
No.
So boring.
You've got storylines like McDavid, his team not living up to it, and he's a star, but is he performing like a star? And okay, fine, but...
Are you happy for Missoula?
Yes, but I don't think that resonates on a national level. Like, I think Jason Tatum's interesting.
He's not that interesting.
But he's not that interesting.
Right. Jaylen Brown, not that interesting.
Not that interesting. They are a machine. They're a well-built roster, but they don't have that super team kind of mystique about them. They've played banged-up teams to get there, and the series itself has been 3 duds and overall dud. Like, there's not much there. You were about to say something before I went off on that, though.
No, I don't even remember.
Derek Carr had a higher quarterback rating last year than Trevor Lawrence, by the way. And one more thing on that. So Trevor Lawrence has played 3 years in Jacksonville. We can throw out the Urban Meyer year, just to be fair to our guy. 91.9 quarterback rating, which, again, not the end-all, be-all. In 2 years with Jacksonville, Gardner Minshew had a quarterback rating of 93. Gardner Minshew better for 2 years than Trevor Lawrence. 37 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Trevor Lawrence, 46 touchdowns, so more, but he doubled him up in interceptions with 22. What are we doing? I don't think the Steelers are in that bad of a spot from a quarterback standpoint.
From a all-around standpoint, they're in the best spot. From a quarterback standpoint, I see what you're saying, not that bad of a spot. But
because
all
you're not
around,
tied to anything.
You're not paying anything.
Right.
That's what it comes down to.
So if one of those guys is good, I think if Justin Fields, let's say, won the job, or, God forbid, Russell Wilson gets hurt, and so Justin Fields is your guy from day one and he plays out of his mind, Justin Fields will get a healthy contract. If Russ Wilson does it, and you go to like the AFC Championship game or something, I think you're paying him Baker Mayfield money, like $33 million. Like I don't think you're barking up Kirk Cousins' tree. If you are, you say no. Right?
What's Kirk Cousins getting again?
Let me see.
120? Something like that?
50 a year, right?
I'm not sure, but
4-year $180 guaranteed.
$180.
Or $180 overall, $100 million guaranteed. Yeah.
I mean, you're probably 3 years, $100 million for Russ.
So 33 per.
Right.
Yeah. But if he takes you to where you want to go, I don't think I'd have a problem with that. But then you'd be in a situation where you're paying him for what he just did, and he's a guy who's getting older, and you don't know exactly what he's going to do. It's why, like way back whenever Callis was the guy on the air who broke the news of Justin Fields coming in here, the first thing that popped into my mind was, I really like the Russ signing, but the best thing to happen for the franchise is Justin Fields takes the job, runs with it, and is outstanding. I guess, man, now that I'm looking at Kirk Cousins' deal, similar age, $25 million cap hit this year, then 40, then 57, then 57. Similar age. I mean, there's more of a comparison there than there is with Baker Mayfield, actually.
Who would you feel better with, Kirk Cousins or Russell Wilson this year?
I'm taking Russ because price tag, but just from a football standpoint, I'll take the guy who wasn't hurt. Like, I think Kirk's a good player. I don't think he's a great player. Right. I think Russ is a good player at this time, not a great player. I think the tiebreaker for me would be the knee. What about you?
Achilles, but I would take Russ. I would take Russ because Russ has done it.
He's shown he can actually win.
Right, he's done it.
Yeah, what has Kirk done?
How do you believe in Kirk Cousins taking the Atlanta Falcons to a championship?
I don't know how much they believe in it. They believed in him enough to tamper. They believed in him enough to pay him, but they believed in him enough to also draft another quarterback.
Like, that's how I feel about Dennis Allen being the head coach of the Saints. Like, do you really think that Dennis Allen is going to win a Super Bowl?
No.
Like, I don't, like...
Pretty quick, no. I wonder... We should have done this. We're just flying by the seat of our pants today. It's a Friday. We're having a good time. And I do want to talk about the tampering. We'll do that coming up in the next segment because we kind of blew past it there with Are We Rich Talk, which would be nice. Or what would we do if we were Rich Talk, which would be nice. But like if we're comparing quarterback situations around the league, I don't think the Steelers are in a bad spot because they're not tied to anything. There's also a huge heaping pile of unknown. I like Atlanta's spot. I
You
like
know
what
how they
they've
drive
done.
Penix?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's smart.
Doug Whaley's
He's
told
been
us that
told
forever. Ever. You get a guy, you get another guy. And if the Steelers had done that when they had Ben at the end of his career, if they had drafted Jalen Hurts instead of Chase Claypool, where would they be right now? Not as good as the Eagles because Matt Canada, but they'd be in a good spot.
Kirk Cousins was probably the main proponent of this kind of structure with RG3.
Yeah.
And him getting drafted in the RG3 was the second or third pick of the draft, and Kirk Cousins was a 4th-round pick.
Yeah, and it swung all the way back around now to later on in his career.
Uh-huh.
All right, when we come back, the Falcons did tamper with the Atlanta Falcons, and boy, did I just say, what did I say?
The Falcons did tamper with the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, dang. Like I said, baby, last night, we did not sleep. The Falcons tampered with Kirk Cousins, and boy, oh boy, were they punished. That's next, but first, a Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals played this week, and the Pirates lost 2 of 3 of the games in the series. Now the Pirates are going to go further out west. They're going to play the Rockies tonight in the first of 3 games in the series. Game time tonight's 8:40. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage that we have begins at 7:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Dorn.
Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with their famous lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick's doing some work in my home right now. I've been just so impressed with their organization. An experienced home improvement professional will thoroughly explain the issues with your roof and the possible solutions. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, and more. Whatever they do, it's with a focus on quality. Quality craftsmanship, quality materials, and quality service. How about a new shower? Get 50% off installation of your new shower system. Visit trustpj.com. Plus, they've extended their 12-month financing deal. Nothing down, no interest, and no payments for qualified buyers. Tell them Dorn sent you. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
I'm Ryan Horvat with BetQL. College football season is about 70 days away, and I like the Nebraska Cornhuskers to go over 7.5 wins. It's year 2 for Matt Rule, and last season, Nebraska averaged just 18 points per game. They lost 4 games by exactly 3 points, and in 3 of those games, they lost by throwing a bad interception or on a missed field goal. In all those games, they gave up 13 points or less. I like the Nebraska Cornhuskers to bounce back this season and win at least 7 games. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Nobody knows fire protection like Guardian Protection. Supporting the brave work of firefighters in our 5-alarm marathon, Guardian brings you a life safety package that detects signs of fire, unwanted intruders, and even water leaks. Plus, there's an app, so you get mobile alerts. For a special offer, call Guardian at 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328. Terms apply. Call Guardian Protection, 1-800-PROTECT.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. It's spring cleaning time for your car, and keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums in free use of microfiber towels.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Joey Fatone from NSYNC and AJ McLean from Backstreet Boys. A legendary night. Joey Fatone and AJ McLean together, live on stage, performing all their hits. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, August 23rd at 7 p.m. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $119 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $149 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Briefly, one last thing on Lawrence, because people are making this point on the text line by way of question. Like, well, what are you supposed to do? You guys are pooing all over Lawrence. You're supposed to not pay him? Good point. I mean, good point.
You don't have to pay him now.
You do not have to pay him now. No. Because he is going, you kind of do.
Why?
3 years, you're going into the final year. You don't want to put yourself in a position to franchise him and getting all that mumbo-jumbo nastiness. So, I mean, I get it. I don't think he's as good as what he just got paid.
They added to their roster. I should have looked it up during the break. But they've added to their roster. They might actually be decent this year. They've surrounded him. They've done a good job surrounding him with weapons. I think they lost. So they got Gabe Davis. They got Christian Kirk. And then they draft somebody. Yeah, Brian Thomas Jr. they drafted.
Who we loved.
And then they have Evan Ingram as their tight end. And Travis Etienne as the – if they don't do it this year.
Can we agree that he's been a disappointment to this point?
Oh, no doubt.
And, hey, if I've said that Kenny got screwed a little bit by the way the Steelers did things, you have to say that Urban Meyer didn't help move matters along with Trevor Lawrence.
We got Mitch Morse, too, who the Steelers wanted.
Yes.
I mean.
Man, what if the Steelers got Mitch? What are they doing in round 2? Changes everything. No Zach Frazier.
Receiver.
Yeah, probably. Definitely. And then what's that mean for Roman Wilson? Maybe they still get him. Who knows?
Probably.
But it didn't happen. As for this tampering, so this came out yesterday afternoon. The Atlanta Falcons on Thursday were docked a 5th-round pick in the 2025 draft and fined $250,000 for violating the NFL's anti-tampering policy related to free agent signings. The tampering violations for the Falcons were a result of improper contact with 3 players prior to their official unrestricted free agency period: Kirk Cousins, Darnell Mooney, and tight end Charlie Werner. a 5th-round pick and $250,000 fine. I think the GM had to eat a $50,000 fine. So you get a head start on getting who you think for the time being is your franchise quarterback, and all you give up is a 5th-round pick and a bajillionaire gets fined $250,000. That is not even a slap on the wrist.
Give it to me.
I'm tampering.
Yep.
Like, the Steelers should have tampered with Patrick Queen and got out ahead of that thing. You should tamper with anybody. If that's the price you pay, and that just shows you the NFL's not serious about it. The NFL doesn't actually care. They just have to give up the appearance that they care.
Yes.
But I'm doing that 100 times out of 100. I'm tampering. If I'm getting my guy and I get a head start, and basically now it's whatever the cost of the salary is and a 5th-round pick, it basically becomes a trade, a 5th-round pick and this money. Yeah, I think that's probably worth it. Charlie Werner, Darnell Mooney. I'm guessing it had to do more with Kirk Cousins, because wasn't it like week in advance?
Yes, it was Kirk Cousins.
Yeah. He was buying the house in Atlanta. Like, they had that whole thing figured out. Yeah. There's something I wanted to bring up earlier and forgot to. I think I even teased to it, which is what Mike Florio had to say earlier on this week. He said he has talked to coaches after they have had players leave Pittsburgh that say the player that they acquired is way more of a handful than they thought would be. And so the point that I guess he's making, or at least what I gather from that, is Tomlin actually has done a fairly good job at times with some of these malcontent guys. Like, they go someplace else. Wow, we had no idea what a pain in the ass player X was. We had not heard rumblings of that out of Pittsburgh. And so some would make the argument that it's enabling, because we were talking about Tomlin v. Cowher, and we had Trey Essex on to talk about that. Like, I've always maintained that he did a good job with Antonio Brown.
Yeah.
Got him on the field.
I was thinking about this the other day, like, of how bad the probably situation was with Deontay Johnson. To put yourself in this position, one, to be like, okay, we don't have a wide receiver number 2 or number 1, and to be searching around for one, and 2, to sign Cam Sutton not knowing if he's going to be suspended or not by the league.
Yeah.
What does that say about the Deontay Johnson situation?
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, we'll sign Cam Sutton. If he gets suspended 4 games, so be it. We think he's that good of a player, and we know him very well. That just tells me Deontay Johnson's situation was terrible. They're like, get up out of here.
Well, you can speak to this way better than I can, so I'll turn it around. I'll ask it as a question, but I have my subtext here. Like, aren't there certain things that are forgivable and certain things that aren't within the locker room?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you're a quitter, you can't have that around. Your baggage from outside the locker room, as long as you can lace them up and go out there and play, hey, there's that, like, crazy hot scale from How I Met Your Mother. It's crazy good scale. Like, how good are you relative to how crazy you are? And if the good outweighs the crazy, you're just dealing with crazy. But you're not going to deal with the outside stuff for a bad player, but for a good player or a position of weakness in the case of the Steelers with Cam Sutton, you're going to deal with that. Like, right or wrong, reporting, who knows, they viewed Kenny in some ways as a quitter, and they viewed Chase Claypool as a quitter, and Deontay Johnson. Chooks. Don't you dare question my authority.
LeGarrette Blount.
South Park, yeah. Which in that case, oh, man. That was one where I don't think they handled it well. Like, I think they could have, the way they could have handled that was on the front end. Was give him the ball 5 or 6 times in the damn fourth quarter so that you have him down the stretch, for God's sakes. But then when a guy quits, I mean, you can, I guess, make him inactive, but now you got a roster spot. Like, I think he did a good job with AB. I don't think Le'Veon Bell should get lumped in the way that a lot of people do with that. Like, I actually think, and there are examples where you say, guys, don't listen to Tomlin. I think I'm in the column of, I think that's actually one of Tomlin's strengths. And Art Rooney II seems to believe that too. There's a lot that Mike Tomlin lacks in, but we heard Trey Essex talk about it. He treats guys as men. If you act like an adult, then good on you, but he's going to give you the freedom to make your mistakes too. And his job is to win football games, and getting Antonio Brown on the field back then was going to help you win football games. All right, coming up next, social media's biggest loser, and then we're heading off to the weekend, baby, a Father's Day weekend. First, it's a Callous headline.
Now, fan headlines. Sports. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates are going to play the Colorado Rockies tonight in the first game of 3 in the series. Pirates just lost the series against the Cardinals, 2 games out of 3. Game time tonight against the Rockies for the Pirates is at 8:40. If you want to listen to the game, you can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts at 7:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. BetParks is a proud official betting operator of the PGA Tour. The U.S. Open underway at Pinehurst. Make futures bets now on who wins it all this weekend. $25 on Rory, pays $76 if he wins. $25 wager on Scotty Scheffler, pays $137 if he wins. Plus, you got baseball. Bucco's in action tonight against Colorado. Live bet while you watch the game on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Bet the first 3 innings, the first 5 innings, the whole game. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances for hits, home runs, strikeouts, and more. Plus, play casino games with live dealers. Safe, simple, easy to use. BetParks is the only app I use and recommend. Odds, bets, slots, and games right in your pocket. New users, download the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app right now. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. BetParks.com for details. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, Ohio, Maryland, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush with very minimal delays on the inbound parkways east and west approaching their respective tunnels. Route 28 is cleared out, so is the Parkway North with the HOV lane set to close at 10 o'clock this morning. Meanwhile, crews are working on Bigelow Boulevard. Watch for a westbound lane restriction between Blessing Street and the ramps to the Bloomfield Bridge. Also, watch for work in Whitehall Borough, restricting Streets Run Road between Brownsville Road and Route 51 Clairton Boulevard. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Dunkin' is dropping a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Drop by or order ahead on the Dunkin' app today. Fruit flavored, contains 0% fruit juice, caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary, limited time offer.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG Injury Lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
Don't miss a minute of the action on the diamond with ESPN Bet. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities, including daily odds boosts and home run specials all season long. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
The dog days of summer are coming, and it's going to get hot. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support our furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes. Hello, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day. And what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. I want beer. He wants beer. And you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad, me, enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot, Route 8 in Hampton.
Where do you go when you want great greens? Rocky Gap Casino, Resort, and Golf, home of the only Jack Nicklaus signature golf course in the state. Relaxation, the spa at Rocky Gap. For massages, facials, and more. Dining options, Rocky Gap for upscale cuisine and low-key sports bars. Visit RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Social media's biggest loser. Our social media segment, in this case, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Callis is living at home. He has 2 cars, and he's paying on both of them currently, and he wants to spend and is going to spend $4,000 on a bus. So I tweeted this out. I said, will this help or hurt him with the ladies? And a lot of people are actually supportive of Callis in this endeavor. I think we are giving good advice. Right now, you said it during one of the breaks, Doran. Like, I'd love to be in a place in my life where I could just spend $4,000 on a bus.
Right.
But you got kids and mortgage and all the things that come with that, and baseball and football. And Callis, those days are coming, and it would be nice to have some savings and not a bus. Why do you need a bus? But here's a tweeter, social media segment. Don't let them get you down, Callis. It's kind of redneck, but also a good idea. My uncle bought an old full-size bus, ripped out most of the seats, put in beds, tables, etc., drove all over the country, had a great time. There you go.
I think there's so many upsides to this, especially because I don't have to pay for all the stuff that, hinders people when they get your age.
But you're going to.
Yeah, that's coming.
You're going to have to pay for real adult things at some point in your life. And when you get there, you're going to go, dang it, why did I buy that bus 10 years ago?
All right, I guess I can just put a period on the end of this discussion.
Please do.
I work 2 jobs, and I work hard. And if I want to buy a bus right now because I can afford it, gosh darn it, I'm going to buy a bus.
Buy a bus?
It's going to be one of those short buses. It's going to be one of those school buses. It's not one of the full-size ones. I just want a bus.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I am equal parts giving you real advice and also wanting to see this. Like, I do... Part of my brain is tickled by the idea of Callis just traversing around town in a bus. And it's like 4:50, and we're like, oh my gosh, Callis is late. Where the heck is this guy? Pulls right into the parking lot. I do kind of want to see that.
It's not, I didn't intend for it to be an everyday driver either. It was just going to be for, those occasional special events. And for $4,000, I don't think that's bad either to renovate. But, if you want me to drive it to work every day, I guess.
Why don't you know what you could do? I'm totally serious about this.
I'm so happy this is Friday and we have the weekend.
I don't want to hear about it anymore.
I'm done.
Okay, so wait, just real quick. Here's what he should do. No, seriously, just tell me if you agree with this. Take $4,000. Seriously, take $4,000, flush it down the toilet. That's what you're doing here. Starkey up next. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 79. Doran, happy Father's Day.
Same to you, sir.
Thank you. Callis, you will never be a father because no one's going to want to...
I'll be a father to a bus. Happy Bus Day. Woohoo!
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Dean's Water makes home delivery easy for you. Dean's features easy-to-handle 3-gallon bottles as well as standard 5 gallons. Dean's Water is the best-tasting, crystal-clear, chemical-free water. Dean's is easy to have in your home. Almost 50 years delivering in your neighborhood, servicing both residential and commercial customers. For the friendliest, trustworthy in-home delivery service, call 1-800-833-1002 for Dean's Water.
Dan Zangrili, proud member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, here to tell you about their credit card that gives you 2% cash back on every single swipe, 3.99% on balance transfer rates. All the details at AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
All right, right now you get a bonus day to save, Pittsburgh, during Window Nation's semi-annual sale right now through June 30th. Get quality, affordable windows. It's a really big deal. They've extended their sale, giving you 50% off all windows, along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule an estimate right now, you get a bonus 10% off. If your old windows, they're thin, they're rotted, they're broken, they're just not good, it's a big deal. That means Window Nation needs to step in and help you out right now. Pittsburgh's weather is just crazy. Window Nation wants to help you out. So listen, sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Do not miss your chance to save. You give a call right now, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com. Do it today.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush making a little bit of a comeback on the inbound Parkway West. Your delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is heavy at Edgewood Twistvale. Route 28 heavy as well between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward the north side. HOV lanes are now closed alongside the Parkway North. Meanwhile, work in Kennedy and Robinson Townships. Utility crews working on Route 51. Restrictions in both directions between Herbst Road and Village Drive. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7
We all know baseball is a long season. I'm Brett Boone from the Brett Boone Podcast. This summer, take a trip down memory lane with me and hear from the legends of the game. So far this year, I've had conversations with Randy Johnson, Pete Rose, Deion Sanders. Plus, every week we look at the state of Major League Baseball, which teams are exceeding expectations, which ones are struggling to meet them. Follow and listen to the Brett Boone Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Now your ideas don't have to wait.
Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to now.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Say goodbye to gutter problems and costly repairs with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy a hassle-free summer with their lifetime clog-free gutter solution. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Hills Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates lost their series to the St. Louis Cardinals last night, losing Game 3 by a final score of 4-3. Mitch Keller got the loss. And they look to rebound tonight when they go to Colorado to begin a 3-game set. The starter for the Pirates has not yet been announced. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Now to the Joe Show without Joe, but with Paul Zeiss.
We got more Joe. Come on, Joe! It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Nelly. Good morning, everyone. So we're already off to a really bad start. Can I just tell you that? Okay, as you know, Oakmont Bakery brings all the stuff here every single Friday, right?
It's delicious.
I walk in, and 4 of the 5 containers are open. Is it really that hard for people to take a donut out of the box and close it back? Look, I'm going to watch these two right here. Watch. They're going to get shamed by me if they don't put this lid back on this cookie cake, because I just got done putting the lids back on all of these things so that, like, I don't know, at noon or 1, people that might come in and might want to enjoy a donut have a chance of getting one that's semi-fresh. It's called being considerate now. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I hear you.
And I'm obsessed with it, right? Oh, she almost got it right. She at least attempted to cover it up again. Now, it's one of those things that you seal, so all you got to do is push it down, but at least she attempted to cover it up. But that just says, there are a few things that really set me into a different zone. We all have our little idiosyncrasies, and I have a little bit of that, what do they call it, OCD? Mm-hmm. When it comes to food being properly stored.
Now, is it worse with like open sauces, but people don't cover sauces
Well,
back up?
one thing about me is if you go to a graduation party or you go to what, you know what I'm saying? If I don't get there in the first 10 minutes, when they uncover the food, I generally can't eat. I can't eat sauces that have been laying around like that for an hour, half an hour, you know what I'm saying, in a trough. It just is something I can't do. I wish they would cover those as well. So yes, it's just as bad. If I'm going to eat trough, anything from troughs, which is what I call buffet type stuff, anything, it has to be stuff that isn't like it has to be like fruit, right? Or vegetables or salad. Something that's not cooked. But even that, after it's been sitting out for a while, I mean, the air does something to food that's bad. It does. Colin Dunlap and I have this conversation all the time. He absolutely hates. Do you like hibachi? Have you ever been to a hibachi?
I love hibachi.
Right.
It's fantastic.
So, if I want to go out to eat, I usually go to a place like, one of these hibachi Japanese steakhouse type, what's that place up there? Whatever. Ichiban. Right? I go there. Do you want to know why you want to know why I go to a hibachi place to eat?
Because it's served fresh right in front of you.
That's right. I can watch them cook it right in front of me. They take it right off the grill and put it on my plate. Period. Nice and warm, nice and hot. I don't have to worry, that the restaurant was really busy and my food was sitting up. My plate was sitting there for 20 minutes before
Under the dry lamp.
You know what I'm saying? All that stuff. I get it right then and right there. Colin's like, well, I mean, when you walk out of there, you kind of smell like hibachi. Who cares?
It's a great smell, though.
Who cares? It's, that they're cooking your food right then and there. You can watch them, You can watch them make sure that the chicken, the beef, whatever, it's cooked enough.
Especially the shrimp, too.
Well, no, I can't eat shrimp. I'm allergic to shrimp, which is always the funny thing because I have to make sure I tell the hibachi person I'm allergic to shrimp, so cook my stuff before you put all that shrimp on there, which they're always happy to do because they always cook the seafood last. Unfortunately, if you were there with me and you wanted shrimp, you'd have to wait a little bit longer to get your shrimp.
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind waiting because if somebody has a food allergy, that's something completely different than I just don't want my stuff touching other people's.
Yeah, of course. I mean, my thing is it's the food allergy part of it. So as long as they keep it separate and then they cook that, but it is what it is. The other thing, two things happened here, right? Number one, well, besides the boxes of stuff being left open, but also I stopped and got a bagel, to eat as like a little breakfast. I forgot it in my car. And the reason I forgot it in my car is because I couldn't find my debit card and I was getting ready to panic. Like when you lose your mind because you can't find your debit card. I know I used it to buy gas last night. It was the last time I used it. So I was tearing my car apart because it wasn't in my wallet. It wasn't, you know what I mean? Here, I was just getting ready to call the bank to cancel it. And something told me, look down between the seats on your passenger side. We have that little, thing in the middle where, what do they call it? Little compartment in the middle in between your driver's
Not the glove box, right?
No.
That's the one on the...
The glove box is the one that's over...
Center console.
The center console. I must have, when I use it to pay gas, I must have put it on the center console, which I usually put my wallet and stuff back in the car while the gas is pumping so I don't forget it. And it must have fallen off, and sure enough, it was down in between the seats. So that was a good thing. But then I forgot my bagel, and then I came into that nonsense.
Are you more anxious when you lose your debit card or when people don't cover the food? Or is it about equal?
Probably when people don't cover the food. That's something that really drives me crazy. Because a debit card, I can just call the bank. You know what I mean? And the nice thing about it is PNC now, they print them out for you. So, I can go to any PNC right now if I needed to, and I'd have a debit card by today. Now, Dollar Bank, one of my biggest pet peeves about them, because I have an account with them too, is that when you lose your debit card, you got to call 1-800 number. You got to wait like 6 or 7 or 8 days or whatever for them to send you a new one. So you're without a debit card for 6 or 7 days. The PNC, you just go into the branch and say, hey, I lost my debit card. Cancel that one. Give me a new one. Okay, they go in the back. Just boom, boom, bang, out the door. So I don't panic nearly as much about losing my debit card as I do get irritated when people leave boxes of food open around here. It drives me nuts.
There is a buffet in the other room right now, I believe.
So what is happening over here? What is
the Bubba Show breakfast?
Ah, okay. I heard Callis talking about breakfast. I was wondering what he was talking about.
Yeah, they do it every now and again.
Yes.
And they bring in listeners for Star.
Okay. Well, that's nice. That's why all those people are over there. I was wondering. I was like, didn't we do something yesterday in that room with like champagne or something?
The Odyssey Awards were yesterday. Bubba Show breakfast today.
Okay. Good. Well, the other thing I tell you put me in a really bad mood this morning is I had a 16 parlay last night, right? And it was $50 to win like $750 or something. And the first 5 legs of it hit without even a sweat. The last leg was the Dodgers and the Angels. The last game of the night. All I needed was 7 runs or more. 2 tomato cans on the mound to start. I'm thinking this is the easiest one. I mean, this is the one, I won this. I'm counting my money. And then I have it on my Gamecast because it wasn't on TV. It was 2-0 Angels. I'm sorry, 2-0 Rangers after the first 4 batters of the game. I'm thinking, this is great. Nah, it was 3-1. Bottom of the 8th is when I turned it off and said, I think I'm going to lose this, but maybe I'll wake up to good news. Bottom of the 8th, 2 men on, 1 out. Ohtani and Freddie Freeman coming up. We're tying the game here, right, baby? This is it. We got it. You know what I mean? Ohtani strikes out, Freddie Freeman strikes out. That's my life in a nutshell right there. Unbelievable. 2 of the best hitters in baseball that almost never strike out back-to-back at a time when I need them to just get a hit. You know? Doesn't even have to be a big fly. Just put one in a gap. Then it's 3-3, and guess what? I'm winning no matter what. I'm winning. That's all I need. So I woke up this morning and I saw that the 9th inning was basically didn't produce anything.
Now, are you normally a parlay guy?
Yeah, I like parlays because you bet a little bit, you risk a little bit, and you can win a lot.
My favorite ones are the same game ones.
Yeah,
where I'll bet $2 to $3 on 8 different things to happen, and the payout's like $20,000. The most I've ever gotten was 5 out of 7, and that was it. But one of these times, it's gonna hit. Automatically, it has to.
I had a same game parlay. This was during football. No, I'm sorry. I'm lying. It was Golden State Warriors versus, it might have been the Lakers. And I had a 9 or 10 team same game parlay. It was like 5 to win like 300. $5 to win 300. And I hit. It was nice. I hit. But you're right. Usually you go 5 out of 7, 6 out of 7. That's why those parlays are sucker bets. But when you hit one, it's fun. I thought last night I'm golden, man. That was the game I worried about the least, by the way. You know what I'm saying?
I know Greg Finley, producer over there on KDKA AM. There was one time I was here in the building, and he had I think a 12-team parlay, and it all hit, and he won about $8,000. And he celebrated the entire night.
Yeah.
But he lost it within like the next week and a half, and he's never bet again.
Yeah. That's generally what happens. Well, if you haven't figured it out, it's just me today. No Joe. Joe, hopefully it looks like it's kind of doomy and gloomy out here, doesn't it? I mean, I don't know. Is it supposed to rain today?
If you look in your fan weather, coming up at the end of the hour, chance of thunderstorms throughout the entire day.
Oh, it's the Joe. What is it? The Joe Starkey and Jim Colony golf event, or something like that.
There was a name for it.
Yeah. Anyway, hopefully it doesn't rain for their sake. It's interesting. What's interesting is one other thing that put me in a bad mood today, Nelly. The jerk before me, who sits on that side over there. Once again,
the one who shall not be named.
Shall not be named ever. Once again, says, "Oh, Starkey's next." Not only did he not mention me, Starkey isn't even here, and he still didn't mention me.
Now, do you think he knows that you're not gonna mention it by name ever again?
I don't know. I hope he does. I hope he knows now. He's dead to me until he uses my name. He's dead to me. So he's now forever the jerk before me. How about that? How about that, West Virginia guy? The jerk before me.
Before and across you.
Before and across from me. Right? Can't even say my name. Anyway, we've got a lot to get to. Ray Fittipaldo, everybody loves Raymond. He's doing his segment, I think, at 11, right? He's at 11 on Fridays. 1 o'clock, we got Bob Walk. We've got plenty to talk about with Bob Walk for sure. At noon, we've got a treat as Robert Moore's athletic director, Chris King, will stop by for a little bit, and I'm sure we'll press him on his work that we've tried to get him to do now since he got hired, to put together an all-city basketball tournament with Pitt, Robert Morris, and Duquesne. So, of course, I'm going to give him a hard time about that. Why wouldn't I, right? Tell him to get started. But here's where we're going to start. We could actually even do a little six-pack to start. You want to do a little six-pack? Because I've got all kinds of little snippets here, and then we're going to, take some phone calls, and then we'll get to Everybody Loves Raymond. While you're getting the six-pack ready, let's do the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. South Hills Kia Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We good? There we go. We open the first six-pack. I think one of the things that is going to be a recurring theme of frustration, if you're a Pirates fan, is that there seems to be a lack of urgency to win every game that you absolutely have to win. Yesterday, the Pirates were playing getaway day against the Cardinals, who, by the way, are in their division, in case you didn't know. Who, by the way, they split the first two of the series. Who, by the way, the Cardinals were a half game ahead of the Pirates. Following their time in St. Louis, they're going to go to Colorado to play against one of the worst teams in baseball. Can someone please explain to me why, given those facts, we chose to treat yesterday like it was a Sunday game with a Sunday lineup in a game you absolutely have to win in St. Louis? And if that wasn't insulting enough, I mean, here's the lineup yesterday. Are you ready? Hayes, fine. Reynolds, fine. Cruz, fine. Oliveras, I'll even go there. Tellez, okay, whatever. Triola, Sawinski, Grandal. and Michael A. Taylor. Basically, Tellez, Triola, Sawinski, Grandal, and Michael A. Taylor, you're almost saying we're going to put 15 outs in our lineup. But let's forget about that, okay? I mean, this obsession with making sure we get everybody a rest day and all the other good stuff, I get it. But you're in a game that you should at least know that you absolutely need to win. You're in a game you absolutely need to win. Okay. You're down 4-3. You have McCutchen on the bench. You have Nick Gonzalez sitting on the bench. Can you explain to me why those two guys didn't bat in the seventh as pinch hitters? I mean, you basically, you're down 4-3. You're down 4-3. I'm sorry, in the eighth. In the eighth. You're down 4-3, and you allow Olivares, Tellez, Triola, and Sawinski all to bat. I mean, do you just not care about winning?
The top of the eighth inning was kind of...
That's what I'm saying, the top of the eighth.
Struck out swinging, walked,
right.
Struck out swinging.
Right. We're shocked. We're shocked. Were you shocked by any of that?
No, not really.
That's what I'm saying. You had three guys strike out, and then, in the ninth, you let Grandal and Taylor bat. Out. Oh, Ke'Bryan Hayes hits a single. Yay. Reynolds grounds out, and game over. But to me, I'm thinking to myself, you have Connor Joe on the bench. You have McCutchen on the bench. And you have Nick Gonzalez on the bench. Not only do you not play any of them in an important game, which, by the way, you're playing against a guy like Lance Lynn, who yesterday was a typical Lance Lynn start. He's just effective for a little bit, and then, eventually teams figure him out. They pull him out after 4 or 5 innings, and that's been his career. You're playing against a guy like that. If you put your best hitters in the lineup, you might be able to get to him really early. But I can almost forgive that. If, we need a day off, day game after a night game, all the other dumb things that, all the other dumb baseball cliches, need a day off, day game after a night game. Yeah, okay, good. In the eighth, how is Connor Joe not getting at bat in that eighth? For either Olivares, preferably for Olivares, because he's leading off the inning, but certainly for Tellez. And then in the ninth, I mean, I got to be honest with you, since he homered the day before, I might have put in Henry Davis for Grandal in the ninth. See if you can run into another one. Michael A. Taylor, why is he batting? That's where, I don't get it. Well, what if we score, then we're a little shorthanded for the extra innings. Well, you got to get to the extra innings. And this is the thing that's frustrating. Winning and losing should matter. This nonsense about, it's the long haul we're looking at. No. You can't afford the long haul. Not in a division where, everybody that's not in first place is pretty much divided by about a game and a half. The Brewers are, 6.5 games ahead of everybody else. But you're now a game and a half behind the Cardinals, which it's not insurmountable. It's not, it's June. How many more times are we going to say that? Well, it's still early. Oh, it's June. It's May. We don't have to panic yet. Who cares? To me, not using those guys as pinch hitters is malpractice. I get it. Well, we all, we want our guys to all get them enough at bats and keep them all happy and great. You know what? This isn't the Catholic CYO league where everybody gets a participation trophy and everybody has to play, has to play half the game. That's not what this is. It's the major leagues. And if a guy's not getting it done, you know what you do? In a crucial time, in a crucial game, you know what you do? You tell him, have a seat. We're going to let somebody else try and get a hit. You know what I mean? Now we got Zangrilli out here messing with me about the box of donuts. Look at him. You know what I mean? Anyway, there we go. He figured it out. Good. He passed. It's malpractice to me. I mean, okay. Nick Gonzalez is batting .306. Do you think at some point you should have put him in there and given him an at-bat late in the game? Connor Joe, he's batting .255. Do you know what that means? It means he's Mickey Mantle compared to Michael A. Taylor. Kutch, whatever you want to say about Kutch, right? He at least is hitting some home runs. He might run into one and hit it over the fence. How do you go into that 8th and 9th with that part of your lineup up and you don't use any of those guys? I just don't get it. I mean, maybe I'm missing something. I don't think I am. I mean, I didn't hear anything in the postgame that would suggest that, there was some reason why they were hurt. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So it just wasn't, it's just one of those things. And I've been looking through, the thing. Here we go. Yep. No, he didn't say it. He didn't say a thing about why he didn't use those guys. I didn't think he did, but I pulled up one more story just to make sure. Didn't say a single word about why he didn't use any of those guys.
The only thing that I could possibly think of, and it is the farthest stretch I can possibly think of, is that they're going to Colorado, and it's thinner air out there, and they just want to give everybody a break and just leave the lineup as is, and they don't want to exude any more energy than they have to while going to Colorado.
Wasn't there? Didn't Neil Huntington? Was it Neil Huntington? Remember they used like a tomato can pitcher one time in a game against Colorado. It might have been the Clay Holmes game where Neil Huntington had some nonsensical answer just like that. Well, the barometric pressure and air in Colorado is tougher on your arm or something. I certainly hope that's not the reason.
Like I said, that was the farthest stretch I could possibly think of.
I certainly hope that is not the reason. I mean, you got to be kidding me. But it's one of those things where it was something about the air in Colorado. Something. I'm trying to see if I could. Anyway, I have to find that if I can, but I think it's hilarious because it's one of those things where he said something so ridiculous that something so ridiculous that I was just like, okay, we're really, really going to go there? Come on. Come on. Anyway, crack open another one. You know, I really want to get into the NBA and NHL final, the Stanley Cup final and the NBA finals. Someone said this morning that 1995 was the last time that both of them ended in sweeps. 1995 was the last, okay? But here's the thing I'm going to tell you. These games, it's not just that, Florida is up 3-0 and the Celtics are up 3-0. It's that those two teams are completely overmatching the teams they're playing. Like I get the feeling that Florida could play Edmonton 15 times and win 13 out of the 15.
The Stanley Cup final for the Panthers was in the Eastern Conference final when they played the Rangers.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I watched that game last night, and I just kept losing interest in it. I know that, Edmonton scored a couple of goals late to make it closer, but once it was 3-1, I was like, this game's over. Florida is just overwhelming Edmonton. Bobrovsky's obviously been really, really good, but Florida is just, they come at you in waves and waves and waves of people.
I mean, the Panthers went through Andrei Vasilevsky in the first round, Stanley Cup winning goaltender. Jeremy Swayman, who's on the up and up, probably right now top 10 goalie in the league. Then they went to Igor Shesterkin, who is probably top 2 goalie in the league. And you really thought Stuart Skinner was going to be the guy to be like, I can stop him.
But that's what's interesting, though. It's like that's been a part of it. But he hasn't been really the reason Edmonton's losing. They can't even forget about score. They're having a hard time getting shots. It's just, if you watch this, Florida has just completely overwhelmed them. I mean, these games have just not been very interesting at all. And then I watched the NBA games, and the Celtics are so much better than Dallas. You know what I'm saying? It's like the Celtics got up 25-30 last game. I think they were up like 27 or 28 points or something. Then they kind of fell asleep. Oh, here we go. We're bringing more food that people are just going to leave, There we go. Look, they're just like making a mess over here. Look at these two making a mess. Alyssa and Carly just making a mess. Well, look at them.
Oh, that's probably food from the Bubba Show they're bringing over.
That's what I mean. They're just throwing stuff everywhere. Whatever. Just throw it here. Yeah, fuck. Bring it all. Put it right in front of me. Anyway, but the Celtics got up 27, 28 points, and then all of a sudden the Mavericks started coming back. And it's like, oh, is this going to be a great comeback? And then the Celtics are like, yeah, okay, let's go. Let's finish them off. I mean, I don't know what the ratings are for these games, but they can't be good, right?
I know the NHL, they've been on the rise, but that was games 1 and 2. I don't know about game 3,
right,
which was last night. But I think 3.1 million people in America and 3.1 in Canada.
Right.
So it's like not bad. It's one of the most watched first couple of games of the NHL Finals in recent memory, but you're right. It's kind of just boring. When the Panthers went up 4-1 last night, I turned it off. And I'm a diehard hockey fan. Like, it's the Stanley Cup final. I want to be excited. But with how bad the Oilers are playing and how good the Panthers are and how boring Sean McDonough sounded last night on the call, like it didn't even sound like he wanted to be there.
Right.
I'm like, all right, I'm good.
That's what I mean. Like, the game was just not interesting. They just kind of wore them down and overwhelmed them. Anyway, let's do one more real quick. Now you're gonna love this one. I'm gonna call this the Karen of the week. We like to have a little bit of fun. We talk hardcore sports. We'll get back to talking about the Pirates, and we got the Steelers with Ray Fittipaldo, whatever. But did you see this video of this mother who went off the rails because she sent her son to Marshawn Lynch football camp, and she was upset, and her son is in tears because Marshawn Lynch swore at him and basically told him he was lazy. Did you see this?
I have not, but have you never seen Marshawn Lynch in any capacity whatsoever?
Right. And the best part is they're filming this interaction. I retweeted it if you look at it. Just retweeted the video. They're doing it, right? And the bottom line is he's like making sure the people who are videoing sees exactly what he's saying, which is his way of saying, hey, Karen, I don't care that you're offended, that your son's offended. He says, I do cuss a lot. And then he says, what he's upset about it, my son is in tears, and he says, yes. He says, I told your son, either do it right or get out of the drill.
Something I've been told many times.
Right. If you're not, he says, it takes the amount of time it takes me to tell you to do something, and over again, there's got to be consequences. I'm reading it right here. Like running laps, like getting out of the drill. This woman, right, is a poster child for the modern day Karen sports parent who doesn't understand that, do you want your kid to grow up? Do you want your kid to mature? You want your kid to be able to face life the right way? Or do you want to be mommy and daddy who are always going to be there to try and make it easy for them? Did you see that speech the other night from Tom Brady? Did you see what he said, that 2 minutes? We should play that at some point today.
Joe wanted me to play that yesterday, but we couldn't.
We should play that today. Because that would be very appropriate here. Right? I mean, we can argue all day. Should he swear around young kids or not? I don't know. Nowadays, swearing seems to be the least offensive thing that happens around young kids. So, whatever. If you want to make the point that, well, maybe he shouldn't swear, okay, maybe he shouldn't swear. I don't feel that, but whatever. But I'm laughing. She takes her kid to Marshawn Lynch football camp, and she's crying a river because my son is in tears. He's so upset. You yelled at him. Okay. Yeah, you're right. And that's the problem. We got this, like, the helicopter parent who always wants to fix it, who always wants to make it right for their kid.
Like the parents that argue balls and strikes in a pretty much a T-ball game.
Right. Right.
Just let the kids play. They'll figure it out.
That's the thing these parents don't understand. They're ruining their kid. Your kids will figure it out. You know what I mean? I've always come from the school of, you set the bar high, kids will try and meet it. Like, you know what I mean? When I coach, I set the bar high. And I try and say, hey, this is where you know what I mean? This is what I'm going to accept. And then when they meet it, I push it up higher. Kids want to be disciplined. Kids want, because that they know that if you're pushing them, right, and you're not going to accept less than their best, that you care about them. And what we do with what parents do nowadays, nobody wants their kid to ever be uncomfortable. Nobody wants their kid to ever feel a little bit of discomfort. So that's why if my kid's not playing enough, we go to the school board and get the coach fired, right? It's why, we insist on having meetings with coaches and teachers. My mom's a teacher. I ask her all the time. She's retired, but because there's such a shortage of people that want to be teachers, she's actually a sub. You know what I'm saying?
There's so many people that I went to college with that have been teachers for like 2-3 years that have just left because they're just so broken down by the parents. It's not even the kids. It's just the parents requesting meetings and complaining about, you taught my child this when I didn't want you to. But it's like, I taught them what 2 + 2 was.
Right.
Like, I don't know what you want me to do.
Right. Well, that's what so my mom is a retired teacher, but she still substitutes because they have such a shortage of people that want to do it. So she's always like, I should have just stayed and kept getting my normal salary. The good thing about being a sub is she can, call her shot when she wants to do it or not. But I asked her what's the difference between now and, our kids generally different. She said, well, here's the thing. Nowadays, nobody wants their kid to fail. Nobody wants their kid to feel a little bit of failure. Nobody wants their kid to, everybody's deathly afraid of losing. However you want to qualify that. She said, so if a kid gets a C, it's going to cause, and she's like, mind you, kids earn their grade. I don't give them a C. Kids earn their grade. But if a kid gets a C, it's almost assuredly going to be a parent-teacher conference with, or they're going to go to the principal, or they're going to go somewhere and, basically raise a stink that my class was too hard, or my tests were too hard, or I wasn't fair, or whatever. Because nobody wants their kid to have to struggle or feel that discomfort. She said back in the old days, if a kid got in trouble at school or a kid had a problem at school, guess what? When they went home, their parents said basically, you better fix this. Now, all the parents want to do is they run and fix it because nobody wants their kids to feel a little bit of discomfort. And I can tell you, I see it more and more and more as a coach. It's one of those things where it's becoming really difficult in some ways to coach. I've had to, over the last 5 years, alter some of the things I do just because I don't know that I would have a team if I didn't. You know what I'm saying? But the way I used to be able to coach and used to be able to push kids and used to be able to get them to, you know what I mean? Now it doesn't work. It's just, you just basically have to be, in many ways, almost, I don't want to say you join the idea that, you don't want kids to feel discomfort and enable them to, continue bad habits, but it's really difficult. Now, in many, many ways, it's difficult to just be able to coach kids in a way that there's winners and losers. That's sports. The essence, the beauty of sports, it's one of the last places where once the game starts, it's all about competing. It's all about competition. So, mommy and daddy, once the game starts, they can't make you better. You got to, you know what I mean? You got to compete. You got to fight. And so it's like the meritocracy of it. It's one of the last places that it happens. But this is such a classic example. This woman is so bent out of shape because little Johnny's crying because he got called out on a drill because he wasn't, because Marshawn Lynch called him out on a drill and basically said, get out of the drill and run because you ain't doing it the right way. This is where we're at.
Also, any sort of research on Marshawn Lynch will pull up how many times he curses. But that's just him.
Of course. And the thing about it is, he's clearly trying to teach these kids accountability.
He also doesn't need to be there.
Right.
He's made millions of dollars. He's taking time out of his day to try to make your kid better.
Right. That's what it comes down to. So it's amazing. It's amazing to me that, but that if you send your kid to Marshawn Lynch's football camp, if you know anything about Marshawn Lynch, number one, you kind of know he's going to be somebody to hold your kid accountable, and he might use some bad language. Here's the other thing. One last thing real quick. I saw Marshawn Lynch. Believe it or not, have you ever watched the show Bar Rescue, Nelly?
It's one of my favorite. It's one of my biggest guilty pleasures.
Did you ever see the one with Marshawn Lynch?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Where he goes in and tells his cousins, you better get your act together? All right. Anyway.
And they did.
They did. Same thing. Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing Siding. Here's a rundown of what's happening on today's show. Well, that was what just happened there. And obviously the Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, Fan Text Line. A personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Now, Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates have a 3-game set with the Colorado Rockies beginning tonight in Colorado. First pitch is scheduled for 8:40. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Greetings, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-sized rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hulu is coming in hot this month with new shows, new movies, and all new seasons of your faves. Don't miss FX's Clipped, the story of one NBA team's racial reckoning starring Lawrence Fishburne. Stream a new season of Shoresy, the underdog hockey team that might just knock your teeth out. Then catch the high-speed drama Ferrari starring Adam Driver and Penelope Cruz. Kick your streaming into high gear this month with so much new stuff to watch on Hulu.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mr. Rooter, MrRooter.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Boston Celtics have a chance to win an NBA title tonight, and Jason Tatum is ready for the critics. Tatum admitted that Boston's quote-unquote easy road to the finals will be used as a knock against them, but I think that's wildly unfair. The Celtics were the best team all year and have bulldozed through the playoffs. They will be more than worthy as champions. I'm Maggie.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Attention, are you or a loved one suffering complications after taking Ozempic or Wegovy? These medications may be linked to serious gastrointestinal illnesses. If you've been hospitalized and diagnosed with gastroparesis, chronic vomiting, deep vein thrombosis, or experienced intestinal blockage requiring surgery, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call 888-900-LAW-1 today for a free consultation. That's 888-900-LAW1. Paid for by Tort Defenders. Tort Defenders is not a law firm and does not provide legal services.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Joey Fatone from NSYNC and AJ McLean from Backstreet Boys. A legendary night. Joey Fatone and AJ McLean together, live on stage, performing all their hits. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, August 23rd at 7 p.m. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino.
Looking for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $289 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
As a manufacturing professional, there's a lot that keeps you up at night. From equipment malfunctions to unplanned downtime, your operations demand constant attention. Finally, there's a solution, thanks to Maintain X. All across the greater Pittsburgh area, manufacturers are eliminating unplanned equipment and operational downtime with Maintain X. Maintain X is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. With Maintain X, leading enterprises like Titan America have improved production where it matters most. Equipment uptime and on-time delivery increased by more than 40%. Maintain X lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Right now, you can try Maintain X for free. Control the daily operations of your business by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Got a car-loving dad? Nice. We've got a Father's Day sale. Right now, our Armor All Ultimate 8-piece bucket kit is just $25. That's soap, a wash mitt, wheel cleaner, tire shine, glass wipes, and interior wipes. Plus, a bucket to use for the wash. All for just $25 at the AutoZone Father's Day sale. Now through the 16th.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Well, I've had the parents of some of my former players reach out to say, yeah, you might have yelled at my daughter once or twice. You know, the one thing I will say, you can coach hard without degrading people. And there's a line. You know what I mean? There's a line. There's a line that you can, that you don't cross. You can coach hard without degrading people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to say, you stink. But you can say, well, if that's the effort you're going to give me, maybe you should go home. Right?
Now, what happens when you see a player that you know is really bad? Do you flat out just tell them, like, maybe this isn't the sport for you, or do you kind of, like, ease their I don't know.
If a kid can't play, in my experience, you're better off just being honest. And then what you find out sometimes is the reason the kid's playing is because parents are making them play. You know what I mean? They really don't want to be there. And at the level that I coach at of AAU, I coach at the highest level you can coach at. If you don't want to be there, if you don't really love it, it's hard. It's commitment. It's tough. And I think what a lot of people don't understand is there's a lot of levels to sports. Like, you can play rec ball, and it's fun. I know a lot of people. Listen, I know people that, North Allegheny has a really good, almost like an intramural basketball program, right? Like, you know how, like, every one of these school districts, usually they have a travel program where, it's like a travel basketball team or a travel soccer team, like North Allegheny Soccer Club or North Allegheny Basketball Association. Well, North Allegheny Basketball Association, one of the few that I know, they actually go all the way up through 12th grade. Do you know what I'm saying? So there were some kids that I had on the travel team on, say, like 7th grade or 8th grade that decided they didn't want to play varsity ball. They didn't want to go on to play JV and varsity. And guess what? That NABA travel from the high school division is large. There's a lot of kids that are playing. And the thing about it is they have a blast. It's fun. And they, at the end they have a little championship and they win a trophy. And listen, that might be good enough for your kid. That might be all your kid wants to do. And there are a lot of parents that can't accept that, They just can't.
They want their kid to bring home the trophy.
They want their kid to be on the varsity team and to be, you know what I'm saying? And they want them to be at the high levels of AAU just so they can say that they play at a high level, even if they're drowning, because it's too. I get it, but like, my thing with my kids was always, you do what you want to do when it comes to sports. My only rule is if you start the season, you finish the season. At the end of the season, if you want to go back, okay. Fine, but you ain't going to quit in the middle of the season. So, and if I find out that you're being like a pain in the butt to try and get yourself booted off the team or whatever, guess what? You're going to have a big problem when you come home. So if you start something, you're going to finish it. Now, at the end of the season, if you want to move on, right? Move on. But like, you got to be your kids have to understand that they have to love what they're doing, Like, I can't stress enough when I talk to parents and talk to kids.
Now, have you noticed kids not liking the sport that they're playing anymore because of the parents more recently than in the past years?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Parents, there are a number of parents who believe, that this coach or that coach ruined it for my kid. Usually, you know what, as I get through it, no, you ruined it for your kid. You know what I mean? And here's the thing, I'll tell you this, and I know we got to get to go here, but I'll tell you this. There are some players, I can tell you if they're going to play well or not play well for a weekend. We have a weekend of AAU based on which parent is bringing them.
So it's that intricate.
Sometimes. Mom brings them, guess what? She's happy as can be because mom doesn't, mom just watches and cheers and has a good time. Dad brings her. Dad's, in her ear the entire weekend and yelling at her, and she's afraid to get in the car after a game because she might have made a mistake. You know what I'm saying? Or vice versa. You can tell that sometimes with kids. And again, I always say, I had 2 kids play Division I sports, okay? I always tell people this. If you don't love it, you can't play at that level. You can't. Your mental health is going to suffer. You're probably going to fall behind. You have to love it. And that's why I say there's a lot of levels of sports, from rec leagues all the way up to AAU leagues and stuff. Anyway, we've got, 50-minute mark on the fan. Wait a second. Where are we at here? Okay, here we go. 50-minute mark on the fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. The Buell Insurance Agency Incorporated, it is 10:59, time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia, see what they can do for you. And also, let's see. Sun Chevy. There's too many. I mean, Joe usually handles all this. Sun Chevy fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevy, Washington Road, McMurray. Visit sunchevy.com. Chance of storms, high of 82. Coming up, we've got Everybody Loves Raymond.
Fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates lost last night by a final score of 4-3 to the St. Louis Cardinals. Mitch Keller gave up all 4 runs in the loss, and they look to rebound against the Colorado Rockies tonight when they begin a 3-game series in Colorado. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, The Fan.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been successfully helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Or we can custom design a one-of-a-kind engagement ring just for her. And now, during our spring sale, you can save up to 30% off on the ring of your dreams. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
Hey, this is Lisa Stofan. Heard the Mark Patrick weight loss hypnosis hype? Well, I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, made me want to exercise, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. My energy level exploded. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods, and I lost another 10 pounds. In fact, I brought my husband, and he lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved. My friend lost 20 pounds her first 2 months.
What are you waiting for? Join Mark Patrick seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special, only $49.99. Hypnosis designed to destroy unwanted cravings, late day eating binges, boredom eating, stress eating. That's right. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Green Tree, and Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center on Rodi Road in Churchill. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's 888-265-9608.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Spring into adventure and then jump into summer this month at Sun Chevrolet with plenty of great incentives through July 1st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial.
Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program. If you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates lost last night by a final score of 4-3 to the St. Louis Cardinals, dropping that game 2-3. And they look to rebound against the Rockies tonight in a 3-game set. First pitch is scheduled for 8:40. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on 93.7 The Fan with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli starting at 7 o'clock. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. Back to the Joe Show without Joe, but with Paul.
Back to more Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Everybody loves radio. Well, you hear that? That means you know it's Ray Fittipaldo and Ray Fittipaldo from the Post-Gazette. Ray, sometimes I see these headlines, right, as I'm flipping through the show and Twitter, and I can't believe they're real. Are you ready for this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Woman demands Geico pay her $1 million after she gets STD in her partner's car.
Is that from The Onion?
What?
Is that from The Onion?
No, it's from the
New York Post.
The New York Post, of course.
There you go.
My question is, how does Geico figure into this? So, of course, I had to open the story, right? And it's a lawsuit in Missouri. Her partner negligently infected her with HPV after they had sex in his Hyundai Genesis. She claims he was aware, but neglected to inform her before they had sex. And then,
I was thinking Florida, Paul. Missouri, okay.
This is Missouri. Anyway, I don't know if you heard any of our earlier discussion, but we had our Karen of the week. Did you see this video of this mother that was upset because she sent her kid to Marshawn Lynch's football camp and he swore too much? Did you see this?
What did you expect?
Exactly. She basically, and he basically then, they were doing the thing where they were filming him, to see what he got because they're going to get him. And he said, yeah, I cuss a lot. He said, but that's not what your kid's problem is. He said, I don't have all this time to keep going over the same things over and over again. I said, you know what? If you ain't going to do it right, get out of my drill. You got to be held accountable. Have you ever had a coach that, threw you out of a drill?
Oh, absolutely. It happens.
And here's the thing. You're a very quiet and mild-mannered person, but I guarantee you when you coach, you hold your kids accountable, don't you?
Absolutely.
Right? That's what you have to do. So, yes, Marshawn Lynch. Word to the wise, if you don't want your kid to be sworn at, don't send it to Marshawn Lynch. Don't send him or to Marshawn Lynch's football camp.
What was Marshawn's famous line, right? I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Yes, I'm just here so I don't get fined, which was kind of funny, actually, if you think about it. And so the other one, what was the other one when they asked him after a game? I think it was after a game they asked him if he could do an interview. And his response was, I'm all about that action, boss, or something like that, right? I'm all about that action, boss. Anyway,
Ray, you've now witnessed from start to finish the OTAs, the mini camps, the rookie mini camps, the voluntary things, the 90 different ways we basically say spring football in the NFL. And you've gotten a chance to see a lot of different things in terms of players on the field. I'm going to start with the receivers.
Okay.
Obviously, what's his name? Roman Wilson, is that his name? The guy they drafted in the second or third round or whatever, right?
Yeah, Roman Wilson, third round pick out of Michigan.
Right. We got Van Jefferson, Kez Watkins, the guy from the Falcons, and I'm going to throw Calvin Austin in there. What's the guy from the Falcons? You know, the guy the Miller, maybe I think.
Scotty Miller.
And then you got well, let's throw Calvin. What's his name? Calvin Watson. Is that his name?
Austin. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Austin.
Calvin Austin. Let's throw those 5 guys out there and tell me what you observed from maybe those 5 guys.
All right. Well, I will say when you're looking for a number 2 receiver, all those guys are different shapes and sizes. I think Van Jefferson looks the part more than the others, okay? Big guy. He can run. The issue with Van Jefferson is his last good season was 3 years ago. During the Rams Super Bowl season, he had over 800 yards and he scored 6 touchdowns. He was a big part of that offense and the Rams winning a Super Bowl. In the last 3 seasons combined, Paul, he has less than 600 yards. So he hasn't been that guy for a while. Austin has improved, but he's 5'8". He's a $170 soaking wet. Scotty Miller is kind of the same way. Scotty Miller is your smaller slot receiver type of a guy. Quez Watkins is interesting. Quez also has a good season in his past, but it's been a few years. When he was, I think in his second year with the Eagles, Paul, he had a really good year, but he's had injuries and he kind of fell out of the rotation with the Eagles. So, what I'm getting at is, there's maybe someone there who can step up, but it's been so long since they've been a number 2 receiver that I think it's something the Steelers really have to look at closely before they think about acquiring someone else in a trade if those guys can't hack.
Well, I was going to say, do you feel like there's enough there that if they don't make another deal to bring in a receiver, the receiving corps can be good enough to get the Steelers where they want to go?
Yeah, listen, Paul, and I listened to Omar on Pony Show yesterday. The cap space is still there. They created that cap space around the draft if they wanted to make a move, and they didn't. But that cap space is still there if they want to make a move. So just keep that in mind. I suppose they could piece it together with all these guys, right? Maybe you don't need a number 2 receiver. Arthur Smith said that. We have guys of various skill sets. We have guys who are versatile. We have guys who can play in multiple positions. So, I think if it comes to that, Arthur Smith is creative enough to make the most of the situation. But, on paper, Paul, if you look at the Steelers receiving core against the other 32 teams, it's bottom 5 in the NFL. And that's nothing against those guys. It's just the reality of the situation.
I think that it's, you mentioned Arthur Smith, and, we've heard a lot about his offense, and I'm assuming you probably didn't see much of it. I mean, I don't know that they show a whole lot, because they want to, to be a little bit of a surprise, and I'm sure the preseason games that we watch, it'll be kind of vanilla. But were there some things that you could kind of take from it, in ways that you could see maybe that it's a little different than what they were doing last year?
Yeah, I think the number one, and this really isn't from observation, it's more talking to guys in the locker room. There's a lot more buy-in with Arthur Smith's offense than there was with Matt Canada. I mean, what we heard about Canada, pretty much for 2 years running was, we don't really know our identity. We have to figure out who we are. And with Arthur Smith, it's known in the spring that we're going to run the football. We're going to be a tough physical football team. And that's the style of football that, they want to play. And the offensive line, obviously, is 100% bought in. You know, we talked to, I think it was Dan Moore or Broderick Jones, like the first week of OTAs, and he was like, listen, no offensive lineman wants to drop back and pass protect 45 times a game. You got those $30 million edge rushers over there who are looking to make money. You know, it's much easier to dictate the game if you can run the ball and keep people off balance. So, you know, unfortunately for the Steelers, they've been a team that they've been put in situations where they have to throw the ball, you know, because the running game hasn't been effective and because they fall behind. But this offensive line, I think, Paul, with the resources they've dumped into it, with Arthur Smith, a former offensive lineman himself, now in charge of the unit, I think it can be much, much better because they're going to establish the run and they're going to do everything off the run this season. And that really hasn't been the case in the past.
Do you think that Connor Hayward will be a big factor, given that he wants to use all these tight ends?
You know, we always do like 53-man roster projections, you know, during training camp. Tight end is so hard for me to predict right now. I mean, you got Freiermuth, you got Darnell Washington, Connor Hayward, Rodney Williams, and they brought in Pruitt, who was with Smith in Atlanta. That's 5 guys right there. Are you going to keep even 4 of those guys? You know, usually you keep 3. So, you know, it's kind of like receiver. They all do different things. Connor Hayward is an H-back. He's got some skills. You know, I really like Rodney Williams. Rodney Williams is an excellent special teams player like Hayward, but, you know, he's a guy who has some potential. So that's going to be hard for them on cutdown day. You know, I'm sure Smith is going to maybe want Pruitt. You know, there might be some conversations about those other guys. But I think other than Freiermuth and Washington, I think Washington's on the team because of his blocking ability. But after that, I couldn't tell you. Hayward, Williams, Pruitt, I'm not sure who's going to be on the team, and I'm not sure what their roles will be. I'll tell you one thing, you better play special teams, though, because special teams is going to be a big factor in that. And luckily for Hayward, he's a good special teams player.
Yes. Speaking of special teams, I think it was Arthur Smith the other day that was talking about Cordarrelle Patterson. Obviously, he's a kick returner or whatever. Maybe being used in the backfield some. You're not buying that, are you? I mean, I can't imagine they're going to take away carries from Warren and Harris to give them to him.
And he's, 32, 33. But I will say this, Paul, 2 years ago, I think he had over 600 yards rushing for Smith in Atlanta. So, I mean, it wouldn't be totally out of the blue that, you know, if that transpired. But obviously not 600 yards. But, you know, maybe you take a couple carries away from Harris and Warren a game. Maybe you give them to him. Maybe it's just situationally. Maybe it's just, hey, week 4, we like this matchup. You know, maybe Patterson is a guy who can maybe help us that game. You know, I will say one thing about Patterson and this new kickoff rule. It's a weird play. I mean, the Steelers were practicing it this spring. It's going to take a while for people to get used to it. You know, they're going to try to skip the ball, bounce it, and it's really close quarters. And, you know, the Steelers feel like they have a really good plan with Patterson and their other returners. But when I sit there and watch it, I know it's new, but to me, it's still a very weird play. And I'll be interested to see how it plays out, not only early in the season, but throughout the season, because they got to make a call next spring if they're going to keep that play or not.
Yeah, I mean, I just when he said that, I kind of thought, you're really gonna use your kick returner, a guy who you obviously brought here for a specific reason. You're gonna put him out there on the field in a different capacity and risk injury, which is why, Ray, I've never bought into the whole, well, we're gonna put together a package of 8 or 10 plays for Justin Fields. I've never bought into that because at the end of the day, people have tried to compare him to what's my man's name that plays for the Taysom Hill? Is that his name? The guy from the Saints?
Correct.
But he wasn't their backup quarterback, for a lot of years. They had an actual backup quarterback, so they could put him out there. But if you put Justin Fields out there and he gets hurt, now you know what I mean? Now you got a problem.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I wouldn't put, if I had a package for Justin Fields, it would strictly be a package with plays that he feels comfortable with that maybe Wilson doesn't run as well. So you could figure it out, right? Read option, fake pass, those types of plays. just to throw the defense off a little bit. And obviously, Paul, they're not going to show that in the spring. I don't even know if they're going to do that, and that's a big if. I don't know. But if they do that, I don't even know that they would show that in training camp. I would think that would be something that you install, once you get back to the facility and you're a week or two from the season. You see how it looks. You see, okay, can we do something here with Fields that maybe gives us an advantage? But I'm with you. I think he's here to be the backup, and any other packages. Again, just like Patterson, it would be situationally, maybe week to week, if he provides an edge for you in any way.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it is. I think if you've got a guy like Russell Wilson, you let him play every snap. If there's going to be a couple of, you want to tell me you get down inside the 5 or 10 and you got a couple, crazy little plays that you bring in Justin Fields for, okay, fine. But I have no interest in, we've got a 10-play package, or we've got a package that we're going to go to the 4th series of every game. We're going to go to this package. I hate that. I just think, let your offense come together as an offense, and gimmick play here and there is fine, but that's the extent of what it should be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. The one thing that would intrigue me would be goal-to-go situations, right? Like Russell is, obviously shorter than your average quarterback, and things are really tight down there. So any advantage that maybe if, Fields can give you in that area, that might be something to explore. But I'm with you. Give the ball to Russell Wilson and let him be your quarterback. Let him show what he can do, at least early in the season, before you make any determinations.
Yeah. I mean, that's the key to me, for real, if you think about it. You saw, for instance, Trevor Lawrence just got like $8 zillion or whatever he got in a contract. The cost of quarterback has just gone through the roof. And so when the Steelers have this situation where they're paying Russell Wilson $1 million a year, or whatever it is they're paying. Now, if he has a really good season this year, and they decide they're going to want to sign him again, are they capable of going to it might be $30 or $35 million? That's what it might take. Yeah. I mean, he's not going to get the 50 or 55 that the top guys are getting, but if he has a really good year, shows that he can still play, throws a bunch of touchdown passes, gets them to the playoffs and all that other stuff. I mean, is it realistic to think that he could want 2 years, $70 million? And could the Steelers find that room in their salary cap?
Yeah, listen, Paul, when you're in need of a quarterback and a guy like Wilson, let's say he comes out and he puts up good stats and he leads you to a playoff win. When you find a quarterback, you gotta pay him, and if you're the Steelers, you got to find ways to pay him. So that would factor into whether they would extend Cam Hayward after the season, right? Or do business with him because his contract would expire. There's probably going to be a bunch of guys like that they would make decisions on. So you're right. He wouldn't get that 50 to 55 million a year because he's 36 years old. He'd be going into his age 37 year. But yeah, I mean, if he plays well, 30, 35 million, that's the going rate for a quarterback of that ilk.
That's what I mean. That's probably what it's going to cost. And so let's go the other way, Ray. Let's say Russell Wilson flames out, and they put in Justin Fields, and he flames out. What's Plan C for next year?
For next year, yeah, I'd say Plan C this year would be Kyle Allen, who's got a bunch of starts in the NFL. But, yeah, I mean, I've said this over and over, Paul. When you're the Steelers and you're either in the playoffs or on the cusp of the playoffs every year, you're drafting between 15 and 28. And you just don't find quarterbacks in that area of the draft. We found that out with Kenny Pickett, Johnny Manziel. I mean, I could rattle off a bunch of names. If you're in search of a quarterback, you either got to finish with a bad season and draft in the top 10, or you got to trade into the top 10. So, Omar is a very creative guy. I think he would find ways to maybe do that if they really like the guy. I don't know what this quarterback class is like next season. I haven't really read about it too much, but this was considered a good quarterback class this year, and there are questions about the number one guy. There are people, and I'm one of them. I don't know if Caleb Williams is going to be a franchise quarterback. So it's a crapshoot, number one. And at least for the Steelers, you got to have the ammunition to move up in the draft if you're going to get that guy. And I think Omar can do it, but that's probably a long ways off at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing. I saw in the Mackey Planner there was a column coming about the linebackers. So I ask you.
Yes.
I saw. I don't know if you had it in your planner, but I saw it in the Mackey Planner. The linebackers. Would you agree with the assertion that they could be the best group of linebackers the Steelers have had since, in your mind, when? And we're talking about, obviously, Queen, Roberts, Watt, and Highsmith.
Yeah, I mean, I have to go back to when Shazier was healthy, right? So let's say 2017, before Shazier got hurt, that was a really good group. T.J. Watt was a rookie. James Harrison was still around. I forget who was opposite TJ. Might have been Arthur Moats, right? Or maybe somebody else. But, that was a good group. This group has potential. They really like Patrick Queen, Elandon Roberts. Everyone in that locker room loves him. I mean, his style kind of fits Pittsburgh, a guy who's going to stick his nose in there and just be a tough guy for you. So those two on the inside, obviously on the outside, with Watt and Highsmith, you got probably one of the best duos of pass rushers in the NFL. I'll tell you the wild card, Paul, when Terrell Austin, Steelers defensive coordinator, talked about him a couple days ago, Peyton Wilson. He pretty much came out and said Peyton Wilson is going to have a real shot to be the dime linebacker early in the season. And, you talk about football in shorts. The one thing that you could see is speed and athleticism, and that guy can really run. He can really move. So, I'm sure the Steelers are keeping their fingers crossed because he's had injuries, but if he could stay healthy, that's another guy. Add to Roberts, Queen, Watt, and Highsmith. Number 5, Peyton Wilson. He could have a big impact on this defense as well this year.
Well, and it's going to be real interesting to see. Like, this is one of the most anticipated seasons of the Steelers I can remember for a lot of reasons, So, anyway, Ray, we will let you go. Obviously, you now have you're like the polar bear, or I'm sorry, you're like a grizzly bear or something. You go into hibernation for 6 weeks until training camp, and I'm sure we'll see you up in St. Vincent's a few times, I'm sure.
Absolutely, Paul. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll do it soon. That's Ray Fittipaldo, the Post-Gazette, and, of course, he breaks it down like nobody else can. South Hills Kia fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia at Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Also, the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at usports@937thefan.com to register. Your 12 and under team at 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Century 21 Fairways Real Estate. And coming up, we're going to talk a little bit more about the Steelers. We're going to talk about some Pirates. Might even talk about Karening at Marshawn Lynch's football camp a little bit more, right? We'll take your phone calls at 412-928-9370 if you want to call in. At the top of the hour, we've got Chris King, who is the athletic director at Robert Morris, and I'm sure we'll have plenty of explosive things to talk to him about. I mean, why not, right? The one thing I like about him, you can ask him anything. He doesn't give you administrator speak. So we're going to find out why all of these teams in Pittsburgh can't just keep playing each other in all these sports. By the way, a little nugget for those of you in the realm of high school sports. One of the best high school girls basketball coaches in the state, Spencer Stefko at North Allegheny, stepped down today. So that is, I'm sure, a job that's going to attract a lot of attention. But Spencer won, I think, 7 or 8 Whippeal titles. He's got 3 or 4 state titles. He had a stretch of like 14 years, like 12 out of 15 years. He made it to the state semifinals with 3 different teams. So obviously, girls basketball world lost a really, really good one. Sounds, though, reading between the lines, it sounds like, he's taking a break for some family stuff, and maybe in a year or two he'll be back. Anyway, it's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates in action tonight against the Colorado Rockies in Colorado. No word on who is starting for the Pirates yet tonight. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here on 93.7 The Fan at 7:45 with the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Okay, right now, Pittsburgh, bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale now through the end of the month, June 30th. Quality, affordable windows, they're a big deal. Get them in your house. They've extended Window Nation as their sale, giving you 50% off all windows along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule that estimate now, you're going to get a bonus 10% off. That's big-time savings. You got old windows in your house, get them out. Get them out now. Some wood windows, they're made from waste materials. Ugh, you don't want that in your house. Window Nation's got top-quality vinyl. It won't rot at all. Put an end to your window worries with Window Nation. Do it now. But again, the sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no-obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Don't miss your chance to save. Do not miss this. 866-90NATION or go to the website, windownation.com.
Free is key during Craftsman Days at Lowe's. Right now, get one free Select V20 tool when you buy a Select Battery 2-pack. Plus, get your choice of a V20 drill or impact driver kit for $69. Don't miss your chance to save on the high-quality, high-performance tools you need during Craftsman Days. Because Lowe's knows tools. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 6/19. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Father's Day is this Sunday, so now's the time to save on the perfect gift at Macy's Father's Day sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take 25% off great gift ideas. Or shop Father's Day specials, like 50 to 60% off designer suits, blazers, and pants, and 40% off belts, wallets, and travel accessories. Plus find watches from Citizen, Bulova, Seiko, and more. Give love today at Macy's Father's Day sale. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Showers and thunderstorms this afternoon, the high 77.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is your one connection for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Visit expresspros.com.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Got a car-loving dad? Nice. We've got a Father's Day sale. Right now, our Armor All Ultimate 8-piece bucket kit is just $25. That's soap, a wash mitt, wheel cleaner, tire shine, glass wipes, and interior wipes. Plus, a bucket to use for the wash. All for just $25 at the AutoZone Father's Day sale. Now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help. And Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is
Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Boston Celtics have a chance to win an NBA title tonight, and Jason Tatum is ready for the critics. Tatum admitted that Boston's quote-unquote easy road to the finals will be used as a knock against them, but I think that's wildly unfair. The Celtics were the best team all year and have bulldozed through the playoffs. They will be more than worthy as champions. I'm Maggie.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Attention, are you or a loved one suffering complications after taking Ozempic or Wegovy? These medications may be linked to serious gastrointestinal illnesses. If you've been hospitalized and diagnosed with gastroparesis, chronic vomiting, deep vein thrombosis, or experienced intestinal blockage requiring surgery, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call 888-900-LAW-1 today for a free consultation. That's 888-900-LAW1. Paid for by Tort Defenders. Tort Defenders is not a law firm and does not provide legal services.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
As a manufacturing professional, there's a lot that keeps you up at night. From equipment malfunctions to unplanned downtime, your operations demand constant attention. Finally, there's a solution, thanks to Maintain X. All across the greater Pittsburgh area, manufacturers are eliminating unplanned equipment and operational downtime with Maintain X. Maintain X is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. With Maintain X, leading enterprises like Titan America have improved production where it matters most. Equipment uptime and on-time delivery increased by more than 40%. Maintain X lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Right now, you can try Maintain X for free. Control the daily operations of your business by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
At Giant Eagle, you may have spotted the stacker. With uncanny MyPerks ability, she stacks up the perks to choose either dollars off or up to 20% off her entire grocery bill. The stacker, stacking up huge savings with MyPerks. Find your MyPerksonality and transform your shopping into free gas and groceries. Full details at gianteagle.com/MyPerks. Perks cannot be earned or redeemed on select items. Restrictions apply.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate, or going to the grocery store for milk instead of buying your own cow. You know there's an easier and better way. Save up to 25% when you bundle home and auto with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Get 2% cash back on every swipe and enjoy a 3.99% balance transfer rate with a wide-range Visa tailored to fit your needs from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for more information. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Well, we're back. Let's see. And this update is brought to you Let's see. This update from Pinehurst is brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. And so far right now, -5, Patrick Cantlay is at -5. He has yet to tee off today. Bryson DeChambeau is shot up the charts. He's -4. He's in second place. He's -1 through 13 today. Rory McIlroy -4. He's +1 through 13 today. Ludwig Aberg is -4. He hasn't teed off yet. But those three, we've got 3 tied at 4. And then there are 4 guys tied at 3. Schauffele, Pendrith, Dietrich, and Pavon. And Schauffele, Pendrith, and Dietrich are all on the course. Pavon gets started at 158. So that's your update from Pinehurst, brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Lednar Corporation DBA gutter helmet. I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Why is this here? Why is this here? It says Bob Walk appearance brought to you in part by, but that's not till 1.
Yeah, so he used to come on at 11, and I'm guessing it's still programmed for 11.
Okay. Well, Lednar Corporation DBA gutter helmet. Safeguard your gutters with gutter helmet by Lednar Home Solutions, 8885-HELMET. We'll actually read it again probably when they come on, when Walk comes on at 1. But there's that. The U.S. Open has been kind of interesting to me. People whining about some of the greens and stuff. Cantlay was 5 under in his first round. What do you think, Nelly, what do you think is going to be the winning score of this? Because I heard, all this week, we saw the videos dropping a golf ball on the middle of the green and watching it roll all the way into the weeds. And, there's no way they'll ever be able to stop the ball. It's impossible. The course is terrible in terms of it's so unfair. We're going to see a winning score of like +5 or +6. To which I said, you're out of your mind. These guys are so good now. I predicted -10 to -12 is going to win. I actually think it might be better than that.
I was just telling intern Trent here that I was going to go a little off the board. I was going to say under 15.
15 under?
15.
Yeah. I mean, this idea that, listen, what's amazing about these guys, okay, they're playing a completely different sport than guys like me. Or even, we all have, the buddy who's a scratch golfer, right? Oh, I'm a scratch golfer, which most guys that I've met that claim they're a scratch golfer are more like a 4 or a 5. But okay, let's call you a scratch. In other words, you know what I mean? They call me, I'm a scratch golfer. I played with them 5 or 6 times, and they never, ever, shoot par.
So for those uneducated in golf like myself, who just go for fun and don't really take it seriously, what does a scratch golfer mean?
It means you
don't have a handicap. Or
it means you have a 0 handicap. It means your handicap is essentially 0. You know what I mean? Like guy like me, okay? Guy like me, I go out there. For a while, at one point I was in 11. So I was in 11, which means, par 72, course. An 11, I should shoot about 83. 11 plus the 72, right? So I'm an 11. A scratch is essentially a 0. And if you're a plus golfer, that means that you actually shoot, your average is less than par. You know what I mean? So if you're a guy that shoots 68 all the time, you're like a, +3 or a +4.
So you should probably be on the tour.
Yes. So, well, yeah, most of those guys I think are like +6, +7. So my point is, everybody that I've ever met who claims they're a scratch golfer, after I play, here's the beauty of golf. I'm going to let you in on something, Nelly. You play a little bit, right? Just a little bit, or what? You play some, right?
Just a little bit.
Okay, so here's the beauty of golf. Anybody that plays it, any amount of time, I can play with a guy, usually once, but definitely twice, and tell you what their actual handicap is within a stroke. So guys that tell me, oh, well, I'm a scratch, and then I play with them 2 or 3 times, and they're shooting like 4 or 5 over. You know what I mean? They're shooting 76, 77, 76, 78. Guess what? You're not a scratch. I mean, unless I've seen the 3 worst rounds you've had the entire year, you know what I mean? You're not a scratch. But guys lie about their handicap all the time, which is kind of hilarious because none of us are playing for real. The handicaps are good for like competitions. And, I was in like a tournament, a golf tournament this past weekend. You have to give them your handicaps. There's no question some guys sandbag their handicap so that they got more strokes and stuff. I get all that. But for the most part, lying about your handicap is silly. But I can't decide what's worse. The guy that is say a 4 or a 5 that claims he's a scratch, or the guy that's a 10 or a 12 that claims he's an 18. Lying like to make your handicap better for ego purposes, or lying to make your handicap worse because you're going to sandbag and win some kind of match. But none of that is really where I was going, Nelly. What I was saying was, even if you got a friend who's a scratch golfer or a really good, minus, a 2 handicap or a 3 handicap or whatever, they're not even playing anywhere close to the same game these guys are playing on the tour. So at the end of the day, nowadays these courses cannot, they've tried so hard to trick these courses up to make them really difficult for these guys. And nowadays, it's hard for them to do that because these guys are killing these courses because they're that good. The other thing is they hit the ball so far. So when you tee off, what do you hit your drive? 200 yards, 250 yards?
On a good time.
All right, so let's say you hit it 230 yards, right? On a 400-yard par 4, you still have 170 yards to get to the green, which means you've got to probably use like a 6 or a 7 iron, right? These guys are hitting it so where they're using a wedge. So now their wedge, they get it way up in the air. They can stick it wherever they want to stick it and keep it on the green, whereas if you're hitting longer irons, it's a lot more difficult to do that. You understand what I'm saying? So these guys hit it so far, they've taken a lot of the need to use those long irons for approach shots out of the game completely. Because most of the time, it's a 9 iron or a wedge or a utility wedge into the green.
Now, is that the golfers have just evolved into just being more powerful, or the equipment and the clubs have evolved so much?
Both. The equipment is a big part of it. The equipment, I mean, you see the drivers Arnold Palmer used to use, those wooden drivers with the head that was about that big, right? But the equipment, now, I guess 3 years from now or something, they're going to change the ball to take a little bit of the ability to the flight out of the ball, right? They're going to make it almost like a dead ball, a dead golf ball type thing, so you can't hit it quite as far. But the other part of it is all these guys are doing, outside of the John Daly's of the world, all these guys are doing, weight training, off-season, fitness, nutrition, all that stuff. So the guys are, stronger. Plus, we have a lot more technology where guys can get, their swing analyzed. And okay, you're losing a little bit you're losing a little bit of power at this exact point of your swing. Let's look at it. You know what I mean? All of those things are contributing to it. And there's not much you can do about it because you can't. These courses, where are you going to add length to these holes for the most part? You know what I mean? You're not. You're just not. So they try and do a whole lot of different things to trick the whole thing up, but it's not realistic. And so that's why when I hear people say, oh, well, these guys are going to be 5 over, or these guys are going to be, 6 over, and that's going to win. I'm like, what have you been watching for the last few years? These guys hit the ball in a place, and like I said, even if you're like a really, really good golfer, You're not playing the same game as these guys. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. And there's a video out of Scotty Scheffler. I mean, you've seen this video. He gets a club. He steps up. He says, okay, I'm going to hit this one 302 yards. He hits it. They measure it. It's like 302 yards. Okay, I'm going to hit this one 185 yards. Hits it. They measure it 186 yards. Like, whatever club they hand him, he's within like a yard or two before he swings of how far he's going to hit it. And those guys are so consistent with what they do.
I just hope my shots go straight.
Right, exactly. Me too. I just hope that they're not in the woods. And so, like, that's what these guys do. It's incredible. But Joe was like, well, how come these guys are so good at putting, for instance? Why aren't we? Oh, I don't know, Joe. Maybe because I don't have 2.5 hours every morning to hit 500 putts. Do you know what I mean? This is what they do for a living. And so, the idea that this course was going to be so incredibly hard that these guys were going to... No. There's no question that this course is, that these greens are fast and everything else. But to me, they've made the game to where these guys are embarrassing some of these courses. Really. I mean, you can only make it so tough. And I guess if you wanted to make the green so incredibly fast that it's impossible to putt, but that would be kind of dumb, wouldn't it? By the way, it looks like Joe and Jim, their golf, so far the good Lord has smiled on them for their golf tournament today, as it doesn't seem like there's any rain coming, or there hasn't been any rain. So that's a good thing. But yeah, the other thing about this, the U.S. Open, is it's supposed to be the most challenging of the four major events. But as always, there's a but. I'm just thinking that they're going to have to figure out a way to make so the equipment comes back to life, so that the technology comes back a little bit, because I really believe that it's really going to be really difficult for the golf courses to start punching back, considering how hard and how far these guys hit the ball. Anyway, that was a long tangent. We were talking about the Steelers, and one of the things I did want to talk about was the quarterback situation with respect to Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence got another one of these huge deals where he probably is going to be able to pay his bills for a few years, as he signed a deal, 5 years, $275 million. 5 years, $275 million. $200 million of it guaranteed. $200 million of it guaranteed. Wait,
not too bad for him anyway.
You know the best part of the deal, Nelly?
What's that?
When he signs it, they put $142 million of that in his bank account.
He's 24 years old and got $200 million guaranteed.
He's got $142 million guaranteed at signing. $200 million in overall guaranteed money, but $142 million hits your bank account the minute you sign.
Has he really deserved it, though?
That's the question. Here's the question that you have to ask yourself if you're the Jaguars. Do you want to be a team that doesn't have a quarterback or risks not having a quarterback? Or do you just want to pay the going rate for a guy who has potential and has shown flashes that he might be that guy?
Daniel Jones broke football.
Yes. But that's what I'm saying. But even before then, look at the money Matthew Stafford got when he was with the Lions before he really had earned it. I mean, teams have to figure out Kirk Cousins. Teams have to figure out, okay, I've got my quarterback. He's 24 years old. He was the first overall pick in the draft. He has shown some semblance of he could be a franchise guy. He had a really bad year with Urban Meyer and everything else. But for the most part, he's 6'6", throws lasers. If we can surround him with some better players, we have a shot. If we don't have him, then what? Now we got to take a crapshoot. Are we going to get the next C.J. Stroud, or are we going to get the next Kenny Pickett? You know? Or are we going to get, what's the kid's name from Carolina? You know,
Bryce Young.
What?
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young. Are we going to get, you know what I mean? Like, are we going to go get, are we going to, so you have to make that decision. And if you decide that your quarterback is your guy, guess what? You got to pay him. That's how it's been set up.
What would you pay Brock Purdy?
That's going to be a very, very, very interesting contract. Because here's the thing. If you're Brock Purdy, he's what? This is his going into year 3, right? Okay. If you're Brock Purdy and you're seeing what all these guys are making, okay? And you say to yourself, okay, well, wait a minute here. I'm 17-4 as a starter. I've won an NFC championship game. I've gotten to the Super Bowl. I've thrown for what's his totals here? I've thrown for 4,200 yards and 31 touchdowns in my second year. It might be a situation where the 49ers, however, say, we believe it's our system and not you. We're not giving you $55 million. Which is a very interesting take.
So he's making $985K this year.
Right. Mr. Irrelevant.
And $1.1 million next year.
Right.
So he's a UFA in 2026.
Right. Which means next year.
Would that be the biggest salary increase in NFL history?
I mean, it's got to be close. He was an undrafted free agent, right? So, no, I'm sorry. He was a 7th-round pick. He was Mr. Irrelevant. He would have actually probably made a little bit more money if he'd have been undrafted. So his salary, because of that, he gets the minimum. He gets the league minimum. And so if you look at it, I mean, here's. Let's do this. If you're him, Brock Purdy. So Josh Allen, 238.53 yards per game. Okay, a little bit more than Purdy. Touchdowns per game. Josh Allen, 1.78. Purdy, 1.76. Interceptions per game. Josh Allen, 0.59. Brock Purdy, 0.6. Completion percentage. Josh Allen, 64%. Purdy, 68%. Passer rating. Josh Allen, 96. Brock Purdy, 110.
So I'm looking at Sport Track right now, and the comparable players that they have listed are Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Kyler Murray, and Jalen Hurts, and they all make in between 43 and 52 million a year.
Right.
So Mr. Irrelevant is going to get paid at that point 2 years from now. He'll probably 55. You're thinking 56.
I mean, I don't know what he's going to make, but it's going to be a very interesting case study. Here's my thing. What if they make the Super Bowl again this year? What if they win the Super Bowl? They're going to have to pay him. And it's one of those things where people are going to say, like, well, he's not worth that much money. Well, again, they found a guy that they could get to the Super Bowl with. And it's not like he's just sort of along for the ride. If you look at his numbers, they're pretty impressive. Well, we'll revisit that. We got Chris King coming on. Let's see, 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Sullivan Super Service, the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh, trusted plumbing and HVAC provider, over 50 years. And, of course, we've got the weather, brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Fan weather, brought to you by Sun Chevy. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or sunchevy.com. Chance of storms high of 82. Well,
now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sorry about that, Paul. For more headlines, I'm Charlie Borges. The Pittsburgh Pirates begin a 3-game set against the Colorado Rockies tonight in Colorado. First pitch is scheduled for 8:40. No word on who the Pirates starter is. Tonight, however, they will go up against Ryan Feltner, who has a 1-5 record and a 5.74 ERA. Dan Zangrilli and the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 7:45 here on 93.7 The Fan. For more headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Lions, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hello, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. I want beer. He wants beer. And you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad, me, enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot, Route 8 in Hampton.
Thinking of a new vehicle as spring approaches? Think South. South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. This month, they have deals that you can't miss. 2025 Ram 1500 payments starting at $379 for 42 months, or the 2024 Jeep Wrangler with payments starting at $265 for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Starkey here. You know how much I love Shooters Golf and Event Center in Wexford. The Baranowski family-owned Shooters, also Barry's Pub, the original North Park Lounge in McCandless, just opened at their North Park Lounge location across from La Roche University. The Chillin' Drive-Thru. Specialty coffees using La Prima's coffee from here in Pittsburgh. Energy drinks, refresher drinks. The food is delicious. Egg sandwiches. I've tried almost all of it. Wrapped salads. So check out Shooter's new concept, Chillin' Drive-Thru, open 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, located at the North Park Lounge in McCandless.
I never thought I'd be so excited about windows. Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with Renewal by Andersen Windows, and they are hands down superior to any window I've ever had in any home I've lived in. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material that's beautiful like wood, but low maintenance like vinyl, and available in 9 exterior colors. Now is a great time to upgrade your windows with Renewal by Andersen. Until June 29th, you can buy any window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off when you buy 4 or more. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase, and affordable payment options are available. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry, who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Step into paradise at Rocky Gap Casino, Resort, and Golf. Home to Maryland's best casino, experience premier excitement on all your favorite video and table games. Nestled in Allegheny County, relax in the luxurious comfort of an award-winning resort at Rocky Gap Resort Casino. Book your stay or learn more at RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Calling all golf enthusiasts. Welcome to the Slippery Rock Golf Club and Event Center, celebrating 96 seasons of golf in Western Pennsylvania. Tee off at the 9th best golf course in the state, located less than an hour from Pittsburgh, and featuring stay-and-play packages at the charming historic Apple Butter Inn. Dine at the Twisted Oak Tavern. Their full-service bar and restaurant open 7 days a week. Open to the public, the perfect setting for your next golf outing. Visit SlipperyRockGolfClub.com for more info or to make a reservation. Use the fan promo code to receive a special offer at the golf shop.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's 888-265-9608.
This afternoon, isolated strong to severe storms are possible, but still plenty of dry time with high temperatures near 80 degrees. Overnight, mostly clear with lows in the upper 50s. Seasonable Saturday and sunny with highs in the low 80s. Partly cloudy overnight Saturday with lows in the upper 50s, and a sunny, hot Sunday with highs near 90. I'm First Alert meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them
Colin Dunlap sent you.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splash-tastic slides, wave pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Eliminate gutter cleaning and protect your home year-round with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%. No money down, no payments for 1 year. Conditions apply. Gutter Helmet.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Texter, does Crowley think people actually believe his BS stories? Dude has to make everything about himself. We're paid to talk into a microphone. You can either listen or no. I mean, it's fine. Why would I make this up?
Did the texter want us to tell stories about them? The texter said your stories. Like, I mean, what are we supposed to do? Right. Like, what kind of text is that?
I'm just wondering what about any of this would be a lie? Where's the lie?
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates lost last night by a final score of 4-3. Injury note: Hunter Stratton was pulled in the bottom of the 8th inning, and no word yet on his status. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open back to the Joe Show without Joe, but with Paul's Ice.
It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starkey Show. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yeah, tell that guy that's on before me that I'm here. How about that? Where's he at? He's a West Virginia bum. A bum, I say. Go back country roads. Go sing the song that's about the state next to yours and call it your own. That's what you do at West Virginia, clowns. Anyway.
Tell me how you really feel.
Tell the guy on that. Tell the guy that I'm on. Tell that guy that I'm on. The nameless guy. He's a non. His name will never be uttered by me as long as he doesn't know how to say my name. Right? I'm driving in today. Oh yeah, Joe Starkey next. Wrong. It's me. Anyway, let's move on. South Hills Kia fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Edgar Snyder and Associates, the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. Well, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And we are going to go to the hotline now and talk to our good friend. It's always a good time when we are joined by Robert Morris, Athletic Director, Chris King. And Chris, of course, has just finished his 5th year as Robert Morris's Athletic Director, which that's pretty incredible that they've put up with you for 5 years, Chris.
You know, it's I see your previous guest got you a little hot under the collar, so it's good probably that you got your favorite guest on this afternoon to uplift your spirits. And, you know, of course, I wouldn't anticipate anything more than a nice little crack to start off our conversation.
5 years. That's pretty.
5 years.
5 years. That's What do you look back over the 5 years? What would you say is the thing that one or two things that you're most proud of being able to pull off in 5 years?
Well, I'd say, coming back to your alma mater is always a very unique experience. Everyone kind of knows who you are, which is a good thing. It's easy to transition in, but I think we've been through a pandemic. You've been through some financial strifes, and but there's just so many more positives than negatives over that 5 year period. I think winning my first year, winning the NCAA the Northeast Conference basketball championship, and of course the pandemic 48 hours ruined us competing at the NCAA tournament. I think that's definitely a highlight. And we've had so many facility projects, great coaching hires. It would be kind of hard to name one or two, to be honest with you.
Well, I think, when you got here, we talked and we were trying to figure out how we could get all these teams here in Pittsburgh to play each other. And you've tried, right? You've had some success in trying to make this happen, where Pitt plays Robert Morris and Robert Morris plays Duquesne and Duquesne plays Pitt. We've seen some of those relationships actually dissolve, but it seems like you've tried to pull some of these things off, correct?
We have. I've got a great relationship, particularly with Heather Lake at Pitt. And so, they of course opened up our UPMC Event Center when we opened up back in 2019, and haven't played them since. Duquesne and Robert Morris haven't played since I arrived. I think the last year was 2018. So, we're always trying to get them on the schedule if it's possible. I know we have some upcoming games, with women's basketball, and as well as with Pitt. When they announce it, we'll play a football game against them in the latter part of the 2020s. So, yeah, it's to me, it's important. It's important for the fan base, important for the community, it's important for our athletes. We're probably, a little bit of a disadvantage when we're playing Pitt, but I think it's such a great game to play, particularly in your revenue sports, and it also helps in recruiting as well.
Well, you made mention of the fact that Robert Morris is going to play Pitt in football coming up in a few years. Would that be the first game between the two schools?
That would be the first game between the two schools. We didn't start scheduling game guarantees until I arrived here, and it's just a way to, supplement the budget. Give Coach Clark, additional funds, whether it's for operating, recruiting, or for, the bevy of number of facility projects that we have put in place over the last couple of years. And, we're excited. Again, I don't want to steal Pitt's thunder. They have to do their official announcement down the road. I'm sure it doesn't compare whenever they make an announcement when they're playing West Virginia at home. But for us, it'll be a big game for our program and our fan base.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Those kind of games are good for your programs, right? When you play, obviously, I'm assuming that the game's going to be at Heinz Field. I'm assuming,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Acrisure
It's
Stadium.
definitely not going to be a Robert. It's definitely not going to be a Joe Walton Stadium.
It's not going to be a Joe Walton Stadium. Were you able, since you're friends with Heather, were you able to maybe finesse a 2-for-1 where you play 2 at Acrisure and play 1 back at Joe Walton?
I would question Heather's sanity if she ever agreed to that deal. Maybe basketball, but definitely not football. Definitely not.
Right. That's the thing about it. You really. But that's pretty cool. Then you're going to get a chance to play. Now, will you play? I know that for a while there for a couple of years at least they weren't playing in football with Duquesne. Are you going to be back playing them in football?
Well, one of the nice things is we did actually transition back to the NEC, the Northeast Conference for football and men's lacrosse, starting this upcoming fall. So we will have a lot of our old rivals, and it's a perfect spot for us in football. We never wanted, when we left the NEC, we wanted to keep football, in the NEC. It was just something that the NEC membership was not comfortable with since we were departing, with our, premier revenue sport, basketball. And so, but the opportunity came to the institutions departed for another conference, and so we were their first phone call, and so we're going to go back to the associate member, and we will be able to pick up rivalries against Duquesne and St. Francis, and then a new one coming in. It'll be nice with Mercyhurst. They're jumping from D2 to D1 this upcoming fall, and so it's kind of a nice core group within the ever expanding realignment, and it's how it's so ungeographic for everybody. That's going to be really great for our football program and for me, our operating expenses.
Well, and I think that's the thing, Chris, the changing landscape of college athletics. Most of the discussion has been about the power conferences and What about your, the mid majors in this, the conferences that you're a part of? For instance, the settlement stuff, and I'm assuming that doesn't affect you guys or any of the things going on in terms of the way the world is rapidly changing. I mean, how has it affected Robert Morris?
Well, it'll affect us in a big way on a revenue side, and I'll explain that in a second. But it really shouldn't impact us. It just depends on the outcome of the settlement, and the Power 4 schools will make their decisions on whether it's roster size, additional scholarships, revenue sharing, and then it'll trickle down to the mid-major programs at that point. It just depends, what mid-majors are willing to opt in on the revenue share and try to play, against those big boys. And, I doubt the Horizon League and my colleagues and ADs and, whether it's in the Northeast with football, I doubt there's any opt-in there. I mean, there's not a revenue to share. Every revenue we have, it goes to expenses. So it's a little different, the adage is when you're solving a problem, if you're a Power 4 school or like a Pitt, you solve a problem by writing a check. And for us, we have to solve a problem by solving the problem. And so, I think the dynamic of the House First NCAA settlement, and I think most people, and it doesn't get written about enough, and we've been in meetings, presidents and athletic directors with some of the NCAA, the president NCAA, the senior vice president NCAA, and, football is driving this settlement, of course. And the college football playoff has it really good because all football expenses are paid by the NCAA. All football lawsuits are paid by the NCAA. All football overhead expenses are paid by the NCAA, but it's really paid by the NCAA basketball revenue. And so the CFP, the college football playoff, they keep all the revenue of football championships, disperse those out to those, P4 schools. So they're playing both sides of the revenue, because basketball drives the NCAA revenue. So, the basketball revenue is going to be hit and reduced, so it's going to hit us for $200,000. Well, that's pretty significant for us. But the football revenue is not being reduced, and so the P4s they're generating revenue off of both the CFP as well as from their broadcast contracts, and so it does impact us because $200,000 is a lot of money for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big thing is people don't realize how much money is really at stake and being thrown around. As the move, listen, I mean, you obviously made a change in the women's basketball side. Your men's basketball side has struggled a little bit since you moved to the Horizon League. Is the league that much better than the NEC? And do you kind of see things turning around now that you do have some access to some money, maybe some NIL and all that other stuff?
Yeah, I know. I mean, again, we're going into our 5th year now in Horizon League. It takes 4 or 5 years usually for the transition from one league to the next to really kind of start seeing the competitive excellence and competitive success. And, for us, I'll start off with, we hired Chandler McCabe as our new head women's basketball coach. Really excited about Chandler. And, she's a hustler, a grinder, understands, recruiting, is well respected, within the industry. She's done a great job in hiring a staff. She's, hired Eddie Benton, who was a former head coach at Oakland Catholic, who's, had a number of Division I assistant coaching jobs in the past, and he's so well connected, and he works with the WPL Bruins that you're very fond of and familiar with, as well as we hired Lauren Edwards, who she just graduated from Providence and had played 4 years at Loyola Maryland, and she's a Hampton product. So Chandler really gets the Pittsburgh and recruiting Pittsburgh. We got 2 transfers coming in that grew up here in Pittsburgh. We have 2 commitments already from the Pittsburgh area, and so I'm really excited about the future of women's basketball because we have the facilities, we have the funding, we just need the right leader, and I think we have that with Chandler. And then on men's basketball, we have been fortunate to have some NIL dollars that have been, put into our collective that puts us at the top of the Horizon League. And, Coach Toole's done a really nice job this offseason. He's had to bring in 8 new players. That's just the change in this landscape. It's always going to be 6, 7, 8, 9 new players every year, it seems like. And he's been able to get some really good players from some of the, top Power 4 schools. We got some good players coming back to complement that. And so, I anticipate us being in the upper half of the Horizon League and hopefully competing, for a championship and get back into the NCAAs where we were back in 2020.
Now, you're not playing Pitt or Duquesne this year, are you?
We are not in men's basketball. In women's basketball, we've been in talks with them. We don't have any contracts signed, but we're working towards that, and we'll have an announcement on that later, right? But yeah, you're good at getting that info out of me there, Zeiss. Very good.
Well, I'm just like wondering.
I'm going based on last names. As childhood buddies, I gotta remember. I gotta call you Paul on the air. Excuse me.
I'm basically, like I said, I guess it's going to take you another 5 years to get these things into place. I mean, we've been talking since you got this job about some sort of a tournament with the men's teams. Pitt, Robert Morris, Duquesne, and say Youngstown or West Virginia.
Yeah, I think I've had that concept brought up to me by a number of community members, and in fact, influential, Pittsburgh individuals that are willing to, put up some sponsor money, and I do think that, that is very intriguing for Robert Morris if you had a tournament with Pitt and Duquesne and Robert Morris and maybe a Penn State or West Virginia, or maybe you go out and you take on, bring 3 teams in from Philadelphia, and you take on the 3 teams at PPG Paints Arena. And so I think there's a lot of unique ways. Of course, the revenue share would predominantly have to go towards Pitt, but I do think that's a really creative and unique community-based, and it's a good way to reinvest back in the community with, games like that, particularly in a tournament-type setup. I think it would be pretty cool.
No, that would be. I mean, obviously, we've been trying to get that done. And maybe it'll happen at some point. I had a question for you. If you played one-on-one against Jerry West, could you have beaten him when he was in his prime?
Well, I can tell you this. I'd have fouled him almost every time just to watch his underhand free throw. He was the one with the underhand free throw?
No, that was Rick Barry.
Rick Barry, close enough. Again, I think you knew I was sort of a, Jason Williams / what was the guy that played for the Jazz? John Stockton type player. If you remember back in the day. Yeah, you remember back in the day. I think that was, if you recall, that was my skill set, I believe.
Okay, so you couldn't beat. What you're saying is you couldn't beat Jerry West.
Probably not. No, probably not.
Okay.
But heck, I was a heck of a Division III player in my mind, right?
Right. Well, actually, when you were at Robert Morris, who was the best player? Were you there? You were there in the early '90s, right? When they were really good, when they had Joe Folletta and Wade Timerson and that whole group, right? They were.
Well, the guy was Myron Walker.
And Myron Walker.
Was a player. Yeah. He was a player, and he was. We were very fortunate to have him on our roster. And I think the one year they went in NCAAs, I think they lost by 50 to Arizona or something like that. But Myron was just at a different level than everybody else. He was a heck of a player.
And, the thing about it is those teams in the early 90s, they actually went to the tournament, like, a lot.
They did. Yeah, I scrimmaged with them. They always needed that extra, 3 or 4 players in pickups. So I was one of those guys. Being an intramural champion after my Division III days were over, helped out the roster. If I was on RMU's team, I'd have been the guy that everybody cheered for to get in the last 6 seconds of the game. So they were much bigger. They were much more athletic and talented than I was.
Right. They went 89, 90, and 92. They went to the tournament. They lost to UCLA, Kansas, and Arizona.
Yep. Yeah, that was a heck of a teams during that time period, and I'm good friends with a lot of those guys. You're good friends with a lot of those guys, and a lot of them have are from the Pittsburgh area. They've stayed in the Pittsburgh area. Been really good friends and supporters for me as the athletic director. I'm an alum, but again, you still got to win over the other alumni and the former players, and they've done a really good job in supporting our program.
Yeah, they have been. They've been guys that. There's sort of names that are legendary Robert Morris names, which is really incredible. Last one for you, Chris. I know that you said that your football team went from, was it the Southern Conference or the Southland? Which conference were they in?
Big South.
Big South.
Yeah.
They went from the Big South to the NEC. I would anticipate that the NEC will be a little bit closer to what your guys' scholarship level is and all that stuff. I mean, some of the schools you played down in the Big South, it was really tough, wasn't it? So I anticipate you're anticipating a much better year, right?
Oh, yeah. So, like Coach Clark, again, when we left the NEC, we were tied for first and ended up in second place through the tiebreaker, and he was a coach of the year. And then we took him to the Big South. We were supposed to add, 18 scholarships over 5 years, and then the pandemic hit, and the finances didn't allow us to do that, and so he was competing at a significant disadvantage, with almost one depth, less than everybody on offense and defense. And he did a great job. This past year, he's 4-5 in a very tough Big South conference with down 17 scholarships, but going back into the NEC, I mean arguably, and maybe I'm a little biased, but it's probably a fact. We're probably going to have the top running back in the league, the top wide receiver, the top tight end, several of the top offensive linemen. I mean, we're bringing that Big South talent back into the NEC, and Coach Clark's done a great job of recruiting. Has kept his coaching staff intact and together the last couple of years, and we anticipate competing for that title and playing in the FCS playoffs next year. And I know Duquesne will have something to say about it, coming off of an NEC title, and I think it'll be exciting when we get into the back end of October and Duquesne and Duquesne and RMU line up down at Duquesne, and we'll see who comes out. Hopefully, it's one of the two of us, but hopefully RMU. And I'm looking forward to the NEC this year.
Chris, thank you so much for joining us, for jumping in, for always being a good sport and putting up with our nonsense.
Yes, I knew what to expect. And, I thought I was being called in to be co-host today since you're going solo, but I'll take a short, 15-minute.
Well, we could do that. We could do that sometime if you wanted to come in. That would be fun.
That would be fun.
We could get into all kinds of subjects then, right?
We could, now with an extended segment. I don't know if I need to negotiate my radio contract or anything like that, but there may be some things that are off limits. I'm sure I would have to smile at you and give you like the cut sign. Thank God it's on radio, right? But that'd be a fun time.
Well, the good news is you did give us a little nugget of information, and that is Robert Morris and Pitt are going to be playing in football in a few years.
Yes, we are. But again, I'll let Pitt do the official announcement. So.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
All right, Paul. Good to hear from you.
All right, my man. That's Chris King, athletic director from Robert Morris. Always does a great job. He's very candid. That's what I kind of like about it. I really like, and obviously I've known him for a long, long time, Nelly, but, him and I've known him since probably like 8th grade or 9th grade. But you know how people get into those official rules and they become like, they use a lot of what we call coach speak or, corporate speak. You know what I'm saying? He's still just kind of one of us, isn't he?
Where you ask a question, like Gary Bettman in the NHL, he's a lawyer.
Right.
So whenever you try to ask him a question, like if you asked him, is it sunny outside? He would give you a 5-minute long answer about the clouds and whatnot, but would not answer the question directly.
Right.
It's just nothing but lawyer speak, and it is the most annoying thing on the face of the planet.
Right. Absolutely. That's what I mean. But with Chris... You know what? He's going to tell you that just like the whole thing with Robert Morris playing Pitt in football, right? I mean, they want to have a grand announcement about it. I get it, but he's just like, we're going to play. You know what I'm saying? We're going to play in a couple of, I think it's 27 maybe or 28. I forget what year they're playing. But I give him a lot of credit because he really wants to try and get all the teams to play each other. But there's always these ridiculous reasons why they can't play each other. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason why Pitt isn't playing Robert Morris and Duquesne in basketball every single year. There's no reason for that. There's no reason for Duquesne and Robert Morris not to play every year. I just don't understand it. And I think Duquesne and Robert Morris are going to play a bunch of years in a row on the women's side. So that's a start. But they've got to get to a point where these schools all just play each other. I mean, I'll never understand. I mean,
it's easy. There's no travel. You're in the backyard. You build rivalries, especially for local TV.
Here's my thing. Do you have any interest in Pitt playing Maryland Eastern Shore in basketball?
I don't even know if they're a real college, but no.
They are. I mean, they played them, I think, last year or the year before.
Who did Pitt play this past year? I'll have to look at the schedule.
Yeah.
But they played somebody. It was like Wyoming West or something.
Here we go. Ready? This is what I'm saying. Would you rather see Pitt play? Okay, they played Pitt Johnstown. Fine. Okay, North Carolina A&T, or Robert Morris, or Duquesne. It's not even a question, right?
Yeah, it's the latter of the two.
Binghamton, or Robert Morris, or Duquesne.
See, I went the same Bonaventure.
So you're a New York guy, but
anytime
still.
I could see Binghamton get beat, sure,
fine. But 95% of the people in this area.
Yeah, for the sake of the argument, yes.
But you're
Robert
right.
Morris
Okay, I forgot. You're a upstate New York guy. Okay, Florida Gulf Coast is kind of they're a fun team. I can see where people would say, yeah, well, that's a good game, but that's only one game. We just came up with two that you could have replaced. Jacksonville. Why does anyone want to see that? I'd rather see Pitt play Robert Morris or Duquesne. Okay, Florida, good. Oregon State, good. Missouri, good. Okay, good. West Virginia, good. Huh. This one here is another one you're going to say, well, I would want to see this team, but they played Canisius, which is another team from up there and up in your area.
The Franciscan Cup between them and St. Bonaventure.
Yes. So how about South Carolina State? Not South Carolina State.
No, I'm good.
Purdue, Fort Wayne.
That was the school I was referring to.
Okay.
It wasn't Wyoming West, but it was pretty much the same thing.
Right. There's six games in there that I named that if you replace them with Pitt or Robert, or if you replace them with Robert Morris or Duquesne, they'd be a lot more interesting. Right? And the thing is, there's a lot of old-time Duquesne guys around that want to see the city game. There's a lot of old-time Pitt guys around that want to see the city game. So, it should happen. But I always give Chris a hard time because I'm like, Chris, when you got here, that's one of the things you said you were going to do for us. You were going to put together a tournament for all your teams to play each other. But he's quickly found out that it takes three to tango. And for the most part, there's right now only one that really wants to tango, and that's Robert Morris. Anyway, we had a good segment with him. Anyway, let me read this real quick. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. It's Paul Zeiss. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges for your Fan Headlines. The Cardinals defeated the Pittsburgh Pirates last night 4-3. Mitch Keller got the loss for the Pirates, giving up all 4 runs. The Pirates look to rebound against the Colorado Rockies tonight when they begin a 3-game series. First pitch is scheduled for 8:40. We'll have pregame coverage beginning here with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Pella Windows at 7:45. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online to switch today. In 6/23/24, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet. Equal bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times downloads for current, essential, and standard customers.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Time for an oil change? Right now, you can save on Valvoline Restore and Protect, the only oil that restores and protects your engine to like factory clean. You can also save on brakes, tools, and more during the Father's Day sale with dad-approved deals through June 16th. AutoZone Father's Day sale, now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
With schools out for the summer, the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank wants to make sure that children have access to healthy meals. Summer youth cafes are open across the region. The cafes are sites where anyone 18 years and under can get a meal at no cost. Go to pittsburghfoodbank.org to find a location near you. Again, this is completely free to those under 18 years old. More information at pittsburghfoodbank.org. Again, that is pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Well, Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares, and they may be able to help you too. If you were misled into signing a timeshare agreement that is a lifetime commitment, if you were told timeshare is a great investment or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a timeshare exit information kit, which reveals how the timeshare industry works and what your options are for cancellation. Simply call Wesley right now and they will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. See how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Again, 800-761-0000.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Trevor Lawrence became the latest quarterback to cash in, but not everyone's on board with him making $55 million per year. His stats came down last year, but you need context. Lawrence was hurt, the Jags had protection issues, and more importantly, a dropping touchdowns problem. Bottom line, if you're a Jacksonville fan, knowing Trevor Lawrence is tied to the franchise, way better than back to the quarterback wilderness. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Well, Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares, and they may be able to help you too. If you were misled into signing a timeshare agreement that is a lifetime commitment, if you were told timeshare is a great investment or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a timeshare exit information kit, which reveals how the timeshare industry works and what your options are for cancellation. Simply call Wesley right now and they will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. See how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Again, 800-761-0000.
Paradise isn't always a faraway beach. Paradise can be anywhere with a refreshing glass of summer wine. Fine Wine and Good Spirits is your all-inclusive ticket to a flavor oasis. Allow Morning Fog Chardonnay Livermore Valley from Wente Vineyards to transport you to the coastal climate of California. Let a glass of Benigna's Creek Delight Rosé wash over you with rejuvenating notes of blood orange and black cherries. Escape with our finest wines at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enter responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from Get-Go Cafe and Market. The summer barbecue favorites, smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, and the Road Hug rib sandwich are back. Download the Get-Go app today to order and get free tots. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. Looking to start your weekend early? Head to Rivers Casino every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for live entertainment. Visit riverscasino.com for the full schedule. Salem's Market on Center is your one-stop shop for summertime savings. Save weekly on fresh produce, halal meats, sweet treats, and everyday essentials. 1850 Center Avenue in the legendary Hill District. Salem's Market is your passport to global cuisine. For more information, visit 937thefan.com. Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the Bag Boys.
What?
Bag Boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag Boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
But you know how we have all these other radio stations, Nelly? You know, we have these other radio stations in here. So you'll be walking down the hallway, and it's like on a loop, you know? So it'll be the Fan for a minute or two, then it'll be Whammo, So I'm walking down the hallway, and I hear this song that I hear all the time. And you're a young person. I have no idea what they're saying, right?
That's like most of the songs.
I keep hearing people. Have had a few people tell me that they're saying, "You're my little boo thing." Have you ever heard this song? It's like a very popular song right now.
Probably because I sit at the front desk
Yes.
for my front desk duties every Tuesday. So I hear pretty much the same song at least 4 or 5 times in one day.
It's amazing. And I keep hearing it. I'm like, that's not what they're saying. That song sounds X-rated to me. Does this make me out of touch, old and out of touch? I'm just wondering. Look, you know, even some of the songs, you know, that you hear on Whammo, that as we're walking down the hallway, some of those songs, I'm like, what are they saying? But then I realize I'm not the target demographic anymore. Right?
No. I mean, so there's a couple songs, and since they play Whammo and Star,
yes,
they play on both stations.
Right.
So sometimes it'll cut from one song that's playing on Star, and then it'll immediately cut to the same exact song that's being played on a Whammo at the exact same time.
But I hear these songs.
It boggles my mind.
Yeah. I hear these songs, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, you're supposed to be able to understand what these people are saying. And I'm like, what are they saying? So I just stopped into Star in there and asked Alyssa. I said, this song here, you're trying to tell me that this guy right here or whatever is saying, you're my little boo thing. Because that's not what it sounds like he's saying to me. So I'm either old, out of touch, or I'm being lied to. That's just my take on that.
Why not all three?
Probably all three. We got Bob Walker at the top of the hour. Talk to him about the Pirates, and I've already expressed my frustration with the Pirates from yesterday. Because I feel like there's too many games that winning doesn't seem to be the priority. And, you know, I know that there's something to be said about, well, we have a plan and we have a very defined plan and we have innings that we're going to monitor and, you know, okay. But here's the problem with that. Every so often, you got to play a game to win it. And I didn't feel like they played yesterday's game to win it. You've got 3 of your best hitters sitting on the bench. We could get into why they were sitting on the bench. You know, it was a day game after a night game and, you know, the getaway day, you know, after 2. But they had Monday off. They already had a day off this week. And quite frankly, if you're going to give them the day off, give them the day off tonight in Colorado against a bad team. And as opposed to yesterday against the Cardinals, who are in your division, and you're a half a game behind to start the day. That doesn't seem like it's really that hard to understand. But let's go with you gave them the day off because, you know, as we talked about earlier, the barometric pressure in Colorado will zap their energy. And, you know, but being able to have a day off is important because then they'll have enough energy to get through the weekend. Whatever. Let's say there's some magical formula about stress on. I think that was what it was with Neil Huntington. Something about stress on your arm in the altitude or something. Some crap like that with back with Neil Huntington. Let's say all of those things are true, which I don't believe they are, but let's say they're all true. Okay? Once you get to the 8th inning yesterday, in a 4-3 game on getaway day, once you get to the 8th inning and it's 4-3, and you're playing the Cardinals, and it's getaway day, there is absolutely no reason to not use Connor Joe McCutchen or Nick Gonzalez to pinch hit. Or, if not all 3. Might it have worked out? Maybe not. That's baseball. But don't tell me that when we watched in the 8th inning, Olivares, Tellez, Triola, and Sawinski all come to the plate. 4 guys came to the plate. 3 of them struck out. Triola almost struck out, but he drew a walk. Happy birthday. You had this is what you sent to the plate in the 8th inning of a 4-3 game. Tellez, he's batting 211. Olivares is at least batting 230, but Triolo is batting 212, Tellez is batting 211, and Sawinski is batting 170. Those are the guys you sent to the plate.
I think if you add Tellez's and Triolo's averages, they don't equal Nick Gonzalez's.
211, you're right. They don't. They don't. And here's the other thing. You've got guys in Sawinski and Tellez. Like here's the rationalization, I'm sure, for Tellez and for Sawinski. Okay? Well, it was a 1-run game, and one of those guys could run into one and hit it over the wall. Yeah. So could Nick Gonzalez. Who, by the way, Nick Gonzalez, in 108 bats, has 4 home runs. Rowdy Tellez, who you signed to hit home runs, has 152 at bats. He's got 2 home runs. Sawinski has 159 at bats. He's got 5 home runs. Triolo has 193 at-bats. He's got 3 home runs. To me, it's complete negligence in my mind that this is the way you went. Really. It's amazing, like I said, but you basically didn't even give your team a chance. You basically didn't even give your team a chance in the 8th inning because you sent up 3 guys who they're not good. So, I get back to, okay, you have your little formula. You decided they needed a day game after a night game, so they needed the night off. Okay, fine. Why didn't you use them to pinch hit? And then, if that wasn't bad enough, we get to the 9th inning. Now let's go to the 9th inning. Top of the 9th. You let Grandal hit. I guess he's your catcher. But as I said before, Henry Davis hasn't been very good. But he did just hit a home run yesterday or the day before or whatever. He did just hit a home run. Maybe he could run into another one. I don't know. But, okay, let's go with you keep Grandal in because you want to make sure that you have a catcher, and a catcher on the bench in case it goes extra innings. I get it. Well, that's fine. Michael A. Taylor. Explain to me why he bats. Because here's the thing. Unlike Sawinski and Tellez, who allegedly might run into one, Michael A. Taylor is a light-hitting center fielder who in some ways is he's just a guy that shouldn't even probably be anything more than a ninth, like an 8th, 7th, 8th, 9th inning defensive replacement. Oh, but he does have 1 home run, so I guess he might have maybe run into one, right? I mean, but again, why do you have him bat? I don't get it. Again, this is a 4-3 game against the Cardinals. A game you have to win. It's getaway day. I get it, but you know what? Who cares? Put him in put him in one of those barometric recovery rooms or something if you got to do that. Whatever. Hayes and Reynolds, fine. But in a 4-3 game with 6 outs left before you lose. Think about this. In a 4-3 game with 6 outs left before you lose, you chose Olivares. I can almost live with that. You chose Tellez, Triolo, Sawinski, Grandal, and Taylor to have 5 of the at-bats. With Connor Joe, Andrew McCutchen, and Nick Gonzalez sitting on the bench. I mean, it's mind-boggling. And it almost makes you get to a point where you wonder, are they really legitimately trying to win? I mean, I'm not making accusations. I'm not saying that they're throwing games or tanking or any of that stuff. But is winning really the top priority? It's a great question. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Sun Chevrolet. Fan Weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Chance of storms, high of 82. It's Paul's Ice. Coming up, we've got Bob Walk, who will make some sense of this for us. It's 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your Fan Headlines. The Pirates play the Colorado Rockies tonight. First pitch is scheduled for 8:40. No idea on who the starter for the Pirates is tonight. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are proper English, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Greetings, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at LGKG.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Small business owners, we know finishing your to-do list can feel like climbing a mountain, but that mountain is also covered in banana peels. Then when something new gets added to your list, you're like, nope, I'm already climbing this huge, super slippery banana peel mountain of a to-do list. At Progressive, we don't want to make your day any harder. That's why we make it easy to manage your policy on our mobile app, so climbing that banana peel mountain feels more like a leisurely stroll. See if you can save on commercial auto insurance in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage subject to policy terms and conditions.
You're ready for a perfect summer on the lawn, but all these weeds and brown spots are totally killing the vibe. It's time to call True Green. Save some green this summer with our limited time offer. One free application with an annual plan. So all you have to do is water, mow, and enjoy that perfect lawn. Hurry. Offer ends June 18th. Visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
Every shot, every goal, ESPN Bet has fans covered for the biggest moments on the road to the championship. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find special offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities throughout the playoffs. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. That's 800-285-3636.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
You've been walking around and tripping on those things for years. You want freedom? You want space to move? You want peace of mind? You want to book us online. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Spring into adventure and then jump into summer this month at Sun Chevrolet with plenty of great incentives through July 1st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Father's Day is this Sunday, so now's the time to save on the perfect gift at Macy's Father's Day sale. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take 25% off great gift ideas. Or shop Father's Day specials, like 50 to 60% off designer suits, blazers, and pants, and 40% off belts, wallets, and travel accessories. Plus find watches from Citizen, Bulova, Seiko, and more. Give love today at Macy's Father's Day sale. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Got a car-loving dad? Nice.
we've got a Father's Day sale. Right now, our Armor All Ultimate 8-piece bucket kit is just $25. That's soap, a wash mitt, wheel cleaner, tire shine, glass wipes, and interior wipes. Plus, a bucket to use for the wash. All for just $25 at the AutoZone Father's Day sale. Now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday traded Jose Hernandez, who was designated for assignment on June 11th, to the Los Angeles Dodgers for cash considerations. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. South Hills Kia Man Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And also the Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. As we established before, the Bob Walk appearance is brought to you in part by Gutter Helmet. Safeguard your gutters and Gutter Helmet by Lednor Home Solutions. 888-5-HELMET. Let's go to the hotline and talk to our good friend, Bob Walk. And Bob, I got to be honest with you. We can get started right away and get right into it. It feels like on Thursday the Pirates led a very large opportunity to sweep a series and really just come away from St. Louis with a good feeling. It really kind of feels like they did that on Thursday. Do you agree with me on this?
Yeah, I'd go with you on that. Definitely, felt like that. But right now I think we're still very inconsistent. The way the offense has been so inconsistent. I think against St. Louis, we had a total of like 16, 17 hits in 27 innings. So I think there's enough inconsistency in our offense to where it's very hard to predict from series to series, what our record is going to be, because the pitching seems to be still hanging in there, but I just don't know what to expect in the run column every night, and it makes it tough.
Yeah, it does. And Bob, I tell you, the thing that really kind of frustrated me yesterday was the fact that they have had a hard time scoring runs, and you're playing St. Louis, which is a team that they started the day a half a game behind. It's a division where 4 teams are separated by 1.5 games, which would mean you'd probably prioritize those games a little bit more than maybe some of the others. But we do this thing in baseball, and I'm not blaming Shelton or Brent Cherington. It's just the way baseball is nowadays, and this is the way they do things with all of these rest days and off days. But to me, you start the day with McCutchen, Connor Joe, and Nick Gonzalez all on the bench. And then late in the game, you don't use any of them to pinch hit. It just kind of feels to me like, you're not putting your best foot forward.
I agree, but we can't do anything about that, can we?
No.
I mean, that's just the way it is nowadays. The only team that doesn't do that anymore on a regular basis is Atlanta. I think the Braves, especially last season, I haven't really paid as much attention to it this year as I did last year, but they run their main guys out there almost every single day. Very seldom do those guys get days off, or apparently want days off. And those days on the vast majority of teams are over. They just don't do that. Everything's different nowadays. You don't pitch as many innings. You don't play as many innings, play as many games. It's the way they've gone, and I don't understand it totally. I know that it's done, and it's because you keep guys healthier, but I'm not sure that that's the case with the way the IL list around the league look all year after year. But that's the whole reason for it. Is they're trying to find ways to make it where guys can play longer, without just going out and playing longer.
Right. Like when you played, right? For the most part, I mean, guys played pretty much every day, right? There was probably some platoons and stuff, but for the most part, your best players played almost every day, right? It's completely different.
I mean, Bonilla and Bonds and Van Slyke, you'd have to, you couldn't drag them off the field, especially with Bonds. I know it's, become popular over the years to look at him as a bad guy, but there's a guy that, it was hard to get him out of that lineup, day after day. I mean, he wanted to be in there because he knew he was going to be great, and to be great and put up all-time numbers, he needed to play every day. And, maybe he was doing it for the wrong reasons, but still, he was out there for 9 innings day after day after day, stealing bases and doing all that kind of stuff that he did, play Gold Glove in the outfield. And that is just not seen very often anymore.
No, it's not. So it's just but it's kind of frustrating. And I felt like if you're going to give them the day off, that's fine. But why not use them as pinch hitters late in the game? That was the other thing that kind of got to me. It was like in the 8th and the 9th inning, you put guys out there who are hitting 170, and you're down by a run. But nevertheless, it's just sort of the way baseball is. You mentioned the pitching, and for the most part, if you look at what they've done from the mound, they have actually, outside of when that guy that they just cut, what's his name, Heller, outside of when he was on the mound a few days ago, for the most part, they've been really good, haven't they, Bob?
Yeah, they have. The only thing I'm worried about in pitching is I think we might be a little thin. If we start losing some guys to injury or for whatever, they start really giving the two young guys in the starting rotation, start really watching their starts and giving them extra time off. Like the other day, we had another 5-inning game from Jones. Are they even going to pitch the whole year? What's going to happen when we get into, say, September? So I'm really worried about the lack of depth of our pitching right now. I think the bullpen has definitely showed to be a little on the thin side. The part of the bullpen that comes in earlier in ball games has been pretty messy this year. I know we had early injuries that have taken some guys out of there that, like Borecki, the guys we were going to really depend on in those situations. And the guys that have taken their place have not stepped up to the plate. Hernandez, for instance, that we just, designated for assignment and then traded away. The reason that they did that was because he wasn't cutting the mustard. So there is a little lack of depth in our pitching that I think has me worried for the whole season. But for right now, the guys that we have, especially the rotation, they've been pitching pretty well. But don't ever get comfortable in that. There's so many things that happen during the course of a season, and we still got a long, long way to go.
Well, you've got Perez and Marco Gonzalez are both kind of, obviously Gonzalez has been out for a while, but those are two guys that, you were hoping that were going to be able to do, to eat innings and what. But if you get Perez back and, if Perez can come back real soon, which I've heard rumblings that he is extremely close, and he pitches like he did, say, the first, April, first half of May, then, that's going to relieve some of that pressure on the rest of the starting rotation. But, these are all ifs and buts, so we have to wait and see what happens. So those are the reasons why you can never feel comfortable that you have enough starters. Right. Bailey Falter is a guy who his last, say, 4 or 5 starts, he started to maybe regress a little bit, Bob. When you see that, is there something that is happening? Is he not hitting his spots right? Is he not, what are you kind of seeing with him? I mean, he's still been effective, but he hasn't been what he was for that stretch of like 7 or 8 starts where he was like their best pitcher.
Yeah, I think his command was excellent when he was really turning it on there. I've talked to you about this before that, a lot of people say, well, he just started using his fastball more. Well, yes, he did, but using your fastball more isn't the whole thing. You got to be able to throw that fastball where you want it in the strike zone. Pitch to the different quadrants, not just throw a strike with it. You got to be able to hit some spots. And I'm not talking about a spot, the size of a golf ball. I'm talking about, hitting a spot the size of a paper plate, that sort of thing. And I think that's really what he had going for him. And I didn't watch his last start. I'm not traveling with the team, but I think that the first one where I saw where he didn't seem right, I didn't think he had this good command of his fastball. So I think we'll probably see that all year. When he gets in a groove where he's throwing his fastball where he wants to, he'll be extremely good. When he loses command of that fastball, for a couple of starts, 3 or 4 in a row, or that happens to you through the course of the year where maybe you can throw a strike with it, but not necessarily put it where you want to. Then he's going to throw some home runs and give up more hits than he wants, because he does go after the hitter. He's not shy about that. He's not going to sit there and walk a bunch of people.
You made mention of the 2 young guys and their innings counts. As you get further into the season, how difficult is it to manage those things and manage trying to win games, especially if you're in a playoff chase? I mean, I would expect that you're going to have to, skip some starts and play some of the games you play to make sure that they can go all the way to the end of the season and still be in your rotation. But how do you manage? I mean, Bob, that's got to be a really difficult thing when you've got 2 young guys who you're clearly going to manage innings and clearly going to be very careful how you handle them going down the stretch. But by the same token, you got to win. So
yeah, I mean, it's a very tough thing, and it's hard for me to give you a good answer on that, because I really don't know, how you do that. Because of my personal experience, that wasn't the way it was done in the past. If you were pitching and getting the people out, you pitched. I mean, that was it. It doesn't matter. You could be a rookie and end up with, I had Don Robinson in the booth with us the other day, and we were talking about this thing. I think he said he threw 225 innings his rookie year. It's just, he was a power pitcher, very, one of those elite arms. And so I don't really know the answer to it. I know that nowadays they are definitely going to control things. Whether it's going to be innings limit during games like they've been doing with Jones every now and then. Every time he doesn't get, they've been trying to pitch like it's a 6-man rotation. Giving him 5 days off. Every time he gets 4 days off, they hold him down to just 5 innings. So, that's one way I guess they're doing it. But then, that puts pressure on the middle part of your bullpen, which hasn't been our strength. So there's that thing you're talking about like you want to win the games, but you want to limit their innings. How do you do that? Man, that's really tough. If you have a incredibly strong bullpen top to bottom, that makes it a little easier, but ours hasn't been really like that. So it's been a little tougher.
Yeah, that's I think the tough thing is going to be when they get down there, to the nitty gritty where you've got games that you're trying to win, but you've got to try and figure out how you manage those kind of guys. When you watch Nick Gonzalez hit, are you convinced? Are you convinced that what you're seeing is real, that it's sustainable, that he's going to be able to be a guy that hits, right around 300 and with some power? I mean, it looks to me like his swing is really is sustainable. I mean, but obviously you have a more well-trained eye than I do.
Well, to me, it's got to be proven. But I'm like you. I like what I see. The things that I like about it is the fact that he's not a one-trick pony. He doesn't go up there and have one thing he can do. I mean, he'll try and pull the ball. He'll get a little power behind it. He can hit a home run occasionally for you. But a lot of times he's just, a contact guy. He's going to spray the ball around. He's going to get a hit. He's really good at that with guys on base, where he's just like, okay, I just need to get a ball put in play here and I can get an RBI. Don't strike out, make firm contact. I don't care if it's on the first baseline, third baseline, center field, whatever. And that, when a guy is trying to do that, it makes him very difficult to pitch to, because he's not going to have glaring holes when that's his strategy up there. If you're a power hitting dead pole hitter, you're going to have some big holes that can be pitched to. He's not that type of guy. and I like that about him. And I like the fact that besides the fact that he's not a power hitter, he still has that knack to produce runs. He still knows he's a tough out up there when there's a guy on base. I like that a lot about him.
Yeah.
So far so good. And the last thing I'll say, every place he's played, from little league up through college, through the lower minor leagues, all the way to like this year in AAA, he's always been one of the best hitters, if not the best hitter, on those teams. So this is the last step for him, and so far so good.
Yeah, like I said, he's hit every single place that he's hit.
Yep.
I mean, every single place that he's been, he's hit. So there's no reason to think that he can't hit now. They've got Colorado coming up. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but they did something, 15 years ago or something, to maybe to the balls or something, so that they didn't. Because when it first opened, when Colorado first became a thing, the games were like beer league softball games, 15 to 12.
Yeah.
But the altitude, it's still a little bit of a factor, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still a great hitter's ballpark. One of the reasons is, they deaden the balls. They keep them in some kind of a humidor there so that they're a little softer and they don't travel quite as far. But the fences are so far away, and they're so high. The outfield has incredible acreage out there for three guys to cover. So there's a lot of landing zones out there for base hits. And that's one of the reasons the place still is a good hitter's ballpark, and the ball still travels really well. It's still a good place to hit home runs. It's not crazy stupid like it was before, but still, you got that giant outfield that three guys have to cover, and the ball still gets out. If you hit it well, it's gone, no matter what they've done to the ball. So it's a hitter's ballpark. Their pitchers never really are real confident guys. They all have high ERAs. So this is a place where our offense, even though it's been struggling at times this year, I expect them to have at least a couple of good games here.
Yeah, I mean, you would think, especially, and the other part of it is the Rockies have just not been very good, obviously.
Yeah, they're not a good team either, so there you go.
I mean, that really helps. We're very familiar, in fact, with probably their best hitter right now is Elias Diaz, who's hit 311 with 3 home runs, and it seems like he's having a really good year.
Yeah, they'll probably trade him here in another month.
Right.
I guess.
Well, and that's sort of the irony of ironies. Maybe the Pirates could get him back. And
maybe, but here's another thing too. I've always said this: be careful when you're getting hitters from Colorado, because you might not be getting that hitter that hits like that in Denver, and then you get him in your ballpark, and all of a sudden he's hitting 220, and you wonder why.
Right. No, that's probably pretty true. But
I mean, you got to just take all those stats that they have with a grain of salt. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, like I said, remember when were they a team when you played? Did you play them at all, or were they?
Yes, yeah. When I played them, they were playing in Mile High Stadium. They hadn't had a baseball. We played them on a football field back in my day.
So my thing was, I mean, could you feel a difference being outside in the altitude like that? Like, was it harder to breathe, or was it whatever?
I didn't really think it was that big of a deal, to be honest with you. The ball. Whoa. Yeah. The dogs are going crazy. I'm sitting in the backyard. Somebody just pulled up. Anyway, the altitude, I guess it does affect some guys. For me, it wasn't a big deal. It didn't bother me at all. When I was a kid, I spent my summers up in the Sierras in California all the time, like 9,000 feet elevation. So it didn't. The elevation change, not a big deal. The ball did carry incredibly. It was amazing how far the ball would go there. Even like back in those days, I'd play golf every now and then, and even out on the golf course was ridiculous. So it is a change, that's for sure. But it's the same for both teams. You gotta deal with it. A lot of guys say they're breaking balls because of the thinner air, the aerodynamics of the breaking pitch. It doesn't affect the ball as much. So your curveball is not breaking quite as hard and as much as it was. So there's some adjustments you need to make, sure, when you're pitching. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. I mean, it's really interesting when you talk to people that have actually played out there like you. It just seems like it's kind of a wild ride, so to speak.
I wouldn't want that to be my home ballpark. That'd drive me crazy. I don't know if I could survive all summer.
Well, it's interesting that because the other thing is you often hear about how they have a hard time attracting free agent pitchers to go there.
Yeah, I mean, they've had some pretty good ones go there, but they've had to pay real big money. You got to overpay to get that guy there, and then at that point, you're getting a pitcher who's like, well, by the end of this big contract you gave me, I'm going to probably be done anyway. So they go ahead and they'll go there for that reason. But if I was like somebody that was like on the end of a contract and was wanting one more decent one, and I was still good, that's the last place I would go because, your stats are going to be garbage. But on the other hand, if you pitch good there, then people are going to look at you a little different and say, hey, this guy can pitch good anywhere if he can pitch there. So, it could actually work the other way and maybe make you a little bit more money. But for guys like me that threw a lot of breaking balls, you really don't want to make your living pitching at that.
Well, Bob, I appreciate you taking some time again today. We'll do it again next Friday, so have yourself a really good weekend.
Thanks, Paul. I'll talk to you later.
All right. That is Bob Walk. And, yeah, that's the one thing that I've always noticed early on. Like, I don't think people fully remember early on how many balls were flying out of the ballpark in that, Colorado. Like, some of those early numbers from the guys from Colorado were incredible. Some of them. But then you had to take it with a grain of salt and say, well, they're in Colorado. But then, like he said, they did something to the ball. I forget what it was to sort of deaden the ball a little bit to make it so that you could at least keep some of them in the ballpark. That's the big thing. But anyway, coming up, we got Text in the City. Hang on. Before we get to that, South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Fiat 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Also, Allegiant Bob Walk was brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Allegiant Federal Credit Union, shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Charlie Borges with your Fan Headlines. The Pittsburgh Pirates play against the Colorado Rockies tonight. No word on who their starting pitcher is for tonight yet. The first pitch is scheduled for 8:40. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will start at 7:45. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
With Progressive, you get more than savings. You get access to us through our mobile app, online chat, or by phone.
Oh, I see what you're doing here, Jamie. Giving me all these ways to stay in touch so I have no excuse not to. Well, you're in luck, because this guy's in the market for a new BFF.
Actually, all our customers can contact us this way.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just kidding.
But I am always up for Taco Pizza! Jigsaw!
Get help from Progressive through the website, app, chat, or phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Granger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Uh-oh. The Celtics can sweep the Mavericks tonight. The Panthers can sweep the Oilers tomorrow night. Boston and Florida love that, but no one else really does. The quick series are bad for the leagues and for their TV partners. Now, the NBA will still get billions soon in new media deals, but the NHL could have really used the long, dramatic series with its best player, Connor McDavid, lifting the Stanley Cup. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Granger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV, and price subject to change.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with windows custom built and installed by Renewal by Andersen. These are the highest quality windows I've ever seen. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material. It's twice as strong as vinyl and warranted not to warp or rot for 20 years. I love these windows, and now is a great time to get some of your own because Renewal by Andersen has an amazing first-time ever offer for radio listeners. Buy any window, patio door, or entry door, and when you buy 4 or more, get the next one 40% off. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. Offer ends June 29th. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for additional details. Hello, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day. And what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. I want beer. He wants beer. And you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad, me, enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
Diamonds Direct has done it again. This month only, get ready for an offer you can't resist. Buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right, a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet will not last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy? Now you can get 50% off any unlimited data phone plan. That's one line for only $25 a month, and you keep the phone you love. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. So find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Offer ends July 31st, 2024. Promo subject to cancellation after 12 months. Available exclusively online and in Total by Verizon stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. See totalbyverizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Well, we got a text in the city. Before we get to that, though, the text in the city is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester, right? And, of course, we will go with social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at Awaken180weightloss.com. You know who we're going to go with today is the Karen who is upset because her son got yelled at the Marshawn Lynch football contest, or the football camp. You think that's there can't be a bigger loser on social media today than that, correct?
That'll pass.
That'll
play.
That'll definitely play. All right, text in the city, give me one.
This is from Danny. The Lawrence contract, the Trevor Lawrence contract, is unbelievable. Yeah, he had Urban Meyer, but Meyer is indefinitely more qualified than Matt Canada. So Pickett had no chance compared to Lawrence. Yeah, Lawrence has all these tools, but he's not worth $275 million. That just gets Brock Purdy a $320 million contract.
Well, I mean, I think that's the truth, isn't it? But what are you going to say? I mean, again, we just talked about the quarterback situation a little bit ago. If you've got one that you think you can win with, or you got one that you think is going to be better than anybody else that you can get, or got one that you think that you can have for 8 to 10 years to lead your team, you got to pay them almost whatever they're going to ask for. Because here's the thing, you can't afford to lose your quote-unquote franchise quarterback. That goes to show you everything you need to know about Justin Fields. You know, there are people here who are convinced that he's going to be a superstar. And it's like, well, the Bears gave up on him. You don't give up on your franchise quarterback if you think he's your franchise quarterback. You sign him to an extension for a lot of money.
Now, my question for Danny is, did he think that Kenny Pickett was going to be Trevor Lawrence? With the way that he worded his text.
I don't understand that. I mean, Trevor Lawrence has been very much up and down. I mean, he's been inconsistent, but he's shown flashes of being a really good player at times. I don't know that we ever saw a flash of Kenny Pickett being a really good player.
Maybe in the fourth quarter, that's really about it.
Right, a couple of fourth quarters. But you look at Trevor Lawrence, you know what I mean? He's last season, 21 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. The year before that, when they went to the playoffs, 25 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. So, I mean, he's a guy obviously who is still only in his third, going into his fourth year. Where would you rank him right now in the AFC among quarterbacks? Let's go through all the quarterbacks, because I heard somebody today say he was about the 12th best quarterback. Let's go the entire league. I'm going to name the quarterback. You tell me if you think Lawrence is better or worse, and then by the time we get done, we'll figure out where he ranks. Are you ready?
I'm in.
All right. Josh Allen obviously is better, right?
I agree.
Tua.
I would agree.
So you
He's
think
better. I think Tua was better.
All right, that's 2. Aaron Rodgers.
Right now, I would give it to Trevor Lawrence.
Yes, absolutely. I don't even. Who's the Patriots starting quarterback? Stidham or
Drake May.
Drake May. Okay.
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence. So far we found 2 that we think are better
And
than.
that's about it.
Okay. Lamar Jackson.
No. Trevor Lawrence is not better than Lamar
Okay,
Jackson.
3. That's 3. Deshaun Watson.
I'd give it to Lawrence.
Okay. Russell Wilson.
I'd give it to Lawrence.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow.
Okay, there's 4. C.J. Stroud.
Wow. After the year he had, I know the sophomore slump's incoming, but I'm going to go with C.J. Stroud.
All right, that's 5. Anthony Richardson.
Trevor Lawrence.
Is it Levis? Is that who the
Will Levis for Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, so
Levis puts mayo in his coffee, and he's just a non-factor in my eyes.
Mahomes obviously is 6.
Who's that?
Mahomes, right?
Oh yeah, that guy.
He's 6. Herbert is obviously 7, right?
Yep.
Okay. The Raiders, I don't even know who the Raiders starting quarterback is right now.
It was Jimmy G, but
yeah, it's not. It's Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah, Lawrence is better.
Okay. The Broncos they brought in Zach Wilson, but that whole Lawrence is better than whoever rises to the top of that. So we have 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. We found 7 in the AFC that we think are better than Lawrence.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we'll go to the NFC. Dak.
Dak is better.
That's 8. Jalen Hurts.
Hurts.
That's 9. Daniel Jones.
Lawrence. I don't know. Bless you. I don't know why the Giants gave Daniel Jones the money they gave him. It made no sense at the time. It still makes no sense.
Jaden Daniels obviously is a rookie, so we got to go with Lawrence.
Lawrence, yep.
All right, so we are at 9 right now. Goff.
Jared Goff.
It's 10. Love. Packers.
Can I say push? Can I put them like they're interchangeable in my eyes?
They are, but I think Love is better, actually. I think Love is trending much better.
Trending-wise, I would agree. So, right, for the sake of the argument, we'll say Love is better.
Okay, so that's 11. Is it J.J. McCarthy? Is that who's the quarterback?
For the Vikings?
For the Vikings?
Yeah, got to go Lawrence because he's a rookie.
Caleb Williams.
Lawrence.
So we have 11 right now.
There's a lot of rookie quarterbacks.
Yeah, we have 11 right now. Who's the Tampa quarterback?
Baker Mayfield, and I'm a Buccaneer fan, but I'm still going to say Lawrence.
Okay. The Saints have Derek Carr, right?
Lawrence.
The Falcons have – do they have a rookie, do they?
They do, but they also have
got Kirk Cousins. That's right. They got Kirk Cousins.
Right now, I'm going to go with Lawrence because I don't know how he's going to how Cousins is going to come back from the Achilles injury.
Bryce Young.
Lawrence.
So far we've got 11 guys that are better than Lawrence, right?
Yep.
Purdy.
I would say Purdy. He's just
that's 12.
You can throw the system at me, but Purdy's numbers are just better.
That's 12. Stafford. That's 13.
I love Matt Stafford.
Geno Smith.
I'd say Lawrence, but they're in the same tier in my eyes.
Kyler Murray.
Lawrence.
Okay. So we have actually determined that Trevor Lawrence is the 14th best quarterback in the NFL.
Would you agree with all the people I said?
Yeah, I didn't quibble with any of them. That's the thing about it.
And he's making, what, $200 million guaranteed?
But that just goes to show you.
And he's middle of the pack?
That just goes to show you how important that position is, though. You absolutely have to have one. That's why all of these guys get paid every single time. All of them get paid every single time. That's why.
So what would Brock Purdy's next contract? We talked about it before, but
I'm
what
gonna
would
tell
his
you-
next contract be?
Now, after having this conversation and actually looking at it the way we looked at it, Purdy's going to get $300 million.
I'd say he'd probably get about $50 to $60 million a year after this
Absolutely.
contract.
Tell Pony to come in here real quick. Come in here real quick.
Pony, go in there real quick.
Hit that button real quick. We got Pony in, and I just got. I mean, this was a really interesting discussion we're having here.
I'll turn down the music.
You've got.
I never know where you're going when you say things like that.
No.
with your
You got
interesting discussion.
$275 million for Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
Where does he? We just went through the list, and we determined he's the 14th best quarterback in the NFL. In your
Give me
mind,
the most controversial guy that you put ahead of him.
I don't know that we put any controversial guys.
I think
ahead
the
of him.
only one that we really kind of not even butted heads, we had a discussion with was Jordan Love. And I had a little thing about Geno Smith too, but
I said Jordan Love's better than him. Would you agree with that or no?
Yes, but I think that's close.
It's close. That was probably the closest one. The rest of them, I mean.
Did you put Stroud?
Yes.
You have
yeah,
to.
we put him ahead of them. We put Stroud. Did you put
Deshaun Watson?
No. We had Lawrence better than Deshaun.
Did we put Tua ahead of him?
We did.
I'm okay with that.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. We put Josh Allen, Tua, Lamar Jackson, Burrow. Did we put Russell Wilson ahead of him?
No, we did not.
I mean, depending on how you look at Russell Wilson, he could be 15th on our list. But here's a question he keeps asking, and I honestly don't know the answer. Do you think, say they make the Super Bowl again this year, do you think that Purdy will get one of these $300 million contracts?
Yes. I do.
Really?
Yeah.
Or do you think the 49ers will say,
I think they'll do it.
He's a system guy or whatever?
I think they'll do it. I think, in fact, some of their moves have even hinted at that they're saving the money.
Yeah.
For him.
I'm just wondering. Because that's something that a lot of people say is that, well, he's a system guy. So, anyway.
All right, Paul. What do you got? Any golf today?
No, I'm not golfing.
How about the paulsice.com tour?
Yeah, we'll do that this weekend. Although tomorrow I'm playing it up north. I'm going up north and playing at Wenango Country Club. Should be interesting. Should be fun. But then I'll be at the paulsice.com.
Any update on who won between Joe and Colony today?
I haven't heard anything about it. I mean, Joe, one thing I admire about Joe.
What's that?
When he's off, he's off. You know what I mean? He ain't looking back. So, what do you got for us? Anything good coming up today on your show?
We actually, yes. A blast from the past, has sent Mueller a special Father's Day message.
What's a blast from the past?
Someone who had a lot of success here in Pittsburgh has reached out and recorded something for Chris today.
Oh, this is
on
good.
Father's Day.
Wonderful.
One of his favorites of all time.
That'll be fun.
Can you maybe guess who? Think about some of his favorite people that he's talked about on the air and has been so complimentary of over the years.
No, who would this be? Is it a secret?
Just put your thinking cap on when you're leaving here and think, who are the guys that Chris has absolutely loved? In Pittsburgh sports.
In Pittsburgh sports.
Yep.
Ben Roethlisberger.
Maybe.
All right, he's Pony there next. I'm gone for this. See, it's Pony and Mueller. Unlike the jerk that is before me that can't say my name, right?
He who should not be named.
Who should not be named ever. We just call him the West Virginia Jagoff, right? Other than that, see, I introduced Pony and Mueller coming up next, so you know it's both of them. Paul Zeiss, 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates in action tonight against the Colorado Rockies. First pitch, 8:40. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli at 7:45. For more headlines, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The Phillies continued their battle with the AL East as they head to Charm City to face the Orioles. Philly just dropped 2 of 3 to Boston and will now take on a Baltimore team with the third best record in baseball. The Phillies will send Ranger Suarez to the mound. On the season, he's 10-1 with an ERA under 2. So the BetQL model likes Philadelphia to get back on track tonight in Baltimore. The 5-star best bet is taking the Phillies on the money line over the O's. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Summer is for socializing, but hosting can be a lot of work. Luckily, Fine Wine and Good Spirits makes it easier with pre-made and canned cocktails. Skip the prep work and serve a favorite with a strawberry daiquiri cocktail from On the Rocks. Get a flavor for everyone with neutral vodka seltzer lemonade variety packs. Put away the shakers and get all your summer spirits in one stop. At Fine Wine and Good Spirits, please enjoy responsibly.
Ready for all those warm weather get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle's Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items, so you can save more on what you like most. Barbecue parties, graduations, communions, they're all easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. These low prices are available for a limited time at your Giant Eagle and Market District, so save today. Find more information on Deals for Days at gianteagle.com.
If you are drowning with $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, listen to the following reviews people just like you are giving accredited debt relief and why you should make the call.
I'm glad I made that call. I feel like I can finally breathe again.
In one afternoon, several tons of financial stress vanished.
I truly felt like I was talking to a friend.
Well, I feel like I did business with a guardian angel. I literally cried. Thank you for saving my life.
Imagine feeling that kind of relief. It can happen. Make the call. Learn how much they can save you. There's no pressure, no obligation, just a call. Accredited Debt Relief has helped over 300,000 qualified consumers pay off over $1 billion in debt, earning an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They are the debt solution experts, so see how much they can save you. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say the keyword financial freedom. Again, dial pound 250 and say financial freedom. That's pound 250 and say financial freedom. Program and services not available in all states.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $119 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $149 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's 888-265-9608.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Summer's finally here. Time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. I mean, every surface in your home and or your business could be Zero Resified, so why not call the cleaning pros at Zero Res? Get 3 rooms in your home cleaned starting at just $129. Perfect time of year, too, to get your air ducts taken care of with $100 off. It'll help alleviate allergies and asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. And do not leave deep cleaning to yourself with those dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. There's no possible way to extract all that dirty water out of your carpet. Actually leaves your floors worse off than they were before. This deal, not going to last long with Zero Res. You owe it to yourself, your health, your home, and or your business to schedule your appointment now at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, 8:40 tonight. The Pirates will start a series in Colorado, and they should come out swinging because so many guys got some rest yesterday in St. Louis. Vital to get off their feet and just hang out and relax while the Pirates lost a 1-run game. So they'll be ready to go. The thin air, the altitude. Still no pitcher for the Pirates. It looks like another bullpen game. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of Pony and Muller.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thank God it's... You know, I hadn't watched a lot of pre-2023 tape, to be quite honest with you. And so I probably am not positioned to speak to that evolution that you speak of. But I see a guy that has first overall type talent. He can make any throw on the field, both from an arm strength and touch perspective. He has unique mobility in terms of his athleticism. And I think that talent set makes him a extreme challenge. And I would imagine with experience, because of that talent set, he's going to be increasingly more difficult to deal with.
Good afternoon, everybody, on this June Friday, the Friday going into Father's Day weekend. Trevor Lawrence getting paid and Mike Tomlin on Trevor Lawrence to start today's show. Been a lot of Trevor Lawrence discussion on the airwaves today. I heard some of that around 9:15, 9:30 when I was driving to go get my workout in.
How'd the workout go?
I had to work out in a Hawaiian shirt today.
because you did something bad at workouts?
Because we have a team competition going on, and you got extra points if you showed up in a Hawaiian shirt. And I only had one Hawaiian shirt, and it was the promotional Pirates one they give away once.
Tell you what, there's a guy who works in this building who could. I don't think he works out very much, but I know he could wear Hawaiian shirts.
Mark Anderson?
Maybe.
Well, he's definitely lost some weight.
So maybe he is working out.
I think he's cut back on the fast food.
He definitely
in
was
a major
fan
way.
of some of those things. I can't tell.
Do you have a Hawaiian shirt?
Mark, I think I have the same one, the Pirates giveaway one.
Donnie, you got a Hawaiian shirt?
Yeah, I got a couple.
Mark's an inscrutable guy. I don't know if I was
a Hawaiian
talking...
shirt, man?
Yeah, oh yeah, I could see that.
Never seen you.
They look better on bigger guys,
I'm
though.
not quite Andy Reid, but I got a few.
That's one of those things that I'm not talking like fat or anything. I'm saying Donnie is a burly guy by nature. He's what do you weigh? 227, maybe 225 now, who knows? But you're a burlier guy. You look like you could be a bouncer. The Hawaiian shirt has always looked better and fit
on a hefty gentleman.
Well, just on a bigger guy. You and I wear them. It's like, what's that idiot trying to do? Donnie wears one. It's like, that guy's the life of the party.
Put one on Harry Callis and he holds court.
Oh, my God, yes. He might have somebody fanning him with a grape leaf or something like that.
Speaking of Callis, I heard this conversation this morning. I almost called in. I almost did. I almost did a Bill and Clinton or Glenn and Glenn Willard.
Hey, Adam, you think Tyler Palko should be the Steelers starting quarterback? Hey, Bob. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow.
To Glenn. And Glenn Willard. That makes sense. Glenn, what's up? Did you move there because of your name?
Hey, Bob, you think Tyler Palko could be the Steelers quarterback? Bob, Glenn from Glenn Willard, come on.
I had a feeling it was you, Starkey, but I wasn't sure because there could be a Glenn and Glenn Willard.
Underrated part of that when Bob just goes, oh, that makes sense.
I like that he tries to cover his tracks. Have you ever looked up Glenn Willard on a map? There's got to be maybe 50 people that live in Glenn Willard, period, and Glenn is not that common of a
Bob,
name.
You think Tyler Palko could be the Steelers quarterback?
I almost did one of those stunts today. They called in.
About Trevor Lawrence?
So.
Oh, man, I can't wait for this. The heavy sigh is always a good sign from you.
Those guys made it seem like they wouldn't trade Russell Wilson for Trevor Lawrence. That they like our situation better than Jacksonville's. I think Crowley even went as far as to say he thinks Russell Wilson will have a better year than Trevor Lawrence. And look, I get it. They lost 5 in a row last year. That opened the door for the Steelers to make the playoffs. And his numbers don't blow you away. Now, I will point out, even though he won a Super Bowl, it's not like Roethlisberger's numbers the first 3 years in the NFL blew anybody away. But he passed every eye test. He's 2 years younger than Kenny Pickett, Trevor Lawrence. He's a year younger than Justin Fields.
Yeah.
I understand he has not lived up to next Andrew Luck, generational quarterback, on par with Patrick Mahomes and those guys, Josh Allen. He's not. But if I found out Jacksonville was frustrated with Trevor Lawrence and we inherited that contract and him tomorrow, I would say we still have Mahomes to deal with, but we actually got a shot here now.
That guy's gone into Mahomes' building and only lost by 7. Granted, he did not have a great game in that playoff.
He was fine. He was not great. He played a decent game.
Can I ask you a quick aside about him? I'm on Football Reference. You know we love to look at their nicknames that get put up there, like Pharaoh for Brady. No one's ever called him Pharaoh in his life. Is your pal Nick Wright responsible for Trevor Lawrence? It just puts
the Prince who was promised. Yes, that's his nickname.
Is that
Nick
Nick's?
Gave to him? Yeah.
Nick has that kind of juice, man. That's the only nickname that's up here for Trevor Lawrence, the Prince who was promised.
Yep.
So I have a couple things I want to say about this. He got $200 million guaranteed on 5 years, I believe, but it's $275. So now he's one of, I think, 6 or 7 quarterbacks. Average annual value is over $50 million.
And it's $83 million in year 1, and we're paying our quarterbacks $4.4
million.
I get it. So I do understand that point, but
I
would still absolutely take on all that money and the player because I would feel like my quarterback situation is rectified and fixed for the next 10 years, maybe longer.
There's a weird effect because Mahomes was so good in his first year as a starter, which was his second year in the league. And Brady was obviously started on the path of becoming
Stroud
Brady.
This year was phenomenal.
But there's like a thing, I think, that permeates this sort of discourse, like, well, if the guy isn't great immediately, especially as a 1-1 guy who was like thought of as like the next great, quarterback prospect, well, then he's never going to get any better. Like, the other thing that gets attached to that is, well, he's got a good quarterback guru as his head coach. Why isn't he figuring it out? I think Doug Peterson is probably not maybe as great of a coach as people
I don't know. You watched the game here when the Jaguars came to town when they were in the middle of the season and it looked like they were going places. He looked like a franchise quarterback in that game,
especially
against the
compared
Steelers.
to Pickett, because he was able to make all the plays. Here's my point. Just because in terms of actual performance, his career record, including postseasons, 21-31, and I know we don't like harp on that necessarily because...
Well, you can if you want.
But, like, you can make the argument.
You also had Urban Meyer as his head coach in year one.
I know. Well, he's a 500 quarterback outside of that year because Urban Meyer, they were literally Darrell Bevell, Urban Meyer, they were a combined 3-14. But I get it if you want to say something to me like, $275 million doesn't buy you what it used to. But I think if you polled 31 other GMs, not Brett Veach and not guys who have like Mahomes and Stroud, right? But the teams that don't have a quarterback that they're already paying big money to that they feel great about. So what is that, 20 teams, Pony? And you said, would you like to trade places with the Jacksonville Jags? You get this guy, you get that cap number, you get all that. Not only would they say yes, they'd say yes very quickly. Because you can, as you said, with the eye test, you can just look at the guy and say he might not have reached his potential yet. He's not even 25. He's already taken some real lumps and come out on the other side of them pretty well. I mean, he came back from 4 touchdowns down in a playoff game to win the game, and then he did give Mahomes a decent battle in his building. Like, the arrow, even if you think that Trevor Lawrence has been a disappointment,
which he has been,
but the arrow's still pointed up because the physical gifts haven't gone anywhere. You never hear anything about him being like a malcontent as far as work ethic.
No, it's the opposite, actually. Now, he made that stupid comment about the terrible towels and...
Oh, yes.
And then the Wingard, the idiot safety.
Now, how did that actually come back to haunt the Jags?
Well, they lost 5 in a row at the end of the year. They were cursed.
Okay, so we've managed to come up with a way where even if you beat the Steelers after insulting the towel somehow does something.
Well, yes, going back to Tennessee in 2008.
Has Mahomes ever insulted the towel?
No, he knows better. He's a ketchup lover.
Have the Bills insulted the towel? The Browns definitely have, and they beat the Steelers in the playoffs.
But then lost the next week.
So what do? Do we just like retro fashion this curse to apply to anything bad that happens to a team ever?
Donnie's very quiet in there. I think Donnie agrees with the morning guys.
He's saving takes.
I don't think he would trade. I don't think he would take the Trevor Lawrence contract. I'm sensing he would not. Is that fair? You'd rather be the Steelers at quarterback?
I would take Trevor Lawrence.
Okay.
But I don't think he's been the prince as promised in his first 3 years. I know the first one he was stuck with Urban Meyer, who had no idea what he was doing. Second year, it looked like, okay, this guy's on a track to win an MVP maybe sometime soon. Second year's been his best by far. Last year, he kind of reverted back to, like, mediocrity. I mean, I said last night I would take half of the quarterbacks in the AFC over him. He's kind of on an island by himself. I feel like there's...
like the tiers of them?
Yeah, because I had him at number 9. I had Russell Wilson at number 10.
Let me ask you something about him.
I think that gap is much bigger between 9 and 10 than it is, say, 8 and 9.
Okay, let me ask you something about him, because I think Pony will like where I'm going with this. If you could take the next bet on the next 4 years of either of the following 2 quarterbacks just being better seasons, Lawrence or Jackson? Next 4 years.
I'd rather have Lawrence. I'd rather have Trevor Lawrence.
I know who you'd rather have. I could have said, like, Will Levis or Jackson, and you might have said Will Levis.
Well, I think I'll give you another one. Tua has been a better player than Lawrence to this point.
But he's not a better quarterback,
But I'd rather have Trevor Lawrence.
Well,
I think most of the league agrees with that, too.
I would take Lawrence over him long term.
Let me
Jackson,
give you this.
It is actually hard for me to say I would take Lawrence over him because
eventually,
he's still a young player. I know the wheels could fall off because he's so dynamic on the ground.
Sure.
But, I mean, the man has won 2 MVPs.
That's fair. That's fine. Like,
people are pissed off today because he got paid on potential and not production.
Sure. Like I just said, $275 doesn't buy you what it used to. But here's what I would argue back to that. If you're Jacksonville and you feel like this coming season he doesn't hit his potential, here is what you do. You fire Doug Peterson's ass, and you hire Ben Johnson from the Lions.
And
I'm willing to bet Ben Johnson would want that job.
Right. It would be just like Jim Harbaugh wanting to go to L.A. There would be guys that would be flocking to get to work with Trevor Lawrence.
What's Herbert's deal right now? He already signed one, did he not?
He got one right.
They're the same person.
After Burrow.
I think Herbert's got more natural gifts than Lawrence
He's been more
does.
productive, too. He's got 30 touchdown seasons.
But they're the same person as far as, like, relative lack of playoff
Lawrence
success.
beat him in the playoffs head-to-head. He's got one playoff win, and Herbert's got 0.
I think Lawrence he could end up not justifying this deal at all. But if I were them, I would keep taking swings for years until he showed like a major individual downturn that couldn't be connected to anything
Donnie last night did a very fun thing for Thursday night in the summer. He did quarterback rankings, both NFC and AFC. He had Jalen Hurts as the number 1 quarterback in the NFC. Same thing, next 5 years. Would you rather have Hurts or Trevor Lawrence?
Lawrence still.
Right?
I'd still want Lawrence because Hurts, I thought, came off of a bigger like tumble from grace from 2 years ago to last year than he did.
How about Dak Prescott or Lawrence?
Well, he got it wrong if he has Hurts number 1. My guy Jared Goff is just sitting there.
Well, I also thought he had Stafford very low on the list.
I had Goff 4.
Goff should be 1.
Where did you have Stafford?
Numero 1.
Okay.
Where'd you have Kyler, by the way?
Everyone's acting like I had Matt Stafford at like 13.
Who'd you have dead last on that list? Oh, wait. So Dom's producing you tonight. Where did you have Big Caleb Williams?
I had him at 12.
He probably walked out. Did you have to run the board yourself the last 2 hours of the show?
I had Jolie last night.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that's right. You have Dom tonight.
Yes.
Well, don't let
Dom
Dom
say
know
that in the opening, and then he'll just leave.
I mean, the guy hasn't taken an NFL snap yet. He could end up like Bryce Young, who I had dead last.
412-928-9370 is the number. So Trevor Lawrence gets paid, and the morning guys say they like our quarterback situation better than Jacksonville's. I disagree. But I do get why people are, skeptical of Lawrence so far because the numbers haven't been there.
If you could quickly say, hey, the Steelers at least aren't paying anybody, and they either have a lottery ticket for next year or they could just go back into the draft, and the draft had good quarterbacks next year, and the Steelers were ever a team that was bad enough to have access to those guys, maybe I could say the unknown is better than paying.
Well, hold on, that's a good point. What do you think is the percentage right now the Steelers draft the quarterback in the first round next year? I think it's about 25%.
So I actually think it's pretty low because I think Omar is aware of how bad that class looks on paper, and he saw what happened when they drafted Kenny Pickett when he wasn't the top
So if
dog.
Russell Wilson plays poorly and Fields does too, what happens? They just go try to get a free agent quarterback?
That or
they go into the Dak Prescott sweepstakes?
or they say if Fields only plays poorly for a couple of games, maybe they try to bring him back on the cheap.
412-928-9370. It is an open phone Friday. Also, Pirates and Rockies tonight. We have a sports figure from the past who's on the line right now. You'll hear him coming back. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Cardinals beat the Pirates 4-3 in the rubber game of the series yesterday in St. Louis. Mitch Keller, 6 innings, 4 earned, 4 strikeouts, and no walks. Pirates start a series in Colorado tonight. 8:40 first pitch against the Rockies. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 7:45 with Dan Zangrilli. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thanks, Donnie. I want to tell everybody right now about Awaken 180, specifically a big event happening in a couple of weeks, not even a couple of weeks, a week and a half, Tuesday, June 25th. It's an Awaken 180 open house event at their new Mars location. You know who's going to be there? That guy you just heard, Donnie Football, and me from 5 to 7 p.m. You come to this open house, by the way, you can get a free body composition analysis. So that'll show you how much your body fat percentage is, the visceral fat, which is like the stuff that you really can't see that kind of surrounds the organs. You don't want a lot of that. We're going to have giveaways at this. We're going to have Awaken 180 approved snacks. You get a chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches. They are awesome. You can ask them whatever's on your brain. You can ask me and Donnie what's on your brain, whether it's about our respective big weight loss achievements or maybe the black and gold this year, whatever you want to do. No topic off limits. This is 5 to 7, Tuesday, June 25th, a free open house event, Awaken 180's Mars location. It's just off I-79 at the Cranberry exit. Reserve your spot right now. Call 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800 or awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Over on Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to reduce or even eliminate pain. According to reports, Lawrence and Jacksonville have reportedly agreed to an extension worth $275 million. Let me save you the trouble. I'll do the math. That's worth a reported $55 million per year, tying Lawrence with Joe Burrow for the most annual money. I'm Jim Rome. As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Would you like to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services for no interest up to 5 years and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know you can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Man, do I love picking up my winnings from MacBid. Oh, yeah, I see you, TV guy. You too, Drill Man. I'll get you yet.
Making friends?
They just happen to be here for pickup when I am. You'll see, honey, I'm gonna outbid those guys so bad.
Oh, I know you will.
And my biggest rival, Turntable Lady.
Yeah, thanks for picking that up. You put it in the trunk, right?
It's a MacBid auction-packed summer. I'm sleeping with the enemy.
Not with that attitude, you're not.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid and on the free app.
Greetings, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Friday usuals, a draft at 3:30. Mark Cavalli, 4:15, open phone Friday in the 5 o'clock hour, Zangrilli 2, as the Pirates get ready to start a series with the Rockies, which brings us to our next guest who wanted to get involved in today's show.
Mulsey, Clint Hurdle.
Why? What? What?
Hey, Mulsey, it's former Pirates manager Clint Hurdle. You were always my favorite talk show host when I was back in the Berg. Much better than Starkey.
How did you go about doing this?
Hold on, there's more.
Oh.
I wanted to wish you a happy Father's Day. And I can say that with all my heart. From what I've heard, you've done an amazing job of raising your two sons, Lennox and Ace. Raising kids isn't easy, man. I've got a couple, one still at home, and Maddie. Christian's gone to college and doing his thing at the Culinary Institute of America. But I can tell you many times in that house with two dogs, 2 kids, all kind of grown up, and a wife. I was the dumbest person in the house, so I don't know about Lennox and Ace, how they treat you from time to time, but congratulations on raising 2 sons and doing it in a wonderful, wonderful way. Have a great day on Father's Day. You've earned it.
Thank you, Clint.
Based on some of his managerial decisions, does the dumbest guy in the house thing shock you?
No, and it definitely applies to me. This morning, Lennox said, "You're not going to be my dad anymore."
What?
Like, yeah, he didn't want me to be his dad.
Is that when he called you jail dad and said he hoped that someone arrested you and put you behind bars?
He said that he just has a whole like laundry list he goes through. Today, I was telling him something about like playing the Switch or whatever, and I told him he wanted something in Minecraft. I said, "I don't know how to do it, and you're gonna have
What
to
is
be."
Minecraft?
It's just a game that just absorbs that poor child's brain.
Is
I
it
have
a
to take
war
it away.
game? Is
no,
it
it's like a building and be creative game. So that's why I'm okay.
Is
kind
it
of with him
educational?
playing.
Is it good
in the sense that it like sparks creativity? The kid
Is it
does
like
and
their
builds
version
whatever
of
he wants.
Oregon Trail or
No,
Where in the World
it's
is Carmen
like
San Diego?
It's like digital Legos.
Oh.
So
do adults do it too?
Oh yes, sadly.
Do you know any adults who do it?
My brother like would play it with his kids because he was into that stuff because he loved Legos.
Molsey, Clint Hurdle.
I love the Starkey part of this. Thank you. So what was that, a cameo?
Oh wait, there's one more where he's not done.
And one more thing, you were right. I should have started Jay Happ, the 2015 Wild Card game.
Yes.
My bad. Isn't it easy to second guess? When you first guess, you got to get it right. When you second guess, you got 2 shots at getting it right. Anyway, Jay Happ. Not a bad option. Huh. Can we do it over? Think we can get everybody together and try it again? Happy Father's Day, Chris. Have a wonderful, wonderful time. Let's go, Bucks. Thanks for your support. I'm sure you were supporting the manager when I was there, right? Never second-guessed the manager. Rooted for the manager? Well, anyway, I know you pulled for the team. What a beautiful place to play. What a wonderful city to work in. And I was honored to be your manager. And I was honored to be a part of the community. Let's go, Bucks.
Thank you, Pony.
On the day of Pirates and Rockies. How about that?
I didn't know he was I'm assuming that's cameo stuff.
He just wanted to reach out.
Molsey, nice. Clint Hurdle.
We got to keep that one forever.
Molsey.
Hey, Molsey.
Former Pirates manager Clint Hurdle.
I like that you got Jay
Happ in there. My favorite talk show host when I was back in the Berg. Much better than Starkey.
Oh, I like that. Man, I thought about this. Thank you for doing that. For getting Clint to send me that message. This is, because I'm thinking of Stella's birthday, this is your first Father's Day.
Yep.
Any big plans?
What do you define as big plans? We got a cookout plan for Sunday.
That's all good. That's all you need. So what do you feel like you've learned that you didn't know in 1 year in here?
You have no time.
Yeah? Or you have to have a very understanding wife. Like I sneak out to play golf in the mornings now to try to just
But
get
I
my
thought
little
I was busy
recreation
before. Now I'm actually busy.
Well, you're a maniac with like, you watch more sports than anyone that does this job, even stuff you don't have to watch. You read like an enormous amount.
More than the morning show guys?
I think so. Barely, though. I know those guys are very, they're scholarly between the two of them. Doran, I know, a Rhodes Scholar practically.
Do you read books on the beach?
I've never read a book in my life.
I don't know that I've really read a non-Harry Potter book since college. I really don't think that I have. I hear Donnie in his trivia questions. I'm like, I mean, he probably reads. Good for him.
What were the
Cal, when's the last
questions
time
that
you read
had
a
him
book for
thinking
pleasure?
you read,
Like
by
a
the way?
book, like
pleasure.
Yeah,
I
like
believe
a
the
novel.
gentleman's name was Jefferson.
All right, we're good.
Dude, were you
this
ask-
show's got you on lock.
Were you asking, like, highbrow Jeopardy-esque questions to these guys who wants to be a millionaire? Like, $100,000 questions?
No,
near
not
the
even
end?
close. I mean, I'm not that much of a reader, but I'm certainly not as bad as that, which I guess is nice to
What's
report.
more
I mean,
embarrassing?
I was asking who the president of the Confederacy was.
I believe the gentleman's name was Jefferson.
Do we have that?
Oh, you got it in there.
How do you say first gentleman?
You
He's
got
a
it in
traitor.
there.
He's a traitorous bastard who deserved to be hanged.
A gentleman is someone who holds the door open for you, not
yes.
Secedes from the nation.
The secessionist president
Who
of,
was the
of an
president
illegitimate state.
of the Confederacy?
Nah, it wasn't Andrew Jackson.
No, it was not. He was the United States president.
Hold on.
He was in the first 10.
I know the gentleman's first name. Jefferson is the first name.
Do you know what Bechtold was doing there? Because I think I have tried to pull this stunt in the quiz show before. You hear that defeated tone. there was a small part of him hoping it actually was Andrew Jackson so that somebody would go, that's actually correct, and then he would have
Well, you
perked
did
up
that
like
yesterday
coffee.
with the baseball players. You're like, it's not the Red Sox. Oh, it is the Red Sox, Chris.
Well, the ones that I was proud of yesterday were
Bill Whitaker.
that doesn't sound like a real player, only to hear you say, you're right, it's not. I threw in some fake names.
A gentleman is someone that helps an old lady cross the street, not declares war on the United States of America.
And not for a good reason either, I might add, for the worst reason.
What are we doing here? Did you confront Callis about that at the event yesterday, Donnie?
I was a little bit concerned about what those two picked up in history class. I mean, I feel like that was a softball.
He had great table manners.
I threw him another softball later with the beer question, and that one was even worse.
We don't have this. Hold on. We don't have this thing clipped because it happened off the air. But I made a bet. I said, Edmonton's playing in the Stanley Cup final. We know Callis only cares about baseball, but I'm willing to bet he has no idea what province Edmonton is in Canada. Alberta, of course, being the answer.
And guess what?
You asked him the question. Was his first answer not just Canada?
He said Canada.
And then he said North America. It's a continent.
Halsey, Clint Hurdle.
Malls.
I know that was.
But he remembered you because he came back around and called you Chris at the end of it.
No,
So there obviously is some recollection on Hurdle's part of maybe some.
I think Clint would
some
occasionally
Mueller takes that did not sit well with him.
Clint would occasionally get snippy with the media, which is his prerogative. I will say this. When he said, I think we can win 95 games before the 2013 season, I was one of many in the cacophony of laughter at what a preposterous prediction. But when they went 94-68, this is one thing I think I do better than most. I said Clint Hurdle shoved it basically back in all of our faces, and he was basically dead on accurate with that
I
team.
would also say Clint Hurdle is Casey Stengel compared to
Derek Shelton.
Derek Shelton.
He's the best manager I've seen manage the Pirates since Leland.
Donnie, would you agree with that? I mean, Clint Hurdle might as well
Easily
be
the
top
best.
Tony La Russa compared
second
to
best of my lifetime.
100%.
Easily.
He's the only Pirates manager that I've witnessed take them to the playoffs.
If you look at just regular season success, didn't his 3-year run yield more wins than Leland's? I think it did. 94, 98, 88. I think that was more than Leland.
88, 98.
I just want you to look up. Don't look it up. Tell me how many wins you think the Pirates had in those seasons in the Leland years.
There's
the
a
big
96 win season there, right?
1990. Okay, no, they actually did outdo them then.
96?
They went 95, 98, 96. I stand corrected. Okay. Man, those were some stacked teams. What a shame.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Hockey Talk is next.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
This update from Pinehurst is brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Tiger Woods, 1 under on the day. He's sitting right around that projected cut line at +3. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. The Bet Parks, they are a proud and official betting operator of the PGA Tour U.S. Open underway right now. Second round at Pinehurst. You can make futures bets right now on who wins it all this weekend, like a $25 wager if you want on Rory McIlroy or $25 on Patrick Cantlay. 25 on Scotty Scheffler, not looking good right now. Buccos baseball tonight against Colorado in Colorado. You can live bet while you watch the game on the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. Bet the first 3 innings, first 5 innings, or the whole game. You can bet player performances, hits, home runs, strikeouts, and more. It's safe, it's simple, it's easy to use. Bet Parks, only app I use and recommend. Right now, with the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app, a great offer for new users. Download the Bet Parks online casino and sportsbook app. Get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. BetParks.com for details. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. Bet Parks. You must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Ohio, Maryland, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, wants you to join in on all the carnage, all the crazy shots, and all the major action this week at Pinehurst. Right now, all customers get a profit boost every round of the U.S. Major. That means you can boost your outright winners, your longest drive bets, and so much more. Plus, bet on finishing position and get paid in full for ties. You won't see any other sports books doing that. Scotty Scheffler, coming off this latest tournament, has a pretty good bet, but you might want to look for some underdogs here too. So don't wait. Go to FanDuel.com/Starkey to get started and take advantage of your profit boost every round at Pinehurst. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're back with Taylor Fournier at Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Last month you said more to come, so
last month we introduced our free 3RP lease protection program.
Another Three Rivers exclusive, and
now everyone can shop Three Rivers completely renovated outdoor customer-centric facilities. We've renovated both our new and pre-owned outdoor showrooms. New lighting, banners, window graphics, 24/7 lot access, immediate price quotes, and free 3RP. We remain Pittsburgh's lease leader that's customer-centric, customer-centered shopping.
Customers can cruise the lot after regular hours and Sundays.
That's right. And during the Make This the Summer of Jeep event, you can drive a new 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee L Limited from as low as $569 a month.
To experience Three Rivers customer-centric car shopping and get all the details, shop JeepUpPittsburgh.com or get to the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard and look for the humongous yellow Jeep in the sky.
We are Pittsburgh's customer-centered Jeep store.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Time for an oil change? Right now, you can save on Valvoline Restore and Protect, the only oil that restores and protects your engine to like factory clean. You can also save on brakes, tools, and more during the Father's Day sale with dad-approved deals through June 16th. AutoZone Father's Day sale, now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Barkov and Rodriguez. Here's Barkov. He scores! Alexander Barkov makes it 4-1 Florida.
That dull Sean McDonough call comes your way at 2:36. Avoid costly water damage and eliminate gutter clogs with Gutter Helmet. Visit gutterhelmet.com. He was getting murdered.
Is he sick?
Last night.
Like, was he not well? Dealing with like a head. I'm serious. I'm asking you seriously.
Call up a Wischusen or somebody like that to do the game.
Wischusen's very good.
Steve Levy, have him do the game. Have John Butchergross.
And it's a goal.
That's what he did. First goal.
Then
and
when
a goal.
Kachuk had an assist and a
goal.
slick pass to set up Bennett, he was
Did
just
he bet
like,
Edmonton?
He was like, quiet no more.
I'd respect that. If he came out and said, yeah, I pulled an Al Michaels. I bet my ass off on Edmonton.
Those guys aren't forbidden from doing that, are they?
Well, I don't know.
If he were to come out and actually, like Michaels and Musburger, the beauty was they would, of course, nod to, and it was almost always the over-under. They wouldn't bet a team. They'd bet over-under. And that was the charm of it. They would never outwardly say what they bet, but you could tell.
Hockey Talk has actually inspired today's draft at 3:30. Because I think Barkov is the most underrated player in the NHL.
He's very, very
He
good.
is given McDavid and Draisaitl fits this entire series.
very
For people
good.
that have watched it, he's been the best player by far, even better than Bobrovsky. He's probably going to win the Conn Smythe and get his due as like the new great 200-foot player like Sid.
He's been around for a while, so it's not like he's not
getting his flowers finally.
The dude is almost a point-a-game guy through about 750 games.
So-
Like, you know what he is? I'll tell you something about him. If he hadn't spent his entire career as a Florida Panther, you would know a lot
If he's
more
on
about
an
him.
original 6 team or a Canadian team, I agree with that.
If he's on the Boston Bruins, you'd be sick of hearing
By
about
the way,
Barkov.
Craig, our boss, had no idea about the provinces in Canada either.
Hold
he
on,
thought
dude.
Toronto was the province.
Hold on. I'm going to verbatim say this because I should have known not to do this around Craig. I'll air Craig out badly here. Craig was not the biggest hockey fan. Like
His wife,
writ large, she is a huge Maple Leafs fan.
she
okay?
was. I don't know if she still
I think
has
she
the
still is.
fanatical behavior.
I
with
think
them.
she still is. She's a big Tennessee sports fan, like UT, and then she's a big Maple Leafs fan. But Craig, I knew he was never a huge hockey guy. He would pay attention to the Penguins, and we would kind of make jokes about it when he would produce the show.
He's the type of guy that would watch the first game. He's like, man, that was fun. I think I'm going to watch
And then
every game
forget.
this year. And then he's out by game 5.
Exact 100%. Like me with a TV show. He goes, I got to be honest, it was like his brother-in-law or my cousin texted me. I had no idea Utah was getting a hockey team, which is insane.
Well, he made a great point, though, about what's going on with that whole situation. Because they're going to be called the Utah Hockey Team.
I love it. I'm a hockey club, HC, Utah HC. I love it.
Here's his take.
I
They're going to
absolutely
do
love
it for 1 year so people buy all of that merch.
And then it's going to win the drawing. I
No,
think.
another team name is going to pop up, and then people are going to have to buy new gear all over again.
So you think it's
a
just
double-up situation.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, if they have a fan vote and people vote hockey club, could be
I
some
think they'll
voting
rig it
irregularities.
and make sure Yetis wins or something,
I-
or
see,
soakers.
Ah,
Donnie,
yes.
do you get what the soaking means?
Yeah, we've gone over this.
Would you like to explain it to our audience?
No.
Would you like to explain it to our audience?
Instead of getting it on, they can do something else where they're just in contact with each other.
Well, it's like they're at the starting line,
yeah.
but they never turn over the engine.
Uh,
No, I'll tell you this, though. The provinces thing, I thought, come on, Craig will at least know what Ontario is. He's been there enough. Had no idea. He said, isn't Edmonton the province? Isn't Toronto the province? We're doing nothing in this building to dispel the notion that we're ignorant
Did
Americans.
you see the national anthem performed there last night, and it went bonkers? People loved that "Oh Canada" was back for the Stanley Cup final.
I didn't
before
see the
Game
anthem.
3 went viral. We need to get Mary Hours here for the hot dog eating contest on July 3rd to sing the national anthem to kick off the producer hot dog eating contest.
You and I love the Canadian anthem. We think it's a better anthem than the
Well, she'll
Star
have to
Spangled Banner.
perform that too because we have a Canadian in the field.
Who?
Nellie's family is Canadian.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Southern Ontario.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Are they Quebec?
But because he has Canadian blood, we have to perform both.
Do you think Mary could do what they do in Montreal,
Which
where
is switch to French?
They switch to French halfway
If she
through?
practices, I bet she could. She's going to perform at a Steelers game this fall.
The Canadian anthem is just so damn good.
Did you see Balding Malkin?
Yeah, man.
What did you think?
Just shave the hair completely.
As a baldy to another guy with hair loss.
For those of you watching on the video, Gino, embrace it, brother. You got tens of millions of dollars in the bank. Like,
why not go
no
the
one's
Brian
gonna care.
Urlacher, Drew Brees route and
The cheap hair
go
plug
fake
look?
hair?
Like the hair. Urlacher's is some of the worst fake hair I've ever seen. It made Marv Albert look like he had a natural head of hair.
Like, I'm sure if he goes over to Russia, they probably have all kinds of experiments over there. He might come back with a fro next season.
Comes back like Bob Ross, the painter.
He comes back with like a blonde mullet.
I think you either have to go all in on really high quality hair plugs or surgery, whatever it is, or just do what I did, man. This is as long right here.
Yeah.
This is as long as my hair will
How
be the
often
rest
do
of
you
the
have
summer.
to shave it?
When I'm actually like disciplined and using the little thing I bought, I'll shave it every other day, and it takes the first time, like shaving this down will take a little while, but once I do that, if I get into an every other day routine, Pony, 90 seconds and my hair's cut.
Also, Donnie, did you see the picture of Ovechkin playing pickleball?
I was going to get to that. Yeah, I think that's much worse than Gino's hair.
It's much worse than Kessel.
He looks like he's about 275.
He does.
He looks...
and he doesn't even look like he has the strong hockey legs.
I was going to say that, too. Like, he looks very heavy on the top half.
Yeah, he doesn't...
He's so wide.
If the legs feed the wolf's been eating too much. I mean... That wolf is really...
And he was so sweaty. Did you see? I sweat stains, too.
Donnie, you can probably...
You look like Harry Callis at the marathon playing wiffle ball with us.
Donnie, you can probably relate to this. One of the Awaken 180 side effects in a good way is the less you weigh, the less you generally sweat. Like, weather that used to cause me to sweat instantly now, I don't because I weigh so much less. When it goes that bad in the other direction... he was soaking that thing.
I tweeted out the pic and I said, I think I look better now that I have a personal trainer. And of course, it's Twitter, so people are like, you're an idiot, you're a complete moron. I think you, who usually, dunk on me for my physical appearance,
he doesn't look good for. We hear about some of these guys, they put on a lot of weight and then lose it again in the off season. He looks like playing pickleball was taking everything he had.
Yes. I agree with that.
Like, he looks huffing and puffing.
Does he smoke cigarettes?
You see the other two guys in the picture? The one guy's kind of like lanky, but the other guy in the white shirt looks like a really high-end athlete. I don't even know who he was in the picture with. He just kind of looks like a dad who came out to play pickleball and try it.
A second John Butchergross reference. He says in here to Ovechkin, he tweeted out the picture too. He said, please, no more soda and Cinnabon. My man's eating Cinnabon? Have you seen the amount of calories that are in one of those cinnamon rolls? It's like 300 calories of cinnamon and sugar and...
Yeah, that's why people like it. But he's Ovi.
Yeah, and a soda drinker, just like Kessel, apparently.
Hold on, I got a problem with Bucci's tweet, though. Bucci is from Steubenville, the burb of the burg. Soda, Bucci?
Yeah,
Call
that's
it
a pop thing. I agree.
Who are you, Bucci?
I mean, he looks like he's got man boobs in the picture, man.
He looks like a dad at the beach who's just gotten done playing a game on the beach.
Right.
And also...
Who said he could, kick his kid's ass in the game and really had to go hard to do it.
Yeah, it's not a great look for him.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy Low 56. Coming up next, we have a candidate for the dumbest Steelers take of 2024, and it didn't come from me or Chris, but first a headline. No headline. Time out, and we're right back.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, here to tell you about my podcast called Search Engine, voted one of the best new podcasts by Time Magazine, Vogue, and The Economist. We answer fascinating questions about business, tech, and history. Questions like, who should be in charge of artificial intelligence? Or, how did ADHD medication get so popular so fast? Listen and follow Search Engine with PJ Vogt and Odyssey Podcast. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
2% cash back on every swipe, a balance transfer of just $3.99. Holy smokes, it's the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Visa Card Promotion. Dan Zhang really inviting you to unlock a world of rewards. Terms and conditions at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
All right now you get a bonus day to save, Pittsburgh, during Window Nation's semi-annual sale right now through June 30th.
Get quality, affordable windows. It's a really big deal. They've extended their sale, giving you 50% off all windows, along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule an estimate right now, you get a bonus 10% off. If your old windows, they're thin, they're rotted, they're broken, they're just not good, it's a big deal. That means Window Nation needs to step in and help you out right now. Pittsburgh's weather is just crazy. Window Nation wants to help you out. So listen, sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Do not miss your chance to save. You give a call right now, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com. Do it today.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
Thinking of popping the question? Diamonds Direct has an offer you can't miss. This month only, buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. No one provides education, selection, and value like Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet from your friends at Diamonds Direct won't last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities. More golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
As a manufacturing professional, there's a lot that keeps you up at night. From equipment malfunctions to unplanned downtime, your operations demand constant attention. Finally, there's a solution, thanks to Maintain X. All across the greater Pittsburgh area, manufacturers are eliminating unplanned equipment and operational downtime with Maintain X. Maintain X is the asset management system that brings your maintenance downtime to zero. With Maintain X, leading enterprises like Titan America have improved production where it matters most. Equipment uptime and on-time delivery increased by more than 40%. Maintain X lets you build preventative maintenance schedules, manage work orders in real time, and access the data you need to make better decisions. Make unplanned downtime a thing of the past. Right now, you can try Maintain X for free. Control the daily operations of your business by going to maintainx.com. That's maintain and the letter X.com.
Join Mark Patrick seminars and stop smoking now without cravings, irritability, weight gain, or your money back.
Totally changed my life.
It's amazing.
I don't have any cravings.
You want to quit, but have found it impossible? This is the thing for you. I have absolutely no craving. It's the darndest thing I have ever seen in my life.
It's not for entertainment. It's for results.
Do it. It works. Period.
You've tried everything else. You need to come and try this.
Early bird special, only $49.99 guaranteed. No irritability, no cravings. Because don't just cut down, but stop smoking once and for all. In addition, use hypnosis to lose all the weight and destroy unwanted cravings. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the DoubleTree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center on Rhode Road in Churchill. Weight loss seminar 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking seminar 8 p.m. Sign up at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Dorn Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Dorn, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Share the fun of 2 parks in one at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-sized rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Thinking of a new vehicle as spring approaches? Think South. South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. This month, they have deals that you can't miss. 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee payments starting at $299 for 36 months. Or the 2024 Jeep Compass Limited with payments starting at $219 for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for lease details.
Where do you go when you want great greens? Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf, home of the only Jack Nicklaus signature golf course in the state. Relaxation, the spa at Rocky Gap for massages, facials, and more. Dining options, Rocky Gap for upscale cuisine and low-key sports bars. Visit RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
No matter how large or small your digging project may be, no matter how urban or rural, you must always call 811 before any digging project. 811 is our national one-call number, alerting your local utility companies to come out and mark any lines they have near your dig site. So before you do this or this, make sure you do this. For digging projects big or small, make the call to 811. Brought to you by Common Ground Alliance.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates in Colorado to tap the Rockies tonight at 8:40. The leadoff show comes your way at 7:45. We don't know a Pirates starting pitcher yet because we don't think they'll use a starting pitcher to begin tonight's game. It'll be a reliever and mostly a bullpen game. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more Pony and Muller.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We have a candidate for dumbest Steelers take of 2024.
What did Crowley say now?
I still can't get over that the only time he was reading books in his life was when he was in college. Of all the times to put reading on the back burner, it's when you're surrounded by people your age with no adult supervision and
hormones running absolutely wild.
There's booze, beer, and sex everywhere. And he was curled up in a ball in his room reading
about
Give me
Hogwarts.
a Harry Potter title,
Hogwarts.
please, Donnie. Can you find the list
The
of Harry
Prisoner of
Potter?
Azkaban.
The Sorcerer's Stone.
The Deathly Hallows.
Yes. Hey, Adam, come outside. We're burning couches. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading about, what was the bad guy's name?
Is it Voldemort?
Voldemort's up to no good again.
He was a bad guy. Adam gets an AIM message from a girl that's like, hey, what are you doing? My roommates are gone. I'm sorry. I'm reading about Harry Potter and how he's going to master, what's the game they would play? What's the sport they would play, Donnie? Are you aware?
Quidditch.
Oh, Quidditch, yes. I'm reading about Harry. He's starring in Quidditch right now. Sorry, can't come over.
Sorry, I'm reading Harry Potter and the Gobbler's Knob from 2000.
Is it more embarrassing
Actually,
to say...
it's called The Goblet of Fire.
Is it more embarrassing to say you haven't read a book basically ever, which is, I think, what Doran more or less said, or to say what Crowley said?
I think Crowley's is worse. Because the timing of it and the book choice.
I do, too.
Here's an interesting take, just breaking news that came in, then we'll get to this worst take. And by the way, 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Mm-hmm.
The Astros just released Jose Abreu.
How bad is he right now?
This is when breaking news happens and you just go right to Baseball Reference and pull up the old stat sheet. Give me the back of the baseball card, please.
He's hitting 124. He is a 361 OPS. He is worse than Rowdy Tellez.
So is Big Daniel Vogelback, who got cut today.
Man, I guess Jose Abreu, you figure he's getting into his late 30s and just physically fell off a cliff.
MVP.
Oh, that guy was a monster.
Yep.
He was a monster.
From Cuba. You think you could have lived in Cuba back in the day? You think you could have survived the raft ride from Cuba to Florida?
No. Isn't half of that luck of the draw, too? Like, I mean, you hit stormy seas.
Well, that Diana girl swam it, remember?
Yeah, but I thought people, decided that some of her swimming
BS
feats
on that?
were a little bit of BS. I thought people called BS on that.
All right, so I have the dumbest Steelers take of 2024.
I'm ready. Just, come on. This is Friday. It's a fun day in the summer. Let's go.
This comes from Emmanuel Acho of Fox Sports 1.
I love that Russ is a man of faith because he's going to need God to revive his career. But Pittsburgh is where quarterbacks go to die. Byron Leftwich, Mike Vick, their careers, they came to an end in Pittsburgh. Charlie Batch, his career came to an end in Pittsburgh. Dennis Dixon, his career came to an end in Pittsburgh. Kenny Pickett, his career as a starter came to an end in Pittsburgh. Mitch Trubisky, his career as a starter came to an end in Pittsburgh. Mason Rudolph, his career came to an end in Pittsburgh. Devlin Duck Hodges. Only dilemma I fall into with Ben Roethlisberger is Ben Roethlisberger was acquired by Mike Tomlin. All of these other quarterbacks that I'm naming and all these other quarterbacks that you see, Mike Tomlin, he didn't inherit them like he inherited Ben Roethlisberger. Every quarterback that Mike Tomlin acquired, they just, their careers, they come to an end there.
Dennis Dixon is by far the funniest one in there. The guy tore his ACL. What are we talking about here?
Acho just wrote a #1 New York Times bestseller called Saying Yes to Life Without Limits. I'm saying no to everything he says on TV. Brutal, dude.
Did he write it in crayon? Sam Acho, his brother, right? Yeah. Sam Acho, much more normal. Emmanuel Acho, I think, did wait a minute, I can get tons of clicks and I'll get noticed by saying the most asinine thing I can think of or the producers think of for me and tell me to say, lay it on me.
I think he is one of those guys that will say anything at any time if he thinks it'll get a reaction. I can't do it.
He said that Duck Hodges' career died here. He was an undrafted free
Dennis
agent.
Dixon. He was a 5th-round pick. What are we doing here?
Every team in the NFL has backup quarterbacks.
Mitch Trubisky's career as a starter ended.
So they put a graphic up when he was saying this. So I just
Charlie Batch was in like his late 30s.
So I just tweeted out the graphic. They put Gradkowski on it. They said that Bruce.
Kind of upset he left out Tommy Gunn.
Right? His career was just Bruce was on a rocket ship at that point. He came to Pittsburgh. He wanted to hang out with his family again, and Mike Tomlin took out a knife and just cut him to ribbons and murdered his career.
Brian St. Pierre, his career went down the tubes when he went to Pittsburgh.
Tanner Morgan never saw the field after Pittsburgh.
He named Mason Rudolph, who is, I think, dare I say, in a chance where he could be a starter by the 3rd or 4th game of the season if Will Levis sucks with a new coach there.
If anything, it
career not
resurrected
dead.
here.
Yes.
I don't
These people are making millions of dollars. Look, I love doing local radio and being in Pittsburgh. That's why I married Amanda, and that's why we had our daughter here, and I don't really think I'll ever leave. But, like, it does annoy me when human beings like this are allowed to get on TV and say stupid bleep like this.
Yeah. Well, does it make you wonder? I'd like to think that
they heard him say this in the back, or
I'd
did
like
they
to think
go to him and
no,
say?
they told him, hey, can you do this? We came up with it.
Why
It's
don't you
ridiculous.
go on the air and say that Charlie Batch's career fell off a cliff when he went to the Steelers?
Say that Mitch Trubisky's career finally died. I'd like to think that the only thing holding me back from being that kind of guy is some actual shame. But it does, you know what, it bugs me? He makes a lot more money than I'll ever make. And I just think to myself, could I have played my cards differently, gone out there with the expressed purpose to just humiliate myself on the air every day, but be reaping the benefits as a result? I'm sorry, I also got distracted in the middle of that by Jose Abreu's Cuban League numbers. Insane. Jose Abreu, Donnie, in 2010, for the Cienfuegos of the Cuban League, I guess it is.
Yeah.
He hit .453. His OPS in 293 plate appearances was 1583. He was Barry Bonds for several years in a row in the Cuban League in his 20s. 453.
Well,
Forget about the splendid splinter.
Someone just tweeted out Wayne Gretzky stats the other day from when he was 11 years old. 85 games, 378 goals. 517 points.
Wait a minute. So he was averaging almost 5 goals a game.
Yep.
And then 517 divided by 85 would be what? He was averaging over 6 points per game.
Yep.
Dude, just imagine you're scoring like 4 goals and assisting on 2
also,
every single game.
Also, great bookkeeping by the Canadians. He played for the Brantford Nadarovsky Steelers.
Brantford? I know Brantford's in Ontario, a province.
Maybe Nadarovsky is like the sponsor, and then the team name was the Steelers.
I just assumed Molson and Labatt would sponsor every team up there. Maybe the Keg Steakhouse or whatever
I'll tell you what, though, today with sports, you better believe 11-year-old, those little kids, their stats are getting tracked big time now, man. Just wait till you get into baseball, youth baseball with Lennox and Ace. It is intense.
12-year-old baseball, I hit 683.
Congratulations on all your success. I don't think that's as good as Kabali, who apparently was Babe Ruth.
I think he was Lloyd McClendon, basically, as a 12-year-old. Kabali was the tyrant, the feared tyrant of the Mon Valley.
But my neighbor, King Howie, he was at a youth softball board meeting for 3.5 hours the other night.
For what?
What are you talking about?
Are they allowed? Did they bring coolers and drink?
I hope so.
Man, I think it's actually
it's just an excuse to go have some wings and beer and
with
BS
your buddies.
with people.
Yeah. I think it's messed up that they're keeping like serious stats on kids like that. Like, oh, she only hit 320.
You can go to an app on your phone that recorded the kids at bat, and you can watch it back in slow motion and from different angles and
Ken
stuff.
Ken Carman always uses that app. What's it called? I've seen him tweet like his kids.
DoorDash?
I've seen him tweet it though. I think there's a market for it, I should say, but I think it's messed up, dude.
What was the show that they had that was based on the kids that like
from Aliquippa?
The Tyke football team where they came out on
Friday Night Tykes
motorbikes and they had
like
pyrotechnics and stuff.
I thought that show was
and
really.
And the coaches are like, "You better take someone's head off here within the first 5 plays."
They did the NFL jacked up supercut for like 7-year-olds. What are we doing here as a society?
Do you think on Father's Day weekend, do you think you'll get intense into your kids' sports like that?
No, no, because Lennox has genuinely never shown real interest yet in a sport.
But if his friends start when he goes to regular school, he's going to want to do it.
He's his own man, though, right now at 5 years old.
wanting you to go to jail.
Oh, yeah. I mean, doesn't want me to be his dad anymore, wants me to go to jail.
Is that because you're the bad cop at home?
He's a moody...
Ballsy, Clint Hurdle.
Thank you. No, he's a very strong-willed kid. You tell him he can't do something instead of, like, my dad was laughing today because they came over to watch him like they do most Fridays where Alex is working. And I just heard my dad, I wasn't even in the room, just say to Lennox, "Oh, you've got so much to learn," meaning you're going to learn it all the hard way. Because my dad won't put up with his crap. And he'll just repeatedly tell Lennox no. Lennox can, like, scream in his face and get mad, and he just goes, nope.
Have you ever heard the line about how you spend the first year of your life trying to get your kids to walk around and talk, and then you spend the next 17 years of your life trying to get them to sit down and shut up?
No, but that's a good line.
Isn't it?
Lennox it
was actually Jefferson Davis who came up with that.
I believe the gentleman's first name was Jefferson.
I still can't get over that.
No, Lennox came into our room today. Alex was already gone, and I was like fighting off a little head cold in the morning. He goes, Dad.
Does he sound like the Grim Reaper?
Yeah,
he Crypt Keeper from
mutters. Yeah, he mutters from like the side of my bed. I know where he is. He's looking out the window next to our bed, and he's like, Dad.
Your time is up.
He's like, when can we go downstairs? I just said, go down there by yourself, and you can go play your Switch. I don't care.
And then he gets mad at you that you're not playing with him?
No, here's the thing. He's scared of being downstairs, even in broad daylight by himself.
Coming up at 3:30, Friday draft, most underrated Pittsburgh athletes.
One for each team, right? So we're going Pitt.
Yeah, we can do that again.
I think the one for each team. Now, do we do Pitt hoops and Pitt football to make a nice starting 5 here?
No, because you can't have an odd number in a draft.
One Pitt. So it could be basketball or football.
Yep. Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Donnie has a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Florida with a commanding 3-0 lead in the Stanley Cup Final. The Panthers beat the Oilers last night 4-3. Game 4 tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington, North Hills. They want to help you out this summer. They know that everybody's out there trying to stretch a dollar. Of course you are. You're looking for value in every walk of life. And if you need a new car or a new SUV, you might be exceptionally stressed about all that. You don't have to be. You just need to go to Shorkey Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi is delivering the goods. All these vehicles are tech-filled. They got all the bells and whistles. They look awesome. I'm driving an Outlander. More on that in a second. It's incredibly stylish. Now, when you go to Mitsubishi, there's also the peace of mind factor. 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. So speaking of that Outlander, 7-passenger capable. Now you can get into one just $29,900, or you can go with 3.99% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate. Outlander Sports now only $24,900. Eclipse Cross just $27,700, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months with a $500 rebate. And by the way, Shorkey Mitsubishi, they're also going to throw in 2 years of prepaid maintenance. The Mitsu that fits you, it's out there, and you can find it in Western Pennsylvania's best inventory. Shop the summer savings right now, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us every night from 10:35 to 11 p.m. as we present the Ireland Contracting Nightly Sports Call with hosts Bob Papiani and Richie Walsh, as well as a rotating cast of fan hosts. The Nightly Sports Call, brought to you by Ireland Contracting. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mr. Rooter, MrRooter.com.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Now that we've talked about Trevor Lawrence, why don't we move on and talk about how that impacts the next guy? Dak Prescott. Jerry, what exactly is your plan here? Because while Jerry sits around not signing Dak, that price continues to go up. The meter is running, old man. Are you hoping that the quarterback market will stabilize or just go down? Because it never does. It only goes up. I'm Jim Rome.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I never thought I'd be so excited about windows. Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with Renewal by Andersen windows, and they are hands down superior to any window I've ever had in any home I've lived in. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material that's beautiful like wood, but low maintenance like vinyl, and available in 9 exterior colors. Now is a great time to upgrade your windows with Renewal by Andersen. Until June 29th, you can buy any window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off when you buy 4 or more. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase, and affordable payment options are available. Call 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for additional details.
There are two things everyone loves: saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940, or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Traffic is pretty backed up on the inbound side of the Parkway East. You're seeing delays approaching the Wilkinsburg exit until you get through the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
It's spring cleaning time for your car. Keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wetco Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Friday draft in 15 minutes. Most underrated Pittsburgh athletes of all time. We'll pick the draft order in a few seconds. At 3:48, Mike Tomlin goes viral for something. Mark Cabali next hour, too. Pirates game tonight on the Fan at 8:40. I'm not sure who's doing the game for us. There is Fartgate going on right now with the Pirates broadcasters. There is a controversial fart discussion that is happening. Have you heard the fart audio, Chris?
I have heard the fart audio, but
Donnie, have you?
I'd like to hear the fart audio again.
Yeah,
frankly.
I think we need to review it again. I have heard it,
I have to go back to the tape.
95 and higher considered hard hits. Barrel balls, I guess you'd say. Barrel ball. I guess you'd say.
I didn't really hear that.
You're not hearing that?
I didn't hear the fart.
You're not hearing a fart?
Barrel balls, I guess you'd say. Barrel balls, I guess you'd say.
Right there. That.
Man, the last time I heard it, it sounded much clearer than that.
You heard a clear fart?
Yeah.
Does this recording maybe get them off the hook?
A little bit. I heard a clear as day, like a...
Maybe Donnie can find a clear fart audio. Maybe there's a clip out there that he can find on the internet of this. No? You're saying you can't? You think that's the best we've got?
How can that be the best we've got?
I could look.
Please do some detective work.
I just don't hear a fart there.
Well, Greg and Neil went back on the air the other night and tried to defend themselves in this discussion.
Yeah, he just kind of quietly does it. All of a sudden, you start seeing it. As we said earlier, he doesn't toot his own horn. By the way, folks at John Boy and Awful Announcing, Randy Bauman, our buddy, tuned in the game last night. Sometimes they don't report the truth. All fouled off, right?
But we're happy that everybody's watching and listening.
And listening very closely to what they think they hear.
Very closely. Happy to say that I'm feeling okay today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great.
Okay.
Was feeling good last night, too, by the way.
Me as well.
I know they're concerned. And down on strikes, 5 Ks for Sonny Gray. I don't know if you could say he squeaked one by Reynolds, but he strikes him out.
How does that audio make you feel about the fart?
Could it have been a leather chair situation? Hot in St. Louis? Maybe a chair that is conducive to making a fart noise?
I hear it doth protest too much. Answer.
Oh, I think there was a fart. I mean, I think it was a fart. And I think,
why not own it? Why is it so unprofessional in broadcasting that someone just can't come on the air?
Of the two of them, who do you think?
I think Neil. I think the professional athlete thinks he can slip one by.
Yeah, why
not have to own it afterwards?
I'm more surprised that if it was Neil, he didn't want to own the fart. Brownie, I could understand. Hey, I'm the play-by-play man. There's some level of decorum here. I didn't cut one. Neil, though, if it was him, I'd revel in it. I'd be proud of it. Comfortable in the booth.
We hear this stuff happen like 5 or 6 times a year, and no one ever owns up to it, and they always blame it on other things.
I'll tell you right now, if I fart and it gets over the air, I will admit that I farted.
Has it happened to you before?
It happened on the show when it was me, Joe, and Josh Miller. Josh farted at Fox Chapel Golf Club. We were out on the course in a tent broadcasting. He farted at the very end of the show. Joe heard it on like a delayed reaction and reacted. Looked over at Josh, who was like in stitches because he had just ripped one so loud. Joe put his head down and couldn't stop laughing. And then just like throwing up, I looked at Joe laughing and just dissolved into laughter as I was trying to keep it together. It ended.
Was it addressed on the air?
It ended. The segment ended because it was like the second to last segment of the show, and this was when Ryan was our boss. So he hated shenanigans like that, right?
He hated all kinds of bodily function discussion.
He just hated that stuff, and it ended. The segment ended with Josh just leaving our broadcast setup because he couldn't even come back and finish the show.
What are you?
Worse.
Not really.
Worse. It ended with me in like heavy tears of laughter, just muttering into the microphone, "Something happened here. We'll be right back." And me and Joe took several minutes to collect ourselves.
Did you find a clear audio sample of it, Donnie, or no?
Well, the first thing that popped up and probably the best sounding one was the one you just played, where they mention.
So the one you have on your computer right now is the same sounding one? Let's see. Can you play it? Can we just maybe compare? Can we test it?
95 and higher considered hard hits. Folks.
Did you hear it there?
Better now, but it almost sounds like Greg saying, but now I did hear it better now.
95 and higher considered hard hits.
I hear it now, but it almost sounds like Greg talking. It sounds like he's saying, Now, I know he's not. I know it's somebody farting.
95 and higher considered hard hits.
Donnie, you have friends who work for Pittsburgh Sportsnet. What are they saying about this fart in question? Anything?
See, I have a good friend who does. He doesn't think it was a fart.
So he thinks it was him saying,
What does he think it is?
I think he just thinks it was like a random
chair noise,
awkward sound that just sounds like a fart.
I need someone to come out and tell me Give me a plausible explanation for what happened. Why am I hearing a squeaky
leather chair, humid day?
Yeah, something like that.
Swamp ass could have been involved.
Do we know what kind of chairs they sit in St. Louis?
Probably the highest quality. Best chairs in baseball. Probably comfortable, like, office chairs, I would think.
I mean, almost prone to, like, stand because the chairs are so nice.
If I did in a chair made that noise, I would come on the next day and I would try to get the chair to make the same noise again.
What if the chair, it's like the springs in the chair itself, like the chair is groaning under weight?
It could have been one of those, like, they try to move it and
That's
the leg
what I
makes
mean.
the sound.
You sit on a leather couch in the summer, you can have some skin farts. You know, you're like sitting on somebody's couch, it's leather, maybe you're wearing shorts, and then you try to move and the couch basically burps at you. That's plausible. You guys know I'm not pulling that.
No, I know you're not.
But I think that there was
They
a
just
fart,
seemed
and I think they should own it.
They were very defensive about it. That's all.
I think Greg understands, though, that it's good attention. Any publicity is good publicity. Fart publicity or otherwise.
Do you think his higher-ups like Mark Garda, the director of broadcasting, loved Fartgate?
Hey, we got picked up by awful announcing or whatever for a fart that might have gone out over the air. We got pushed out there.
See, I would think the opposite. Like, we didn't
The
make
site's name is awful announcing.
We didn't make it to John Boy or awful announcing
No, he said
because of something like really over the top we did, something that was like a example of a great call.
How
we
often
did
do
it
those
because of
Yeah, but how often do those sites traffic in what a great job so and so did with this call? They always look for the negative, farts or otherwise. I just think that's the world we live in.
The world we live in.
Mm-hmm. A lot of harping on the negative. Never any positivity being pushed.
Okay.
What are you punching up over
just
there?
I thought I could find something that maybe I thought made it onto that website for a completely different reason, but I don't know if I have it anymore. That's all.
Awful announcing? Or John Boy? Or Pitching Ninja? Now, I know for you, Pitching Ninja and John Boy, one and the same.
Oh, hold on here. Maybe I do have it.
The old ninja.
No, I guess I don't. All right. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. All right. Friday draft is next. Most underrated Pittsburgh athletes of all time. First, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight at 8:30. It could end by about 11 o'clock. Boston up 3-0 on the Dallas Mavericks. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Wiggle Whiskey, love it. Wiggle Whiskey in the Strip. The distillery is open, and it's gotten rave reviews. USA Today came out recently and said it's one of the top distillery tours in all of America. You're looking for something to do Father's Day weekend. Why not take Dad over to Wiggle and let him check it out? Cocktail making classes going on, too, there. All kinds of different spirits. Their Wiggle Reserve is their best whiskey yet. 4 years it aged. That's my opinion. In barrels, getting the perfect taste, perfect profile. 4 years sitting there. Rye, Pennsylvania straight bourbon. Also, you've got cocktails that are bottled that you can take with you. Gin, vodka, they've got all that too. So check it out today, Wiggle Whiskey.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the home for our Pittsburgh Pirates.
Here's the pitch. And a drive toward left center field. Over is McCutchen. McCutchen will have it. Raise the Jolly Roger!
Tune in or listen for free all season long on the Odyssey app.
This is going to be a fun journey because we're going to win.
The Pirates are back on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hello, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. I want beer. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad, me, enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet, drive a little, save a lot, Route 8 in Hampton.
The Phillies as a road dog. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Phillies make the short trip to Baltimore to face the Orioles this weekend with Ranger Suarez on the bump tonight. A potential Cy Young contender, Suarez and the Phils are plus 110 underdogs. The BetQL motto is on that dog. They have the Phillies money line as a 5-star best bet.
I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
But what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
It's time to start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. From the everyday essentials to your must-have branded favorites, Deals for Days has low prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. Don't delay. These discounted prices on your go-to groceries will only be available for a limited time. Learn more about Deals for Days at GiantEagle.com or dive into savings today at your local Giant Eagle or Market District.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Friday draft. PM team Friday draft every Friday at 3:30 in the summer. We draft. And today we're drafting the most underrated Pittsburgh athletes of all time. Need one Pirate, one Penguin, one Steeler, one Pitt player. Don't have to pick them in that order. Just need one of each on your team. Malsey has the first overall pick. I am in the 2-hole. And Donnie will be picking third. Who won last week's draft?
You tried to win the court of public opinion by just insisting you had the best draft.
Yes, that's right. And they agreed.
I felt pretty good about last week. I won.
The fewest people so far last week said that I had the best draft, which I think is insane.
And I got more love for my Matt Stairs pick on Twitter than you guys thought I would.
Well, there's a lot There's a lot of dumb people on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, name one.
I'm looking at them. That wasn't nice. That was not nice.
Someone behind me? Colin just walked by.
That wasn't nice of me.
Malsey, who's the first overall pick, Pittsburgh's most underrated athlete of all time?
Before I make my pick, I'm going to tell you that I'm doing something bold today, and I want the audience, they can respect or choose not to respect it. I'm going with people I actually watched play. What am I going to do? Say that Deacon Philippe in 1903 was underrated? I have no effing clue.
How about Dick Shot?
Johnny Dick Shot, Eagle Eye? I don't know. Big Poison and Little Poison? I didn't watch those guys. I wasn't alive. These are all my lifetime. And you know what? If that hamstrings me, so be it. The most underrated, we're doing one from each team. One from Pitt, one from the Steelers, Pirates, and Penguins. That's how this goes.
Yep.
Most underrated, number 1 pick. Number 82 in your program, number 1 in your heart, Yancey Thigpen.
Wow. Did not have him coming off the board first. You've already ruined your draft with 1 pick. Congratulations
Yancey
on all your lack of success.
In 1995 and 97 when he wasn't hurt.
Yancey Thigpen.
2 1,300-plus yard
seasons. Better off taking Tyler Thigpen
I don't
with
care.
Your first pick.
I'm not going to cheapen this by just going, who had the most WAR but doesn't really get enough publicity? No. I actually watched him play.
Yancey Thigpen first overall.
I actually watched him play. Criminally underrated player.
Wrong.
Yancey Thigpen.
Well, I'm not abiding by or listening to your
I don't care. They're my rules. I have honor.
Because I'm taking Al Oliver with the first pick.
He was on my
Pirates
board.
Outfielder. No, he wasn't, because you said guys like that never played in your lifetime.
He was on my board until I decided to go pure and go with guys I saw. But you've probably seen Al Oliver play because you've gone onto YouTube and watched every game that Al Oliver played in.
Hall of Famer right there.
Great hitter.
They don't win World Series championships in Pittsburgh without the great Al Oliver, who is not in the Hall of Fame and is not in the Pirates Hall of Fame either. And I think both are maybe not injustices.
Injustices?
Yes. But for the old heads out there, they will love the Al Oliver selection. Donnie, any argument for you on that
Career
one?
303
I like
hitter.
That one a lot.
No, it is a good pick.
I'm not going to abide by the guys I only watch play.
Fine.
Plus, I have a smaller period of time where I could have done so.
Good point.
One of the top names on my board, along with Al Oliver, Pony, I have to credit you with that pick. I'm going to go Andy Russell. You think of all-time great Steelers linebackers, he never gets mentioned because you have names like Ham and Lambert, who were right around that era. A couple of years after him, they sprung onto the scene, but they crossed over by a few years. And you have linebackers throughout the 90s and into the 2000s that were great. Russell, a 7-time Pro Bowler, 2-time Super Bowl champion.
Right back to you, Don.
Back to back. Most underrated Pittsburgh athletes of all time. Andy Russell is your Steeler.
I'm actually going to go with my Pirates one here. Obviously, Oliver, I thought, was the top pick when it came to Pirates. This guy I did get to see play, and I remember him fondly. I think Tony Watson is among one of the most underrated Pirates of the last quarter century.
Never even crossed my mind. Was he on your list, Mulsey? You watched him play.
All-time Pirates leader and holds a key piece of that bullpen.
Holds. The glamorous hold.
Guy over here is crapping on holds.
Hey, I think we could use some guys that can get holds right about now.
He was a very good lefty
I feel like the
bullpen
closer's more underrated from those teams.
Dancing with, Melanson.
Watson, all-time Pirates leader in holds. He also led to O'Neal Cruz becoming a Pirate. A
what
little
the hell
nugget
does
to throw
that
in there.
have to do with
Yeah,
anything?
if O'Neal Cruz was a 45 home run hitting MVP, I would say not only did he help him on the team, he helped him in a trade.
Is Mulsey going to draft Ricardo Rincon for that reason?
For that same
He'll just pick another Steelers 90s receiver.
I already picked a Steelers player, so I'm not going to do that, Donnie.
That would be against the rules of the draft.
Pony, you're up.
I am up. So you already have your Steeler, and Donnie already has the Steeler, so I can save my Steeler for the last pick.
Yes, you can. Oh, good. You can count.
You know what? Screw off.
And you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot. You really are ruminating over there. You don't have a defined pick yet.
You know what I'm going to go with here?
Very dramatic.
I'm going to go with Julius Page.
Pandering at all? I think people thought Julius was damn good when he was here.
His jersey number is not in the rafters.
Mm-hmm.
He's not, for whatever reason, looked at as Brandon Knight's equal.
Okay.
He played on more good teams than Brandon. He was in the, Sweet 16 3 years in a row, and in 4 straight Big East championship games.
One of the best defensive guards of all time.
Big East,
or not of all time, but I should say of his
Big
era.
East tournament MVP.
Where's his dunk over Boomche rank?
It's one of the 3 best plays in Pitt basketball history with Send It in Jerome.
What's the other one? Jamie calling timeout after a made hoop. A random made hoop.
You know what? Probably Fields' 3 against Duke.
What about Fields against Xavier?
Thought about that one too.
Fields against Duke was gratifying to watch.
You think that Julius is properly rated?
I just
feel
think
like he gets short shrift compared to the guys from that era.
Maybe. Let's go. Let's keep it going. Keep it all moving.
2 for Mulsey.
Unbelievably, I'm going to go with another guy who wore number 82. Marty Straka.
Oh my God, are you trying to deliberately throw this draft?
You're talking about underrated. The guy started his career with the Penguins, had a very good year, then was away for a while, then came back. And who was the next best player on those late 90s teams where Jágr was single-handedly keeping them afloat? There's an argument to be made for Marty Straka.
No one is listening to your rationale because everybody hates your draft so far. Kuiper would be comparing you to, what was the guy's name? Dick Tobin?
Bill Polian, I thought.
No, Bill Tobin.
He'd be giving you the Bill Tobin
I thought it
treatment
was
on
Bill
this draft.
Polian that he did.
No, it was Tobin.
Tobin?
Who just died.
Oh, that's right. R.I.P. to him.
Thigpen and Straka. What are you
We're
doing
talking
here?
underrated. Underrated means no one ever brings the guy up. Oh, so-and-so was really great. People talk about Al Oliver a lot.
That's
People
not what
talk
that
about
means.
Julius Page.
That's not what that means at all. It just means people, the hoi polloi, the general
Yancey
opinion is
Thigpen was
lower than it should be.
Was a very good receiver whose years with the Steelers where he put up 1,300 plus twice came on a team that hated passing the ball, that didn't have great quarterbacks. Marty Straka on some Penguins teams that people said were one-man teams was a point producer, a big-time point producer, and a very good player.
Keep talking yourself into it, Mulsey. Who's next?
You've both taken your Pirates player, so I can take my Pitt player strategically. This guy, always seen as a total creation of the guy he was throwing the ball to. I thought he was
Dickerson?
a tough SOB. I thought he was an underrated quarterback, and he had a big-time final year. Rod Rutherford. And if you disagree with that, Rod Rutherford will come and personally kick your ass, because I heard he was the toughest guy on that team by far. Perry Traditional Academy Zone, Rod Rutherford. Remember when he knocked out Jonathan Vilma going to the sideline, Pitt Miami down at the Orange Bowl? Vilma was trying to lay the wood as he was running out of bounds, and he just dump trucked him, man. Nothing? Absolutely nothing.
Donnie, any take on the Rod Rutherford pick?
I mean, I thought he was a good player. I was pretty young whenever he...
No take from the guy who watches more college football than the two of us put together.
I'll give it about a C+.
All right, all of your picks suck. The 4 picks you guys have made so far are just absolute ass.
Well, I'm taking another Penguin here.
You're going to take Ron Francis.
I'm taking Ron Francis. I wrote it down.
Yes.
I wrote it down.
Properly rated. Everyone knows how great he was.
No, they don't.
Oh, my God.
He gets lost in the shuffle behind Jágr and Mario. He's absolutely underrated.
I came incredibly close to swearing right there.
Yeah, I
really did.
I mean, I'm obviously too young. I feel like people absolutely know how good Ron
No, they do not.
was.
Thank you.
No, he never comes up.
Oh, yeah, never comes up. No one's ever mentioned Ron Francis. You're right. God, you are so full of it.
Well, we'll
Just
see
full
who
of
wins in the end, Mulsey.
Well, I actually am taking legitimately underrated players, and you're going, oh, one of the best 20 or so hockey players who's ever lived.
So Donnie, if you picked Al Oliver, you would have said that was against the spirit of the draft.
I think
he
that's
was like number 2 on his board.
I think that's your best pick so far.
So a guy that's borderline Hall of Fame. What Hall of Fame is Julius in? Exactly. He's getting the shaft.
Dunk Hall of Fame. Hall of Dunk.
Me here, right?
Yep, for 2.
I'm going to go with my Penguins player. Not as great as Ron Francis, which I think it's somewhat well known how great of a player Ron Francis was in his heyday.
But not enough people talk about it.
So say you.
I guess.
Next.
I'm actually going to go with Brian Rust as my Penguins pick. Was on the back-to-back Cup teams, 5 consecutive 20-goal seasons. Actually, I think coming off his best season. He only played 62 games this year, and he had 28 goals and 56 points. And he had some massive playoff goals in those runs. So I'm going to go Brian Rust.
Jeff in South Park on my side. Criminally underrated is Yancey Thigpen. Cheers to Chris. Jeers to Andrew.
Maybe he'll send you a picture of his wife's boobs for picking Thigpen. You can only be so lucky. Maybe that's why you did it, because you're hoping to appeal to Jeff to get the boobs pick sent to you. Your last pick, Donnie.
I feel like this one just near and dear to my heart. I don't know if it's necessarily an underrated player. I don't think he gets recognized a lot when it comes to all-time great Pitt football players because there are a lot of them.
Yes, a lot in the Hall of Fame.
There's no secret to that. This guy, though, may be among the best.
Little guy named Larry Fitzgerald.
That would probably be Pony's pick if he had another option. Nobody really talks about how Aaron Donald was.
You know who falls through the cracks? Shady McCoy.
Okay.
I'm going with my guy Tony Siragusa.
I'm fine with that pick.
Undrafted player.
That's my favorite pick of yours so far.
Turned into a dozen NFL seasons. A pretty big member of the arguably greatest defense of all time.
I like that pick.
And he also injured Rich Gannon, which made it a little bit easier for them to get to that Super Bowl.
My last pick is the strategic stealer, saving the best for last, James Ferrier. James Ferrier. Underrated.
Potsy.
The definition of underrated, Mulsey.
You know what? I'm proud of all three of us, though, and I'll say this, because I was waiting for one of you two to actually pick Aaron Smith.
But he's so talked about that he's properly rated.
Exactly. I was going to blast it to smithereens because all we ever heard, every single Steelers broadcast in the 2000s, how underrated is this guy, Aaron Smith? Well, not anymore, Jim, because all you guys do is talk about
This is why I think Ferrier's the perfect pick, because I actually believe at times he was their best defensive player and he was not identified as such.
I think you could have gone with a couple of – I think Lawrence Timmons is around that conversation, too.
Mulsey, Mr. Irrelevant.
This will be the one where you guys get the most mad at me because of how I do this, because you'll say he was rated perfectly. He even won an award.
Barry Bonds.
He played on some absolute dog crap Pirates teams, but for his time with the Pirates, he basically averaged 31 bombs, about a 285 average, and a 900 OPS. Jason Bay.
Oh. I wrote down another one there.
Giles.
Yes.
No, I think Giles, everyone knew how good he was. Bay was a really, really good offensive force for some really bad baseball teams. Plus, no evidence that he was using any chemical enhancement. Not that I really care about that.
He's Canadian.
He is from Trail, British Columbia.
I think he went to Gonzaga.
I think you're right.
All right.
Jason
the
Bay.
Teams.
Bayday!
Most underrated of all time. Al Oliver, Ron Francis, criminally underrated. James Ferrier and Julius Page for me. For Mulsey, Yancey Thigpen.
Why are you presenting it like that? You're trying to poison the waters
against me. He's doing what he did to me last week.
He's poisoning the waters.
With Red Hot Ed Ott.
Jim Rutherford and Jason Bay. Or Rod Rutherford.
Jim Rutherford? I'll trade you Rod Rutherford for two Marty Strackas.
You would have been better off with Jim.
Oh, give me a break.
And then Donnie, Andy Russell, Tony Watson, Brian Russ, and I did like Tony Siragusa. Fan Weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let KDK handle that. We'll let you tell us who won the draft. Tomlin went viral for something. We'll tell you what that is next. It's the PM team. First, I'm going to tell you guys about Weather Seal Home Services. Need a new roof? I'm going to recommend a metal roof from Weather Seal right now because they are nearly indestructible. So that means once you get one, you're not going to need to go out and get another one from Weather Seal Home Services. So why not? And the other thing about Weather Seal that we love and I've talked about for years now is that the interest when you sign up for a major project with them, you can pay it off and take your time because you get 60 months of interest-free financing with Weather Seal. That means no interest whatsoever until the year 2029. That's right, with Weather Seal Home Services. So why not take advantage of the fabulous deal they have right now with their interest-free financing with Weather Seal Home Services? They are the leaders when it comes to metal roof technology. They've got styles and colors like you can't believe. So sign up now. You can go to their website, get a free estimate there. WeatherSealHomeservices.com. That's WeatherSealHomeservices.com. Or you can call 877-351-SEAL.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh Sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thunderstorms will be wrapping up this evening, then overnight we'll start to clear those skies out. Temperatures are going to comfortably fall into the mid-50s, and tomorrow, great-looking day, highs near 80 degrees with lots of sunshine. Temperatures and humidity levels start to climb as highs get to near 90 on Father's Day. Next week, the heat is on for sure. From the KDKA First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see 2024 Miss Burlesque Sherry Noble Friday, June 21st and Saturday, June 22nd, only at Cheerleaders.
Looking for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $289 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Attention landowners, got big summer plans for your property? Then here's an offer from John Deere you'll really dig. Get 0% fixed rate APR for 60, 72, or 84 months on 1, 2, 3D, and 3E Series Compacts tractors. If you've always wanted to get in the seat of a powerful John Deere machine, now's a great time. Offer based on dealer participation. For complete finance details, call toll-free 1-800-468-8501 or online at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every shot, every goal, ESPN Bet has fans covered for the biggest moments on the road to the championship. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find special offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities throughout the playoffs. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's 888-265-9608.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're seeing some minor delays on the inbound side of 28. You'll be tapping your brakes from the 40th Street Bridge into the north side. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to cleaning your gutters forever. Eliminate gutter cleaning and protect your home year-round with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%. No money down, no payments for 1 year. Conditions apply. Gutter Helmet.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right. Let's take a look at the U.S. Open leaderboard. Our boy Nate Headley, or Neil Shipley.
That wasn't even close. Nate Headley?
Don Henley almost missing the cut.
Is at even par right now. 5 holes through his second round. The cut line is +3, so he is in good shape there.
I'll tell you who's in bad shape right now. Andrew Filipponi in this poll.
No, I'm not.
People in the comments. Yes, who in this world has underrated Ferrier and Francis? Francis is in the Hall of Fame. Mulsey by a mile. Quote, underrated Hall of Famer Ron Francis. Thank you. Thank you, Drew and C. Nasty.
Well, I'll tell you what, that being said, I'm still beating Donnie in this thing.
Look at him move those goalposts, buddy. Look at that, Donnie. He's got a big forklift, and he's just moving those posts wherever he needs to.
I'm not worried. You know what? I mean, I'll jump on Mulsey's side if I have to.
You've already cast your vote. You're not allowed to get a second vote. Do you have burner accounts that I don't know about?
Not physically. I'm just saying if Mulsey wins, I will be supportive of him.
So you guys are ganging up on me now.
You put a friggin' Hall of Famer in the National Hockey League as an underrated player.
Correct. The 5th all-time in points. Yeah, man, he is so
underrated.
underrated.
One talks about him as a top 5 hockey player of all time, hence he's underrated. You're making my point for me. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, that's right. They merely talk about him as a top 10 all-time player. Oh, no. Gadzooks. What are we going to do? Wow. Anyway. Tell you what, Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville are getting their money's worth out of this one.
Tiger Woods 5 over. The cut line is +3. He is through his front 9. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more Pony and Miller.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Pony and Miller, live and local, just like Mike's.
You know what? I wasn't going to do this here. 15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Peters. We'll get to Tomlin's viral speech later on. There's also now been brought to my attention something Cam Hayward said to Mark Caballi that we should talk about, and that happens with Mark at 4:15 when he joins us. We'll get into the Cam Hayward thing this segment, but Now that Donnie's trying to flip this on me, I might as well just bring up what he tweeted about Luke Combs so you can now attack him.
Uh-oh. I didn't see his tweets.
What'd you say about Luke
You're
Combs
not going to
today?
want to go here, Pony. You're going to feel bad.
Oh, my God. One of those deals, like somebody died and it's going to – is that what we're going to do here?
The guy releases like a very touching like Father's Day album.
Yeah, okay.
And you're going to make fun of me for tearing up?
I'm going to make fun of you for listening to Luke Combs, yes.
Can I at least laugh at the mentions to his tweet? The tweet is from this morning. I see Luke Combs released an album with the intent of me tearing up at every song. 36 minutes ago. This is going to be tough. 36 minutes.
Looks like the rabbit's got the gun now, Donnie.
I'm sorry. No. It's not that Donnie tweeted that. It's
you can't even get through it. What is going on here? You've turned into Harry Callis.
The most recent response is from Gay Shark 8, who says, "Did Tracy Chapman release an entire album from?" I'm sorry, I saw Gay Shark.
I wondered like 35 minutes ago, like what the response was. I mean,
TD, I'm back now. TD 412 crew 6 hours ago. Grow a pair. JB Nimble 4 hours ago. You can sit here in a booth, Jason Aldean's Kitchen and Bar, and cry into your Icy Light Mango.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the most recent response, just
the Gay Shark 8 is the one that's got you.
It's just like Harry Callis hearing about cursive writing. I have no idea why it is so funny to me, but it is.
So he just started singing songs about his relationship with his dad, and it had you almost crying today?
I mean, I almost lost my father like a couple of years ago.
Yes, I know that, but I didn't.
That's true.
But so is that the intent of the album is to just like reminisce about his pops?
I mean, it's called Father and Son, or Fathers and Sons.
Oh no, yeah, you might have stepped in the old turd
I don't
here.
think so.
You're you're on the run right now.
Because I know what this is what Luke Combs is trying to do here. He's trying to
tug at the old heartstrings.
Yeah. Steal Tracy Chapman's song.
Well, that's what Gay Shark was pointing out.
Right,
Did Tracy Chapman like write the whole album for him? He did do a very faithful cover of her song. Like he didn't try to change anything. That was like when Weezer did the Toto by Africa. They just basically did the song exactly the same. No personal spin on it at all. I got to be honest, man. I don't feel great about what you didn't tell me the full scope of this, and nor was I curious enough before the show. You just said Donnie was talking about crying to Luke Combs songs.
Yeah.
And he had a perfect counterpunch waiting for you. You walked right into this buzzsaw.
So if New
You're
Kids
lucky Gay Shark actually sent a reply, or else all the heat would be on you right now.
So if Hootie and the Blowfish came out with an album about like hanging out with Dad, you might have cried to that?
I mean, yeah, maybe.
So this is not a Luke Combs thing. This is because of your relationship with John Football that any song about dads now gets you.
So,
in
like,
that
if you were to
space.
listen to Cat Stevens' Fathers and Sons.
The cats
that
and
one.
The cradles and the silver spoons. How about that one? Little ball blue and the man in the moon.
Oh, I mean, that's a big one.
No, but have you ever heard Fathers and Sons by Cat Stevens?
Yes.
That song will
The
make
Cats
you
in
tear
the Cradles is definitely one that gets people emotional. No?
Old Man by Neil Young.
Old man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like that. Makes you almost cry.
Yeah, that's.
I'll admit something pathetic here. It's Fathers and Sons by Cat Stevens, but it's in a movie that is, I'm embarrassed to say this, a Marvel movie. It plays at the end of the second Guardians of the Galaxy, and the story is well told enough that it almost got a little dusty.
I haven't seen those. Don't they have like great soundtracks?
They have terrific soundtracks, and the use of that song at that moment in that movie, it almost got dusty in the Mueller house. I'll admit it. It's like the emotional climax of the movie, and it is actually terrifically well done.
You know how there's just certain humans that annoy you and you can't put your finger on why it is?
Yeah.
Luke Combs is just one of those guys for me.
I would ask you why, but you just said you can't put your finger.
I gave you the definition of what it like. I get irritated that he's so popular.
I mean, I would think that should be more on the like Morgan Wallen train than Luke Combs.
No, but
Morgan Wallen has actually done like some pretty bad things, and people praise him.
Well, hold on a second. I can justify or explain why I don't like him. You just brought up the reason. I don't really have a justification for not liking Luke Combs. I just don't like him. Like Amanda will tell Alexa to play Zach Bryan and other country music acts she likes, and when she goes to the Luke Combs well, I'm like, please turn this off. Like in my personal hell, I think I'm going to hear. I'm trying to think of some of his songs here. Long live ice cold beer, never broke my heart. That one.
That's Luke Combs.
That's one of his, yeah. Ice cold beer never broke my heart. Ice cold beer, folks. And it's like, wow, yeah, we love beer.
Especially
Sing about beer some more. It's ice cold. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, he could just say last night we let the liquor talk. And then maybe fling. And
you're doing the same thing I'm doing over there.
Yeah, but that's
Chris.
Morgan Wallen.
That's Morgan Wallen.
Oh, okay.
Who also flung a chair off like a 120-foot rooftop.
I just said 2 minutes ago, I get why people don't like him. He has said some things and done some things that are bad. Luke Combs has done nothing of the such. I just get highly annoyed by his songs.
Now I'm thinking about the song Father and Son by Cat Stevens.
Is it making you want to tear up right now?
I'm just thinking about that scene in that movie. I'm just reflecting on how completely how completely punched in the stomach I was when I went to look at the Donnie replies to that tweet.
Gay Shark 8. Does it follow you?
Yeah, Gay Shark 8 has tweeted at us before.
Made big takes.
But, like, just seeing it there, I have no idea why. You wrote such a serious tweet, and then they just fired that one up right at you. And you see the hammerhead shark or whatever the hell it is that's the avatar, and it's just impossible
Do you like
not
Luke
to laugh.
Combs' music besides this album about Dad? Or
I'm not like a country guy in general.
Okay.
But like we had like buddies in the group chat talking about it today.
Oh, so they're also moved by the Dad music. Like
yeah, a couple of them.
Okay. Yeah, now I do feel bad.
Mm-hmm.
If he did not deal with a near life-death situation with his dad and he tweeted that, would I be in my right to continue to make fun of him?
I think you'd be more on your right.
You'd have a better shot at it, but man, you knew he dealt with a life and death situation with his dad, and you still went there.
Because for whatever reason, undying dislike I have for Luke Combs.
Man, I'll tell you what, you are on the run right now. You are really backed into a corner.
Still beating Donnie in the PM Team Friday draft of most underrated Pittsburgh athletes of all time.
You're laying 6 right now. You're in the native grass at Pinehurst, and you still aren't down in the cup.
All right, well, F off. I'm going to change the subject then.
That's your prerogative, just like Bobby Brown.
Cam Hayward to Kabali, who joins us in 10 minutes. I've talked to my wife, Allie, and we know the reality. And we've had those talks, and she said it could be fun to play somewhere else. If that is what needed to be done, then so be it. Later, Hayward to Kabali. We will see what happens, but I can assure you this. I will be playing in 2025. I will tell you that.
The very first part of that feels like more... it's either very odd posturing by Cam, like I'm serious about this, I'm not going to take a lowball offer, or... he's actually gotten the sense that the Steelers have no interest in bringing him back at anything close to his price, and he's just priming the pump. It's another sort of unusual piece of, I guess, like PR strategy from a guy that I think has done that part of it better than almost anyone.
I don't even know which way to even lean, he says, on whether or not he's going to get a deal. So
Yeah.
nothing about...
How do you read it? You always like to look in between and read between the lines on stuff like
Yeah,
this.
I think he's...
Is it posturing, or do you
No,
think he's gotten the sense that they really aren't going to want him back at his price?
Yeah, I get the sense that he thinks he's going to have to go into free agency and get other offers, and maybe they'll still end up making the best offer, but he's going to need that in order to get what he wants.
Has a guy...
Unless he has an awakening or he has an epiphany and he's like, you know what, I do really like it here. But then again, here's the quote from his wife saying maybe it would be fun to play somewhere else.
Has a guy at his age hit free agency and had teams lining up to pay big money at his position?
What did Calais Campbell get last night from Miami? Do we know the money there? Can't be much, right? Probably like my guess would be
SpotTrack.
My guess would be under $10 million.
Let's see what SpotTrack says.
Nothing in the ESPN article about his
Calais
contract.
Campbell, they don't even have him updated.
Yeah.
He signed for $7 million last year with the Falcons. It was a $7,500.
That's about half of what
7.5
Hayward
million
makes,
cap
and
hit.
Hayward thinks he's underpaid right now.
I don't know. Yeah, I can't imagine it's a lot of money for Campbell, which I have a hard time imagining a team that is not familiar with Cam the way the Steelers are, backing up a Brinks truck to the extent where it would change Cam's opinion, and he'd go, you know what, we have to do this.
Damn it,
It's
I
just too much
cannot
money.
believe that I got myself into a discussion with Donnie where he has the one card that wins every argument.
Yeah, I don't know what you were going for.
It's like when you do a mama's joke when you're in high school and the kid says back to you, my mom's dead. And you're like, what do I do now?
Did a kid ever say that to you when it wasn't true just to try to put you in a jackpot?
I've never been in that situation before.
I don't think I have either, but I would even think if you say that, like faking it to try to make them feel bad, you are wishing some potentially very bad karma on yourself there.
Oh, 100%.
I don't think you play that card unless
Right.
it's true. But then if it is true, my God, I would be gutted if I said that
What
to
do you do
somebody.
there?
You say, you know what, I'm sorry, I'm going to go crawl into a hole and die.
Right.
Is that how you feel right now?
Tiny bit. Not like hole and die, but like...
If you feel bad, definitely. I can tell the wind is right out of the sails.
I mean,
on the good ship, the SS Pony, they are not
he
moving.
could have done that in the draft. Well, I drafted this guy because my father loves this player, and
When we almost lost
it's
my
Father's
dad.
Day weekend, and my dad almost died. What do you do? I can't rip the player anymore if he does.
No, you can't.
Right? He could have done that for every guy.
Correct.
Well, no, I was good because I got Andy Russell. That
My
was the
dad
main
loved
one.
it. My dad loved Andy Russell, and I almost lost my father a couple of years ago. What do you do at that point?
You don't do anything. You're in
Nothing.
trouble.
I should have done that last week with Red Hot Ed Ott.
Yeah.
My father and I often bonded over Ed Ott. We spoke of him often.
When he was being read last rites, he said, Donnie, if you're ever in a draft, then you need to take someone who could win a barroom
Take Ed
brawl.
Ott.
Make sure it's Ed Ott.
Yeah, this one went tough for you.
It did. But I won last week, and people were just all weekend last weekend just crushing Donnie for the Ed Ott pick. They're like, who is this guy? And then they pulled up pictures of him. Like, oh, my God, I could beat this guy up. What a wimp.
I don't think any of them actually could have, though. Yeah, if they could have done it, why didn't they go and try to do it and show us pictures and proof?
The people have spoken now. Apparently, Donnie's comments about his dad didn't really tug on anybody's heartstrings because he is coming up the rear with our listeners.
Yeah, how am I doing, though?
You've got a small lead on me.
Uh-huh.
You're at 41%. I'm at 36, and Donnie's at 23.
I did get a reply that said, don't let those two jerk-offs break your balls. I'm envious of your relationship with your father.
Pony's father was a butt double?
Yeah, he was. But if I bring that up, that's not going to help me in any. That's not a trump card to play.
No,
in any
if
of these
anything, it's
discussions.
just like a funny anecdote about your dad. Yeah, there is no funny one.
I don't have anything like
all
that.
of your parental anecdotes are either about your dad being a butt double or your mom being high all the time. In fact, I would say the only time Donnie would be able to maybe step in it is if he said something about your grandmother who's 90. But what? Didn't she just have didn't she go on an incredible journey recently?
Yes. I'm not allowed to talk about that on the air, though.
That one actually is supposed to
Oh, wait,
stay
I
buried?
actually did talk about it on the air yesterday. What the hell am I talking about?
Yeah,
she
drive to the casino.
She drove like 40 miles to the casino.
Man, I'm telling you, the old-timers love the casinos.
Oh, my grandma, before she passed, years ago, we'd go to Atlantic City. She'd be there for 12 hours.
I think we
They
talked
pump
about
oxygen
this
in.
before.
Yeah, they pump oxygen in. Like, it makes you feel peppier.
Oh, I felt it when I was at the Rivers yesterday.
100%.
It gave me new life.
And that crowd was electric. I could hear it in the background.
Damn it. You know what? I take back everything I said about Luke Combs. He's amazing, and I love that he's bringing fathers and sons closer together and causing people who have lost their dads to remember how much they love their dad.
You don't have to feel so
Boy,
sad. It was an honest
boy,
mistake.
this one
So
went in
props
one
to
hell
Luke
of a
Combs.
direction. This one took an unexpected
You know what?
turn.
I'm going to go home and ask Amanda to play some Luke Combs when we get home.
I'd say you should play Luke Combs next, but if you don't play Karate Kid, Kabali's going to get real ticked
We're
off.
going to listen to this, and they goes, "When it rains, it pours." Ever heard that one?
Preemptive strike. Do not talk to Kabali about any of this, I think.
She got the best of me. I'm going to do that one, too.
What's
All
that?
hits. She broke his heart, and all that's left of him is something in this old guitar.
Is that a Combs?
Every night, different town. It follows me around. But you know what's left of me? She got the best of me or something like that.
Isn't that like an 80s hair metal song?
I don't know.
She got the best of me.
Did I get
You're bringing on the heart.
Did I butcher the lyrics, or am I pretty much right on it?
I'm kind of drawing a blank.
Never
so
heard
I'm
that
not
one?
Sure.
Bringing on the Heartbreak, Def Leppard.
Yeah, I love that song.
But
and by the way, we're giving away tickets to see Def Leppard and Journey later in the show.
Pony, it's, oh, I'm sorry, but it's true. You're bringing on the heartache. Taking all the best of me. Oh, can't you see? You got the best of me.
Well, I'm not going to bring up Luke Combs plagiarizing other people's songs because of what he did for fathers and sons today. All right, Mark Cabali is next. First, the headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
This update from Pinehurst is brought to you by Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Scotty Scheffler looking like he will miss the cut. He is 5 over. He's 4 over on the day. Tiger Woods in the danger zone as well. He is also 5 over. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you, Donnie. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official sportsbook at 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. And right now, Game 4, a few hours away from tip-off. Dallas and Mark Cuban trying to stave off elimination. They got to win tonight or they go down and get swept in this series, like the Cavs did a few years back by the Warriors. Don't want to have that moment come to this team, which for Luka and Kyrie, their first finals trip together as a 5 seed, so they were an underdog coming into this, but they were not expected to go down in 4. Small underdog tonight, just a 1.5 favorite of the Celtics trying to win their 18th championship. And right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with a winning $5 bet on the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started and take a shot at an extra $200. 21 plus and present in PA. For online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Here we are in Southern California, and we're still talking about the LA Lakers and their pursuit of Dan Hurley. Dan Hurley told Dan Le Batard something very interesting yesterday. He said, first, it's a joke to think that he used the Lakers to get leverage on UConn and get paid. And then he said, quote, to leave all of that behind, there probably is a number, end of quote. Incredible, but not at all surprising. I'm Jim Rome.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Clear tonight, low 52.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is your one connection for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Visit expresspros.com.
Traffic is starting to back up a little bit for rush hour. Outbound side of the Parkway East is backed up to Technology Drive. Outbound Parkway West is backed up to 2nd Avenue. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
4:15 means it's time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. And on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, we are joined by number 1 Steelers insider, Mark Cabali, who had a nice one-on-one with Cam Hayward. Mark, after talking to Cam, Are you still convinced he gets a contract extension from the Steelers?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Definitely. I still think it's, he was saying the words, but he wasn't believing what he said, if that makes any sense. Moving on, playing for another team, got to do what you got to do. You saw in his face that, I guess, if the worst case scenario for him, if he had to do it, he'll do it. But to me, I read it as him just wanting to stick around here, and it's just a matter of when that's going to happen in my eyes. So I think he was playing the old game, the old media game a little bit out there, showing the Steelers that, hey, I'm willing to move on if that's what it comes down to. But I still have that feeling he's going to get this done sometime in training camp or right before training camp.
Mark, comparatively speaking, the Steelers are not playing, not that they would necessarily as a custom say too much about this other than boilerplate stuff, but he's talking a fair amount about all this and playing these games. Why do you think he is motivated to do that right now? What do you think is behind him being pretty public about all of this?
Money.
Well, no, but I think it's unusual for a guy that plays the PR game so well to be this vocal about it. And he's, what he said to you obviously caught a lot of eyes.
He knows that negotiating with the media is not going to get him more money with the Steelers, Mark.
It just
He's
seems
been around
unusual,
the block for
Mark.
a while.
That's all. It seems unusual given the player and given his level of experience with this sort of thing.
I think it was very similar to the last time he had a contract negotiation too. Was it 3-4 years ago? I think it was very similar how he approached it, as if, hey, we'll see. Maybe I won't be around next year type of situation. Maybe he's looking for the public to be on his side. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know the motivation behind it right now, but I think he wants it out there, or at least known, absolutely guaranteed, definitely, that he's going to play next year, regardless of where it is, and he would like it to be here. It's just that now it's in the Pittsburgh Steelers where maybe it's like, I mentioned to him, I said, hey, we're going to expect you in that Franco Harris 32 Seahawks jersey. And he chuckled a little bit, but I think there was something to that where, people don't want to see him in that jersey. So maybe I understand there's not a pressure there. I mean, the Steelers aren't going to be pressured into signing him, but, that's just the way it goes with him. I think that's the way he's going to approach it moving forward here, too.
Do you feel like you have even more clout and respect in that locker room now that you're on McAfee's show all the time? Are these guys now going out of their way to want to talk to Mark because they see you on Pat's show and now they think you're a bigger deal?
You mean think I'm a bigger deal? You know what?
Are you getting a McAfee bump? That's what I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
No, I'll tell you one thing is, of all people, is the punter Cam Johnston. Is that his name, Cam Johnston?
Yes.
I was talking to him.
Doesn't he have an Australian accent? Isn't he from down under?
Yeah, he's from Australia. He said to me after I talked to him for briefly, he goes, hey, I saw you on that show. He goes, once I signed here, I looked at some of your clips just to see what happened at was going on in Pittsburgh. So Cam Johnston's a big fan of the old Pat McAfee show. So I'm in it with anything that punter related. So I'm not quite sure Russell Wilson knows or cares. So, but I got Cam Johnson in my back pocket.
Mark, apparently on the morning show today on this station, both Doran and Crowley said they would not trade the Steelers quarterback situation for what just happened in Jacksonville, where Lawrence signed the 5-year extension, $200 guaranteed, $83 million cap hit. What do you make of a take like that from that collective group?
That's a lot of money, and Trevor Lawrence really didn't live up to it last year at least, but that's the cost of doing business right now. I mean, I'm not saying Justin Fields would make that type of money, but if Justin Fields does have a year or two of good ball, how much is he going to get paid right now? So, I mean, same with Justin Herbert in my eyes, too. I mean, what has he really won over his career? That's probably which way they were going right now, that, Lawrence really hasn't performed up to snuff, or at least last year.
Well, I agree with that, but
I would definitely take the Steelers.
You would?
I would definitely take Trevor Lawrence over Justin Fields and Russell Wilson.
Same.
Right
now. You watched the Jags game here last fall. He passed the eye test and looked like a franchise quarterback. Well, I want to go back to what you just said about Fields. So, like, what would Russell Wilson have to do this year for the Steelers to not want to go with Fields in 2025, Mark?
Oh, probably money-wise. I say Russell Wilson puts up monster numbers, takes him within a game or two of the Super Bowl, and all of a sudden Russell Wilson might want to get cashed out somewhere else. And they're thinking, okay, I don't want to pay a 36-year-old quarterback that type of money, so let's go to the Justin Fields
So
route.
where's the sweet spot where it would make sense for everybody to continue business after this year?
That's a tough one because, I think you have to make a decision on Justin Fields between now and September, 8th? That's the rub a little bit here. If you're going to give him money to keep him around a little bit, then you got some stroke here with him to be able to play a little bit. Where if Russell Wilson wants to play that game next year, if he has that great type of season, you let him go. I don't know. I don't know how much money means to Russell Wilson now. He's won it. He's done it. Maybe all that matters is winning to him right now. But I think you're going to have to play that game, like you said. If he has too good of a season, that might be bad for the Steelers. If he has not a good enough season, obviously that's not going to be good for the Steelers as well. But you got to cover your butt with Justin Fields at some point.
So it sounds like you think they're going to give him an extension.
I was going to say,
the season starts.
Sounds like you think that this is happening at some point, right?
Fields,
yes,
yeah. Fields. I think they have to. I don't think you go into next season with a quarterback room totally empty once again. I mean, then why even acquire Justin Fields in the first place? I mean, you have to. They'll be able to tell, I think, with over the next month or so, obviously during training camp and preseason, if the Justin Fields project moving forward is worth it and make it worth his while to be able to sign here. I mean, last thing you want to do, like I said, is go in next year and all of a sudden you look around again and no quarterback.
Mark, most underrated Steeler player in your 20 years of covering the team?
Underrated, just because it just pops in my head right now, just because he's helping out, and I talked to him in the locker room. I think Ike Taylor probably should be ranked higher than what he is, just because of the dropped interceptions. He doesn't get enough notoriety that he does, but that guy was a lockdown guy, man. Big, fast, knock your head off. I think Ike Taylor probably should get more recognition than he does.
I think that's a pretty good answer.
Malsey had the first pick in that draft and went with Yancey Thigpen, his most underrated Pittsburgh athlete of all time, Mark. I said terrible pick. Your thoughts?
Bobby Shaw was taken.
Hold on, Mark. Did Bobby Shaw have two 1,300-yard seasons for run-heavy teams, Mark?
Bobby Shaw did have one heck of a catch in Baltimore in 101.
One catch. Right? I'm talking about 2 seasons over 1,300 yards. And you know what? These guys said, I'll take –
I took James Ferrier, Mark.
No. I had some honor here, Mark. I said I have to have seen the guy play.
Mosey, I'd probably take the loss on this one.
Yes!
Well, the voters disagree with you, Mark, because I'm winning for my entire list.
Well, that's because you tried to poison the well with me.
Oh,
yes.
Sure.
Because the joke I made about Donnie and his father almost passing away has conspired against me.
Anytime you can make a joke like that, you got to take the opportunity.
Mark, what
about a guy? What about a guy like Jay Remersma, or his cower called Remersma? Is he a little underrated?
Didn't cross my mind. I went Al Oliver for underrated pirate. Who would be yours?
Underrated pirate. I think maybe Spanky LaValliere. He was a lot. I like Spanky. Johnny Ray, maybe. How about Johnny Ray? We'll go with him.
I went Martin Straka for the Penguins. You think Yowie would agree with that?
You know what? I think I'd go Wendell Young.
I went with Ron Francis and was widely ridiculed.
Yes, one of the 50 greatest hockey players in history.
Yeah,
doesn't get talked about as one of the great ones.
Unbelievable, Mark.
Yeah, can we throw Pitt football players? And
I put Rod Rutherford in there for Pitt.
Dorn made an All-American team, and he'd be the first one to tell you. So we bring in. So I don't think he counts here. He's not underrated. He's properly rated.
Yeah, but Rod Rutherford just threw the ball as far as he could go and said, "Larry Fitz, go get it." Right. So,
but it takes that's
another terrible pick, says Mark.
He knocked out. He basically KO'd Jonathan Vilma when Vilma was coming in for a big shot on him at the sidelines.
Oh, so do you think Juju's underrated because he put out Burfict?
Probably.
What about Donnie? Donnie normally has some good taste.
I went with Tony Siragusa for my Pitt player, Mark. That should be after your own heart.
Pitt. You know who I liked in Pitt? Big Burt Grossman, too.
How about Big Burt Loughton? He helped us get Omar yesterday.
Henry Tootin. There's another Pitt guy from the past.
Yeah.
What if I went with like Wayne the Train, the dentist?
I almost went with Dietrich Gels or Billy West from Pitt. How about that name, Billy West?
Billy
West had a 1,000-yard season. I think he was Big East Offensive Player of the Year one year.
You might have redeemed yourself there from the Yancey Thigpen.
Oh my God!
No, he didn't end up taking Billy West. He picked Rod Rutherford.
Unbelievable.
So he did let everybody down. All right, Mark. We'll talk next week.
All right, fellas.
We should have had the Ice Cream Man music for him after the Pat Narduzzi.
Like the
snafu.
Good Humor truck? Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
No one backed me up on my take that Ice Cream Men sold weed. I think that was just in my hometown when I said that yesterday. I got
I never knew
no
the Ice
feedback
Cream Man
on
to
that.
be like a shady-looking person who was selling dime bags.
I also feel like I haven't had the chance to like take advantage of an ice cream truck guy since I was like a little kid.
Yeah, they don't like they
And
come
when,
through
like,
our neighborhood
like
very
me thinking
infrequently.
that I'm not like this guy probably smells some or probably sells some
you
dope.
know-
I was like 10 years old.
You know, well, because you know who took them out locally? Kona Ice.
Yeah, you
The
know
Kona
what?
Ice is everywhere.
We did the when
Kona
we did
Ice
the-
was at Ace's birthday.
It's like those Mr. Rooter trucks.
Yeah,
They're just everywhere, and I got a smile on my face when I
Is the
see
Mr.
one.
Rooter truck the one where the guy looks like he's popping out the back of the truck?
I think
'cause he's
Amanda
painted
stole
on?
the idea. I think Kona Ice is coming to Stella's birthday.
It's a big hit, and it's like guilt-free because it's not
They
all
put
the
a little
calories
booze in
of
there?
it. They do boozy ones.
Because your brother, I think, did that on his own.
No, my brother puts whiskey in one. I think that was his move. He's not going to be able to be there this year. They're doing 2 vacations in a 3-week span.
Congratulations on all his success.
Right. They're on their
That's
way
too much
down.
vacation. I need a vacation from vacation
But here's
at that point.
well, he might feel that way, but here's the problem. They're going down with us and they're driving. We're flying down to the beach. Then he's back for a week and then it's his in-laws and he's got to go. They've all got to go. They can't like pick and choose here. It's a scheduled year where they're with both.
I'm sorry. Now I've got people tweeting me pictures of like, look, Luke Combs sent out this picture of him with a kid on his lap and his dad with like his grandson on his lap.
Oh, this
It's all right, Pony, because John Football himself has chimed in.
And?
He wants to kick my ass now,
No.
probably.
He said, tell Pony no worries. It's all good. I hate country myself.
Does he like the Cat Stevens father and son song, I wonder?
Yeah, he does like that one.
I just think that
It's a
so
great
many
tune.
country
Then our
songs.
guy Harry Chapin or Harry Chapin, however you say his
I just
name.
feel like so many country songs are corny and cheesy, man.
They are. The new ones are. It's all play
The
a
bro
country. It's a play a country song in reverse. You'll get your truck back, your girl back, your dog will come back to life, and you
Yeah.
won't be hungover.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Kale Berger on line 1 to argue that point with us. He drove all the way up to Buffalo and like camped out for Luke Combs tickets. He was so excited to see him.
Starkey, by the way, speaking of Buffalo, a new Joe Starkey course record for himself.
Congratulations on all his
82
success.
at the oldest.
Did he enter it into the
He did. He showed it.
PGA,
He showed it to me. He
WPGA?
showed it to me that he was entering it in at the oldest continuously operated golf course in the United States.
And I don't think you're allowed to swear there.
In Foxburg?
Yeah, there's a course up there that you're not allowed to.
No. You're thinking
You
of
drop an F-bomb, they say,
no,
get out of here.
You're thinking of Stoughton Acres.
You've been banned for life.
Stoughton Acres. I've played there. It's one of the most affordable courses in the area, but they catch you swearing,
Well-
drinking, any of it.
Well, this Foxhound place is $33 with cart.
Foxhound?
Or Foxburg.
Fox and the Hound.
What was Foxhound?
The Fox and the Hound was a bar in the North Hills.
I thought Foxhound was. What is Foxhound? Wasn't that the name of
Chase.
Foxcatcher?
Foxcatcher was the wrestling movie.
Oh, he was a bad guy, that DuPont.
Real bad
Yeah.
guy. One of my buddies
I
was an extra in that movie.
I didn't watch the movie. I watched the
Go
documentary.
watch it.
though.
He was a bad man.
One of my buddies, not a buddy, I should say an acquaintance. He was like friends of friends. His name was Chris Branchin, and he's like in that movie and like sitting in a chair. I don't know if it's a speaking role, but he's like
Well,
on
they
camera.
shot a lot of it here. Some of it was shot over at the Pete. They were shooting that movie once, and we were over there playing pickup basketball.
Sarah met Channing Tatum.
And that Channing
whenever they
Tatum
were
was
in
in
town.
the bowels of the Pete.
Of the Pete?
And I walked
Did
right
he,
by
did
him.
he shoot some hoop? He was in a basketball movie. He was in Coach Carter. He was bald.
Speaking of basketball, a woman who, I should say, she's not like a girl, a woman who covers betting or something, like does some stuff for a website, had her listeners or her viewers challenge her and say, she put up a poll, can I make 10 straight threes? 54%, I think, said she couldn't do it. She went out there and buried 10.
A woman after your own heart, Malzy.
The rim didn't even have a full net on it, and she still made
The debrief is next, but a quick timeout first.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Rockies tonight, 8:40 first pitch out in Colorado. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 7:45, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thanks, Don. Let's talk about Regenesis. Man boobs, blubber, flab, jowls, double chin. You hate the way you look and feel? You got to go with Regenesis today. Start your weekend off right, your Father's Day weekend, with a trip to Regenesis. Feel better than you ever have with Regenesis. 724-510-0024. Make it happen today. 5-star reviews. Check out the before and after pictures. Life-changing event could happen now with Regenesis. 724-510-0024. Turn back the clock to the way you felt in your 20s. They can do that today. It's Regenesis. Malzy.
Thank you. Let's talk about Universal Windows Direct. Oh, my God. Look, here's the 10-day forecast. I won't be here for this. Where I'm going, it's actually going to be cooler than this. This is Pittsburgh, 10 days. Next Monday, 94, 97, 97, 96, 99, 97, 94. Okay, it's going to be hot, and you're going to be paying with that cool air in the house to keep the house cool, right? If it's leaking out, you're going to be paying an arm and a leg. Don't do that. Call my friends at Universal Windows Direct. Their windows last up to 5 times longer than other window systems. They hold the seal longer, too, so that air is going to stay in your house where it belongs. Universal Windows Direct, they back up their windows with a true lifetime warranty as long as you own the home and 20 years to the next homeowner. Call right now, 412-545-6003. For every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. You can go to UWD.com, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Texter, does Crowley think people actually believe his BS stories? Dude has to make everything about himself. We're paid to talk into a microphone. You can either listen or no. I mean, it's fine. Why would I make this up?
Did the texter want us to tell stories about them? The texter said your stories. Like, I mean, what are we supposed to do? Right. Like, what kind of text is that?
I'm just wondering what about any of this would be a lie? Where's the lie?
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Debrief time, and it is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread. Donnie, take it away.
The debrief, June 14, 2024. Father's Day weekend upon us.
Don't remind me. I'm sorry. I screwed it up.
But you're a dad, too. This is your first Father's Day.
Yeah.
Quit beating yourself up. What's your name? Chris Muller? If this is how annoying I am when I feel bad about something, I'll stop.
You know what? Then there is a silver lining to all this.
I'm done.
If that's the case.
I'm done being self-deprecating. That's in the past. If this is how I sound, my
Malzy,
God.
Clint Hurdle. Malzy, Clint Hurdle.
Malzy was
Hey,
very upset
Malzy.
with himself yesterday.
Yes, I was. But then
Hey,
Pony lifted
Malzy.
me up. I need to get Mike
Hey,
Tomlin to
Malzy.
record a cameo for Pony. Hey, Pony. You're
Man,
a great
that
guy.
would be something.
You were right.
If I got
I
him,
should've started
yeah.
He
Jay
brings up the
Happ.
Twitter picture.
Oh, dude, if obviously I'm flattered that you use me as your Twitter profile picture. I just wish your takes were better. That will if I ever got Tomlin to do a recording for Pony, it would bring the effing house down. That would be it. That'd be my crowning achievement here. Anyway.
What are some of the best father-son duos in NFL history?
The Mannings.
I think that's the easy one.
Manning's,
The Harrisons, now that Marvin Harrison Jr.'s there.
I would have said the Winslows, but frankly, Kellen Jr.'s antics, he's in jail for life.
Yeah.
The Slaters.
McCaffrey's.
Slater's is a good one. Jackie Slater and Matt Slater. McCaffrey's also a good one, and there's a chance to add, another McCaffrey? Luke?
Yeah, Luke.
How about the Matthews?
That's
Yeah.
a really good one. That might be the best. Dude, Bruce Matthews was an Iron Man. He was terrific.
Yeah, he played forever. The Longs.
Another good one.
Three of
of
those.
them.
What about the Bosas?
How about the Edmonds? How about the Edmonds
Bosa's
family?
a good one.
Farrell
Yeah,
Edmonds.
The Edmonds are on there.
There's like 18 Edmonds. You guys got a lot of the good ones right off the bat. I guess you could say Jerry Rice if his kid ends up being any good. The Rices.
Bob and Brian Greasy.
Yes or no? Will
Not
Deion
bad,
Sanders?
Donnie.
Will Deion Sanders end up adding to this with Shador?
He should. But I'd say no right now.
Oh, wait, another good one. Ingrams. Mark Sr. and
Mark Jr.
How about Zeus? Orlando Brown Jr. The late Orlando
That's
Brown.
a good one.
Who pushed that ref because he threw a flag
He was
and
in the-
blinded him.
Was it Phil Luckett, right?
Yep.
He was right to shove the ref.
We're missing a huge one.
A literal
The
huge one?
Haywards.
Ah, who was that? Sonny that gave that one to you?
No, I have a list pulled up. And yeah, the Haywards, number
Yeah, that should
11
have
is
been
what
the
they
first
have
one.
on this list.
Who put this list out?
Malsey's guys at Yardbarker.
Okay, so what's their list? Have we gotten all of them?
So it's top 20.
Okay.
And this was written, I think, well, it says updated 9 days ago.
Let's hear it.
Robert and Zay Jones. The Edmonds coming in at number 19. Bobby and Marlon Humphrey. The Matthews at 17.
Hold on, I didn't even know that Bobby Humphrey was Marlon Humphrey's dad.
I don't think I did either. Okay.
The Matthews family at 17, I think that's low.
Has Clay Jr., Clay the Third, and Casey.
Okay.
Pat and Pat Surtain the second.
That's a good one.
Tony Dorsett and Anthony Dorsett.
I think
If
Tony's doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
If Walter and Jarrett Payton are on here, that would be not great.
Here's one. Man, talk about a guy who just, like, vanished from the NFL. Mosi and Lofa Tatupu.
Mm-hmm.
Lofa
yeah,
Tatupu
Lofa had
just,
some great years and then was gone.
Yeah,
Two or
he
three
just-
great ones.
You're right.
05 Seahawks.
13, Terry and Eric Metcalf.
I don't even remember if I knew that Eric Metcalf had a dad who
Which
played
one
in
is DK Metcalf's
He's
dad?
not related to
Not
those
related
guys.
to either one.
No.
I thought there was one he was related
Man, Eric Metcalf was a terror on kick returns.
12, Ronnie Lott and Ryan Neesey.
Didn't know that.
The Bucks linebacker?
Yeah.
Ronnie Lott's his old man?
I guess so.
Didn't know that. Next.
The Haywards at number 11.
Okay.
10, Gene and Geno Atkins.
Did you know Gene Atkins that Geno Atkins came?
No, but I probably should have.
But hold on, isn't it weird how we know certain guys like, oh yeah, he's the son of whoever. Like Geno Atkins, damn good football player.
Very
no
good
one ever
football
talks
player.
about like, yeah, his dad had, he had NFL bloodlines. Okay, keep going.
Number 9, Steve and Cameron Jordan.
That one's actually pretty good. That's pretty good.
8, Don, Matt, and Tim Hasselbeck.
Man, Matt's doing most of the lifting there.
What
I
did
think.
Tim do? Carry a clipboard for the Giants and
Yeah, I feel like some of these
Tim Hasselbeck's wife is much more famous than he is.
I feel like some of these are definitely in an order I would not have them in.
Keep going.
The Greasies at number 7.
Okay.
Joe and Dan Klecko at 6.
Pretty good.
Howie, Chris, Kyle Long, and as they get into the top 5.
They should be there.
Ed and Christian McCaffrey at 4.
No problem there.
Mark Sr., Mark the Second, the Ingrams at 3.
I'd put the McCaffreys ahead of them, I think.
So would I.
Jackie and Matthew Slater at 2.
Little
and then
Belichick bias there.
The Mannings at number 1.
Tell you what, Archie's a what-if career, isn't he? What if he goes to any school, or any team
but
but
the
that
Saints?
one? Yeah. You know what I don't like about I always say, like, I'm for player, the draft in a weird way, like, shouldn't happen because, like, players should be able to determine where they go if they're, like, a top pick. The whole thing with Eli not wanting to play in San Diego was kind of ridiculous.
I had that as a trivia question last week, and Bechtold did get it. City Limits did get it, but he had to think about it.
Who did
for a few seconds?
What was it? Who was the team that drafted Eli Manning?
Yeah.
What would Callis have said? The Toronto Argonauts.
I probably should have put Callis on it because I don't think he would have gotten
TJ the DJ with a very good one. How about all the Colquitts for specialists?
Wow. Yeah.
That's a
phenomenal
call.
pull. Well, how about this? The Chargers. So don't go to San Diego. Fouts, Rivers,
Breeze,
Herbert. What a run of quarterbacks, and the only guy to get him the Super Bowl is Stan Humphries.
Well,
Don't remind me.
Isn't there a rumor that, like, Ryan Leaf told Peyton don't let him go there, or has that been squashed? Isn't that like the thing
I don't know anything about that.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
I mean, Ryan Leaf has done a hell of a job, an admirable job, like owning up to his own past. I feel like their run of quarterbacks suggests that it wasn't the place; it was like an individual.
Yeah, I feel like there was some story there where, since they were like buddies in the same draft class, he was like, "Hey, don't let Eli come here."
That's odd.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 56 degrees. All right, coming up next, Mike Tomlin went viral for something that happened at Steelers minicamp, plus Mike Florio making the rounds for a comment on Tomlin from our show. Open Phone Friday next hour. You can get in queue now, 412-928-9370. We also have a Bucko Minute with Dan Zangrilli. But first, I'm going to tell you guys about McVeigh. McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I'm going to emphasize cooling right now because we're going to have incredibly high temperatures next week. We could get to 100 degrees. We could have some of the hottest days on record in Pittsburgh history. So you want to make sure your air conditioning unit is ready to go. Thankfully for you, McVeigh is listening, and they are ready to serve and ready for the call. Don't have to wait. Don't have to procrastinate. You're not going to get excuses. You're going to have McVeigh ready to make it happen. So McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they service everywhere. Allegheny, Butler, Beaver, Armstrong, and Westmoreland counties. Take advantage of that free offer today with McVeigh. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell you right now about BetParx, the official and proud official betting operator of the PGA Tour. U.S. Open is, of course, going on right now at Pinehurst. You can make futures bets down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. BetParx.com for details. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParx must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, Maryland, Ohio, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special, $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
Greetings, beer lovers. Crowley here. Sunday is Father's Day, and what does Dad want for Father's Day? I'm a dad. He wants beer, and you know the place for beer is Hampton Beer Outlet. No matter if Dad enjoys domestics, imports, craft beers, or even those awesome Pittsburgh crafts, Hampton Beer Outlet has it all. So for the best variety, the best service, and the best prices around, go to Hampton Beer Outlet for all your Father's Day needs. Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, and increase in in organic search visibility and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Dan Zangrilli, proud member of the Legion Community Federal Credit Union, here to tell you about their credit card that gives you 2% cash back on every single swipe, 3.99% on balance transfer rates. All the details at allegionfcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Calling all golf enthusiasts. Welcome to the Slippery Rock Golf Club and Event Center, celebrating 96 seasons of golf in Western Pennsylvania. Tee off at the 9th best golf course in the state, located less than an hour from Pittsburgh, and featuring stay-and-play packages at the charming historic Apple Butter Inn. Dine at the Twisted Oak Tavern. Their full-service bar and restaurant open 7 days a week. Open to the public, the perfect setting for your next golf outing. Visit SlipperyRockGolfClub.com for more info or to make a reservation. Use the fan promo code to receive a special offer at the golf shop.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Come see 2024 Miss Burlesque, Sherry Noble, Friday, June 21st and Saturday, June 22nd, only at Cheerleaders.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2 men and a junktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get the best price, the Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Tundra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy? Totalmente. Now you can get 50% off any unlimited data phone plan. That's one line for only $25 a month, and you keep the phone you love. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. So find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Offer ends July 31st, 2024. Promo subject to cancellation after 12 months. Available exclusively online and in Total by Verizon stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. See totalbyverizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're seeing delays in a couple spots on the outbound side of the Parkway West. First, you're going to be moving pretty slow from 2nd Avenue through the entrance of the Fort Pitt tunnels. Then when you get out of the tunnels, you're backed up from there till you get past the Green Tree exit, and then past 79. You're seeing a slight slowdown from there to Settlers Ridge. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
All right, let's get a U.S. Open leaderboard check here in this headline. Two guys tied at the top, Cantlay and Oberg at 5 under, unless my computer is wrong. No, it's right. Both 5 under. Let's look at Shipley. Neil Shipley, +3 on the tournament, +3 on the round. He just finished his front 9. So he is in position to make the cut. Projected cut right now is back to 4 over. And that means that Tiger Woods is in trouble because he is at 6 over par right now. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of Pony and Miller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.